Chapter 142, Black Anaconda Warrior. With 2 tree seeds granted by God, the mountain master was promoted to a princess, and the number of tribe warriors exceeded 100. The rise of the Yangtze mountain range has become inevitable. However, Bamboo still had a doubt and asked, "What kind of tree is the big fruit banyan?" "Banyan tree?" Haizang explained. "The geographical and climatic environment of the Shuirong mountain range is most suitable for the growth of banyan trees. Many banyan trees have been planted, and high-quality banyan tree varieties have been cultivated. The big fruit banyan is a brand new variety that the red banyan mountain master successfully cultivated many years ago." Li Zhu added, "The fruit is sour, slightly sweet, and large in size, comparable to apricots. The fruit matures later than other banyan trees, and matures in autumn. It is probably some kind of flying bird that migrated south to eat the fruit and then brought the seeds to the Yangtze mountain range." The red banyan mountain master is almost mad. Haizang laughed and said, "The tree species they cultivated with great effort in the Shuirong mountain range ended up making the Yangtze mountain range complete." Bamboo was speechless for a while. After chatting for a while, and eating the pine nuts of the 5-leaf redwood, Li Zhu and Haizang hurriedly said goodbye and left. The master of Taidao Mountain guards the seeds of the divine gift of the snake vine. Thuja and Yuntao are seriously injured. Now Li Zhu is the main fighting force of Taidao Peak. Haizang is excited to go back and teach the new junior. Life is peaceful, but not comfortable. The threat of the beast warriors has not been eliminated. In the midsummer season, the various fresh fruit seeds planted by Feng Ling have matured one after another, and no beast warriors are attracted by the smell of the fruits. Bamboo has become bolder and frequently goes down the mountain. The amount of force food consumed daily increases, which accelerates growth, and soon it will usher in molting evolution. For advanced warriors to molt and evolve, they will sleep for a longer time and wake up after 2 days. The newly bred peach life seed was stored, and a large fruited banyan seed was selected as the life seed for breeding. Banyan trees are water-loving, fast-growing, large-scale plants, and rich in fruits, which are relatively good choices for life seeds. After resting for half a day, Bamboo immediately set off to the swamp to absorb the mental power emitted by the metal core. Promoted to L2 Advanced Warrior, the strength is stronger, and the mental power concentration outside the resonance force field is difficult to meet the needs. Bamboo began to move closer to the inside and stop near the lake. Calm your mind and start the secret technique. Immediately, the resonance force field lingering around collapsed due to the lack of mental power, and the metallic black smoke dissipated, turning into ordinary hydrogen and rising up, forming an elliptical blank area with a long diameter of 3 meters. Hydrogen floated up and entered the resonance force field, and was immediately transformed into metallic black smoke, sinking down and spreading over, repeating over and over again. Bamboo drooped his tentacles and gently tapped the metal ground, absorbing and thinking about the problem. According to the current trend, to be promoted to L3 Advanced Warrior, you have to be at the edge of the lake, where the spiritual power can meet the needs. If you continue to grow and become an L4 Advanced Warrior, you have to enter the lake. L4 Advanced Warriors can still be forced. It just takes a little more time. But to continue to grow, you have to go into the water. Cockroaches are not good at water. Get a bamboo raft? Too troublesome. Use local materials. Use wood? I don't know if the wood can still float after being metallized. Go to the nearby mountains to get some wood when you leave, and use it directly next time." As Bamboo was thinking, the tentacles on the ground keenly caught a slight vibration. The wind was light, and the clouds were calm. How could there be vibrations in the resonant force field? Bamboo was about to concentrate his mind and carefully sense the source of the vibrations, when his soul suddenly gave out a warning. Death threat. He flapped his wings, kicked his legs hard, and flew into the air. He turned his head and saw that a pitch-black python had touched his back and attacked him from behind. He reacted in an instant and avoided a fatal blow. The python was extremely fast and disappeared into the lake in a flash. The water-savvy python quickly sank into the lake, causing only a few ripples. There was no sound of breaking water and no splashes. Anaconda? Bamboo was a little unsure. Anaconda is a kind of python that grows in swamps. It is smaller than the anaconda and the Gujishan python, and is not considered a dominant beast. The length of an ordinary anaconda should be only 4 meters for an adult, and a few strong individuals can reach 5 meters. When it evolves into a force creature, its length should be about 6 meters. The python warrior who just attempted to attack Bamboo should be more than 7 meters long. It flashed away, and Bamboo didn't have time to carefully sense its breath. Isn't it afraid of the resonance field? It's normal for beast warriors to be ignorant and not afraid. Gene mutation? Very likely. The resonance field stimulates the gene mutation and the body size explodes. But it is impossible for it to absorb the ownerless mental power from the resonance field. The black anaconda likes to lurk in puddles. It should regard this place as its hiding place. It thinks I am an intruder. So it launches a sneak attack? Then how can I absorb the mental power with peace of mind? This place is not close to Leju Peak. Nor is it far away. It is a threat. Bamboo's mind raced, and he quickly thought of a series of questions. I have no ill will towards you. Come out. We can communicate. Bamboo urged his mind and called out to the lake. The huge python head slowly emerged from the water, and its cold snake pupils stared at Bamboo, without any response from the mind, as if threatening and warning, and slowly sank into the lake again. After a brief look, Bamboo came to the conclusion it was not a good person, full of hostility, and even hatred. Judging from the breath, it was not a genetic mutation caused by the radiation of the resonant force field, as previously speculated. It should have eaten a large amount of some kind of God-given fruit for a long time, and experienced several evolutions and growth. So its body size was large, and its strength was close to the level of the mountain master. Bamboo's heart moved, and he made another judgment. I didn't encounter it when I came here before. It should have appeared in the last 2 or 3 months. So it is very likely that it came from the Magnolia or Heather Mountains. Good at hiding and raiding. Bamboo also guessed that Shansher was probably killed by surprise when it passed by. The reason was even simpler. It could be hatred for the Cockroach tribe, or it could be coveting the seeds bestowed by the snake vine god and wanting to take them for itself. Bamboo also noticed that its scales were completely different from those of the anaconda. They were very fine and dense, with 4 sides in a diamond shape, one on top of another, forming a tight defense without any flaws. It was more difficult to deal with than the anaconda. Bamboo thought about it, flapped his wings and left, heading for the cliff where the seeds bestowed by the snake vine god were, looking for the master of the Iron Blade Mountain. Chapter 143 Separation of Traits. Stay calm in the face of danger. Observe calmly. Think and analyze. This is a habit that Bamboo has developed since childhood thanks to his family education when he was a human. It took less than a minute for Bamboo to analyze the black anaconda that attacked him and think carefully. In the end, there was only one problem left: how to solve this big trouble. Bamboo kept considering during the flight. Bamboo, why are you here? The Iron Blade Mountain Lord was surprised by Bamboo's sudden arrival at first, and then he noticed that Bamboo was flying very fast, and suddenly felt something was wrong, and asked, is there something wrong with Li Zhufeng? Bamboo landed and said, Iron Blade Mountain Lord, calculate the time. The pods of the snake vine God-given seeds are about to mature. I came to see if I need help to protect them. Oh, for this matter? That's not bad. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord was relieved and explained, the snake vine will mature in 10 days or so, and it is rooted in the water, so it is not convenient to use the original stone to replenish its original force. The Lord of Red Banyan Mountain in the Shuirong Mountain Range has agreed to come and help, and there will be no problem with safety. 2 lords guarding? That's safe. Bamboo stood on the edge of the cliff, looking down to check the growth of the seeds given by the snake vine god, and said casually, Lord Tidal Mountain, I just felt the fluctuation of the force on my way here, and lurked close to find that it was a black anaconda warrior. Black anaconda warrior? 1. The Lord of Tidal Mountain looked at Bamboo carefully, thought for a while, and said, 1 black anaconda warrior is not a threat. Bamboo, you didn't try to kill it? Not a match. Bamboo answered simply and seriously, it moves in a straight line. Very fast. Silent. Good at sneak attacks. Its body length is comparable to that of a flaming anaconda. Its scales are diamond-shaped, one on top of another, with tight defense, and the force fluctuations are well hidden. Its body size is comparable to that of a flaming anaconda. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord compared it for a while, suddenly became nervous, and whispered, a flaming anaconda at the level of a mountain master? Not yet. Still a little short. Bamboo said, it should have flowed over from the Magnolia or Heather Mountains, just like the flaming anaconda warrior at the level of a mountain master, eating a large amount of a certain kind of God-given fruit all year round. growing to a level close to that of a mountain master, and initially giving birth to a special ability to conceal force fluctuations, equivalent to a high-level warrior in the 9th age. The Lord of Tidal Mountain relaxed a little, pondered Banbu's description carefully, and then roared, "It was it that killed Shanshur. It was it. It must be it. The smell of the southern snake tendon vine has a natural attraction to pythons, and the black anaconda warriors are no exception. It wants to snatch the seeds given by the snake vine god. It was driven out of its living territory by the black and white cockroach tribe. It hates the cockroach tribe. This is malicious revenge." The Lord of Tidal Mountain was emotional and asked, "Banbu, where is it hiding?" Banbu said, "I saw it by chance on the way here. I found it, and it also found me. I couldn't beat it, and it couldn't hurt me. We couldn't do anything to each other. And finally we crossed each other." "Oh," the Lord of Tidal Mountain said, "Banbu, the defense of Liju Peak must not be slack. Liju Peak has Daxiong, Fengling, and me. It can still deal with a single black anaconda warrior." Banbu also reminded Master Tidal Mountain, "Mo Anaconda is good at water. You should be careful. Don't get attacked." Banbu told Master Tidal Mountain about the news of Mo Anaconda warrior in a roundabout way, because he was worried that it would be attacked. The Mo Anaconda warrior hid in the lake of the resonant force field, and was determined to hide. Even the red cockroach warriors at the level of the princess could not do anything to it. Banbu took great pains to conceal the specific location, because he did not want Master Tidal Mountain to pay too much attention to the situation there. Not in a hurry to return to the mountain. Stayed to chat with Master Tidal Mountain for half a day, and then left, returning to the swamp, flapping wings to fly, entering the resonant force field, hovering in the sky beside the lake, and shouting with spiritual power, "Come out! I am the master of Liju Peak and Jinping Mountain Range. I think we should communicate." After shouting, waited silently. No response for a long time. Banbu again encouraged his power, and repeated the shouting. Waiting again. Still no response. Banbu deployed his mental power, and landed on the ground. He was cautious and alert. After a long time of no movement, he gathered his mental power, operated the secret technique, and began to absorb the onerous mental power emitted by the resonant force field. His tentacles drooped to the ground, and his mind was highly concentrated, sensing slight movements. After a long time, he caught a hint of obscure vibration. Without hesitation, he flapped his wings and flew into the air, while launching mental power to scan and catch the trace of the black anaconda. This time, it tried to sneak up from the side and launch a sneak attack. When it was exposed, it decisively turned around and quietly sank into the lake. This black anaconda warrior has rich combat experience, especially good at sneak attacks. Banbu came to a conclusion in his heart and stopped trying to avoid angering the other party. So he turned around and left. Returning to Liju Peak, we landed directly in Fengling's territory. Fengling was indeed a little too doting on Hongdao. She took great pains to open up a paddy field on the hillside, and brought many barnyard grass from the swamp and planted them in the paddy field. Hongdao was busy fiddling with these barnyard grasses all day long. It not only learned 3-line hybridization, but also knew how to select and breed seeds, trying to cultivate new high-quality rice varieties from barnyard grasses. Fengling was bored lying under her life-planting plant, looking at the red rice in the distance. Banbu, you just went on a long journey after being promoted to a second-age senior warrior. This time you have been away for nearly 2 days. I went to visit the Lord of Tidal Mountain. The fruit of the seeds given by the god of Snake Vine is about to mature. I took a look at the growth situation, Banbu explained, and then said, the journey was not smooth. I found a black anaconda warrior. Banbu concealed the matter of the resonance field in the swamp by reporting to the Lord of Tidal Mountain, and told Fengling the other news truthfully. Hearing that a black anaconda warrior with strength close to that of a mountain master had settled in Jinping Mountain Range, and that it was very likely the culprit who killed Shanshur, Fengling became nervous. Banbu arranged for Fengling to go to Tidal Mountain Range and inform other warriors in Tidal Mountain Range to be careful. Summon the warriors of Datu, Daxiong, and Bamboo Rat, informed them of the situation, and reminded them to be extra careful recently. Forced the red rice living at the foot of the mountain to move to the mountain, and dug a small cave in the cave where he lived, so that it could live in it. In case of danger, it could hide in it as soon as possible. The news of the discovery of the black anaconda warrior spread quickly. Jinping Mountain Range, Taidao Mountain Range, and Shuirong Mountain Range all entered a higher level of alert. The days of fear and worry are not easy. The annual dry season has arrived. The seeds of the green bamboo god have bloomed. The Li bamboo, the golden bamboo, and the green bamboo species have bloomed. The breeding experiments of various bamboo species on Liju Peak are carried out as usual, using drought and low temperature on the mountain. The cloud silk golden bamboo is stimulated to bloom, hybridized with the golden bamboo, and pollinated each other. The golden bamboo successfully pollinated the cloud silk golden bamboo. However, the cloud silk golden bamboo could not successfully pollinate the golden bamboo. The seven-color bitter bamboo is indeed a high-quality bamboo species that blooms and sets seeds once a year. Bamboo used the drought method to successfully stimulate the seven-color red bamboo to bloom. The two bamboo species pollinated each other, and the results were similar to those of the golden bamboo and the cloud silk golden bamboo. The pollen of the seven-color bitter bamboo can be given to the seven-color red bamboo, but the pollen of the seven-color red bamboo cannot be given to the seven-color bitter bamboo. Last year, ordinary green bamboos produced bamboo fruits. After the bamboo fruits were sown, the growth conditions were very poor. The bamboo poles were of different heights and good and bad. Some bloomed, while others did not. Even if they bloomed successfully, most of them could not complete pollination and could not produce bamboo fruits or bamboo rice. Bamboo knew that this phenomenon was called character separation, which was exactly what he wanted. The golden bamboo and the spotted bamboo were hybridized to obtain green bamboo. The green bamboo inherited the excellent genes of the father and mother plants, and could bloom and produce bamboo fruits every year. However, the condensed bamboo fruits could not continue to reproduce. In this way, bamboo could monopolize the golden bamboo, hybridize every year to obtain green bamboo seeds, and sell them to the outside. Other insects could only use the seeds as live seeds for breeding, but could not sow and reproduce. In turn, the output and sales of green bamboo seeds could be monopolized. Chapter 144 Bridge Crocodile Attacks. Li Zhu regularly goes to the cliff where the seeds of the God-given snake vine are located, traveling back and forth between Taidao Peak and Liju Peak, and is responsible for reporting various news. Bamboo's discovery of the black anaconda is just the beginning. This is a troublesome summer. The fruits of the seeds of the God-given snake vine are ripe, and the eight-headed bridge crocodile warriors that the Lord of Taidao Mountain had warned have returned. They originally intended to besiege and rob the original force fruit, but they found that there was an extra Lord of Hongrong Mountain on the cliff. So they retreated wisely, thanks to the help of Lord Hongrong Mountain to guard. The coveted beast warriors did not dare to act rashly, and the seeds of the God-given snake vine were successfully picked. However, Bamboo was not happy at all. These eight-headed bridge crocodile warriors were either hiding in the Jinping Mountains, or in the Yabai Mountains on the opposite bank, or hiding in the Jinjiang River, eating both ends. The eight-headed bridge crocodile is still restrained. Across the Yodi Mountains, the Yellowstone Mountains of the Black and White Cockroach tribe were attacked by a large group of forest wolf warriors, killing 2 senior warriors and even the mountain master. In the Yabai Mountains, a senior warrior disappeared without a sound, and all the newly matured force food in the territory was looted. Because they failed to detect it in time, the smell of the attacker disappeared when they found it, and they had no way to trace it. They didn't know what kind of beast warrior attacked them. There is also good news. Yabai successfully completed a molting evolution and was promoted to an 8th age senior warrior. Yuantao then completed the molting evolution and was promoted to a 7th age senior warrior. The 2 major forces in the Taidao Mountains, second only to the master of the Taidao Mountain, recovered from their injuries, and the defense pressure was greatly reduced. A heavy rain. The annual dry season is over. The flowers of the bamboo god's gift bloomed, just like last year, with 2 flowers on each bamboo pole and 2 bamboo fruits. The bloodthorn god-given seeds then produced spikes of flowers. After several days of observation, it was initially confirmed that there were 1,021 spikes in total, with 5 flowers in each spike and 5 thorn fruits. Threatened by the beast warriors, Bamboo swallowed the maximum amount of force food every day to increase his growth rate to the fastest. Before the bamboo fruit matured, he ate all the snake blood apricot kernels and 5-leaf redwood pine nuts purchased from the caravan in the spring and fell into a deep sleep. The benefits of the snake blood apricot kernels in strengthening the physique were reflected. He grew hastily and woke up after only 2 days of sleep. He successfully completed the promotion with only a little discomfort and weakness. L3 Senior Warrior. About 1.5 meters long. Bamboo continued to choose ordinary green bamboo as the life seed for breeding. The bamboo fruit of the green bamboo God-given seeds is about to mature. In order to ensure the quality, 6 raw stones were put into each bamboo fruit. 584 bamboo poles and 1168 bamboo fruits exuded a strong breath of force, which could be smelled from 10 kilometers away. This breath has an irresistible temptation to all force creatures. In a year with many accidents, we dare not be careless. The Lord of Red Banyan Mountain helps to guard the seeds of the god of Snake Vine. The Lord of Iron Knife Mountain rushed to Leju Peak 5 days in advance to help guard. The bamboo fruit is about to mature. The weather was not good, and a thunderstorm suddenly broke out in the evening. Leju Peak entered a state of high alert. The red rice, which had no fighting power at all, hid deep in the cave. The Lord of Iron Knife Mountain guarded the seeds of the god of green bamboo alone. Data followed by the side, commanding the ant colony, waiting for the bamboo fruit to mature, picking it immediately, picking one by one when it was ripe, and hiding it in the hole that had been dug long ago. Bamboo and Fengling were guarding at the foot of the mountain. Daxiong was guarding at the entrance of the mountain. Rat King led 6 bamboo rat warriors to disperse at the foot of the mountain and be responsible for vigilance. Squeak! Squeak! Late at night, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded at the foot of the mountain. It was a bamboo rat warrior on guard who noticed the abnormal force fluctuations and then used this special sound wave to transmit information. Maju. South side of Leju Peak. Rat King, who was following Bamboo, translated and explained. Bamboo asked, "What kind of beast warriors are they? How many are there?" Rat King said, "It's the bridge crocodile warriors you mentioned. 8 in number. Looking for death." Bamboo flapped his wings and flew into the air, flying to the south side of the mountain, spreading his mental power and exploring forward. Bamboo. They are coming soon. I'll hide first. Maju was scared and went into the cave without waiting for Bamboo's consent, and disappeared. Bamboo rats are indeed extremely sensitive to force fluctuations. Bamboo concentrated and calmed down, sensing for a long time, and finally found that the 8-headed brutal force breath had entered the sensing range. Bridge crocodile warrior. Without any intention of finding a breakthrough, he rushed forward recklessly, and it seemed that he was not afraid of the blood thorn defense wall at the bottom of the mountain. Bamboo raised his tentacles vertically, shaking to send electromagnetic wave signals and transmit information. Soon, the Iron Blade Mountain Lord and Fengling responded. Fengling's hind leg injury had not yet healed, so he could not fight head-on, and quietly approached the south side of the mountain. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord was furious. His wings were flaming, and he jumped into the air, hovering at the height of the mountainside. His mental power erupted, and he roared, "Get out!" The 8-headed bridge crocodile warrior did not respond with his mind, nor did he retreat. Instead, he lined up in a line and accelerated up the mountain. Puff! 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 The bridge crocodile had thick skin and flesh, and it broke through the obstruction of the bloodthorn vines. Looking for death, Bamboo was also angry, flapping his wings and rising into the air, with murderous intent. Swish! The Iron Knife Mountain Lord swooped down from the mountainside, opened his mouth, and a red column of fire sprayed directly at the leading bridge crocodile warrior. The high-temperature flames burned, and the rain rose and turned into white mist. The upper half of the body of the bridge crocodile warrior hit by the attack exuded the aroma of barbecue. The thick outer skin cracked and exploded. The flesh and blood rolled, and in the severe pain, he instinctively rolled and struggled in the mud. Woo! Woo! Bamboo was about to wait for an opportunity to kill this hateful invader, when the roar and scream of the big bear suddenly came from the north side of the mountain. Iron Knife Mountain Lord. They have accomplices, Bamboo shouted. The master of Tidao Mountain also heard Daxiong's roar and scream. It was obvious that these beast warriors had planned to attack from both north and south directions at the same time. He became even more angry and roared, "Bamboo, go and take a look. I will take care of the Chiao crocodile warriors." Okay. Bamboo turned around and rushed to the north side of the mountain without hesitation. It turned out to be a Goju mountain python warrior. The battle is coming to an end. A tragic battlefield. The big bear was dying, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. His head was bitten by the giant python and his body was entangled by the python's body. The strangulation was in progress, and the sound of bones being crushed could be vaguely heard. The defeated Goju mountain python was still in pain. The head and abdomen should have been hit by the iron sand palm of the big bear. The scales were broken and the flesh was bloody, especially the head, and the skull was leaking out. The rain washed, and blood flowed under the circling python's body. Bamboo saw that the situation was not good, and he landed in a flash, ran quickly, and disappeared into the nearby Puju bamboo forest. This Goju mountain python has experienced several periods of sleep and growth. Its body length is over 10 meters, and its strength is equivalent to that of a 9-year-old senior warrior. It has a keen sense of perception and found bamboo. It is aware of the danger, opens its jaws, spits out the big bear's head, and relaxes its body, loosening up little by little. Its huge body moves forward in a straight line and enters the bamboo forest where bamboo disappeared. Snap! 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 A crisp sound came from behind. The body of the Goju mountain python warrior, which was moving in a straight line, suddenly stopped and slowly looked back. Behind, a large number of bamboos were cut off at the roots and fell, blocking the retreat. Strangely, there was no trace of the black cockroach warrior. The rain was very urgent, and the snake tongue could not catch the other party's scent. The mental power was unfolded and scanned, but no trace was found. Snap! 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 Behind, the sound of cutting bamboo came again. The Goju mountain python warrior suddenly turned around, shrank into an S shape, then suddenly bounced open, stretched out, and shot out like an arrow. Chapter 145 Premeditated Attack. Snap! Snap! The fallen bamboo pole was broken by the rough charge of the Goju mountain python warrior. It soon realized that it had made a mistake in judgment. The bamboo forest was not easy to roam, and the fallen bamboo pole seriously hindered its movement. Snap! Snap! The sound of bamboo poles being cut came from behind. Without turning around, the snake tongue instinctively swallowed and spit, and the mental power was expanded, suddenly exploring backwards. Sure enough, it caught the trace of the black cockroach warrior. The toes of its forelimbs were extremely sharp, and it could easily cut the bamboo pole with a swing. The movements were extremely fast and sensitive. When it realized that it was locked by mental power, it immediately flapped its wings and flew into the air, and then disappeared. Squeak! The Goju mountain python warrior's body quickly swirls. His snake tongue flickers, and after thinking, he moves forward in a straight line, intending to leave the bamboo forest, ignoring the provocation of the black cockroach warrior, and heading straight for the goal, the mature God-given fruit. Caw-caw-caw. The sound of bamboo poles being cut down came from the front again. Does it want to stop me from going up the mountain in this clumsy way? No. It wants to delay time. There is another powerful cockroach warrior over there, the Goju mountain python thought. Then disdainfully, without hesitation, speeding forward. However, this time he learned his lesson and no longer rushed recklessly, but lowered his head and swam under the fallen bamboo poles. He did not dare to be careless, and his mental power was deployed to guard against the sudden attack of the black cockroach warrior, who came and went at an extremely fast speed. He successfully passed through the Puju bamboo forest. He found that there was another bamboo forest with taller bamboo poles in front, and a large number of bamboo poles were cut down and fell in pieces. Stupid cockroach warrior. At this time, the Goju mountain python warrior was absolutely sure that the opponent was too small to fight him head-on, so he planned to use this inferior means to create obstacles, delay time, and wait for the powerful cockroach warrior to come to support. It doesn't know that the powerful cockroach warrior will also die tonight. I have completed the assigned task, and they are still fighting. Now, we should quickly go up the mountain to grab more force fruits, taking the least risk and getting the most benefits, the Goju mountain python warrior thought, and couldn't help but feel proud. He accelerated the march and got into the bamboo forest in front. The bamboo poles were very thick, with lush branches and leaves. The python head lay on the ground and walked close to the ground, just enough to get through the branches and leaves. This kind of obstruction was not an obstruction at all, but only slowed down the march to the mountain to a limited extent. The Goju mountain python warrior was also extremely cautious, and kept spreading his mental power to guard against sneak attacks. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed down from the sky. You really dare to attack? The Goji Mountain Python warrior raised his head suddenly, ready to fight. Bang! Suddenly, the python's head hit the bamboo pole above, and the wound was pierced by the broken bamboo branch, causing a sharp pain. Subconsciously, it lowered its head again, contracted its body, and moved its head backward to avoid the fallen bamboo pole. After a delay, the black cockroach warrior had already landed, landing exactly 7 inches from the neck. Swish! Swish! 2 sharp sounds of scales being pierced. Then, there was a sharp pain. The Goji Mountain Python warrior subconsciously opened his jaws and wanted to turn his head to bite, but found that he couldn't lift his head. The severe pain in the neck spread to both sides. The Goji Mountain Python warrior found that his body seemed to disappear suddenly, and he lost his perception. He twisted desperately, but there was no response, and his head collapsed on the spot, unable to move at all. Have you eaten the force fruit of some wild God-given species? Humph. I'll come back to take care of you. A cold, murderous mental power came from behind. The black cockroach flapped its wings and flew into the air, disappearing. What's going on? How could this happen? What did it do to me? The Goji Mountain Python warrior's mind was running wildly, trying to control the twisting of his body. But there was no reaction at all. Paralyzed in place. Only the big jaws could open and close, and the snake tongue could still swallow and spit. Bamba dealt with the Goji Mountain Python warrior and was about to go down the mountain to check on the big bear's life and death, when he suddenly received a distress signal from Feng Ling. Very intense and urgent information. Ink Anaconda. The level of the Mountain Master. The Iron Blade Mountain Master was injured. I was seriously injured by the bridge crocodile. The Iron Blade Mountain Master was actually injured. He must have been ambushed. Bamboo was horrified and rushed to the south side of the mountain. During the flight, Bamboo calmed down again and analyzed the reason why the Iron Blade Mountain Master was ambushed. The Red Bladdish tribe was promoted to Mountain Master and awakened the Flame ability, which is the most lethal means. With one flame, beast warriors below the Mountain Master level will lose half their lives even if they are not burned to death, and lose their combat effectiveness instantly. Strong abilities naturally have limitations. Under normal circumstances, a Mountain Master of the first age can release the Flame ability once, twice in the second age, 3 times in the third age, and so on. The Iron Blade Mountain Master does not have the God-given seed, and his strength is relatively weak. At the 4th age, he can only release it 3 times in a row. The 4th time will take some time to accumulate the original force. The Iron Blade Mountain Master has a hot temper and is easily angered. It should be the outbreak of the battle. He directly released the Flame ability 3 times, burning the 3-headed bridge crocodile warrior, and then landed and fought with the other 5-headed bridge crocodile warriors. Then he was attacked by the lurking black anaconda warrior. But, last time, the black anaconda warrior had not yet been promoted to the level of Mountain Master. Could it be that? Bamboo immediately thought of the high-level warrior who disappeared in the Yabai Mountains. At that time, a large number of force fruits ripened in its territory, and they were looted. It must have been done by the black anaconda warrior. It successfully promoted to Mountain Master with that batch of force fruits. Only the Mountain Master level can control the 8-headed bridge crocodile and a powerful Goju Mountain Python to unite and besiege Liju Peak. Damn beast! Bamboo cursed, flying to the battlefield in the south of the mountain. His eyes swept over. As expected, as he had guessed, 3 burned bridge crocodile warriors were struggling in pain in the mud. Half of the hind leg of the Iron Knife Mountain Master was bitten off, and one of his vein wings was broken from it. At this time, he was facing the siege of 4 bridge crocodile warriors alone. Feng Ling struggled to hold back a bridge crocodile warrior. The hind legs, which had only grown halfway, were broken again. This time the injury was more serious. One of its wings was torn to pieces by the bridge crocodile. It was resisting the attack of the bridge crocodile while fleeing. Fortunately, there was something unexpected. The huge black and white figure was fighting with the black anaconda warrior whose body length had increased by about 9 meters. It was the master of Huabai Mountain. It probably calculated the ripening time of the bamboo fruit given by the green bamboo god and came to trade. Right? It just happened to catch up with this battle. The black anaconda warrior succeeded in attacking the master of Taidao Mountain, but was attacked by the master of Huabai Mountain in turn. The master of Huabai Mountain is a tough guy. A hole was pierced in the side of the black anaconda warrior. This was caused by the attack of the left forelimb of the master of Huabai Mountain, which was too strong and pierced into the abdominal cavity. The Black Anaconda warrior struggled violently, and the master of Huabai Mountain did not have time to pull out his forelimb, so it was twisted and broken. The exoskeleton was broken, but the muscles inside were still connected. One of the forelimbs was drooping and lost its ability to move. Banbu, go help Feng Ling. Seeing Banbu coming, the Iron Blade Mountain Lord shouted. Banbu glanced at the battlefield, without answering, and rushed directly to the Black Boa. Banbu! Feng Ling had already been unable to hold on, and was in danger, and anxiously called for help. Master Huabai. Banbu's divine thoughts burst out, shouting to remind him. Understood. The Master Huabai Mountain responded with a low voice. Chapter 146, Real and Fake. The Black Anaconda is good at sneak attacks, but not good at frontal combat. It was severely injured by the sneak attack of the Huabai Mountain Lord and was entangled. It was already in a passive position. Banbu suddenly arrived and responded to the Huabai Mountain Lord, as if brewing a fatal blow. The Black Anaconda warrior didn't understand, but his mind was still turning very quickly. The first thing he thought of was that the Goji Mountain Python warrior might be killed by this Black Cockroach warrior, who was very good at fighting. It had crossed paths with Banbu, and was very sure that this smaller Black Cockroach warrior was not only courageous and good at fighting, but also very agile and difficult to deal with. There are expected and unexpected things. What is unexpected is how the other party is going to attack him. This is a question about life. Fear suddenly came to his heart. The Black Anaconda warrior twisted his body hard and tried to turn around and escape. Huabai Lord followed closely behind. His hind legs burst out, kicked hard, accelerated forward, flapped his wings, and flew into the air, passing over the python's head. He gathered his two hind legs in the air, and then kicked again. His 4 toes pierced the scales, leaving 4 blood holes deep enough to see the bones on the python's head. Huabai Lord accelerated again, landed in front of the Black Anaconda, turned his head, continued to run, and charged head-on. The Black Anaconda warrior felt pain and panicked, and quickly circled his body to defend himself. With a bang, Huabai Lord collided with the Black Anaconda, and then quickly separated. During the collision, he did not forget to use the movable forelimb to take a piece of snake scales from the other party. The Black Anaconda warrior was seriously injured in the side abdomen, and now there were 4 blood holes on the top of his head, which was simply adding insult to injury. He did not dare to actively launch an attack. What about the Black Cockroach warrior? After the divine thought swept over, he was immediately very angry. Banbu made a feint and rushed towards the Xiao Anaconda warrior. He suddenly turned around and rushed towards the Qiao Crocodile warrior, who was fighting with Feng Ling. The previous communication with the master of Huabai Mountain was simply a trick. The outer skin of the Qiao Crocodile warrior is divided into 2 layers. The surface layer is a hard square-shaped protrusion, and the lower layer is a thick, soft and tough cortex. It is hard on the outside and soft on the inside, with super strong defense, just like wearing heavy armor. It is for this reason that they dare to crash into the Bloodthorn defense wall without scruples, and resist the flames of the master of Taidao Mountain without dying. If they are in the water, their movements are still very flexible. Not to mention the cockroach warriors at the level of the mountain master. Even if the princess comes, they can't do anything. However, after landing, the body structure highlights the fatal weakness, fat and strong, wearing heavy armor, but short limbs, clumsy movement. Banbu had observed ordinary bridge crocodiles. In land battles, their attack methods were very simple. That is, suddenly turning sideways, whipping with their tails, or biting with their jaws. Feng Ling was also a strange thing. He was bitten, and more than once. The left wing was bitten to pieces, and the main wing vein was hanging with sparse broken wing membranes. Banbu seized the opportunity and dived from the back, trying to land on the back of the bridge crocodile warrior. Be careful. Feng Ling saw this and shouted anxiously. Banbu suddenly realized the danger, and hurriedly flapped his wings, adjusted his posture, and climbed up again in the middle of the dive and flew high into the sky. The mental power scanned downwards, and saw that the bridge crocodile's body flipped in the air, stirring up a large piece of mud and splashing. In midair, it opened its jaws, bit its body, and bit back. There is such an attack method? Banbu couldn't help but be afraid. If it dives down, it will most likely be bitten. either breaking its legs or breaking its wings. How did Feng Ling get into trouble? Bamboo slowly lowered its flight altitude and circled at low altitude. Feng Ling reminded, they are very powerful. They have fought with the Cockroach tribe and are familiar with the attack methods of the Cockroach warriors. They know how to deal with them. Bamboo, don't attack easily. While saying this, he retreated and stayed away from the bridge crocodile warrior. The bridge crocodile warrior pressed forward step by step, while being wary of the bamboo above his head. Without any warning, Bamboo accelerated and launched a dive attack. The bridge crocodile warrior immediately arched his body slightly, lying on all fours, rolling his body, twitching his tail violently, looking back in the air, and biting with his long jaws. Bamboo did not fall, but suddenly turned halfway and tilted up to the sky again. It was a purely tentative action, and this time the whole set of actions of the bridge crocodile warrior was clearly seen. It was not an instinctive attack, but a set of targeted attack methods created for the cockroach race. After all, intelligent life, with just this one move, can perfectly break the 4 attacks of the cockroach warriors. Bamboo saw the problem again. The power of this move is very complicated. From beginning to end, the jaws, waist and back, chest and abdomen, limbs, and tail are all used and exerted together. Such a difficult move. Bamboo hovered at low altitude, landed on the ground, galloped, and charged from the front. The bridge crocodile warrior extended his jaws to 90 degrees, stood still, and waited for Bamboo to rush up. But Bamboo kicked his legs in the middle, flapped his wings, and suddenly took off, without a head-on collision. It was still a feint attack. This time, the bridge crocodile warrior was mentally prepared, slowly closed his mouth, no longer paying attention to the fleeing wind chimes, and concentrated on dealing with the cunning Bamboo. Bamboo circled at low altitude, flying around the bridge crocodile warrior, eager to try, and made a diving motion several times, but gave up. After several times, the bridge crocodile warrior finally couldn't stand it anymore, turned around, ran wildly, and rushed towards the master of Tidal Mountain. Bamboo chased from behind without hesitation. Diving at low altitude, the bridge crocodile warrior immediately launched a special move, arched his back, soared into the air, swung his tail, first rolled, turned his head in the air, and opened his mouth to bite back. This time, it still bit into nothing, because Bamboo didn't intend to attack at all. He dived forward for a distance, and when he saw that he was approaching, he climbed up again. Hello. After being fooled again and again, the bridge crocodile warrior finally lost his patience and made an angry sound, deciding to kill the cockroach warrior who was severely injured by him first. Turning his head, Feng Ling, who had lost his ability to fight, was fleeing quickly to the mountain. The bridge crocodile warrior ignored the threat in the air and chased after him. Feng Ling noticed it, flapped its remaining wings, limped, and ran faster. The bridge crocodile warrior followed suit and accelerated. Bamboo flew low and launched another probing attack. Unfortunately, this time, the bridge crocodile warrior was no longer fooled, and buried his head, intent on hunting down Feng Ling. Bamboo continued to dive down. This was a real and fake psychological game. The bridge crocodile warrior estimated that Bamboo would be brave enough to attack him this time, so he used his special move again, but found that it was still a feint. Hello. He was so angry that he kept shouting and continued to run up the mountain to hunt down Feng Ling. Bamboo continued to dive down. The bridge crocodile warrior ignored it. Sure enough, he still didn't dare to attack. It was still a feint. The bridge crocodile warrior couldn't help but wonder if this black cockroach warrior was timid and didn't dare to attack him at all. Just as he was thinking, he found that Feng Ling, who was running in front, suddenly stopped. This guy was scared and ran to the bottom of the steep cliff. There was no road in front, and there was a steep slope on the side. Bamboo! Feng Ling was very anxious and climbed up the cliff, but he fell down after climbing 2 meters. At this time, he was moving to the side with difficulty. Woo. The voice of the bridge crocodile warrior was full of mockery and complacency. 2 cockroach warriors. One did not dare to attack, and the other was desperate. The bridge crocodile warrior slowed down and pressed towards Feng Ling step by step. When he climbed over a patch of grass on the slope, his abdomen suddenly felt cold, followed by a huge pain of being cut. His body instinctively bounced away, and he started to check with his mental power, for claws that penetrated deep into his internal organs almost ripped him open. The mental power probed into the grass and found a hidden cave there. He continued to explore the cave, and a black figure disappeared in an instant. What am I attacking? The leather armor on the belly of the bridge crocodile warrior is soft and tough. What kind of claws can penetrate it at once? It's too late to think deeply, because the black cockroach warrior flying in the air launched a dive attack again. Is it true or false this time? The bridge crocodile warrior was afraid, and used his special moves, arched his back, flew into the air, and turned over. The blood on his chest mixed with rainwater and spurted everywhere. It was still a feint. Bamboo climbed high into the sky, adjusted his posture, locked the target, and launched another dive attack. This time, he landed on the back of the bridge crocodile warrior steadily, with 4 legs firmly clinging, and 2 front limbs swinging and cutting. The battle of wits and courage ended here. The bridge crocodile warrior's body bounced suddenly, flew into the air, rolled with bamboo, fell to the ground, and rolled down the slope. However, no matter how he tried, he couldn't get rid of bamboo's clinging. There was a sharp pain in my back. I felt the sharp toes of the spotted scalp cutting through the skin, cutting through the back muscles, and piercing the spine. I trembled all over, and my lower body was paralyzed. Chapter 147. Go and come back. Woo! Woo! The roar of the big bear came from the bottom of the mountain. Bamboo turned his head, and saw that the big bear had come over at some point. One of its legs had been broken by the Goji mountain python before, and it was now limping towards a bridge crocodile warrior who was besieging the master of Tidal Mountain. His 2 arms were still intact, and he burst out with all his strength, rushed forward, desperately hugged a bridge crocodile, and rolled in the mud. The big bear had a strong sense of war, so he hugged the bridge crocodile warrior desperately to prevent it from participating in the siege. The pressure faced by the master of Tidal Mountain suddenly decreased, and a large area of carapace veins lit up with red light. He separated his mind to absorb the original force, and began to accumulate and brew the next fire attack. Phone Ling. You go up the mountain and hide, Bamboo said, and his mental power explored the rat hole. The Rat King was really cowardly. He sneaked up and immediately ran away without a trace. His eyes swept across the battlefield again. The big bear dragged a bridge crocodile warrior, and the Iron Blade Mountain Lord was still struggling against the 3 bridge crocodile warriors. But his life should not be in danger. On the other side, the Flower Cypress Mountain Lord and the Black Anaconda warrior were in a stalemate. The Black Anaconda warrior wanted to escape, but his abdomen was severely injured, and he could not escape. So he coiled in a circle to defend. The Flower Cypress Mountain Lord wandered around it back and forth, unable to find a suitable opportunity to attack, and they could do nothing to each other. Bamboo thought for a moment, flapped his wings and flew into the air, rushing towards the Iron Blade Mountain Lord's battle group. The old method. The mental power locked onto a bridge crocodile warrior without hesitation, swooped down, and pretended to attack. The bridge crocodile warrior immediately noticed it, was horrified and alert, arched his back, leaped, and used the trick to attack the cockroach warriors, and then found that he was being fooled. But he was not angry, but more cautious. In the current situation, their attack has failed, and their lives are in danger. The only way to survive is to kill the Lord of Tidal Mountain. The harassed bridge crocodile ignored Bamboo, and rushed into the Lord of Tidal Mountain even more frantically. The Lord of Tidal Mountain has rich combat experience and responded calmly. Under the siege of the 3-headed bridge crocodile warrior, he tried not to collide head-on, rushed left and right, and absorbed the force distractedly. Bamboo locked onto the 1 bridge crocodile warrior, constantly swooped down, gave up halfway, and repeatedly made feint attacks to interfere. This bridge crocodile warrior is also patient and vigilant at all times. He responded in time every time, and did not give Bamboo a chance. In this way, Bamboo indirectly restrained a bridge crocodile warrior for the Lord of Tidal Mountain. Iron Knife. Can you do it or not? I'm leaving. Over there. The Lord of Hawaii Mountain simply lay on the ground and confronted the Mo Anaconda, shouting impatiently, Why did you come here? The Lord of Tidal Mountain felt much more relaxed with the help of Bamboo, and asked with his mind. The Lord of Hawaii Mountain said depressedly, I calculated that the seeds of the green bamboo god would mature today, so I came to trade with Bamboo. I didn't expect to catch such a good opportunity, but I broke a leg. You Red Cockroach tribe must be compensated. Compensation. The Lord of Tidal Mountain shouted angrily, It's all your Flower Cockroach Kingdom's fault that you didn't have the strength to open up Wasteland and expand the land. These beast warriors all came here because of your poor encirclement and suppression. The Lord of Wabai Mountain was also furious and said, I shouldn't have helped. Let you die. The Lord of Tidedown Mountain was even more angry and shouted, Don't mind your own business. I will kill them all anyway. Mind your own business. The Lord of Wabai Mountain was so angry that he trembled all over. He turned his head, flapped his wings and flew into the air, saying indifferently, Then I won't be annoying anymore. Goodbye. After saying that, he really let go and flapped his wings to leave. The Lord of Tidedown Mountain was stunned for a moment and shouted anxiously, Bamboo. Attack! Help me contain it. I can release the fire power immediately. The Mo Anaconda warrior was also stunned for a while and detected with his mind that there was really no trace of the Lord of Wabai Mountain. He immediately stretched his python body, slithered like a snake, and suddenly straightened his body, accelerated to rush to the bloodthorn bush in front, and directly knocked a hole in the bloodthorn bush that blocked the road. It's impossible to do it. So leave first as a courtesy. The black and white figure suddenly drilled out from the side, and when the Mo Anaconda's slender body only half passed through the gap of the bloodthorn bush, he ran, jumped, and kicked his legs, and instantly completed the attack action, leaving 4 blood holes at the most vulnerable 7-inch position of the neck. You? Despicable. For the first time, the black anaconda sent out a telepathic communication and roared angrily. This black and white cockroach warrior who attacked him was too insidious and too despicable. Idiot! The tone of Wabai Mountain Lord was full of pride and disdain. His movements were not slow at all. After the attack was successful, he immediately turned around and launched a second round of sprint. The 3-headed bridge crocodile warrior saw that the black anaconda was hit again by the sneak attack, and the neck was injured. The overall movement became slow. At this time, it was stuck in the thorns and was completely at a disadvantage. It was frightened and panicked. The siege was in chaos. The one that was disturbed by the spotted cloth gave up the siege and tried to escape. Voila! The Iron Knife Mountain Lord opened his mouth and spewed a red column of fire, hitting the nearest bridge crocodile warrior. The high-temperature flame burned, and the half-body leather armor of the bridge crocodile warrior was burned black. The skin was torn, and the pain was rumbling. Keep calling. The other crocodile warrior, who was rushing towards the master of Tidedown Mountain, saw this, and completely collapsed and turned to flee. Hello. The crocodile warrior who was held tightly by the big bear roared angrily and struggled even harder, trying to get rid of the big bear. Bamboo flew in the air, chasing the bridge crocodile that fled first, repeatedly diving and attacking but giving up halfway. This crocodile warrior was harassed by Bamboo, and after being tossed again and again, he finally lost his patience and chose to ignore Bamboo's teasing and concentrate on running for his life. This was a helpless choice, but also a fatal wrong choice. After several feints without response, Bamboo grasped the opponent's heart, so he was no longer polite, and suddenly dived, landed steadily, climbed on the back of the crocodile warrior, and waved his forelimbs to cut. The crocodile warrior felt pain, instinctively swung left and right, rolled down the hillside, trying to break free. However, its uneven leather armor is too suitable for toes to cling on. Once entangled, it is difficult to get out. Bamboo killed a bridge crocodile warrior alone. The master of Tidedown Mountain used his fire ability to disable one, and fought in close combat, fighting alone, and killed another with his forelimbs. Of the 8 bridge crocodile warriors that attacked Leisure Peak, only the one that was tightly held by the big bear was struggling desperately. Bamboo landed on the side, saw the opportunity, pounced on it, and also clung to the back of the bridge crocodile, waving his forelimbs to cut. The master of Tidedown Mountain began to kill the bridge crocodile warriors, who were burned by the flames, and did not die, but lost their fighting ability one by one. Big Bear, you can let go, Bamboo reminded. The big bear said weakly, Bamboo, it's not dead yet. Bamboo said, it can't move. Keeping it alive is still useful. Oh. The bear slowly lowered his head, supported himself with his palms, and slowly fell forward. Ouch! The wound seemed to be affected, and the bear shuddered suddenly, raised his head, covered his chest with his palms, leaned back, and fell into the mud. Big Bear, Bamboo called. Bamboo, it hurts. The bear's mind was tired and weak, and his consciousness was a little fuzzy. Bamboo remembered that the bear had been strangled by the Goji mountain python warrior, and he even heard the sound of bones breaking at that time. He hurried forward and explored with his mind. The leg bones were broken. 3 ribs in the chest were broken, and one of them injured the lung lobe. The head was bitten by the Goji mountain python, and 2 holes were bitten in the cheek. The scalp was also bitten, but fortunately, the bite force was not strong enough and did not pierce the skull. Many blood vessels on the body were ruptured and the muscles were congested. The injury was not fatal, mainly because the fierce battle and the injury consumed too much physical energy and weakness. Bamboo was relieved and comforted him. "Big Bear, you are injured. Just lie down and don't move." The Lord of Tidal Mountain also stepped forward to take a look and asked, "Is it okay?" "It's okay," Bamboo said worriedly. "Lord of Tidal Mountain, your injury. You must shed your shell and grow up again." The divine thoughts of the Lord of Huabai Mountain came, and he was a little excited and happy. Bamboo and the Lord of Tidal Mountain looked sideways, and saw that it hooked the head of the black anaconda with one of its forelimbs, and was struggling to drag it into the thorn bush. The black anaconda was covered with scars, and dozens of holes were pierced in the neck, and it had already died. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord asked, "You didn't say you were leaving?" The Flower Cypress Mountain Lord said proudly, "If I didn't say I was leaving, how could I kill it and wait for your help?" Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Bamboo quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Master Huabai, thank you for your righteous action. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Now, everyone clean up the corpses, eat and rest, and don't let your guard down. There may be more beast warriors attacking." Chapter 148, Torture. He knows nothing. Rat King. Rat King. Bamboo summoned his spiritual power to call. After waiting for a while, the Rat King peeked out from the entrance of the passage hidden under a pile of wild grass. He realized that the crisis was over, and made a squeaking sound by grinding his teeth to notify other bamboo rat warriors. At the same time, he walked out of the passage and asked, "Bamboo, are you not injured?" "I am not," Bamboo said. "The big bear is very weak. Cut some bridge crocodile meat and feed it to it, and then take it up the mountain to rest." "Okay," the Rat King replied. Bamboo then ordered, "Notify Maju and the others to disperse from their original positions and remain alert. Will there be no more beast warrior attacks?" The Rat King looked at the miserable Iron Blade Mountain Lord, and then looked at the unconscious Big Bear, and said with a stiff face, "Bamboo, if there are more beast warrior attacks, I can join the battle." "Stop talking nonsense," Bamboo asked. "What's the situation on the mountain?" The Rat King gnashed his teeth and made a sound to notify the other 6 bamboo rat warriors to be alert, while answering with mental power, "The bamboo fruit is ripening." "Okay," Bamboo simply responded, flapped his wings and flew into the air, landing next to the blood-thorn God-given seed. "Bamboo! Bamboo! Bamboo!" Sensing Bamboo's approach, the bloodthorn tree spirit cheered. Bamboo conveyed his thoughts. "Bloodthorn. I want to pick a few thorns." Hmm. The bloodthorn tree spirit happily responded, and then conveyed a doubtful thought to Bamboo. Bamboo carefully used his toes to pull out 3 3-centimeter long thorns from the main thorn of the bloodthorn God-given seed, and explained, "That's thunder and lightning." The bloodthorn tree spirit asked excitedly, "What is thunder? What is lightning?" Bamboo explained in detail, "The roar is thunder. The light is lightning. Thunder is the sound of lightning breaking the air." The bloodthorn tree spirit sent a long string of doubtful thoughts to Bamboo. "Bloodthorn, I have something to do. I'm leaving first. I'll see you tomorrow." Bamboo ignored the bloodthorn tree spirit's question and left in a hurry. The bridge crocodile warrior who had been fighting with the big bear before was only cut off by Bamboo in the back tendons and muscles of the 4 legs, losing the ability to move, and the injury did not affect his life. Bamboo landed in front of it, picked up a thorn, shook it in front of his eyes, and said, "The poisonous thorn of the bloodthorn God-given seed. You try it." After that, he gently scratched the leather armor on the back of the bridge crocodile warrior with his toes, and inserted the thorn into the muscle little by little. The surface of the thorn was smooth and had a faint luster. It was a very fragile waterproof protective film. When the thorns penetrate the muscles, this membrane will break. Bamboo twisted the thorns and rotated them repeatedly in the muscles, allowing the thorn's toxicity to fully dissolve in the blood and penetrate into the muscles. Then he pulled them out. The blood flowed out slowly like a mountain spring, and was immediately washed away by the rain. Lululu. The nerve toxin stimulated the unbearable pain, and the heart of the bridge crocodile warrior beat violently, trembling all over, and a sad cry came out of his throat. The Lord of Wabai Mountain asked, Bamboo, what are you doing? What did you just say? Bloodthorn God-given seeds? If it were any other time, Bamboo would definitely be happy to show off to the Lord of Wabai Mountain. But it was different now, and his mood was extremely bad. Bamboo said, I have a few questions for it. The master of Wabai Mountain asked, what's the problem? Bamboo raised a thorn and shook it in front of the bridge crocodile warriors, then pointed at the black anaconda corpse and asked, how do you know it? Have you known it for a long time? The bridge crocodile warriors replied in panic, I have known it for a long time. I have known it for a long time. Even before my home was destroyed. Bamboo asked, have you attacked the territories of other cockroach warriors this year? The bridge crocodile warriors replied, we didn't. It told us that it killed many cockroach warriors. We didn't. Humph. Bamboo snorted coldly and said to the master of Tidal Mountain, it seems that Shansher was most likely killed by the black anaconda's sneak attack. After saying this, Bamboo jumped onto the back of the bridge crocodile warrior and scratched the skin with his toes. The bridge crocodile warrior shouted in horror, I said, I also know that the black anaconda warrior is it. This year, it went to the other side of the river, killed the cockroach warriors, and robbed a lot of force food. What? What did you say? The Wabai Mountain Lord, who was originally a little happy because he was proud of killing a mountain master level black anaconda, was furious when he heard this and shouted, it did it. As Bamboo guessed, the black anaconda warrior was almost promoted to mountain master before. It killed a senior warrior in the Yabai Mountains and robbed the territory of force food, and then successfully broke through. Thinking of the dead compatriots and looking at the body of the culprit, the Wabai Mountain Lord's originally good mood suddenly became fluctuating. Bamboo continued to ask, where did that Goju Mountain Python warrior come from? Did you know it a long time ago? No. The crocodile warrior felt the thorns piercing his muscles and cried out in pain, I don't know it. The anaconda warrior knows it. It knows it. We don't know it. Bamboo asked, where does the Goju Mountain Python warrior live? Or in which direction? How far is it from here? The crocodile warrior swung his tail vigorously, pointed in a direction, and shouted, over there. It came from over there. But we don't know where it lives. The anaconda warrior knows it. But we don't. Bamboo asked, are there any other Goju Mountain Python warriors? The crocodile warrior cried out in pain, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We just got to know it. Damn. You don't know anything. Bamboo was angry and cut with his toes, cutting off a large area of muscle on the back, exposing the spine, and cutting hard, splitting the spine and cutting off the internal central nervous system. The master of Tidal Mountain asked, Bamboo, is that Goju Mountain Python still alive? Bamboo said, I deliberately spared its life. Tidal Mountain said, what are you planning to do? Bamboo said, I'll go over and take a look. The Goju Mountain Python warrior was paralyzed but not dead. Bamboo used all the cruel means he could think of to torture it, but it refused to tell him where it lived. This was also expected. The reason is very simple. The Goju Mountain Pythons are rampant in Jinping Mountain Range, and there must be more than one Goju Mountain Python warrior. Where it lives, there is not only a wild God-given seed, but there are probably other Goju Mountain Python warriors living. Bamboo was very annoyed. A wild God-given seed is a small matter. If the snake is not killed, there will be endless troubles. In the future, his territory will also face the threat of this group of Goju Mountain Pythons hiding somewhere unknown. Until late at night, all the bamboo fruits were ripe and picked, no longer emitting that tempting smell. Under the rain, the previous smell quickly dissipated. Tidal Mountain Lord and Huabai Mountain Lord were busy cleaning up in the quarrel. Huabai Mountain Lord took the fangs of the black boa and the jaw teeth of the 8-headed bridge crocodile warrior. Tidal Mountain Lord took the tail. These are all strong evidence. The border is barren, and it is not easy to survive. But we must not give up the rule easily. Otherwise, the beast warriors in the barren land will develop and form a scale, and the rich territory in the rear will be threatened. The reason why Huabai Mountain Lord was happy before was that he could take things and go to Chiofeng County to report the matter to Chiofeng County Lord. The black and white cockroach tribe is rich, and they will definitely not hesitate to pay a large amount of compensation to help Huabai Mountain Lord shed his shell and grow, and healed his injuries. Tie-Down Mountain Lord did the same, taking things to report to Chijian County Lord. The number and strength of the beast warriors in this attack have never happened in recent decades. The two mountain masters participated in the battle, and were still severely injured. This is an extremely bad incident. Chijian County Lord should not be stingy about this. She will more or less give out compensation to help the Iron Blade Mountain Lord shed his shell and grow. Chapter 149, You Can Find Me. With the help of the Rat King, Big Bear ate to restore his strength and returned to the cave to rest and recuperate. Big Head commanded the ant colony to cut the bodies of the Black Anaconda and Bridge Crocodile warriors. The meat of the beast warriors, fed to ordinary small cockroaches, can slightly strengthen their physique. The 7 bamboo rat warriors continued to be on guard. The master of Huabai Mountain retrieved the hidden spider silk bag, packed up his things, and climbed up Liju Peak. Master Huabai, this time thanks to your timely appearance. Thank you. Bamboo thanked again, took out the fresh bamboo fruit he had just picked, and placed it in front of Master Huabai. Bamboo, you don't have to be so polite to me. The master of Huabai Mountain was in a good mood again, and he was in high spirits. He swept his mind over the bamboo fruit, counted the number, and said with emotion, the quality has improved well. It's above average, and it's only one step away from the top quality. Bamboo. This price, Bamboo said, last year, when bamboo fruits were ripe, an average of 4 raw stones were put into each fruit. This year, the quality has improved, and an average of 6 raw stones are put into each fruit. According to the rules, I can increase the price by 4 raw stones. The bamboo fruits are also a circle bigger than last year. The size has increased, so the price has to be increased. Not much, just 1 raw stone. This year, the bamboo fruits are sold for 21 raw stones. Master Huabai, what do you think? Master Huabai thought for a while and said, Bamboo, you are going to sell 20 raw stones, right? You are waiting for me to bargain. Bamboo said, that is the price for the caravan. I don't care what price you sell it to the caravan. I must bargain. Master Huabai said, I am not good at calculation. You can round it up to an integer. 20 raw stones? For easy calculation. Bamboo paused and said, okay. The Lord of Huabai Mountain didn't waste any words. He opened the spider silk bag and said, 584 bamboo fruits. The total price is 11,680 raw stones. After deducting the deposit of 4,700 raw stones last year, I have to give you 6,980 raw stones. I'll give you an integer. 7,000 raw stones. Are you satisfied? Bamboo said. Thank you. The Lord of Huabai Mountain said, I have to send the bamboo fruits to Princess Chiofeng first. Get the raw stones from her, and then come to pay you the deposit for next year. Is that okay? No problem. Bamboo answered readily. The Yabai Mountains are also very poor. The Lord of Huabai Mountain has little working capital, so he really needs to do this. The Lord of Huabai Mountain opened the spider silk bag and took out the raw stones piece by piece. With one of his forelimbs broken, his already inflexible movements became even more clumsy. Hee. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord couldn't help laughing as he watched, and asked, Huabai, how many raw stones can you earn from 1 bamboo fruit? Of course you can earn some. The kind you can't envy. Then the Huabai Mountain Lord didn't care about the Iron Blade Mountain Master's ridicule, and was still happy. Bamboo sighed in his heart and said, Huabai Mountain Lord, this time you saved the life of the Iron Blade Mountain Lord and Li Zhufeng, and you also suffered such a serious injury. I should show some appreciation. 584 bamboo fruits. Let's count them as 500. The remaining 84. You can keep them for yourself, and shed your shell, and grow up soon. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord was dissatisfied and shouted. The trouble was originally caused by the black and white cockroach tribe. The Huabai Mountain Lord wanted to be polite, but after hearing what the Iron Blade Mountain Lord said, he simply replied, Bamboo makes sense. Then I won't be polite. Let's recalculate. 500 bamboo fruits. Total price 10,000 raw stones. Deposit 4,700 raw stones. I still need to pay 5,300 raw stones. Bamboo, you also check the number and weight of raw stones. Okay. Bamboo weighed the raw stones one by one, scanned them with his mental power, and confirmed the quality. This year's transaction was successfully completed. The owner of Huabai Mountain said, the raw stones I brought are not used up. There are still 27 pieces left, which is 2,700 stones. It's troublesome to carry them back and forth. Bamboo. I'll give it to you first. Count it as a deposit. And then I'll give you 3,100 raw stones later. How about it? Bamboo said, the raw stones are heavy, and it's really laborious to move them back and forth. Of course, I have no reason to refuse. The Lord of Wabai Mountain continued to take out the raw stones. Bamboo continued to count and finished quickly. After finishing, the Lord of Wabai Mountain turned his attention to the direction of the growth of the bloodthorn God-given seed in the mountain. The 13 main branches of the bloodthorn God-given seed, in groups of 6 and 6, bent and folded to both sides, first in a W shape, then spread out, crawling around, and now grown like a butterfly. There is another branch that extends straight toward the direction of Leju Peak, directly to the foot of the mountain. Looking down from the mountain, it looks like a butterfly-shaped kite being released. The Lord of Wabai Mountain said, Bamboo, your bloodthorn God-given seed looks very stylish. The tree spirit can control the direction of the spread of its branches. You deliberately let it grow like this. It's interesting. I guess so. Bamboo said, the bloodthorn plant is quite different. The Lord of Wabai Mountain asked, what kind of strengthening effect is it, and what is the quality? Bamboo answered truthfully, the aura displayed is similar to that of the snake blood apricot, but the details are still unknown. As for the quality, it is a little worse than the snake blood apricot for the time being, but it will definitely improve next year. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be higher than the snake blood apricot. The Lord of Wabai Mountain said with emotion, Bamboo, since you came, the entire Leju Peak has become a treasure land favored by the true God of nature. Bamboo said, Leju Peak has always been a treasure land favored by the true God of nature. It is majestic and tall and full of original power. Thanks to the geographical advantage, I can save a lot of raw stones by operating the God-given seeds. The Lord of Wabai Mountain said, let's go down the mountain to have a look. Bamboo flicked his tentacles and said, okay, flapped his wings and flew into the air, landing next to the bloodthorn God-given seeds. The Lord of Wabai Mountain looked up, unfolded his spiritual power, and lightly swept through the bloodthorn bush, saying, as far as I know, it takes time for the God-given seeds of shrubs to grow, and it needs to invest more raw stones than herbaceous plants. This is the first year, and there are so many flowers, and the harvest is not small. Bamboo said, bloodthorns are different from regular shrubs. This plant grows fast. The Master of Wabai Mountain said, indeed, it not only grows fast, but also grows larger than ordinary shrubs. In short, it is better than the seeds given by the green bamboo gods in all aspects. Bamboo did not respond and was in a daze. As soon as he approached, the bloodthorn tree spirit sent a long series of doubtful thoughts to Bamboo. What is this? What is it going to do? What is that? The breath of the mountain master level, especially the bloody breath of killing after the battle, coupled with the divine mind scanning, made the bloodthorn tree spirit feel a sense of crisis. Bamboo patiently explained, it is a black and white cockroach tribe. It is called Wabai Mountain Master. It is a friend. It came to see you. The bloodthorn tree spirit immediately asked, what is the black and white cockroach tribe? What is the mountain master? Why are you looking at me? Bloodthorn's question also contained another question. It looks very similar to you, but different. Why? Bamboo couldn't explain any more and slowly retreated. When Wabai Mountain Lord saw this, he thought that his divine sense had disturbed the bloodthorn tree spirit, and then retreated and asked, Bamboo, after the thorn fruit is ripe, how do you plan to sell it? You can give me some, and I will buy it at a high price. Bamboo said, I have received a huge deposit from the caravan, and I must reserve enough to sell the caravan. I have not advertised it to the outside world because I am afraid that too many people from the Fire Cockroach Kingdom will come to buy it, and the supply will not meet the demand, which will offend the people in turn. The meaning is very clear. The output of the bloodthorn God-given seeds may not even be able to supply the people in the same tribe, let alone sell the extra to the black and white cockroach tribe. Wabai Mountain Lord said tactfully, the output this year is not enough. If there is more in the future, you can consider looking for me. The price is not a problem. No problem. Bamboo agreed readily. The master of Wabai Mountain stayed at Leju Peak until dawn, and only left after confirming that there would be no more attacks from the beast warriors. Bamboo escorted the severely injured master of Tidao Mountain back to Tidao Peak. Chapter 154. Bamboo used the most vicious torture, stripped all the scales of the Goju mountain python warrior, pierced his body with blood thorns, and exposed it to the scorching sun, leaving it to the wind and rain. Anti-carrion. And whenever there is muscle rot, he immediately ordered the ant colony to eat it. Under such cruel torture, the Goju mountain python warrior still refused to surrender and beg for mercy, and refused to explain the location of the nest. Bamboo was angry and decided to fulfill his promise and torture it to death slowly. 5 days later, the owner of Huabai Mountain came happily with a spider silk bag, intending to deliver the remaining bamboo fruit deposit. At the entrance of the cave, Bamboo was facing a stone slab and drawing, explaining to Hongdao the knowledge of seed selection and hybrid breeding from the genetic and probability level. The simple red cockroach tribe and the black and white cockroach tribe would definitely not be able to learn this kind of knowledge. Hongdao is uniquely talented in this regard and is a freak. Hey, isn't this the mixed blood little fellow? Bamboo, you actually bought it. The Lord of Huabai Mountain recognized Hongdao, and after landing, he couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. It's redemption. Bamboo corrected him, and then said, your black and white cockroach tribe refused to take it in, and I guess other mountain masters of the red cockroach tribe won't want it either. If I don't take it in, it's probably nowhere to go. That's right. Poor little fellow. The Lord of Huabai Mountain asked, how many raw stones did you spend? Hongdao rushed to shout, 300 raw stones. It also knew the Lord of Huabai Mountain, and probably was dissatisfied with the Lord of Huabai Mountain's refusal to take it in, and his tone was full of strong dissatisfaction. 300 raw stones. The Lord of Huabai Mountain was both angry and amused, and asked, do you think I'm stupid or do you think Bamboo is stupid? In my opinion, the Chonglu caravan knew that it couldn't be sold, and it would still be a burden to bring it with it. It was given away for free as a bonus during the transaction. You're the one giving it away for free. Hongdao was not at all intimidated when facing Huabai Mountain Lord. He said with disdain, you have so few warriors in the mountain range. You don't want me because you can't produce raw stones? Hey! Huabai Mountain Lord was so angry with a junior warrior that he opened the spider silk bag, took out a piece of raw stone, shook it, and shook the spider silk bag again, making a jingling sound. He asked, what is this? Hongdao said, deposit. All in spotted cloth. You are like the caravan, running errands in the middle, working hard just to make a few raw stones. Huabai Mountain Lord was choked and didn't know how to answer for a while. Bamboo stopped him at the right time and said, Master Huabai, Hongdao is still young and doesn't know much. Don't bother with it. Bamboo said to Hongdao, that's all for today. Go check on the big bear's injury, and then go down the mountain to take care of Feng Ling. Oh! Hongdao shook his antennae at Master Huabai and flapped his wings to fly down the mountain. The Lord of Huabai Mountain reminded Bamboo, young warriors cannot be spoiled. For example, they need to be beaten more to cure their stubborn nature. Otherwise, when they grow up, they will not even know the rules of respecting elders. That will be terrible. Feng Ling also came from the Wanzhou continent. Hongdao has been taken care of by Feng Ling. It is because of him that he spoiled her. I will remind him later. Bamboo changed the subject and asked happily, Lord Huabai, how did you get from this trip to Qiufeng County? The Lord of Huabai Mountain became happy again and said, Qiufeng County Princess took out 30,000 raw stones as compensation. Hee. This wealth is more than enough for me to advance to the 5th age. The surplus can be used to support the growth of several other high-level warriors with good potential in the mountain range. 30,000 raw stones. Mad. It's different when you have a mine at home. Bamboo was choked and speechless for a while. The Lord of Huabai Mountain asked again, what about you guys? Tieda's injury is much more serious than mine. He must undergo a molting and growth as soon as possible. How many raw stones did your Qijing County Lord give as compensation? Bamboo said, still waiting for news. Sad topic. If the compensation from Qijing County Lord is not enough, Bamboo will have to pay to make up the difference. At present, the fighting power of the Lord of Taidao Mountain is too critical, which is equivalent to guarding the 2 major mountain ranges of Taidao and Jinping alone. The Lord of Huabai Mountain understood the reason and Bamboo's distress. He looked at the bloodthorn God-given seeds at the foot of the mountain, changed the subject, and said, Bamboo, I'm injured. It's dangerous to shed my shell and grow. I need some force food to strengthen my physique. Force food like snake blood apricot is the best. Sell me some of the thorn fruit you produced this year, and I will eat it myself. Is that okay? Bamboo glanced at the broken forelimb of the Lord of Huabai Mountain. It's just that the shell is broken, and the flesh is still connected and not broken. The shell has the ability to heal itself. After 5 days, the wound begins to heal. It is estimated that it will be healed in another 10 days and a half. You are here to scam me, right? Bamboo slandered secretly, but did not refuse, saying, if the strengthening effect is useful for your injury, of course I can't refuse. The owner of Huabai Mountain was even happier, and directly threw the spider silk bag to Bamboo, saying, my forelimb is injured and not flexible. You count it yourself. Bamboo opened the spider silk bag, too lazy to check the weight, scanned it with his mental power, confirmed the number was correct, and threw it to Datu, asking him to store it in the cave. The owner of Huabai Mountain stayed and chatted for half a day before saying goodbye and leaving. After waiting for 2 more days, Li Zhu finally arrived. Bamboo. Li Zhu was in a low mood. Bamboo felt bad and asked, what did Princess Qijian say? Li Zhu said, Princess Qijian agreed to pay 5,000 raw stones as compensation. This attack was too serious and has been reported to the Changsheng Blatella King. The Changsheng Blatella King should not sit idly by. The Red Blatella tribe is a branch tribe separated from the Changsheng Blatella King's territory. Theoretically, the Changsheng Blatella King is the ancestor of the entire Red Blatella tribe. However, there are too many generations and seniority gaps. And after all, they are branch tribes rather than the same tribe. The Changsheng Blatella King can only show some respect at most, and it is impossible for him to really care about the life and death of a small mountain owner in the borderland. He may even ignore the matter. Princess Qijian had been planning to be promoted to the Cockroach King for a long time. It is said that the Cockroach King of Immortality only gave a small amount of support. That is why Princess Qijian has always been in a tight financial situation. I am afraid that the Cockroach King of Immortality cannot be relied on. Bamboo sighed and comforted Li Zhu. My 3 God-given seeds have brought in a good income this year. Let me handle the matter of the Lord of Taidao Mountain. Li Zhu said, the Lord of Taidao Mountain is seriously injured. I have asked about the various force foods he needs, and the total price is about 30,000 raw stones. Bamboo. Your territory's annual income. Bamboo said, don't worry. It's enough. Li Zhu asked, what will you do then? Bamboo said, I am only a high-level warrior in the 3rd age. I don't need much growth, so I don't need to rush for 1 or 2 years. Bamboo stretched out his forelimbs again, pointed to the God-given seeds of blood thorns at the foot of the mountain, and said, it will bear fruit soon. When the fruit is ripe, it will be a very good income. In addition, the strengthening effect is beneficial to the Lord of Taidao Mountain. The flesh can be eaten. It is produced in your own home and can be eaten at will. The flowering time of bloodthorn is about 10 days later than that of green bamboo. The flowering period is particularly long, nearly 2 months. The green bamboo fruits are ripe, and the bloodthorn flowers begin to wither one after another. The fruit period is also relatively long, which should be about 2 months. The fruit matures in late autumn, which is only 10 days away from the ripening season of purple gold bamboo rice. Li Zhu suddenly remembered and said, Bamboo. There is another news. The Lord of Taidao Mountain cannot help you guard the territory. Princess Qijian asked Princess Cui Rong to come to help. Princess Cui Rong agreed. This year, when the bloodthorn fruit matures, she will come to Liju Peak to take charge. Princess Cui Rong. Did it succeed? Bamboo said, congratulations. Li Zhu said, it was a wake-up call after 2 months of sleep. It was promoted to princess without any danger. Archie Luo tribe has added another princess, and prosperity is just around the corner. Chapter 151 The Rat King's Little Thoughts. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord was injured, and the biggest trouble was that his wings were broken. The ability to fly is an important advantage of cockroaches over other races. However, broken wings mainly affect the ability to move, and the impact on the ability to release fire is not particularly large. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord stayed at the Iron Blade Peak. The Red Banyan Mountain Lord was extremely unlucky. He originally agreed to help temporarily out of the friendship of the same clan, but now he had to stay in the Jinping Mountains to guard the seeds of the Snake Vine God. Worried about the revenge of the Goju Mountain Python warrior who was hiding somewhere, Yabai came to Liju Peak to live permanently and help guard. Bamboo. That Goju Mountain Python warrior is finally dead. The Rat King went up the mountain to report. Is it dead? Bamboo said to Datu. Send the ant colony to cut the body into pieces and feed it to the common red cockroaches on the mountain. For half a month, it was either cloudy or drizzling in autumn. The muscles of the Goju mountain python warrior rotted faster, and were already riddled with holes by the ants. Even so, it still refused to give in. Seeing that Bamboo was in a bad mood, the Rat King said carefully, "Bamboo, our bamboo rat warriors are sensitive to the force. In fact, we can help you find those hidden Goju mountain pythons." Bamboo looked at the Rat King and said nothing. The Rat King paused and continued, "But our strength is too weak. If we can master the training methods and martial arts like the big bear." The Rat King paused and waited for a while. Seeing that Bamboo still didn't speak, he changed the subject and said, "Bamboo, in the last battle, our bamboo rats also participated in the battle. I also injured a bridge crocodile warrior. Is this considered a merit?" Bamboo said angrily, "You still have the nerve to mention the last battle, before the fight even started." They all ran away. The Rat King showed a humane, innocent expression. Stretched out his two hind legs, straightened his back, stretched out his front paws, touched his head, compared his height, and said, "Bamboo, you see, with my size, I can't compete head-on with the bridge crocodile warrior. It's good enough to be able to sneak attack." The Rat King stood up, only a little over 1 meter tall. The 6 small bamboo rat warriors are generally about 0.5 meters long. They really don't have the ability to compete head-on with the bridge crocodile warriors, who are 6 or 7 meters long. Facing the Goju mountain python warriors, they really beat them one by one without any ambiguity. Bamboo said, "Bamboo rats are naturally weak. Even if they practice martial arts and techniques, they can't be the opponents of the bridge crocodile warriors. They are even less likely to be the opponents of the Goju mountain python warriors. Pythons are born to hunt rats for food and are your natural enemies." The Rat King said, "After practicing martial arts, we grow fast. After practicing martial arts, we are agile and run fast. If we can't beat them, we can run away." Bamboo said, "That is to say, if I teach you martial arts and techniques, you can run faster the next time a battle breaks out?" "No, no." The Rat King was embarrassed and explained, "Bamboo, what I mean is that we practice martial arts and techniques, then leave Liju Peak and enter the jungle to find the nest of the Goju mountain python warriors. If we encounter danger, we can run away." The Rat King said with a guilty conscience, "It's not easy to stay in Liju Peak all day and live in fear. Bamboo, you should consider taking the initiative to solve the problem." "Take the initiative?" Bamboo asked, "King of Rat, you lead the bamboo rat warriors to find the lair of the Goju mountain python. Find the location, and gather the warriors of the Red Blatant tribe to encircle and suppress it." "Is that what you mean?" King of Rat said, "Yes, that's what I mean." Bamboo said, "King of Rat, you don't have the courage. I know what you think. Learn the skills and martial arts. Leave Liju Peak. Find a place to hide for a while. And then come back to tell me that you didn't find it. Right?" "No, I don't think so." King of Rat firmly denied it, and said sadly, "Bamboo, you don't trust me." Bamboo said, "King of Rat, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just your nature. Rats are weak and not good at fighting, so they are naturally alert and timid, and they will flee immediately if they sense a trace of danger. Python is the natural enemy of bamboo rats. You can't avoid it. Where do you get the courage to take the initiative to find it? It's different." King of Rat waved his front paws and said excitedly, "I am a bamboo rat warrior now, possessing wisdom. It is not ignorant and ignorant. Bamboo rats that can only chew bamboo." Bamboo said patiently, "Bamboo rats are born weak, and there is nothing wrong with being timid and cautious. If they are weak and fearless, they would have been eliminated by nature long ago. Rat King, even if you become bamboo rat warriors, you are still a weak race. So keep that vigilance and timidity." "No," Rat King said, "we can be vigilant, but we will not be timid. Bamboo, I can assure you that after leaving Liju Peak, we must find the nest of Goju mountain python. Otherwise," Bamboo asked, "What if it's not?" Rat King said fiercely, "Otherwise, I won't come back." Bamboo pondered for a moment, tapped his tentacles, and said, "Well, call Maju and the others over to the cave where I live." In the cave, Bamboo used his mental power to check the physique of the 7 bamboo rat warriors one by one. The distribution of meridians among the same race is basically the same and very stable, and there will be no major changes due to changes in strength. That's easy. 7 bamboo rat warriors only need one set. Moreover, their physical structure and meridian distribution are closer to humans. Bamba kept the smallest white bamboo, continued to observe, record, and finally found that the similarity between bamboo rats and humans is as high as 85%. And the difference lies in some minor places. That's even easier. A set of training methods. Simple deletions and modifications. And passed on. Let them practice while observing. And then make minor adjustments. And it will be done soon. Finally, Bamboo spent extra time and effort to delete and modify a high-quality body movement martial arts phantom trace, and a full set of lurking assassination martial arts green shadow secret art. And taught them. The 7 bamboo rat warriors opened caves inside the Leju Peak and practiced every day. Mainly practice martial arts. Half a year of leisure. Plus there is not enough bamboo on the mountain. So they have to eat meat frequently. And each one is fatter than when they came. Lose weight through intense exercise. Losing fat can increase speed. Martial arts can increase speed. Spotted is not demanding. Just hope that they have enough speed to escape when they encounter danger. In the last battle, the big bear had a lot of ruptured blood vessels, muscle congestion, and leg bone fractures. Half a month later, these 2 types of injuries have basically healed. The chest ribs were broken and the lungs were punctured. They are very serious injuries. Half a month later, they have only improved slightly. But they still can't move easily. They can only stay on all fours or lie on their backs against the stone wall. Every day, they need the big head to command the ant colony to help them eat. It will take 1 or 2 months to heal the wound. And he cannot participate in the war during this period. Fongling has basically lost his combat ability. Thuje is only an 8th-year senior warrior. If he faces a Goju mountain python warrior, he can only fight one at most. Bamboo was indeed a little nervous. He survived another month and a half with difficulty. The autumn rain season is over. And the weather is getting cooler. The mountain is getting busy. The fruit of the bloodthorn God-given seed is about to mature. Data commands the worker ants and soldier ants to water and fertilize it. And use the original stone to replenish its original force. At this juncture, Bamboo is even more nervous. For safety reasons, when he went down the mountain to work, the Rat King followed Datu and kept sentry alert. In the southwest direction, 2 figures, one large and one small, rushed along the mountain range. When approaching, Bamboo realized that he had sensed the original force fluctuations of the smaller one. A familiar breath. It was Yantao, now renamed Big Fruit Banyan. It should have just been promoted to a senior warrior. The bigger one should be Princess Chuerong. After being promoted to princess, her aura is naturally restrained and there is no force fluctuation. So Bamboo didn't sense it. Chapter 152, Rhubarb Banyan. Yabai then sensed the fluctuation of the force, and discovered the arrival of Princess Chuerong. She called out to remind him. Bamboo. Princess Chuerong is here. I noticed it. Bamboo then took off. Looked around. And said, I'll go notify Fongling and Hongdao to go up the mountain. Fongling had a broken leg and short wings. So she was unable to move. She had been recovering in her own territory and rarely moved. Every day, Bamboo went out to hunt for food and then sent it to her. However, the new princess had arrived, and she came to Leju Peak to help. So she couldn't neglect her and crawled up the mountain. Hongdao was not interested in the princess. She had followed the merchants all the way from the continent of 10,000 countries. She had seen many top kings of various tribes, such as the Ant King, the Spider King, and the Cockroach King. What about the princess? Bamboo hadn't seen her yet. After notifying, he immediately flew back to the mountain. It happened that Princess Chuerong arrived with the Rhubarb Banyan. Bamboo looked closely and found that the shell of Princess Chuerong had turned red like a high-level warrior, and the bright patterns disappeared. Using the soul to sense, he soon found that the patterns did not disappear, but the color was deep, the same color as the shell, and disappeared. Strange growth pattern. Bamboo was secretly surprised and greeted enthusiastically, shouting, Princess Chuerong. Congratulations. Big Fruit Banyan. Welcome to Leju Peak. Yabai. Bamboo. Bamboo. You are growing so fast. You are already a high-level warrior in the 3rd age? A round of greetings. Big Fruit Banyan opened the spider silk bag he was carrying, took out 2 fruits treated with amber juice, handed them to Bamboo and Yabai respectively, and said, My big yellow fruit banyan produced this year's banyan. You can try it. This is a promotion within the same tribe. And the main customer target is of course Bamboo, who also has the God-given seed. Bamboo took the fruit and peeled the shell with his toes, and asked at the same time, "Big rhubarb fruit banyan? Change the name?" Peeling off the shell, he found that the fig inside was orange-yellow, and roughly understood the reason. Generally speaking, the fruits of banyan trees are pink, dark red, brown red, and other red colors. The orange-yellow fig has a variation in color, which can be regarded as a unique feature that distinguishes it from ordinary figs. It is very common for the God-given seeds to change their names according to their unique characteristics. Princess Chuirong said, "Yes. The new banyan tree God-given seed is officially named Big Rhubarb Fruit Banyan. And Big Fruit Banyan is also renamed Big Rhubarb Fruit Banyan." The Big Rhubarb Fruit Banyan touched its tentacles and said hopefully, "Bamboo, try my fig fruit. Isn't it said that the God-given seeds of arbor species grow slower? There is a harvest in the first year of sowing?" Bamboo asked with his mind, and swallowed the fig fruit in 2 mouthfuls. The fig fruit is spherical, about 4 centimeters in diameter, a circle larger than an apricot, similar to the bamboo fruit gifted by the green bamboo god, but with a slightly inferior force quality. The taste is not very good. The flesh is slightly crisp, slightly sour, dry, and only has a little sweetness. There are many small seeds inside, which need to be chewed carefully and crushed before swallowing. The seeds are purely bitter and unpalatable. Bamboo smacked his lips, trying to calm his mind and feel the strengthening effect of the force. Seeing Bamboo smack his lips, the rhubarb fig immediately asked, "Bamboo, is it delicious?" It's okay." Bamboo felt that the force food that entered his stomach, the force emitted was quickly absorbed by the intestines, and then all of it was integrated into the intestinal cells. Only a very small part was mixed into the blood. But as the blood circulated, the body cells could not absorb it, and all of it was dispersed. This force effect. Bamboo hesitated and asked, "Strengthen the stomach and intestines?" "Yes." The big yellow fruit banyan asked, "Bamboo, what do you think?" Bamboo paid attention to the princess of the weeping banyan. It seemed very confident. It thought seriously and chose its words carefully. It said, "Whether it is good or bad depends on the specific effect. After eating one, the feeling is not clear." The big yellow fruit banyan opened the spider silk bag and said, "There are 3 more. Bamboo, you should eat more." Bamboo tapped his tentacles and asked, "Princess of the weeping banyan, how many banyans have been produced by the big yellow fruit banyan God-given seeds this year? Have you tried the specific strengthening effects?" The princess of the weeping banyan saw through Bamboo's thoughts and said, "Bamboo, don't worry. The strengthening effect of each God-given seed must be beneficial. The difference is only whether it is rare or not. And the quality. That's not necessarily the case. The effect of some God-given seeds is useless. What's the use of strengthening the stomach and intestines? Is it good for the stomach and digestion? It's useless. Blotches are omnivorous and have a very high efficiency in utilizing food. If it is for strengthening the stomach and digestion, then it is completely unnecessary. The 7 bamboo rat warriors are useful. Bamboo rats eat bamboo, and bamboo fiber is not easy to decompose. It can strengthen the stomach and intestines, improve digestion ability and absorption efficiency." The rhubarb fruit banyan handed 3 banyans to Bamboo. It was hard to refuse such a kind offer. Bamboo reluctantly peeled one. The rhubarb fruit banyan explained, "Bamboo, this kind of banyan strengthens the intestines. I have tried it. It is very useful for all cockroach species. However, the benefits after strengthening are difficult to show in a short time." "Oh!" Bamboo was surprised and asked again, "What is the specific effect?" Rhubarb banyan explained in detail, "No matter what food we eat, it must contain substances that are harmful to us. Our cockroach species is more efficient in digesting and absorbing food than most species, which is actually harmful rather than beneficial, because, while using it efficiently, more harmful substances are also taken into the body. After the intestines are strengthened by rhubarb banyan, the ability to distinguish and filter harmful substances in the process of absorbing food is improved, which can reduce intake." Princess Chuirong helped to add, saying, "This kind of strengthening is the first of its kind and is quite troublesome. It is difficult to see the effect in 1 or 2 days, 1 or 2 months, or even 1 or 2 years. However, based on my experience, it can delay aging and prolong life to a small extent over the years." The cliff cypress, who was originally a little uninterested, heard the words, and his antennae suddenly stood up, And he shouted in a low voice, "Prolong life." That's right. Bamba helped Princess Chui Rong to give an affirmative answer. There is no relevant scientific theory in the inherited memory of insects. The explanation given by Princess Chui Rong was entirely based on the life experience accumulated over the years. Another accurate judgment. There are two main reasons for the aging of living organisms: accumulation of cell impurities and accumulation of erroneous gene fragments in cells. There are two main sources of cell impurity accumulation: harmful impurities that cannot be discharged from the cell's own life activities, and daily eating. Ingesting various types of harmful impurities that cannot be discharged. The intestine is the source of the intake of harmful impurities. If the strengthening effect of rhubarb fruit ficus can really effectively reduce the intake of harmful impurities, then what Princess Chui Rong said about delaying aging and prolonging life is completely correct. The judgment of the Princess of Chui Rong was correct. The only question left was, what is the specific effect? The stomach and intestines have the ability to distinguish whether a substance is harmful to the body and filter out harmful substances. After strengthening, how much will this ability be improved? Bamboo quickly peeled a banyan fruit and ate it, and at the same time told Datu, "Datu, go get some dried meat. I'll try it." "Okay." Datu, the little guy, was excited when he heard that there was a force food that could prolong life. He waved his antennae and directed the worker ants to act. Bamboo ate 3 banyan fruits in one breath. Da Wang Wurong asked anxiously, "Bamboo, do you feel the effect?" Ibai also asked hurriedly, "Bamboo, how is it?" Bamboo said, "Don't worry. I'll try it first." Chapter 153 Life is Priceless. The worker ants under the command of Big Head quickly brought the dried meat. Bamboo picked it up and ate it. The God-given seed fruit has a very intense effect on strengthening cells, which consumes a lot of stored nutrients and physical energy. The first piece of dried meat entered the stomach and was quickly melted and absorbed. It seems to have some effect, and the digestion ability has become stronger. I can't feel the obvious effect, because the toxic substances contained in the food are few and subtle, and it is not easy to detect. It is a long-term accumulation process. Bamboo ate another piece of dried meat, and it was still the same. He felt something, but it was too vague to confirm. This time, without waiting for the big yellow fruit banyan and cliff cypress to ask questions, Bamboo said, "For banyan fruits, the strengthening degree is not enough, and the benefits after strengthening cannot be tested all at once. I am afraid it will take several years to see obvious effects." "Yes," said the big yellow fruit banyan. Yabai affirmed, "as long as it is related to prolonging life, the value will be extremely high." Bamboo asked, "Rhubarb banyan, how many of this kind of banyan fruit should be eaten for the effect to be obvious? How many should be eaten to reach the limit of the effect?" Dui Rong Princess said, "I have tried it, and eating 20 will have a significant effect. As for the limit of this strengthening effect, it should be related to individual strength. I just became a princess and ate 50, but I haven't felt the limit yet." Rhubarb banyan explained, "I just became a senior warrior and reached the limit after eating 20. The God-given seeds were just sown this year, and only 124 fruits were produced in total. We need to leave enough for the caravan, and we can't take more to try." Bamboo asked again, "Dui Rong Princess, Rhubarb banyan, what price do you plan to sell it at?" "Not confirmed yet." The big yellow fruit banyan said, "It takes too long to verify the benefits of extending lifespan, and the price is difficult to determine, so it has not been determined yet." The princess of the hanging banyan said, "I have discussed this with Princess Qi Jian, and Princess Qi Jian suggested that since the tree grows slowly and produces less fruit in the first few years, we should not sell it to the caravan first, but sell it at a low price in our red cockroach tribe first, and then sell it to the entire fire cockroach kingdom. Once it is confirmed that it has the effect of extending lifespan, then raise the price and sell it to the caravan, or to the neighboring kingdom." Bamboo thought for a while, touched his antennae, and said, "First confirm the effect, establish a good reputation, and then make a big plan. Equals profit. A very good choice." Bamboo was happy and asked, "If we sell it to our fellow tribesmen at a low price, what is the price?" Da Wongerong asked tentatively, "1 banyan fruit. 50 raw stones?" Bamboo was so anxious that he jumped up and down, and shouted dissatisfiedly, "This is called a low price?" Chuerong Princess said with a smile, "The volume of green grapes is less than 1/5 of that of Da Wongerong, and the quality is similar. The price of a green grape is as high as 500 raw stones." "Bamboo, you are so smart. You know in your heart that this price is already very cheap. Life is priceless. If you can buy it, it must be expensive. After careful consideration, the value of Dawangarong is far more than that of green grapes. Chuerong Princess is old, mature, and difficult to deal with. Bamboo said to Dawangarong, cheaper. I will buy more. I will buy a lot. Dawangarong hesitated and looked at Chuerong Princess. Bamboo reminded Dawangarong, you are already a senior warrior. You should learn to think for yourself. How can you survive independently if you always rely on your elders? Look at me. When I was still a mid-level warrior, I came to Jinping Mountain Range, opened up wasteland and expanded the land, and survived independently. This was said to Princess Chuerong. Princess Chuerong wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she chose to remain silent. The big yellow fruit banyan looked at Princess Chuerong for a while, and when it didn't say anything, it looked at the cliff cypress. The cliff cypress said, we are all of the same clan, living close to each other, and it will be cheaper. Okay. The big yellow fruit banyan asked tentatively, Bamboo, 40 raw stones? Deal. Bamboo said, next year. I want 200 big yellow fruit banyans. Between the same clan, there is no need to pay a deposit. Right? 200? The big yellow fruit banyan was anxious and a little excited. This was the first time it sold the force fruit produced in its territory to its own clan. When it came, it was worried that the price was too high and Bamboo would not buy it. Unexpectedly, the other party asked for 200 pieces. The big yellow fruit banyan hurriedly explained, Bamboo, my God-given seed is a tree. It grows slowly, and the number of fruits is relatively small. It is estimated that the total fruit produced next year will not exceed 300 pieces. Bamboo casually said, that's enough. Sell it to me first. Won't it produce more next year? You can sell it to other people of the same tribe. The same? Right? Bamboo comforted, I'll try it and see the effect. If the effect is good, I will help you promote it. You can also raise the price appropriately and slowly raise the price to 80 to 100 raw stones. This, the big yellow fruit banyan cast a look of help to the princess of the weeping banyan again. Alas, the princess of the weeping banyan sighed. The big yellow fruit banyan and Bamboo were born less than a year apart. When they traded and communicated, the wisdom they showed was completely different. Princess Chuerong said without question, the price can be lower, but the production of banyan fruit is really not high. In order to take care of more of our people, we will purchase a maximum of 100 per mountain range. Besides, Bamboo, you came up with a deposit trading model, which has been recognized by all the bugs including the caravan. Now it's your turn. Do you still want to cheat? Hee hee. Just kidding. The deposit must be paid. It must be paid. Each mountain range is limited to 100, which is just right. The 2 mountain ranges of Jinping and Taidao add up to 200. Bamboo pointed to the blood-thorn God-given seeds whose fruits were about to mature at the foot of the mountain and said, the strengthening effect of the thorn fruit is suitable for all cockroaches. I will also sell it to my fellow tribes at a low price. How about the 2 parties exchanging? Exchange? Well, that's what we mean. Princess Chuerong asked, do you plan to buy 100 for the Taidao mountain range? Bamboo said truthfully, take advantage of the current low price and buy more. I'm afraid I can't afford it if the price goes up in the future. Princess Chuerong said, I plan to sell to my fellow tribes in the first 5 years, and I won't raise the price for the time being. Rhubarb fruit banyan explained, the raw stones harvested are enough for my growth. 5 years later, I should consider being promoted to the mountain master, when I will need more raw stones. This is what it means to be cool under a big tree, with the protection of Princess Chuerong. The burden is small. The big yellow fruit banyan manages the territory without incurring other expenses, and all the income can be used for its own growth. Bamboo envied silently for a while, and asked curiously, banyan trees are trees. How can they grow so fast? They bloom and bear fruit in the first year after sowing, and the number of fruits is more than 100. Ebai also asked curiously, how tall has the big yellow fruit banyan God-given seed grown? Princess Chuerong shook her tentacles, pointed to the bamboo forest not far away, locked onto a bamboo pole, and said, it is about the same height as that bamboo, and more lush. That was Bamboo's bamboo life seed. And the bamboo pole he pointed to was nearly 5 meters high. So high. So fast? Bamboo and Thuja were amazed at the same time. Bamboo asked, although banyan trees grow fast, They are not this fast. Right? Natural growth is indeed not that fast. The princess of Chue-Rong explained. But have you forgotten the innate ability of the black and white cockroach tribe? They can promote the healthy growth of plants. Bamboo was even more curious and asked, don't they say that they can only promote the birth of their own life plants? It's a very useless innate ability with various limitations. The princess of Chue-Rong explained in detail. When the mountain master awakened the ability to promote the birth of plants, he could only use the ability to promote the birth of plants in the peak season of spring plant development. And he couldn't do it too much. Too much is as bad as too little. And it may cause the life plants to develop poorly. And in severe cases, they may die. Under normal circumstances, the black and white cockroach tribe can indeed only promote the birth of their own life plants. But if they are willing to pay the price, they can also help other insect warriors to grow life plants. Bamboo asked, are you willing to pay the price? Princess Chue-Rong paused and said, if they forcefully use their abilities to grow life plants other than their own, they will enter a very serious state of weakness. Princess Chue-Rong bent her tentacles, pointed to the force veins on her shell, and said, this is where the damage is. A very serious injury. But it can be recovered by eating force food, which will take about a month. I spent 30,000 raw stones at the time, and invited 3 mountain masters of the black and white cockroach tribe to help with the birth. In 3 months of spring, the birth effect is equivalent to 3 years of growth. 30,000 raw stones. This price? Bamboo smacked his lips. Too expensive. Yabai shook his tentacles when he heard it. Chapter 154, Fishing Enforcement. The banyan tree is a large tree with luxuriant branches and leaves and tends to grow sideways. When it grows to a height of 4 or 5 meters, it has already taken shape. Under normal circumstances, it is normal to have about 300 fruits when it blooms and bears fruit. Why are there only more than 100? The reason is very simple. When inducing growth, the plant uses nutrients and energy substances for the growth of branches and leaves. And there is no excess accumulation to supply for flowering and fruiting. From the tone of the voice, the number of fruits condensed next year will not be large. Bamboo estimates that the princess of Chue-Rong intends to continue to spend a huge price next spring to hire the mountain master of the black and white cockroach tribe to induce growth. Bamboo asked, Princess Chue-Rong, if you are in such a hurry to induce growth, won't there be any troubles? Princess Chue-Rong replied, I have induced the growth of my Chue-Rong God-given seed 6 times. It has been 10 years since then, and the growth status is perfect, without any troubles. Bamboo said, then I will try it later. The God-given seeds of herbaceous plants do not need to be induced to grow. Princess Chue-Rong asked in confusion, are you going to induce the God-given seeds of bloodthorn? Shrubs grow very fast, especially bloodthorn, which can grow in 2 or 3 years at most. There is no need to induce growth. Right? Bamboo said seriously, wait until I get the God-given seeds of arborescent plants. I will try it. Princess Chue-Rong was stunned, and said seriously, that makes sense. While chatting, Feng Ling and Hong Dao walked up the mountain. Princess Chue-Rong, is this big fruit banyan? Bamboo immediately explained, big yellow fruit banyan. The name is slightly modified according to the actual situation of the God-given seed, and it is more appropriate. Oh! Feng Ling nodded his antennae, pointed at the red rice, and introduced, it's called red rice, from the Huanghe continent. Hong Dao also tactfully shouted, meet Princess Chue-Rong. Meet the Huanghe Rong. After introducing each other, seeing Feng Ling's miserable injuries, the topic naturally turned to the crisis in Jinping Mountain Range. Chue-Rong Mountain Lord asked, Bamboo, are you sure there are still Goju Mountain Python warriors hiding in Jinping Mountain Range? Sure. Bamboo said, most of the territory of Jinping Mountain Range is in a state of abandonment, and various beasts are breeding wantonly. Among them, Goju Mountain Python is the most prosperous. And it is a disaster. It is impossible that only one warrior is born. That's true. Chue-Rong Princess pondered for a while, and said, Jinping Mountain Range is vast and complex. It is too difficult to search. We can only wait for them to come to us. Yabai said, those Goju Mountain Python warriors seem to be very cunning. They'd probably sense my breath and dared not attack Li Zhipeak rashly. Otherwise, I will leave. Chue-Rong Princess shook her tentacles and said, if they dare not attack because they sensed your breath. Attacking Li Zhipeak means being very cautious. You left when the bloodthorn fruit was ripe. If you are not stupid, You will definitely think that there is a trap on the mountain and dare not attack. Bamboo touched his tentacles and said, Princess Chuerong is right. Yabai asked, what if they still dare not come? Bamboo said, bloodthorn fruit is tempting. But they still dare not come. They probably won't dare to come in the future. Yabai shook his tentacles and denied, you must not ignore the cunning of any beast warrior. That's right. Bamboo. You can't take it lightly. Princess Chuerong said, I can restrain my breath and avoid the detection of the Goju mountain python warriors. Rhubarb Fruit Rong has just been promoted to a senior warrior. He can't help in the battle. If he stays, he may scare the opponent. This is an explanation. Princess Chuerong said, the master of Tai Dao Mountain is an elder respected by the insects. Since you are here, you should go to Tai Dao Peak to visit the master of Tai Dao Mountain. Check on his injuries. And bring my greetings. Bamboo said, it's rare for the big yellow fruit banyan to come to Liju Peak. Don't leave yet. Let's go around Liju Peak and see my God-given seeds. The big yellow fruit banyan said happily, Bamboo. I have long wanted to see your green bamboo God-given seeds. After a tour of Liju Peak, the big yellow fruit banyan left alone. Princess Chuerong tried her best to restrain her breath and hid in a cave on the southeast side of the mountain, waiting for the beast warriors to come. As usual, the cliff cypress lived in Bamboo's cave on the north side of the mountain. Bamboo frequently showed his head, either looking after the purple gold God-given seeds, whose grass seeds were about to mature on the mountain, or observing the changes in the fruits of the bloodthorn God-given seeds at the foot of the mountain. Liz Yufeng hides a red cockroach warrior of the princess level. This time, no matter what kind of beast warriors, no matter how many come, all die, luring. The two kinds of God-given seeds are mature, and the seductive smell they emit is not ordinary strong. There must be many beast warriors hidden in Jinping Mountains. If we can attract a group of them and kill them, the threat Liz Yufeng will face in the future will be reduced. Bamboo is a little looking forward to it. In anticipation, the passage of time becomes slow in senses. 1 day. 2 days. The ability of the bloodthorn God-given seeds to absorb and release the original force is always strong. Outside Liz Yufeng, the original force concentration is not enough, and the area covered by the thorn bush is always in a state of original force vacuum. How much original stone is invested? It absorbs as much original force, without leaking a bit. Bamboo was worried about the quality of the thorn fruit. He had a reserve of 11,000 raw stones on hand, so he was no longer stingy and invested 1,000 raw stones every day. Most of the original force was used to grow the bloodthorn God-given seeds, and only a small part was used for the thorn fruit. There were a total of 1,021 spikes, each with 5 flowers and 5 thorn fruits. A total of 5,105 thorn fruits. After 10 days, the first batch of 1,021 thorn fruits matured. The mature fruits were bright red, very small, slightly larger than peas, and a circle smaller than raspberries. They were spherical, and about 0.6 centimeters in diameter. Bamboo didn't want to be harassed by the bloodthorn tree spirit, so he stood in the distance and waited. Data commanded the petite worker ants to come forward to pick. The Rat King brought 7 bamboo rat warriors, and scattered around to be responsible for sentry and vigilance. Thuja, Wind Bell, and Red Rice couldn't sit still and followed Bamboo to wait. The big bear's injury improved a little, and he also climbed down the mountain, sitting next to a rock, waiting for Bamboo to try. What is the specific strengthening effect of the fruit of the bloodthorn God-given seed? This is the key factor that determines the value. The snake blood apricot is a good example. The strengthening effect is precious and rare. It is unique in the world, and there is no second similar tree. Therefore, it is of medium quality, and still sells at a high price equivalent to the top quality pyrotechnic pine nuts. At present, it is confirmed that through the breath of the bloodthorn God-given seed, it is preliminarily judged that the strengthening type is absolutely rare and rare. It is only necessary to taste the finished product to confirm the specific effect. The greater the strengthening effect is for growth or improving combat power, the higher the price. What is the specific? It will be verified soon. The worker ants responsible for picking, with their jaws carefully holding the thorn fruit, lined up in a straight line, and came to Bamboo. Bamboo picked up one, peeled off the flesh and tasted it. It was low in moisture, dry, very sweet, and had a strong fruity aroma. The flesh was about 0.1 centimeters thick, and there was very little flesh in each fruit. Bamboo smacked his lips, shook his tentacles, and said regretfully, the amount of raw stones invested was still too little, and the flesh was only of medium to lower quality. There were spherical bloodthorn seeds in the flesh. The seeds were about 0.4 centimeters in diameter, and the quality was higher than the flesh, which should have reached the standard medium quality. The shell was smooth and hard. Since it was a freshly picked fruit, Bamboo took some effort to peel the shell. Tasting the flesh, the tentacles immediately stood up and cursed, "Fuck!" Bitter. Wind chimes, and cliff cypress became nervous. Yabai asked, "Bamboo, is it poisonous?" Bamboo pondered, felt it carefully, and gently shook his antennae, saying, "It is deadly poisonous to ordinary insects. But insect warriors are immune to this kind of toxin." Foamling felt relieved and said, "It doesn't matter if the taste is a little bit bad. It doesn't affect the price." Yabai asked, "Bamboo, what is the specific effect?" "We have to try it." Bamboo said, "Let's eat it together. Eat the flesh and leave the seeds. Datu, you command the worker ants to peel the flesh and carry the blood thorns up the mountain to dry." Chapter 155 Help. Eat. Bamboo, Thuja, Wind Bell, Red Rice, Big Head, and Big Bear tasted the thorn fruit together. After testing, they quickly came to a consistent conclusion. As expected, the strengthening effect of the thorn fruit is similar to that of the snake blood apricot, which is to strengthen the blood. Specifically, it should strengthen the blood cells and enhance the ability to transport oxygen and nutrients. In addition, there is an additional strengthening effect, which is to increase the affinity between blood and the force and slow down the speed of the force's dissipation after entering the body. This kind of strengthening is extremely valuable, which is indirectly equivalent to improving the efficiency of the force. Further testing has found that this strengthening has an upper limit, and can only increase the utilization efficiency by about 3% to 5% at most, with slight differences between different individuals. Eating about 50 to 100 thorn fruit pulps will reach the upper limit. If you continue to eat, the strengthening effect is simply to strengthen the ability of blood cells to transport nutrients. Big Bear is a beast warrior who relies on meridians to store and transport the force. The thorn fruit on it only shows the effect of strengthening the ability of blood to transport nutrients. 1021 thorn fruits mature every day, divided into 5 batches according to the rules, and mature in 5 days. The flesh of mature fresh thorn fruits cannot be preserved for a long time, and there are too many to eat. They cannot be wasted. Yabai returned to Tidal Peak and brought a batch of thorn fruits to the master of Tidal Mountain. At the same time, he invited warriors from Tidal Mountain Range and the nearby Shuerong Mountain Range to help, and everyone ate together. The fruits were ripe, and there were no beast warriors attacking for 2 consecutive days. It was estimated that there would be no more in the future. There was no need for the princess of Shuerong to hide anymore, so she went down the mountain to help. That night, Haizang, Liju, Yun Ao from the Tidal Mountains, as well as the young warriors born in the Yabai territory this year, arrived. The alert was not lifted, and everyone took turns to come. After eating, they took a short rest and left. And then the next batch came. The next batch was warriors with more development potential, such as Syzygium wolfortii and flame-clustered spotted grass. After all, there is only one seed of the Bloodthorn god, and the yield is limited. Warriors who have entered or are about to enter the aging period will no longer come. The owner of Hongrong Mountain also arranged only 8 young warriors with the most development potential in the Water-Rong Mountain range, working in 2 shifts, taking turns to come and eat. Liju Peak suddenly became lively. Data directed the worker ants to pick the thorn fruit and separate the pulp and seeds. The seeds were transported to the mountain to dry. The peeled pulp was put into bamboo tubes according to 50 pieces, and each warrior had a daily quota of 1 tube. This is the benefit of the God-given seed. Not only the warriors who master the God-given seed benefit, but also their own mountains and neighboring mountains. And even the entire race can get some benefits. The 5th day, late at night, the last batch of thorn fruits began to mature. This is the last feast of the year. The thorn fruits are picked one after another. The pulp is carried over by the big head, and the worker ants are commanded by the big head. They are picked and eaten immediately, one by one. After eating, they are not in a hurry to leave. Everyone gathers in a circle to chat, and then leaves in a team after eating. The black and white figure galloped from the south. It was the master of Huabai Mountain. He sensed the force fluctuations of more than 10 high-level warriors on the mountain from a distance. He slowed down his flight speed, guessed the situation, hesitated for a moment, circled, and landed in front of the cave where Bamboo lived on the north side of Liju Peak. Princess Chuirong, who was sitting next to Bamboo, lowered her mind and asked, Bamboo, that is the master of Huabai Mountain in the Yabai Mountain range. I heard that you are trading with it. It is notoriously insidious and despicable among the black and white cockroach tribe. It is not as bad as the legend says. Bamboo stood up and replied, Last time the beast warriors attacked Liju Peak. Thanks to its timely appearance, it saved the life of the master of Taidao Mountain and resolved the crisis. It has always taken good care of me, no matter what. I should be grateful to it. After Bamboo finished speaking, he shouted to Datu in the distance, Datu, send a tube of fruit pulp up the mountain. Okay, Datu replied, like a busy little housekeeper, immediately waving his antennae to direct the ant colony to act. Princess Chuirong asked, Bamboo, I will go up the mountain with you to meet it. No need to bother. Bamboo said, it's a very small deal. And it's limited to this year. The fruits produced by the bloodthorn god-given seeds will be sold to our red cockroach tribe and caravans first. Before I am promoted to the mountain master, I will not consider selling to the black and white cockroach tribe. That's good. Princess Chuirong nodded her antennae and reminded, be smart, and don't say it in a definite way. Understood. Bamboo nodded his antennae and flew up the mountain. Master Huabai, your injury is better now? Bamboo asked knowingly. The broken forelimb carapace of Master Huabai has long been healed. The broken carapace has healed, but it can't do heavy work. It still needs to shed its shell and grow again to heal. Speaking of the injury, Master Huabai was worried. Bamboo said with concern, then you can't be stingy with the raw stones and be promoted to a 5th age senior warrior as soon as possible. I understand. The Lord of Huabai Mountain looked around. On the flat ground in front of the cave, a large number of worker ants were busy spreading out the dark brown bloodthorn seeds, turning them from time to time, letting the night wind blow away the surface moisture. The Lord of Huabai Mountain asked, Bamboo, what is the specific strengthening effect of the fruit condensed from the bloodthorn god seed? Bamboo replied, strengthening the blood is mainly to strengthen the transportation capacity of nutrients, and this ability will show many benefits. For example, when you are weak and exhausted, you can quickly recover your strength by eating. For example, in close combat, you can ensure the continuous burst of strength, and it is also useful for the success rate of molting evolution. The Lord of Huabai Mountain said, it sounds like a lot, but in fact, it is obviously inferior to the strengthening effect of snake blood apricot. The Lord of Huabai Mountain used his mental power to scan the bloodthorn seeds on the ground, and then said, the caravan purchased the snake blood apricot kernels at the price of 7 to 8 raw stones. Sell it at the price of 10 or 11 raw stones. Your bloodthorn fruit is only half the size of the snake blood apricot kernel, and the quality is similar. The price should be half first, and the strengthening effect is not as good. Then reduce 1 raw stone, and the selling price should be 3 raw stones, which is more reasonable. Bamboo said, yes. If it is just the strengthening effect I described earlier, it can only be sold at a rare price, and the selling price of 2.5 to 3 raw stones is more reasonable. The Lord of Huabai Mountain asked, are there other strengthening effects? Bamboo shook his antennae and pointed to the big-headed soldier, ants, who were carrying the bloodthorn fruit pulp to the mountain, and said, Lord Huabai Mountain, I have also prepared a bamboo tube of fruit pulp for you to taste for free. You are very generous, which can win the respect and support of your fellow tribesmen. Huabai Mountain Lord was happy and praised it. He allowed Bamboo to keep it a secret and changed the subject, asking, that's the princess of the weeping banyan tree in the Yangdi Mountain range at the foot of the mountain. Bamboo said, yes. The Lord of Taidao Mountain was seriously injured and unable to move. It will temporarily help guard the Liju Peak and protect the thorn fruit and purple bamboo rice until they mature. Huabai Mountain Lord asked, the little soldier next to it is the big yellow fruit banyan tree, right? Bamboo said, yes. The big yellow fruit banyan tree is now a young rookie known to all the insects in the red cockroach tribe. You must have heard about the strengthening effect of its big yellow fruit banyan tree that has been blessed by God and has condensed into fruit. Of course. Huabai Mountain Lord said, the Lord of Huangshe Mountain has tasted it and said that it has the effect of delaying aging and prolonging life. It will take about 5 years to verify the specific effect. Huabai Mountain Lord asked curiously. The banyan fruit is sold first to the same tribe of the red cockroach tribe. The price is very low. Right? Bamboo said, it is indeed very low. The Lord of Huabai Mountain said, you are smart. You will definitely not miss it. Can you tell me the specific price? Bamboo said, the price of a single banyan fruit is 50 raw stones. When the Lord of Huabai Mountain heard the price, he couldn't help but spread his wings and fan them. Sighing, any force fruit that is linked to lifespan can be sold at a sky-high price. This is the true favor of the true God of nature. Maybe your red cockroach tribe will also produce an immortal cockroach king. The Lord of Huabai Mountain didn't think much about it. His own tribe sold 50 raw stones. If he sold them to foreign tribes and caravans, the price would be higher. It was a luxury that he couldn't afford. After waiting in silence for a while, the big-headed soldier ant finally moved the bamboo tube up the mountain. Today's soldier ants have the wisdom equivalent to that of 3- or 5-year-old children. They know how to identify enemies and friends, and can understand some simple divine communication. To the Lord of Huabai Mountain, Bamboo waved his antennae and pointed at the Lord of Huabai Mountain. The soldier ant immediately turned around and gently placed the bamboo tube in front of the master of Huabai Mountain. Ben said, Master Huabai Mountain, please taste it. Chapter 156, A Life-Shortening Business. Bamboo cut down medium-sized yellow bamboo to make a bamboo tube. 50 thorn fruit pulps. A full tube. Huabai Lord held the bamboo tube with his forelimbs, looked at it, shook his tentacles, raised his head, and poured it all into his mouth. Sweet. Tastes good? First he praised. Then he climbed down on the spot, silently digested the original force entering his body, and observed his own changes with his mental power. After a moment, Huabai Mountain Lord stood up excitedly, his tentacles waving, his wings flapping, his mind deep, full of incredible surprise. He said to Bamboo, the rate of the force entering the body has decreased. This can improve the efficiency of force utilization? Bamboo said, yes. Huabai Mountain Lord calmed down again in an instant, and after careful sensing, he said, the quality of the flesh is slightly poor, and there are only 50 fruits, so the improvement is not great. Bamboo, is there an upper limit to this improvement? Yes, Bamboo said regretfully, at present, the maximum increase is 3% to 5%, which can only be regarded as a kind of incidental effect. In the future, when I am promoted to the Mountain Master, the Bloodthorn God-level God-given seeds may be upgraded to the superior quality. I wonder if I can break through the limit at that time. The Huabai Mountain Master thought for a while, and said, not bad. It's already very good. Bamboo, this is good for my recovery. You have to sell more to me. Bamboo said, Huabai Mountain Master, I have given you 50 bloodthorn pulps, which is almost close to the limit. How about selling you 100 bloodthorn seeds? Huabai Mountain Master asked, can't there be more? Bamboo shook his tentacles. Huabai Mountain Master asked, what's the price? Bamboo said, I will give you the same low price as the Red Blighton tribe, for raw stones for each bloodthorn seed. Huabai Mountain Master said, the price is good, but the quantity is too small. Bamboo, the bloodthorn seeds are very useful for my molting and growth. You should sell more. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, Huabai Mountain Master, if you only use it yourself, 100 seeds are more than enough. Huabai Mountain Master knew that Bamboo was not easy to fool, so he stopped persuading him and changed his words. Bloodthorn is a special shrub that can grow. In the future, the yield will increase, so you have to leave me some. Of course. Bamboo looked at Huabai Mountain Master's healed forelimbs and asked, Huabai Mountain Master, are you really going to advance to the 5th age? Huabai Mountain Master said, of course. Bamboo asked, then what? Then? Huabai Mountain Master asked back, are you still going to advance to the 6th age? Bamboo asked tentatively. It's not a plan. It's a necessity. The Lord of Huabai Mountain said with emotion, only with a princess guarding it can the Yabai Mountain range truly prosper. I used to think there was no hope, but now it's different. Don't you have a way to make money? Bamboo, I'll tell you the truth. I bought the bamboo fruit of the bamboo God-given species from you at the price of 20 raw stones, and then sold it to Princess Chilfing at the same price as the caravan. The profit in the middle is quite considerable. I have such a stable extra income every year, and I have the hope of trying to be promoted to princess. The same price as the caravan? The Lord of Huabai Mountain is notoriously insidious and cunning within their black and white cockroach tribe. This kind of character is suitable for survival in the borderland. It can be seen that Princess Chiufeng appreciates it very much and intends to cultivate it. In fact, the intention of cultivation is very obvious. Take the example of the Lord Huabai who was injured in the last battle. Princess Chiufeng is not a fool. She can definitely see that it is a minor injury that can be healed, and there is no need to shed the shell and grow. However, she did not expose it, and just gave him 30,000 raw stones as compensation. If Princess Chiufeng is willing to support, then Master Huabai will have a chance to be promoted to princess. On the other hand, Princess Chijian's attitude towards Master Taidao is not so bad. But it is certain that she does not respect him that much. Bamboo can even feel that Princess Chijian is not very friendly to him. Probably because the color of her shell is not pleasing to the eye. Bamboo does not care much about this, and continues to ask Master Huabai tentatively, Master Huabai, I heard that your black and white cockroach tribe has the ability to promote plant growth after being promoted to Mountain Master, and can also promote the growth of plants that are not their own. Upon hearing this, Master Huabai's antennae suddenly stood up, and his wings spread out. This is an instinctive reaction when encountering a crisis. Huabai Mountain Lord stared at Bamboo and asked cautiously, Did the old fellow Chuirong County Lord tell you? Bamboo, I tell you. Don't pay attention to me. I won't do that kind of thing. Bamboo asked curiously, Isn't it just the kind of thing that the veins on the surface of the shell are damaged, and it will recover after a month of rest? Is it that simple? Huabai Mountain Lord's mind became sharp, and he screamed, This is a matter of life. A matter of life? Bamboo asked. It will shorten my life. Unless I am tired of living. I won't do it. I won't do it. Huabai Mountain Lord reiterated his position. Shorten my life? Bamboo continued to ask. Huabai Mountain Lord calmed down a little and explained patiently, Use it once, and the plant will grow faster by 1 year. But it will shorten my life by 3 years. How many 3 years does an insect have? This is not a good deal. 3 years. The price is not ordinary high. No wonder it is so expensive. Bamboo shook his tentacles and gave up the idea. I was thinking about asking the Lord of Huabai Mountain to help the wild cliff cypress seed to grow a few times at a low price. After knowing the truth, I found that 10,000 raw stones to grow once was actually a low price. That's a lifespan of 3 years. Not to mention a few times. Even once is unbearable. The Lord of Huabai Mountain was asked by Bamboo, and his mood became a little bad. He asked it politely, Bamboo, do you have anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Bamboo felt embarrassed and said, It's okay. Lord of Huabai Mountain, I'll take you a ride. After seeing off the Lord of Huabai Mountain, Bamboo returned to the mountains. The lively feast lasted until late at night. All the thorn fruits were ripe, and the flesh was eaten up. The princess of Chuirong, the rhubarb fruit banyan, and the cliff cypress stayed, and the other warriors dispersed, and Liju Peak returned to peace. From the next day, Bamboo had to start to get busy. There were more than 5,000 bloodthorn seeds produced this year, of which 500 were purchased by Princess Chuirong at the price of 4 raw stones per seed, using 2,000 raw stones for the transaction. Next year, the two sides will exchange, which is equivalent to barter. 1 big yellow fruit banyan for 10 bloodthorn seeds, each taking what they need. So there is no need to pay a deposit. There are still 4,500 bloodthorn seeds left, and Bamboo plans to take out 2,000 to sell within the Chi Blatodia tribe. It just so happens that the big yellow fruit banyan still needs to continue to promote its banyan fruit, so everyone can go together. The main customer target is of course the famous Princess Chijian, and the cliff cypress knows the route, so it will lead the way. Princess Chuirong is in charge of Liju Peak, which is very stable. The purple gold God-given seeds will mature in about half a month, and time is not very tight. You can also visit the mountain owners along the way. Going north, crossing the Iron Blade Mountains is the Red Orange Mountains. The Red Orange Mountains are dominated by the Lord of the Bitter Orange Mountain. There are no God-given seeds, which is similar to the Iron Blade Mountains. They are very poor, with 0 raw stone reserves. Of course, they stay away from luxury goods such as the rhubarb fruit banyan, but they are very interested in the blood-thorn seeds of bamboo. After a brief discussion, the spider silk bag woven by the L4 Intermediate Flame Spider Warrior is the standard. The Lord of the Bitter Orange Mountain took out a bag of red orange and chestnut, 2 specialties, and traded 100 bloodthorn seeds from bamboo to try the effect first. If the growth-enhancing effect is good, other senior warriors in the mountain will take out more ordinary life seeds and exchange them with bamboo in the form of barter. Li Zhufeng also has Big Head, Big Bear, and 7 bamboo rat warriors. They all rely on bamboo to pay their wages to make a living. Bamboo has a high demand for the original force fruit condensed by ordinary life seeds. And the more the better. After crossing the Red-Orange Mountains, the next stop is the Qigong Mountains. Chapter 157, Tieju Mountain Lord. The ruling mountain lord of Qigong Mountain is called Huagang County Lord. She is an old-fashioned county lord and does not have the seeds of God. In her early years, she was promoted to county lord with the help of Qigong County Lord. However, her strength stopped at the level of a first-year county lord, and it was difficult for her to continue to grow. Qigong Mountain is quite rich and prosperous. There are more than 100 Qigong warriors. About 5 years ago, a mountain lord with the seeds of God was born, named Tieju Mountain Lord. Its God-given seeds are a multi-fruited Chinese tallow tree, a kind of tree that grows relatively slowly, but has a large number of flowers and fruits, and the quality is medium. Tongue fruit is a dried fruit with a black shell and a metallic texture. The strengthening ability is relatively ordinary. That is, the metal ability. So it was renamed Tieju. Out of courtesy, Bamboo and Da Wongerong visited Huagang County Lord first. Just like everyone else, Huagang County Lord was not very interested in the expensive Da Wongerong. It was not that she didn't want it, but that she couldn't afford it. The price and effectiveness of bamboo's bloodthorn seeds are very affordable and cost-effective. Princess Huagang has a reserve of raw stones, which she cannot use herself. She readily bought 100 bloodthorn seeds for a young warrior who was born this year in the mountain range, and encouraged a mountain owner and 3 senior warriors living near it to purchase a batch of bloodthorn seeds from bamboo in the form of barter. The amount of ordinary live seed force food purchased was too much, and bamboo certainly couldn't take it away. He had to trouble them to run a trip and help transport it to Liju Peak. After visiting Princess Huagang, the next one was the real owner, the owner of Wushu Mountain. The seeds given by God are wealth. To have the seeds given by God is to have wealth. And only then can you be considered a wealthy Zerg warrior. Real bulk transactions can only occur in the rich insect class. The master of Wushu Mountain was born in the Wangua continent. He was bought back by Princess Huagang with raw stones. He is similar to Fengling, not very sociable, and has a rather indifferent personality. The Red Cockroach warrior has wireless communication capabilities. Princess Huagang has notified it. It has long known about the arrival of Bamboo and his party, but did not greet them. Other Red Cockroach warriors in the Qigong Mountains seemed to dislike interacting with it, including Princess Huagang, who only pointed out a direction, but did not intend to lead them there personally. Excuse me, is this the territory of the master of Tieju Mountain? Yabai led Bamboo and Da Wongerong, wandering over the mountain peak, politely encouraging the force to ask. Yes. A simple answer came from the dense forest. Yabai was embarrassed, waved his antennae, and signaled Bamboo to come. Bamboo asked, "Can we visit you?" Yes. The master of Tieju Mountain was still concise. Bamboo waved his antennae to signal, and landed first to the place where the spiritual power came from. A warrior with a body length of more than 5 meters, a brown-red shell, and a light red force vein was busy in the forest. The owner of Tieju Mountain was a hybrid of the Red Cockroach and the Cockroach tribe. Born in the Wangua continent, the owner of Huagang Mountain thought the price was cheap, so he bought it and arranged it to live alone on a mountain with a lack of natural force. There were also busy ants in the forest. They were a kind of harvester ants from the north, called strong harvester ants, which collected seeds for food. In fact, this kind of ant is not strong at all. Individuals are smaller than big-headed harvester ants, and they are not descendants of gods, cannot breed life seeds, and have no inherited memories. However, these ants can complement the master of Tieju Mountain very well, specializing in some delicate work and working together to manage the territory. The ant king who controls the ant colony seems to be very lonely. Seeing the arrival of the 3 Red Cockroach warriors, he ran up the mountain in a panic under the protection of a large number of worker ants and soldier ants, and hid deep in the ant nest. "Where are you from? What are you doing in my territory?" the master of Tieju Mountain asked bluntly, and was a little wary. Bamboo, Thuja, and Rhubarb Fruit Ficus were suddenly more embarrassed. Bamboo introduced himself with difficulty. "My name is Bamboo. I come from Jinping Mountain Range. I have 3 God-given seeds. I hope to trade with you. Da Huang Guorong was a little timid due to the aura and extraordinary size of the mountain master. He mustered up his courage and said, "My name is Da Huang Guorong. I come from Yangdi Mountain Range. I have a God-given seed. And I also come to trade with you." Yabai said, "I come from Taidao Mountain Range. I'll take a look." The master of Tieju Mountain looked at Yabai and asked, "How many God-given seeds do you have?" "I don't have any." Yabai was depressed. "I have heard that the master of Tieju Mountain has a strange temper. If I had known it was so strange, I shouldn't have come here." Bamboo sighed. Sure enough, the warriors bought back from the 10,000 Kingdoms continent are prone to mental problems. The master of Tieju Mountain looked at Bamboo again and asked, "Do you have 3? Bamboo said, "Yes, 3. He opened the spider silk bag, took out a bloodthorn seed, handed it to the master of Tieju Mountain, and continued, "This year's bloodthorn seeds. Please taste it." The master of Tieju Mountain took it, put it directly into his mouth without peeling the shell, chewed it a few times, swallowed it, and after a few seconds, asked, "Strengthen the blood?" Bamboo no longer had much interest in the transaction, and said perfunctorily, "Yes." But the master of Tieju Mountain became interested and asked, "It seems that there are other benefits. Only one pill cannot sense obvious changes." Bamboo said, "It can slightly improve the efficiency of the use of the force. But there is an upper limit, which can only reach 3% to 5%, which is determined by the individual's physique." The master of Tieju Mountain became more interested and asked, "How do you sell it? How many raw stones per stone?" Bamboo said, 4 raw stones. "Why is it so cheap?" After the master of Tieju Mountain finished speaking, he immediately said, "I understand. Then I will buy more." "No. How much are you willing to sell?" "So straightforward?" Bamboo said truthfully, "Eating about 50 pills is the most cost-effective. And the effect of improving the efficiency of the use of the force has a significant increase. Eating more than 100 pills is close to the limit. And it is just a simple strengthening of blood transport of nutrients. S ability. The value is greatly reduced. Therefore, each warrior of the same race has a purchase limit of 100. Of course, if you are willing to buy for other warriors, you can also order more." The master of Tieju Mountain asked, "Then I want 500? Bamboo said, 200. The output this year is not much. If you need it, I will sell it to you next year. Then 200. The master of Tieju Mountain acted decisively. After finalizing it, he immediately summoned his spiritual power and shouted, "Strong. Send 800 raw stones down." After shouting, the master of Tieju Mountain had no intention of chatting with Bamboo. He turned his eyes to the big yellow fruit banyan and asked, "Do you have a God-given seed?" "Yes." The big yellow fruit banyan imitated Bamboo and took out a banyan fruit from the spider silk bag. He was worried that the other party would chew and eat the amber fruit protective shell on the outer layer of the banyan fruit. So he peeled it first before handing it over. "Rhubarb banyan. Please taste it." The master of Tieju Mountain took the banyan fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. After a few seconds, he asked, "Strengthen the intestines? My digestive ability is much stronger than that of ordinary cockroaches, so it is completely unnecessary." "No, it's not like that." The rhubarb banyan was panicked, and then he started to explain. The master of Tieju Mountain was skeptical. "Are you sure it can delay aging and prolong life?" The rhubarb banyan was even more panicked, and stammered, "Yes." Seeing this, Bamboo sighed cowardly and joined in. "Princess Chue Rong personally identified it. And I have tried it too. And there will be no mistakes." "Yes. Yes. Yes." The rhubarb banyan tapped its tentacles vigorously. The master of Tieju Mountain asked, "What's the price? How many raw stones per stone?" The big yellow fruit banyan quickly said, "Sell it to our fellow tribesmen at a low price. 50 raw stones per stone. The price is reasonable. Green grapes require 500 raw stones, and the effect is not ideal." The big yellow fruit banyan said, "At the level of the mountain master, the upper limit of consumption is only 50? Then I want 100. The big yellow fruit banyan was delighted and said, "The output is small, and the production for next year has been booked. Can it be the year after next?" "The year after next?" The master of Tieju Mountain looked at Bamboo and simply said, "The year after next is also fine." Then there was a long silence, and the atmosphere became depressing. The ants carried the raw stones down the mountain with a rustling sound. The small pieces of raw stones were carried by 800 worker ants. running past Bamboo one by one and piling them into a small pile. Bamboo counted out 200 blood thorns from the spider silk bag and handed them to the ants to carry away. The transaction was completed. The owner of Jeju Mountain had no intention of trying to persuade him to stay or communicate. Bamboo, Thuja Suchuanensis, and rhubarb fruit ficus also tactfully said goodbye and left. Chapter 158 Qijing County. Qijin Sea of Trees. After crossing the Qingang Mountains, there is an endless plain forest in front of you. According to legend, it was divided into two mountains in the early days. Later, the Qijing County Lord rose up and merged the two into one, collectively known as Qijing County. There are no mountains in the plains, and the Qigok warriors are scattered on isolated peaks or plains with abundant force. Due to the low rainfall, there is a small reservoir for water storage next to each warrior's territory, which is easy to distinguish. There are about 500 Qigok tribal warriors living in Qijing County, so there is a distinction between the inner and outer circles. Most of the warriors live in the outer circle, which is relatively free and can manage the territory independently and cultivate the plants they like. The inner circle in the center is called Qijin Sea of Trees. Those who live in the Sea of Trees are bound by the Qijing County Lord and can only follow the Qijing County Lord to plant and cultivate Qijin trees. The choice of life species is often mainly Qijin trees. The three-spotted insects flew for a whole day to cross the vast forest and reach the inner circle. Ahead are the regularly cultivated red nut forest insects, so ordinary plants, but also know to maintain plant diversity and prevent pests. In the middle of the red nut forests, strips of other types of plants are planted. Square reservoirs are dug one by one and distributed regularly. Rivers are used to connect the reservoirs, and ditches are opened to divert water. It is the season when red nuts are ripe. The buzzing sound can be heard from afar. It is tens of thousands of red ring acid bees busy picking in the forest. You can also see that some ordinary red nut forests have been cut down in large areas. Those are eliminated tree species. Next year, high-quality tree species will be sown. The red nut forest sea has been opened up, and a well-managed breeding base has been established. After generations of selection and elimination, as well as various hybridization experiments, step by step, we have obtained better quality red jian tree species. Mastering super high-quality tree species is the foundation for driving the development and prosperity of the entire race. Red jian tree is a precious tree with great development potential. As a landmark plant in Qijing County, it is strictly regulated, especially during the season when the red jian tree fruits ripen. Before Bamboo approached, he felt a vague mental lock. Approaching the range of the red jian tree sea, the mental lock immediately became clear. A county-level red cockroach warrior soared into the air from the forest. Yabai hurriedly said, "Princess Day, I am Yabai from the Iron Blade Mountain Range. In addition to Princess Qijin, there are 4 other princesses in Qijin County, 2 of whom are named Princess Day and Princess Xia. They do not have the seeds given by God, live in the red jian tree sea, and are responsible for guarding and vigilance." Before coming, Yabai solemnly introduced that Princess Day was guarding the south, and it was necessary to obtain its permission to enter the Sea of Trees and visit Princess Qijin. Princess Day recognized Yabai and was very nice. She looked around and fixed her eyes on Bamboo, and asked, "You must be Bamboo from Liju Peak in Jinping Mountains." Bamboo said respectfully, "Bamboo greets Princess Day." Princess Day nodded her tentacles, looked at the big yellow fruit banyan, and asked, "Then you should be the big yellow fruit banyan from Yonti Mountains." The big yellow fruit banyan said respectfully, "Meet Princess Day." Princess Day nodded her tentacles again, and then said, "You all have seeds given by God. This time you come to find Princess Qijin to sell the products of your territory. Right?" Bamboo said. "Yes." Princess Day said, "Follow me." After flying for about half an hour, a solitary peak came into view. As we got closer, we could see clearly that the mountain was divided into 2 layers. The lower layer was actually a small mountain with a height of only more than 100 meters. The mountain was large, with a gentle slope, but it was very short. On the upper layer was a towering tree with a height of more than 100 meters. It was so tall and magnificent that it was difficult to estimate its exact height. The upper and lower parts were combined, and from a distance it looked like a steep and dangerous peak. The God-given seed of the Qijin tree has a growth time of more than 300 years. As we got closer, we could see that there were a large number of Qijin tree live seeds with a height of more than 50 meters distributed around the solitary peak. As a life seed, the Qijin tree, as a tree, grows very slowly in the early stage. It takes 20 years to grow to a height of about 2 meters, which is considered to be initially grown. Afterwards, the growth rate will be faster and more constant, with an average annual height of 0.2 to 0.3 meters. As time goes by, it will grow infinitely. Now is the fruit ripening season. A large number of red-ringed acid bees are busy picking in the forest. In the same place, there are also a large number of bee colonies busy peeling off the outer green skin. The nuts are inside. Fresh fruits are dried in the sun and are easy to store. In Qijin County, the fruits condensed from ordinary red-ring tree seeds are of high quality, second only to the seeds given by God. They are expensive and popular. It is said that 10 to 20 red nuts can be sold for 1 raw stone. The fruits produced by the seeds given by God of the red-ring tree can be sold at a high price of 40 to 50 raw stones. Every spring, dozens of caravans come from all directions with bags of raw stones, leaving the raw stones behind and leaving with bags of red nuts. Let's not talk about how much wealth the Qijin County Lord, who owns the God-given seed of the Qijin tree, earns every year. The Dai County Lords and Shuya County Lords, who do not have the God-given seed, mainly use the Qijin tree as their life seed, and their growth period ranges from 100 to 300 years. Their annual income is not lower than that of Banbu now. Most of the other Chicha warriors, who follow the Qijin County Lord and live in the Qijin forest are like this. Starting from the 17th intermediate warrior, all of them choose the Qijin tree as their life seed. In the early stage of growth, they relied on the support of the Qijin County Lord for more than 20 years, until they were promoted to the Mountain Master. After being promoted to the Mountain Master, their own Qijin tree life seeds almost began to bear fruit, and they had a considerable income every year, and it would be higher year by year. In theory, everyone has the hope of being promoted to a county lord. The Dai County Lord led Banbu and his party to land in an open space at the foot of the mountain. Banbu immediately felt that there seemed to be a pair of eyes, secretly peeping at him. That is not an eye, but a tree spirit of the God-given seed of the red hard tree on the mountain. It has probably touched the border of its territory. The powerful will is like substance, with a sense of threat. The hostility is not strong, but more a disdain. It is getting closer. Looking up, it is still difficult to estimate the specific height of the God-given seed of the red hard tree across a mountain. Some reference objects are needed. Behind him is a tall ordinary red hard tree life seed. But it is not ordinary. Bmbu.com waits and sees, and estimates that the height is about 80 meters. A little shorter. Still not good. Looking carefully, the fruit of this ordinary red hard tree life seed is ripe, and it has not yet started to be picked. The mental power scans back and forth twice, and roughly confirms that the number of fruits should be around 15,000. With just this life seed, the annual income can reach 1,500 raw stones. There is also a red hard tree life seed next to it with a similar height. Banbu calculated in his mind to be promoted to a princess. More than 36 life seeds are bred, and more than 20 red hard tree life seeds are bred. If each tree can earn 1,500 raw stones every year, the total is 30,000 raw stones. Of course, some live seeds planted later have a worse growth year, and the number of fruits is relatively small. Roughly estimated, it must be more than 20,000 raw stones. The surrounding natural force is abundant, even more concentrated than Liju Peak. If you manage it, you don't need to invest any raw stones, and it's all pure income. An ordinary princess without the God-given seed is very rich. After Banbu made some calculations, he couldn't help but start thinking again, under the premise that we can't find new God-given seeds. If Qijin County wants to be more prosperous, then the only way is for Princess Qijin to be promoted to the Cockroach King, and then divide the resources to help other tribes grow. Princess Dai and Princess Shuya definitely have no hope of being promoted to the Cockroach King. But there are nearly 30 Mountain Master level warriors living in the Qijin forest, and they can sponsor a few more young ones to be promoted to princesses. If Qijin County wants to lead the tribe, it's very simple. Princess Qijin has lived for more than 300 years, and is about to enter the aging period. She must be promoted to Mountain Master. If she fails, Princess Qijin dies. This is Banbu from Liju Peak in Jinping Mountain Range. Right? A gentle spiritual power came, interrupting Banbu's thinking. Looking up, he was distracted for a moment, and didn't pay attention to the situation in front of him. Somehow, a princess-level warrior appeared in front of him. Bamboo had seen Princess Chuirong, Princess Huagang, and Princess Day. They all restrained their force aura, but could still feel the force fluctuations when approached. Unlike ordinary princesses, the one in front of him was standing 3 meters away, but no force fluctuations could be sensed on her body. A 9th-age princess, only 1 step away from the Cockroach King. This should be Princess Qijian. Chapter 159 Princess Qijian. The unique shell color always attracts attention. Princess Qijian was staring at Bamboo. Hello, Princess Qijian. Bamboo came back to his senses and hurriedly greeted respectfully. Hello, Princess Qijian. Hello, Princess Qijian. Thuja and Rhubarb Fruit Banyan also greeted respectfully, both looking a little embarrassed. The Lord of Taidao Mountain and the Lord of Chuirong Mountain were both from Qijing County and were divided into the border mountains for development. Most of the Qikok tribes in Qijing County were bred in the territory of Princess Qijian, and a small number were redeemed from the continent of 10,000 countries. The one in front of him can be called everyone's direct ancestor. Princess Qijian looked around, and finally, her eyes fixed on Yabai, and asked with concern, Yabai, how is the injury of the Lord of Taidao Mountain? Yabai replied, the injury is stable, but he urgently needs to shed his shell and evolve to recover. Bamboo immediately added, don't worry, Princess Qijian. My territory has produced a lot this year, and I can provide enough resources to help the Lord of Taidao Mountain. You are a smart little guy. Princess Qijian's emotions did not fluctuate much, and she always maintained the warmth and kindness that an ancestor of a tribe should have towards his descendants. Did you come up with a deposit pre-order? It is a very fair and reasonable trading model. I plan to start trading in this model next year, and the biogas tank is a good creation. Unfortunately, the soil in Qijing County is soft and not suitable for digging biogas tanks. We tried it. After digging it, it was centered with flames, but it still collapsed when it encountered a heavy rain. There is a reason why Princess Day can be reused by Princess Qijian. As soon as Qijing County Lord finished the first half of her words, it guessed the second half. Day County Lord spoke at the right time and asked, Bamboo, do you have a way to solve this problem? Bamboo looked down and saw soft black soil under his feet, which was sandy. He lowered his tentacles and began to think. It is definitely unrealistic to let a group of insects build kilns and burn bricks. Such a complicated process. If it is taken out all at once, it would be strange if it does not arouse suspicion. There are few mountains in the whole Qijing County, and they are very low. The texture of the stone is probably not very good. Bamboo raised his tentacles and said with difficulty, yes, there is, but it is troublesome. We need to mine stones from the nearby Qijing Mountains, transport them to Qijing County, and then dig pits underground, build masonry, and construct biogas pools. Qijing County Lord shook his tentacles gently and said, I have thought about this method. It is okay to just build a few biogas pools, but it is too difficult to promote it on a large scale. Bamboo said, it is not necessary to use biogas pools. We can collect some plants every year, dry them, collect them together, and burn them. We can also use plant ash. Duh. Princess, he said, we are currently mainly using this method to apply fertilizer, and the effect is not ideal. Far inferior to the biogas pool. Bamboo said, I can't think of a good way for the time being. I will think about it carefully, and tell you when I think of it. Princess Qijian tapped her antennae, and looked at the rhubarb figure. She knew the rhubarb fig and asked directly, your banyan tree has no abnormalities after being stimulated to bear fruit, right? The rhubarb fig replied, not at the moment. The mental power trembled a little. This guy is timid, shy, and a little silly. A typical fool has good luck. Princess Qijian obviously liked it more and asked, how is the fruiting this year? I heard that it indirectly has the effect of extending life. This year, there are 124 fruits. The big yellow fruit fig quickly opened the spider silk bag, took out 4 figs in succession, handed them to Princess Qijian, and took out another one and handed it to Princess Day. Princess Qijian, please taste it. Princess Day, please taste it. In the rich Qijing County, the big yellow fruit fig is obviously more popular. A single fig fruit is just for tasting, and there is no effect. So Princess Day remained silent. Princess Qijian finished eating 4 banyan fruits before commenting, saying, Princess Chuirong's judgment is very accurate. It does have a certain effect of delaying aging. Unfortunately, for old guys like us, it is not very useful. It is suitable for young warriors. Princess Day said, we have no shortage of young warriors in the Chiluo tribe. Princess Chi Jian asked, Rhubarb Banyan, how much do you plan to sell it for? The Rhubarb Banyan asked tentatively, 50 raw stones? Princess Day was surprised. The original force fruit that prolongs life is sold so cheaply? Did Princess Chui Rong give you the idea? Chi Jian hesitated for a moment, but said, it's a very reasonable price. Princess Chui Rong is very smart and considers it very carefully. Princess Day shook her tentacles in dismay and said no more. Princess Chi Jian continued to ask, Big Rhubarb Banyan, how many banyans do you plan to sell to your fellow tribesmen? Big Rhubarb Banyan replied, the production of the first 5 years. Princess Chi Jian nodded with satisfaction and said, then we will reserve 2,000 first in Qijing County. Is that not too much? Bamboo almost jumped up and cursed, damn! This is not too much? Big Rhubarb Banyan was embarrassed and hesitantly said, I'm afraid I have to wait a few years. Princess Chi Jian asked, how many years? The big yellow fruit banyan summoned up the courage to say, next year's output has basically been reserved by Bamboo. The output of the year after next. I will use it to repay the debt owed by Chushan Growth. In addition, the owner of Tieju Mountain has reserved a batch, and it is estimated that there will be no surplus. Princess Chi Jian, that? How about the year after next, and the year after next? And the year after next? It's exactly 5 years. Bamboo almost laughed. Princess Chi Jian was amused and said, you have reserved the share of the next 2 years. Why are you still coming to me? That? The big yellow fruit banyan summoned up the courage to say, Princess Chui Rong asked me to come. After saying that, he lowered his head and drooped his antennae. Forget it. Come back next year to get the deposit. Qijing County Lord shook his tentacles, looked at Bamboo, and asked, I heard that the thorn fruit produced by your bloodthorn God-given seeds has a unique and outstanding strengthening effect. The news of the bloodthorn God-given seeds was spread to Qijing County a few days ago. So Qijing County Lord asked in a semi-inquiring tone. It's barely acceptable. Bamboo opened the spider silk bag, took out 2 bloodthorn seeds, and handed them to Qijing County Lord and Day County Lord respectively. Wait for a moment. Princess Day tapped her tentacles and said, comparatively speaking, the strengthening effect of the bloodthorn seed is more substantial. Princess Chi Jian asked, Bamboo, what price are you going to sell it for? Bamboo said, for my clan, it's 4 raw stones. And for the caravan, it's 6 raw stones. Princess Chi Jian said, your bloodthorn seed is valuable because of its additional effects. And it also has an upper limit. Right? Bamboo said, yes. The upper limit has nothing to do with strength. It varies according to individual physique, and is slightly lower. About 3% to 5%. Princess Day praised, it's already a very good improvement. If you calculate carefully, you will make a profit if you buy it. It is definitely worth the price. Princess Chi Jian asked, how is the yield? Bamboo said, it's quite a lot. This year is the first year. We harvested more than 5,000 fruits. The pulp was distributed to fellow warriors in the nearby mountains. Princess Chi Jian commented, the yield is not high, nor is it low. Did you set the price yourself? It's very fair. Your bloodthorn seeds will be very popular. Bloodthorn is a shrub that can grow and bear fruit. The same is true for the bloodthorn God-given seeds. Bamboo calculated that the force food eaten by ordinary high-level warriors every year and the force absorbed by hitting plants, converted into raw stones, is equivalent to 100 to 300 pieces. Young high-level warriors may not even have 100 pieces. Under this condition, the utilization efficiency is improved by 5%, which actually saves 5 to 15 raw stones in a year. To obtain the strengthening effect, about 50 bloodthorn seeds need to be ingested. The caravan sells 6 raw stones at a unit price, and the caravan resells 8 raw stones. In total, 400 raw stones are needed. According to a rough estimate, it will take an ordinary warrior a lifetime to recover the cost. Of course, this price is more cost-effective for those warriors who are slightly richer and consume more than 500 raw stones of force food every year. The cost can be recovered in more than 10 years, and it will be all profit in the future. For those warriors who can be promoted to mountain masters, it is a cost-effective deal to make a lot of money and benefit from eating once for 100 years. Based on the production of the bloodthorn God-given seeds, Bamboo plans to take a route of small profits and quick turnover. Selling cheap can also win a good reputation for himself and the Red Cockroach tribe. Princess Qi Jian has been in contact with the caravan for 300 years and is proficient in trading. She guessed Bamboo's plan at once, so she said it was a fair price. Chapter 160 Interview. Fire Lotus Queen Bee. Along the way, Bamboo still had 1,200 bloodthorn seeds left, which was not enough for Qijing County, which had 500 insects. Qijing County Lord also had an unreasonable side. She bought all the remaining bloodthorn seeds at once, paid a deposit, and forced to order 3,000 from next year's output, a total of 10,800 raw stones. Bamboo took 5,000 raw stones. The other 5,800 raw stones were purchased from Qijing County Lord at a very low unit price of 40 raw stones. They were all wet goods after being mined and bought. During the transaction, Bamboo found that Qijing County Lord seemed to be really stingy. For such a large transaction, he asked it to round up to 150 red nuts, but was rejected. Not one less, not one more. This season, Qijing County was very busy. After completing the transaction, he should have left. The big yellow fruit banyan was hesitant. Princess Qi Jian noticed its strangeness and asked, "Big yellow fruit banyan, what do you want to say?" That. Big yellow fruit banyan hesitated and said, "When I came here, Princess Chui Rong asked me to ask if there was a new queen of the red ring acid bee. The development of the Yangdi mountain range needs a capable helper." Bamboo heard the words and his antennae immediately stood up, waiting for the next words. "It just so happens that there is one." Princess Qi Jian asked back, "Did Princess Chui Rong hear the news that a new queen was born and deliberately asked you to come to me?" The lie was exposed. Big yellow fruit banyan was embarrassed and stuttered, Yes, I'm sorry." Alas, Qi Jianjun was speechless about the character of the big yellow fruit banyan. He sighed helplessly, waved his wings, and said, "I can't make the decision on this matter. Dai Qi Jian, you take it and Bamboo to see the Fire Lotus Queen Bee. The newborn Queen Bee must go somewhere. It doesn't recognize our Qijianjin warriors. So let's try the warriors from other mountains." Dai Qi Jian is the original name of the Dai County Lord. After being promoted to the County Lord, the title was simplified to Dai County Lord, which is a title of status in the Qian tribe. Only the Qijing County Lord can call her by her real name. Dai County Lord also waved her wings and said, "Yai bai. You wait here. Bamboo. Big yellow fruit banyan. You two little guys come with me." After speaking, she flapped her wings and flew into the air. Bamboo heard that he also had a chance, and his heart was ecstatic, and he followed the wings and flew into the air. Bee is a race that is extremely similar to ant. Bees have membrane wings and outstanding flying ability, and are a powerful race in the sky. However, bees, like ants, are naturally ferocious, aggressive, and extremely exclusive. There are about 20 bee kingdoms in the Wanzhou continent, but each kingdom only allows bees of the same race to survive, and is the only race that does not recognize mutants of the same race. In the Wanzhou continent, there are more than 500 bee races protected by the gods, and most of them do not have kingdoms, and the red-ringed acid bee is one of them. The red-ringed acid bee is a very small, weak race without a stinger, and has almost no close combat power. After being promoted to the Mountain Master, you can awaken the flame ability, and every worker bee born by the queen bee can release a weak flame ability. The overwhelming bee swarms it up, and the combat power is quite considerable. The role of the red-ringed acid bee is not to fight, but to help with labor and manage the territory. They do not have their own kingdom, and survive as parasitic vassals of other kingdoms. In Qijing County, the Qijin Sea of Trees, flowers bloom in spring every year, pollinated by bees. In autumn, fruits ripen and harvested by bees. King is a name for the original creatures of bees and ants. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee is not as powerful as a king, but as a princess. She has a God-given seed, which was originally a magnolia tree. Because the fruit strengthens the flame ability, it was renamed Fire Lotus. It is famous. When mentioning Qijing County, the first thing that comes to mind is the God-given seed of the Qijin tree, the Qijin princess, and then the Fire Lotus Queen Bee. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee accounts for half of the credit for the prosperity of Qijing County today, so its status in Qijing County is second only to the Qijin princess. Bamboo understood the meaning of the big yellow fruit banyan, or the intention of the princess of the weeping banyan. The fire lotus queen bee protects a large number of ordinary tribes, and a new queen bee was born this year. 2 queen bees are not allowed to exist in the same area at the same time. The reason is very simple. The auras of the bee colonies they command are similar but different. Due to their genetic instincts, they will fight once they encounter each other. At least, the red hardwood forest cannot accommodate 2 queen bees. This newborn little red-ringed queen bee must be assigned to another cockroach warrior territory to survive. It seems that the fire lotus queen bee has high standards and looks down on the cockroach warriors in the red hardwood county. The original intention of the princess of Chue Rong was to ask the big yellow fruit banyan to come and try their luck and see if they can get this little queen bee to the Yangtze Mountains. Bamboo was also invited for an interview. A small hill with a gentle slope is full of bloodthorn shrubs. From a distance, it looks bright red. At the foot of the mountain, there is a towering tree nearly 100 meters high, with fruits that look like lotus pods hanging sparsely on the tree. Magnolia, a tall tree that is no less than the red hardwood tree, grows faster. But the only flaw is that the number of fruits is very small. The magnolia tree in front of us, except for being extra tall, has leaves and branches similar to ordinary magnolia. The only difference is the color of the fruit, which is a clear orange-red, more like a tungsten filament bulb with electricity. Don't get close to the seeds of magnolia god, Princess Day reminded, and deliberately took a detour to the flat square opposite the mountain to land. On the flat square, a large number of worker bees are busy, using their jaws to peel off the green skin of the ordinary red nuts they collected. Ordinary worker bees, with a body length of only 10 to 15 centimeters. And there is another large-sized worker bee, similar to the soldier ant of the ant tribe, with a body length of about 0.5 meters. The small worker bee peels the fruit and delivers it to the big worker bee. The big worker bees seem to have great wisdom. They screened one by one. Most of them were piled up into a mountain. Only a few red nuts were selected and spread out in the square to dry. They were selecting seeds. Selecting large-grained, high-quality seeds. These seeds will be intensively sown in the spring of next year. As the seedlings grow, they will continue to eliminate weak seedlings and only keep the strongest seedlings to grow. It is a very stupid original stone method. It takes a long time to cultivate high-quality tree species after generations of screening. Bamboo pointed to the piles of eliminated red nuts and asked, Princess Day, what should we do with those seeds? Princess Day said, of course, we will burn and destroy them to prevent them from being lost. Bamboo asked, have you considered expanding the area of the Qijian Sea of Trees? Princess Day said, don't consider it before Princess Qijian is promoted to the Cockroach King. Bamboo didn't ask any more questions. As he had already gotten the answer he wanted, the Qijian Sea of Trees was not expanded because the number of bee colonies controlled by the fire lotus queen bee was limited, and it could only operate in such a large area. Not surprisingly, after Princess Qijian was promoted to the Cockroach King, she would first consider helping the fire lotus queen bee to be promoted to the king level. Da Huangguorong asked nervously, Princess Day, does the fire lotus queen bee live in the mountain? I heard that it has a very bad temper. Who told you that? A roar that was almost like a roar suddenly came from the inside of the mountain. The mental power locked onto the Daguerreong, and a terrifying aura permeated. Daguerreong was so scared that his 6 legs softened before he could finish his sentence, and he fell to the ground. The mental power tried to lock onto Bamboo again. Bamboo's figure flashed and hid behind Princess Day. Princess Day seemed a little scared and shouted, Queen Fire Lotus Bee, calm down. Princess Qijian specially selected an outstanding young man from the tribe and asked me to bring him here for you to examine. Outstanding? Queen Fire Lotus Bee had no intention of leaving the cave and shouted, the little guy lying on the ground is outstanding? And the ugly guy hiding behind you. Are you sure he is from the same tribe? Chapter 161 Interview. This is a blind date. It's called Bamboo, a pure-blooded red cockroach warrior, and its aura is unmistakable. Princess Day began to introduce quickly. Bamboo lives in Jinping Mountain Range. Since the previous master of Jinju Mountain died unexpectedly, it is the new master of the mountain range. Blessed by the true god of nature, it has 3 god-given seeds. The thorn fruit of one of the blood-thorn god-given seeds has the effect of strengthening blood and can also slightly improve the efficiency of using the original force. This is the rhubarb banyan in the Yangtze Mountain Range. It has a rhubarb banyan god-given seed. The function of the banyan fruit is to strengthen the intestines and reduce the absorption of harmful substances during eating, which can indirectly delay aging and prolong life. They are all young warriors with God-given seeds. God-given seeds that are linked to longevity. 3 God-given seeds. Mountain. Inside the cave. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee was somewhat moved by what she heard. Her mind locked onto the retreating tree like a tide. And she asked, "That little black guy. What are your other 2 God-given seeds?" Bamboo answered truthfully, "1 God-given seed of sun grass, named Purple Gold, strengthens metal ability. The quality is a bit poor, but the annual output is quite considerable. 1 God-given seed of green bamboo, strengthens grass ability. The quality is above average, and the output is acceptable." The Fire Lotus Queen Bee asked, "Green bamboo?" Bamboo said, "I cultivated a new bamboo species that can bloom and bear fruit every year. The bamboo pole is green and green, named green bamboo. Bamboo is an inferior plant. What's the point of cultivating it?" The Fire Lotus Queen Bee was like a mean and picky mother-in-law, and simply asked, "How many raw stones are converted into the annual income in your territory?" Bamboo calculated silently and said, "About 40,000. 3 God-given seeds?" The Fire Lotus Queen Bee asked dissatisfiedly, "How do you manage it? The income is so low?" The Date Princess explained in time. Bamboo was born just over 3 years ago, and he just became a senior warrior this year, and his life plants have not grown up yet. In the future, he will be promoted to the Master of the Mountain, and his income will be higher. Herbs only grow in 1 or 2 years. Even if you are promoted to the Master of the Mountain, it's just like that, and it's difficult to have a qualitative change. After all, it's just that 1 God-given seed of the blood thorn that's acceptable." The Fire Lotus Queen Bee commented, and her mental power lightly swept towards the rhubarb fruit fig, and asked a series of professional questions. "What about the cowardly warrior lying on the ground? How much can your fig fruit produce every year? How much is the selling price? How much is invested in the operation? How many raw stones are the net income each year?" Production. Out. Income. The big yellow fruit banyan just stood up from the ground, and was locked by the spiritual power again. The 6 legs couldn't help but weaken, and the wings flapped instinctively. It was hard to keep standing. He answered honestly, "I owed Princess Chuerong 30,000 raw stones this year, and I have to owe another 30,000 next year. There may be no income in the next 2 years. But," the Red Lotus Queen Bee said rudely, "Okay, you don't have to continue." Princess Day reminded, "Queen Red Lotus Bee, the banyan fruit is sold to the same clan for 50 raw stones. 5 years later, it will be sold to the caravan, and the price will be reset. This is a force food that can prolong life, and the price of a single piece will not be less than 100 raw stones." The Fire Lotus Queen Bee was still somewhat moved by the big yellow fruit banyan. Hearing this, she softened her tone and asked, "Why do you owe so many raw stones?" The rhubarb fig tree replied, "Ask the mountain master of the black and white cockroach tribe to help accelerate the growth of the God-given seeds. We ask 3 mountain masters to help every year, and each of them has to pay 10,000 raw stones." The Fire Lotus Queen Bee asked, "Can you continue next year?" The rhubarb fig tree replied, "Yes. We will accelerate the birth 3 more times next year, and the God-given seeds can grow initially, and there will be no need to accelerate the birth in the future." The Date Princess said, "For the particularly precious God-given seeds, it is a good deal to exchange 60,000 raw stones for 6 years of growth time." The Fire Lotus Queen Bee asked, "How many figs were produced this year?" The rhubarb fig tree answered truthfully, 124. "And there will definitely be more next year." The Fire Lotus Queen Bee calculated silently for a while, and said angrily, "The number of fruits of your God-given seeds is very small, and the annual income is not as good as that of the black-shelled little guy." Princess Day said, "The plant is accelerated to grow, and there is a long period of weakness after the acceleration, so the number of fruits must be small." The Fire Lotus Queen Bee said, "I have seen the black and white cockroach tribe use the ability to accelerate growth, and I know more about plants like banyan trees, so there shouldn't be so few." Princess Day asked hesitantly, "Queen Fire Lotus, then which one of them do you think is suitable?" "None of them are suitable." The Fire Lotus Queen Bee roared angrily, "You red cockroach tribe can't find a warrior with a real future. Now it's autumn, and it will be winter soon. Mobilize all the warriors of your tribe, and go into the jungle to search. Maybe you can find a God-given seed similar to Qi Jian." The God-given seeds are also divided into high and low quality according to their own varieties. The only drawback of the God-given seeds of the Qi tree is that they grow slowly in the first 20 years. Once they grow up, they have a large number of fruits and extremely high quality, which is among the best. There are only a handful of such God-given seeds in the entire Wanzu continent. Is it that easy to find? The Fire Lotus Queen Bee is a typical unrealistic person with high expectations. Princess Qijian seemed helpless about this, so she arranged for Princess Day to bring Banbu and Da Huanggurong to try their luck. Faced with a harsh and picky Fire Lotus Queen Bee, Princess Day was even more helpless and just agreed, "Okay. Tomorrow I will notify all mountain ranges and mobilize tribal warriors to take advantage of the good season to go out more and look for God-given seeds. Go!" The Fire Lotus Queen Bee was a little impatient and didn't want to say more. Princess Day carefully reminded, "Fire Lotus Bee Queen, after winter, it will be spring, and the seeds of life that have been nurtured should be sown. After the seeds of life take root and grow into plants, it is not suitable to move. It's still too early. Let's talk about it after winter." The Fire Lotus Bee Queen said, "By the way, please ask the Longevity Cockroach King for me, and ask them whether there are any descendants with great development potential in the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe in the past 2 years." Princess Day said in embarrassment, "I have asked." "But no." The Fire Lotus Bee Queen asked, "Have you asked? Is there really no, or are you hiding it from me?" Princess Day replied affirmatively, "It's really no." The Fire Lotus Bee Queen said, "Forget it. You go. Both of them are hopeless." Princess Day waved her tentacles at Banbu and Da Huanggurong, and pointed to the seeds of the common hardwood tree spread out to dry in the square, saying, "You are all high-level warriors now, and you have seeds given by God. You can choose 2 seeds to be nurtured as life seeds. The common red hardwood tree is also an extremely excellent tree species, which can slightly increase the territory's income in the future." Banbu was not polite. Of course. He ran forward and made a second selection among the selected high-quality seeds. He picked out 3 seeds at once and was about to continue, but was interrupted by Princess Day. "Banbu, don't take too much at a time. If you need it in the future, come and ask for it. Remember, tree seeds cannot be sold to caravans or spread to foreign tribes." "Okay. I'll take 3 seeds." "Okay? Okay." Banbu took the 3 selected seeds, checked them with his mental power, compared them carefully, put back 2, kept only 1, and then continued to choose. Princess Day was speechless, and shook her tentacles to the bewildered Da Huanggurong standing next to her, saying, "Don't stand there. You can also choose 3 seeds." Chapter 162 Cattail God-Given Seeds. Leave Qijin County and return to Liju Peak. The round trip took a total of 12 days. When returning through the Taidao Mountains, Banbu handed over the 6,000 raw stones and 145 redwood tree God-given seeds harvested on this trip to the Taidao Mountain Lord. Red nuts can help the Taidao Mountain Lord grow quickly. The raw stones will wait for the caravan to come next year, and the caravan will purchase various force foods that strengthen the basic physique and increase the probability of successful molting evolution. For the injuries of the Mountain Master level Cockroach warriors, the Chonglu caravan has a special matching package, which is also 3 sets, priced at 3,000, 5,000, and a luxury package priced at up to 10,000 raw stones. Banbu knew that the Taidao Mountain Lord would choose the raw stones himself, and if he thought it was suitable, he would buy it himself. After another 2 or 3 days, the demand for force from the purple gold God-given seeds suddenly surged, which was a sign that the grass seeds began to mature. Its quality has improved, and the demand for raw stones is still very small. The process lasted for 10 days, with a total investment of less than 300 raw stones, and the operating cost was almost negligible. This time, the maturity period lasted for 3 days, and each branch condensed 3 seeds, and 1 matured every night. After maturity, Datu immediately commanded the ant colony to pick them. After 3 days, it was successfully completed. Still no attack from the beast warriors. Princess Chuirong deliberately stayed for 2 more days to confirm that the situation was stable before leaving with peace of mind. Thuya couldn't stay in Liju Peak all the time, and after confirming that there would be no danger, he also left. The 7 bamboo rat warriors. The training was initially effective, and Banbu sent them out, mainly to find the hiding place of the Goju Mountain Python warriors, and to find those beast warriors in Jinping Mountains. In addition, they could also take advantage of the good season when the fruits of various plants matured in late autumn to find the seeds given by God. Big Bear's injury was basically healed, and he went down the mountain to cut wood. Bamboo continued to dig the soil and open up the pond according to the plan. Fengling couldn't work, so he stayed on the mountain, watching the red rice and not letting it run around. This guy was lively. As soon as Li Zhufeng lifted the martial law, he clamored to go down the mountain to open up paddy fields and transplant his own life seeds. He also wanted to expand the planting scale of ordinary rice seeds and go to the swamp to find barnyard grass seeds for cultivating new rice seeds. Red rice likes rice plants and is obsessed with water and mud. If you give it a paddy field, it can play happily all day. This is the life engraved in the genes of the race. Bamboo can't do anything about it, so he throws the trouble to Fengling. Fengling was tossed around a lot. The sixth day of the bamboo rat's departure, Bamboo was busy at the foot of the mountain, just after clearing the grass and trees in the fourth pond in the plan. It was only dug 10 centimeters deep. These 7 guys ran back excitedly. Bamboo! Bamboo! The 7 bamboo rat warriors rushed to greet Bamboo. The strangest thing was that each bamboo rat was carrying a stalk of the blooming flaming sedge, just like a victorious warrior. Humph! The Rat King felt that his dignity was challenged. He snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes, and swept his gaze over the 6 little bamboo rat warriors one by one, full of threat. The 6 little bamboo rat warriors, who were still happy the moment before dropped the sedge, lay on the ground with their front legs, lowered their heads, and became quiet. Seeing this, Bamboo sighed in his heart and asked, "What are you guys doing?" "Flaming sedge grows in swamps, and Goju mountain python hides in the mountains." "Did you find Goju mountain python warriors in the swamp? Or did you find other beast warriors?" "Neither. But we found something better." While communicating with his mental power, the Rat King stretched out his claws and dug out a small python skin package from his cheek. This was specially made for him by Bamboo, using the python skin of the Mountain Master level Black Anaconda warrior. After being tanned with plant ash, it was carefully polished, leaving only the layer with the highest toughness and density. As thin as paper, it is used to prevent erosion by oral saliva. Once the God-given seed is found, it is wrapped in python skin and hidden in the cheek, which will not affect running. What the hell is this? Such high efficiency. Bamboo couldn't help getting excited. "I found the God-given seed just after I went out." The thought turned, and the eyes turned, looking at the flame-clustered spotted grass straw thrown on the ground. His mood suddenly became not so good, and he asked, could it be the God-given seed condensed by the flame-clustered spotted grass? "No." The Rat King answered affirmatively, and carefully unfolded the python skin package layer by layer. His claws were not very sharp, and the speed was very slow. Bamboo looked anxious and asked, "What kind of plant is that? A tree?" "No." The Rat King stopped and said, "I don't know this plant." Bamboo stretched out his claws, pulled the python skin bundle, split it with his toes, and quickly opened it. It was half a dark red withered flower spike, without seeds. "This is a sample brought back for plant identification. I was too excited and took the wrong one." The Rat King hurriedly took out the python skin package stuffed in his other cheek and handed it to Bamboo to open. Unfolding it, it contained another half of the withered flower spike, on which hung a brown-red oval seed alone, emitting a weak force fluctuation. "It is undoubtedly a God-given seed." Bamboo spliced the 2 flower spikes together, searched his memory carefully, and soon remembered that it should be a cattail flower spike. Cattail is a perennial herb with strong vitality and likes water. It can grow in wetlands, swamps, rivers and lakes, and even shallow water areas. It has a wide distribution range and survives in almost the entire Wanzhou continent. The plant is much taller than sun grass, and the seeds are not larger than sun grass, and the number is not large. If it goes wrong, it may be a God-given seed that is worse than the purple gold God-given seed. Of course, it is definitely better than the flame-clustered spotted grass. "Bamboo, how is it?" The Rat King looked at Bamboo with expectation in his eyes. "Not bad." Bamboo praised lightly and asked, "Who found it?" "Me. Me. Me. Me." Led by the Rat King, the 7 bamboo rat warriors rushed to answer. Bamboo asked, "Did you find it together? Didn't I tell you to spread out a little and investigate?" The Rat King turned his head and glared at Maju fiercely. Maju turned his head and glared at Shuizhu fiercely, then climbed down with his front legs on the ground. Shuizhu turned his head and glared at Hongzhu fiercely, then climbed down with his front legs on the ground. Baizu looked at the fierce Rat King, opened his mouth, and said timidly, "I didn't find it." After that, he climbed down again with his front legs on the ground. The Rat King said arrogantly, "Bamboo, I found the God-given seed. According to the agreement, I will take 1/10 of the annual output of the life seed." Just then, the big bear heard the noise and came closer. Bamboo waved his tentacles, tapped the Rat King, and said, "Big Bear, take care of it." "Okay." Big Bear raised his paw and quickly approached the Rat King. "Bamboo, what are you doing? It will beat me to death." "Big Bear." The Rat King protected his head with his claws and screamed in panic. Bamboo shouted, "Who found the God-given seed? Don't try to deceive me." "Okay, I admit it. It's not me." The Rat King was frightened by Bamboo and immediately revealed his true colors. Bamboo asked, "Then who found it?" The Rat King said, "It's not me. I don't want the reward. This cunning guy." Bamboo looked at Maju and asked, "Maju, tell me, who found the God-given seed?" Maju raised his front paws, stood up, shook his head, and said, "It's not me." Bamboo looked at Shueju, and before he asked, Shueju shook his head and said, "It's not me." A series of them went on, and finally it was Baiju's turn. Baiju said in a panic, "It's not me." Bamboo asked, "Baiju, who found it?" "Don't be afraid. If they dare to bully you, I will let the big bear help you get revenge." Baiju hesitated and said, "I found it." Without waiting for Bamboo's order, the big bear approached Baiju with its paw raised. Seeing this, Baiju changed his words in a panic and shouted, "It's not me. It's really not me." Bamboo was so headache. Chapter 163 Cattail God-Given Seeds, 5th update. Bamboo has a headache. Rats are rats. None of these 7 guys are honest. Bamboo said, then changed the rules again. From now on, no matter who of you 7 finds the God-given seeds, the agreed share will be given to the Rat King. Rat King, you are their elder, and you are responsible for arranging and distributing the harvest. You won't pocket it, right? Rat King said, "Of course not. That's what I meant. Let's find it together. And after finding it, we will share the benefits together. No one has any complaints. This is the most reasonable arrangement." Bamboo asked, "Now tell me the truth. Who found the God-given seeds?" Rat King said, "It was Baiju who found it." Bamboo looked at Baiju. Baiju said timidly, "I found it." Bamboo said, "Well, I will give you an extra 1,000 raw stones later. I will keep the raw stones first. When the caravan comes next year, you can use the raw stones to buy the force food you like from them. If you think the goods of the caravan are too expensive and not cost-effective, you can also buy force food produced by ordinary life species from the Red Blatten tribe warriors in other mountains. Just tell me what you like to eat." Bamboo said again, "I would like to remind you that the choice of force food should focus on strengthening the basic physique. Grow to the level of a high-level warrior, and then consider eating elemental force food such as metal, fire, and grass. It is best to focus on a certain element type, so that it is easier to give birth to the corresponding elemental ability. In addition, my purple gold bamboo rice strengthens metal ability, and green bamboo fruit strengthens grass ability. You better choose these two. The innate ability of the Red Blattus tribe is fire, and there must be few surpluses. You'd better not choose fire." "I understand." The Rat King rushed to answer, "I understand." Baiju waved his front paws excitedly. The Rat King looked unhappy and narrowed his eyes slightly. Maju, Shueju and other 5 little bamboo rat warriors understood and immediately surrounded Baiju, ready to fight. "Stop!" Bamboo was more than stern. "Warning, I don't want to see you guys bully Baiju again." "Wow!" The big bear roared, raised his paw, and slapped the ground. The ground trembled slightly. The 5 little bamboo rat warriors immediately became obedient. Baiju had huddled up, waiting to be beaten. The Rat King said calmly, "It's just 1,000 raw stones. And you are so happy. How can you do big things in the future?" "Bamboo, you misunderstood. We are not bullying it. We are helping it grow." Bamboo had a headache again after hearing this. He didn't bother to care about the internal conflicts among the 7 guys. He pointed his tentacles at the stalks of the flame-clustered spotted grass on the ground and asked, "You have eaten too much? Why are you carrying this back?" With 2 front paws holding the stalks and carrying them on his shoulders, he could only walk on 2 legs. which greatly slowed down his speed. It was not an easy job to carry it all the way back from the swamp. The Rat King said, "Bamboo. This plant tastes good. Better than bamboo. Can we bamboo rats find a place to plant some? Improve our daily diet. Delicious? You really ate too much." Bamboo said angrily, "Plant it far away. Plant it by the river. And don't affect the growth of my bamboo." The Rat King happily agreed. "I understand." Bamboo said again, "I asked you to follow the mountains and head northwest to find the nest of the Goju mountain python. How the hell did you find the swamp? Don't tell me that bamboo rats can get lost." "I really got lost," the Rat King said, staring at Baiju. The 5 little bamboo rat warriors immediately surrounded Baiju again. Bamboo asked, "Baiju, what happened?" Baiju lowered his head and said, "Bamboo, I'm sorry. I accidentally got lost." The Rat King was angry and imitated Bamboo's tone, cursing, "TMD. We have been busy looking for Baiju, the idiot, these days, and we didn't find it until we reached the swamp." Maju added, "When we found it, we were exhausted, but it was still happily eating the flame-clustered spotted grass." The Rat King said, "If you do something wrong, you should be punished. Bamboo, I suggest deducting its original stone reward." The 5 little bamboo rat warriors echoed and agreed. The Rat King is right. Deduct its original stone reward. Deduct its salary for this month. Nima. A bunch of idiots who harm rats, but not themselves. Bamboo was somewhat convinced by them. Look at Baiju again, lying on the ground with his head down. Bamboo asked, "Baiju, how did you get lost?" Baiju replied, "I was hungry and found some wild fruits, which were red, very beautiful and fragrant. So I picked a few to eat. After eating, I felt dizzy and lost my direction. So I walked and got lost." Bamboo rats have special organs in their heads that can sense the Earth's magnetic field and accurately determine the direction. This is a very important innate ability of their race. Bamboo guessed that it had eaten some poisonous wild fruit, and asked, "Have you recovered now?" Baiju said, "Recovered?" Bamboo thought for a moment and said, "It is difficult to go against the will of the people." Baiju, then deduct 100 raw stones as reward. And you still have 900 raw stones to use. Oh, okay. Baiju was happy when he heard this. And he jumped up happily. Only deduct 100 raw stones? There are still 900 left? Maju and the others were so angry that they finally couldn't hold back. And they rushed up and pressed Baiju down again. Roar! 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 The big bear roared. "Stop! Stop it!" Bamboo stopped the fight and said, "Rat King, you go up the mountain to rest first. And come to the cave where I live after dark to discuss something." "Okay." The Rat King agreed, turned around, glanced at Baiju, waved his claws, and signaled it to follow. It looked like they would be beaten again after going up the mountain and returning to the cave. Baiju suddenly had an idea and shouted, "Bamboo, let me help you dig the soil." Bamboo warned, "Rat King, if you are not tired, all of you should stay and dig the soil." "Tired? Very tired." Rat King said, "Bamboo, I will go back to the mountain to rest first." Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, "Baiju, you should also go back to the mountain to rest. They dare not bully you." "Oh!" Baiju lowered his head, hung at the end of the team, and walked up the mountain. Bamboo rats left. Dashyong said, "Bamboo, those guys always team up to bully Baiju alone. They know their limits and will not kill them. So I don't bother to care." Bamboo carefully checked the newly acquired cattail seeds, checked them, and wrapped them again with python skin, saying, "Dashyong, you continue to shoot trees. I will go back to the mountain." In the evening, all members of Liju Peak gathered at the entrance of the cave where Bamboo lived, meeting to discuss things. Bamboo took out the cattail seed given by God and said, "Another cattail seed given by God. A herb similar to sun grass, or even worse than sun grass." The Rat King noticed that Bamboo's tone was wrong and asked, "Bamboo, don't you plan to breed it into a live seed yourself?" Bamboo shook his antennae gently. Fongling asked, "Why?" Hongdao shouted, "Bamboo, then give it to me." "Don't worry," Bamboo said slowly. "The last time I went to Chijin County, I got a message that the Red Ring Asabi tribe under the protection of the Fire Lotus Queen Bee gave birth to a little queen this year." Looking up, except for Fongling and Hongdao who had inherited memories, the others were all confused. Bamboo had no choice but to introduce the Red Ring Asabi race in detail, and the role it could play in the process of developing the territory. Chapter 164 Meeting. Agreement. The Red Sea of trees is square, and Bamboo roughly estimated that the side length is about 20 kilometers, covering an area of about 400 square kilometers. Such a vast sea of trees requires pollination during the blooming season, and a large amount of labor is needed to pick fruits during the ripening season. All the heavy and tedious work is done by the bee colony commanded by the fire lotus queen bee. These types of work can also be done by the ant colony commanded by Datu. But it is absolutely impossible to control a large area. Not now. Not in the future. And the race of the big-headed harvester ants cannot do it. At present, Datu is a L9 intermediate warrior, and the scale of the ant colony he commands is only about 5,000. Bamboo estimates that if Data continues to grow, even if he is promoted to the level of mountain master and county master in the future, the scale of the ant colony he controls can only reach 100,000 at most. An ant colony composed of 100,000 worker ants and soldier ants is not enough to be placed in a jungle with an area of 400 square kilometers. Bees are different. The scale of bee colonies is often larger than that of ant colonies, and the red-ringed acid bees protected by the gods are even larger. A queen bee at the level of a princess can control millions of bee colonies. Moreover, the division of labor in the bee colony is also very detailed. The super small worker bees with a body length of 3 to 5 centimeters are responsible for pollination. The small worker bees with a body length of 10 to 15 centimeters are responsible for picking fruits. And the large worker bees with a body length of more than 0.5 meters have high IQs and can be responsible for selecting seeds. Bamboo plans to open up the bamboo sea, cultivate bamboo seeds, and develop the Jinping Mountains to be as rich as Qijing County, or even richer. Considering the long term, it is best to get the assistance of a queen bee. I plan to use this God-given seed as a gift to invite the little queen bee to come to our Jinping Mountains. Bamboo finally told them his plan. There was a long silence. Fengling saw that no one spoke, so she had to do it herself and persuaded them. Bamboo. The seeds given by God are too precious. Most warriors will rarely encounter them in their lifetime. This price is not worth it. Hong now followed and said, "That's right. There are hundreds of bee species in the jungle, including 31 species of acid bees. Honey bees are also okay. We can look for them ourselves, and maybe we can find a naturally born queen bee. Acid bees are the most suitable." Bamboo shook his antennae and said, "But this kind of bee is small in size and weak in combat power. The 31 species of acid bees are basically on the verge of extinction. The possibility of finding a queen bee in the jungle is almost zero." The Rat King said, "Bamboo, we can help. Go find it. That's a God-given seed." "It's too bad." "Bad?" Bamboo said, "If you are invited to Lizufeng, you are a member of our Lizufeng. The God-given seed will still stay in Lizufeng. Think about it. Even if this cattail God-given seed is bred into a live seed by me or Hongao, and a queen bee is invited to develop in our territory in the future, with the construction of the bamboo sea, don't you still need to take out a lot of forced food to support the queen bee's growth?" Bamboo suddenly realized what the Rat King was worried about, and said, "Rat King, don't worry. The 1/10 income belonging to your bamboo rat warriors will not be reduced. My own income will not be reduced. Then, there is no problem." The Rat King changed his tone and said, "Bamboo, your consideration makes sense." The Rat King waved his claws and gave a look, and the 6 little bamboo rat warriors behind him understood and agreed. "That makes sense. Bamboo is right. I agree with Bamboo's decision." Bamboo ignored the bamboo rat warrior and continued, "The red-ringed acid bee race has also awakened the ability to fire. The queen bee has been promoted to the level of mountain master. The bee colony under her command has strong combat power, and it is an aerial combat power, which can enhance the strength of our Liju Peak." Hong Dao said unwillingly, "In terms of combat power, wasps and hornets are stronger." Bamboo said, "Neither wasp nor hornet is suitable for managing the territory." Fengling suddenly realized and asked, "Bamboo, you plan to develop Jinping Mountain Range into Qijing County?" Bamboo asked, "Why not? It's okay." But Fengling hesitated for a while. After that, he sighed. "Bamboo, I believe you can do it, but I don't know if I can live to see that day." Big Head also said weakly, "I heard that Qijing County has developed for more than 300 years to achieve today's prosperity. The princess can live that long." Big Head, Fengling, you can all grow up to be princesses. Bamboo flapped his wings and said, "This matter is settled. I will go to Tie Down Mountain Range and ask Yabai to come to help guard it. After that, I may have to travel far, and it will take 10 days to return. Rat King, you stay in Leju Peak for the time being to guard. Big Bear, you also stay in the mountain, and don't have to go down the mountain to work for the time being. I understand. Big Bear replied. It didn't quite understand Bamboo's decision, and never refuted it. Okay. Rat King also agreed. As Bamboo expected, at Leju Peak, the warriors, including the master of Tie Down Mountain, persuaded him again, and it took a lot of words to convince him. Finally, Bamboo flew to Chijin County alone. Yabai and Leju went to Leju Peak to help protect the safety of the territory. Arrived at Chijin County 3 days later. On the way, Bamboo found that, just as the Fire Lotus Bee Queen requested, all the Cockroach warriors in the entire Chijin County were mobilized and wandered all over the mountains and plains, looking for the seeds given by God. It was the end of autumn and the beginning of the east, and most of them had free time. It was good to walk around when they were free. The fruits of the Chijin trees were picked, and the bees all retreated to the hives to spend the winter. Unlike the bustling and busy last time, the sea of trees was quiet and silent at this time. As soon as I approached the sea of trees, I had a mental power to skin over. And then I saw that Princess Day flapped her wings from the depths of the sea of trees and rushed over. Bamboo! What happened? Princess Day remembered that every time the warriors from the border mountains came, it was basically because the territory was attacked by beast warriors, either to request combat support or to ask for compensation. Princess Day, you are worried. Something has happened. Bamboo said, I have something to discuss with the Fire Lotus Queen Bee. Princess Day asked, what is it? Bamboo opened the small spider silk bag he was carrying, took out the bamboo tube made of withered bamboo poles of green bamboo, removed the dry fluff that was used for blocking, and then pulled out a roll of python skin from the bamboo tube. The python skin was peeled off layer by layer, revealing a brown-red seed emitting a faint force fluctuation. God-given seed. Princess Day was so excited that her veined wings subconsciously spread out and shook, almost releasing her fire ability. Another God-given seed. Princess Day shouted in disbelief. Bamboo introduced, this is a cattail seed given by the gods. Princess Day asked, Bamboo, are you looking for the Fire Lotus Queen Bee? Bamboo said, yes. Princess Day understood Bamboo's intention instantly, and her emotions fluctuated for a while before she calmed down, suppressed her mind, and said, Bamboo, I think you are at a disadvantage by doing this. Don't worry. Come with me to meet Princess Chijin. Chapter 165. Expensive Betrothal Gifts. Cattail Seeds Granted by God. Princess Chijin was much calmer and said, I have seen a cattail seed granted by God in the territory of the Longevity Cockroach King. Its growth pattern is division and clustering. Are there any precedents for reference? Bamboo asked. Princess Chijin, how does the division and clustering grow specifically? Princess Chijin replied, after sowing, it will first grow into a cluster, which is the mother plant where the tree spirit lives. The division is linked to the strength of the warrior who gave birth to it. For primary warriors, the underground rhizomes will have lateral divisions, and the divisions will grow into 2 clusters. For intermediate warriors, the divisions will grow into 4 clusters. For advanced warriors, the divisions will grow into 8 clusters after being promoted to mountain masters. The quality will either be improved or continue to grow into clusters. It can only be used for reference. Princess Chijin said, the same plant species, in different regions, growth, environmental reasons, will be different. The development pattern of your cattail God-given seed must be ramets and clusters, and the specifics may be different. For example, the number of ramets and clusters corresponding to the strength of the warrior, and the size of each cluster. I understand. Bamboo tapped his antennae and asked again, Princess Chijin, cattails grow in swamps. How should this God-given seed be sown? Princess Chijin said, that's simple. Leju Peak is not short of water. Right? Bamboo tapped his antennae and said, I am building a pond. And I have built 3 ponds. So there will be no shortage of water in the dry season. Princess Chijin said, cattails like water. Open up a paddy field, and plant them in the field. They can grow well. If there is a big river, you can also plant them directly on the riverside. I understand. Bamboo actually knew roughly how to sow seeds, so he asked on purpose. Seeing Bamboo asking for advice humbly, Princess Chijin liked him more and asked, Bamboo, Are you planning to cultivate bamboo seeds on a large scale? Or are you planning to open up a bamboo sea? Bamboo said, I have this plan. It's very difficult to cultivate bamboo seeds. I don't think much of bamboo's development potential. Prince Qijian didn't wait for Bamboo to refute, and asked immediately, have you considered changing to other species? For example, the iron knife tree, which is sown on a large scale in the Iron Knife Mountains, and is a high-quality tree species with development potential no less than the red knife tree. It's okay to change to the red knife tree. Qijian County can provide seeds, and send 10 new young warriors to help with the management. Send 10 young warriors to help. Bamboo couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. The biggest problem of Liju Peak now is that there are too few red cockroach warriors. I'm not sure if I can buy them from the Wangua continent. There's absolutely no problem with young warriors born in Qijian County. The key is quantity. 10 little warriors. Qijian County Lord noticed that Bamboo was somewhat persuaded, and continued, there are a lot of insects in the Yangtze Mountains, but there has never been a unified cultivation of a certain species. Chuerong County Lord has made up his mind this year to plant a large number of Qijian trees in the Yangtze Mountains. In the future, the cultivation of Qijian trees will be the main focus, and a small amount of banyan trees will be cultivated. The owner of the Chuerong Mountain was promoted to Chuerong County Lord, and this year he obtained a large yellow fruit banyan seed from the gods. The number of insects in the Yangtze Mountains has gradually increased, and the mountains have been upgraded to a county. It is only a matter of time before the Yangtze Mountains are renamed Chuerong County. Chuerong County Lord's confidence has soared. This is the beginning of the development of Qijian County, imitating the model of Qijian County, and intends to operate the Yangtze Mountains into the second Qijian County of the Fire Cockroach Kingdom. Are you all cultivating the red stem tree? That's boring. Bamboo calmed down and said, bamboo is also a plant with great development potential. Moreover, it has achieved initial results. I plan to continue cultivating it. Are you still planning to cultivate bamboo? Alas, then I won't persuade you. Qijian County Lord sighed helplessly. Once insect warriors like a certain plant, it is difficult to change. In Qijian County, it can only select a few young warriors who like the red stem tree, stay in the sea of trees, and cultivate the red stem tree together. The vast majority of red cockroach warriors live outside the sea of trees. These warriors like other plants and cannot be forced. It is difficult to change one's nature. Forcing changes will do more harm than good. Qijian County Lord spread his wings, fanned them, and said, Bamboo, come with me. I will take you to meet the Fire Lotus Queen Bee. Thank you. Bamboo was overjoyed, with Qijian County Lord personally coming forward. This matter will be successful in 9 out of 10 cases. Before approaching the mountain where the Fire Lotus Queen Bee lives, Bamboo felt a strong and obscure spiritual power sweeping over him. Just after landing on the flat square in front of the cave, a queen bee with a body length of nearly 3 meters, brown body, and 3 bright red rings on her abdomen, walked out of the cave, surrounded by 10 worker bees with a body length of more than 2 meters. The queen bee rarely leaves the nest. She learns about the outside world through the worker bees, and commands the bee colony, works and fights. Only when Princess Qijian arrives will she personally come to the nest to greet her. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee is indeed irritable and very emotional. She asked in reproach, Qijian, why did you bring this little black-shelled guy here in person? Princess Qijian said, Huolian, winter has come. You should consider sending the little red-ringed queen bee away. It? The queen bee of Huolian said angrily, its development potential is not good. I know the Jinping Mountains. It is located in the borderland, lacks original power, and there are beast warriors rampant. Princess Qijian said nothing. Bamboo opened the spider silk bag, took out the python skin package, opened it layer by layer, and revealed the seeds inside. God-given seeds. The queen bee of Huolian exclaimed. It can be clearly felt that the anger at its body is quickly fading, replaced by shock and surprise. Bamboo said neatly, I know that Jinping mountain range is not in a good geographical location. It is barren and dangerous. This is a cattail God-given seed. As compensation for the little red-ringed queen bee going to Liju Peak for development. The moment the Fire Lotus Queen Bee saw the God-given seed, she guessed Bamboo's intention. After receiving a positive answer, she calmed down and said, you have 3 God-given seeds, plus this one, which is 4. Although the quality is a little worse, the quantity is valuable. In total, it is not much worse than a red hard tree God-given seed. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee said this, undoubtedly tacitly agreeing, and then asked, "What kind of plants do you plan to develop? I heard from Princess Day that you are planting bamboo? The development potential of bamboo is not ideal, right?" The Fire Lotus Queen Bee probably also wanted to persuade Bamboo to cultivate trees, such as red-hard trees instead. Bamboo talked freely, saying, "At present, there are 2 kinds of bamboo species in Jinping Mountain Range that bloom and produce seeds every year without dying, namely golden line bamboo and 7-colored bitter bamboo. By hybridizing these 2 bamboo species, we can obtain many excellent bamboo species that can bloom and produce seeds every year. At present, the green bamboo has been successfully cultivated. If nothing unexpected happens, 2 new hybrid bamboo species will be obtained next year. In addition, Liziafeng also has Li bamboo, which blooms and bears fruit once every 3 years. It also collects rare bamboo species such as black bamboo, purple bamboo, red bamboo, small-leaved cold bamboo, etc., and is opening up land and planning to expand planting on a large scale." Bamboo said confidently, "Starting next year, Liziafeng can earn about 5,000 raw stones by selling bamboo species, and this income will increase year by year." "Increase year by year? Are you sure you didn't say the opposite?" the Fire Lotus Queen Bee asked in confusion. Shijian County Lord also said, "Bamboo, the income from selling new plant seeds should be decreasing year by year, because other insect warriors will get seeds and sow them, and they will soon get more seeds and no longer need them. Under normal circumstances, it is true, but the green bamboo species does not belong to the normal category." Bamboo did not keep it a secret and simply explained, "I used the hybridization of golden bamboo and spotted bamboo to obtain the green bamboo species. Bamboo seeds are planted, grow, and produce bamboo fruits. Bamboo fruits are planted, but they cannot grow into bamboo. This is the same principle as the hybrid rice mastered by the ants in the Wangwa continent." Chapter 166 Cattail Queen Bee. Princess Qijian and Fire Lotus Queen Bee are both old monsters who have lived for more than 300 years. They are knowledgeable, mature, and thoughtful. They understand Bamboo's words at once. Control and monopolize the golden bamboo. Strictly prohibit it from being spread outside. And only sell the green bamboo seeds to the outside. Other insects can only breed live seeds when they get bamboo seeds, and cannot sow and reproduce more. Through this means, the sale of green bamboo seeds can be monopolized. The geographical environment of the Wangwa continent is that most of the areas are suitable for bamboo growth. There are always some warriors who are willing to buy bamboo as live seeds. The unit price of ordinary seeds must not be too high, but the value is that this kind of business can be sustained for a long time. The income is stable, and the cost is very low. Only some labor is required." Bamboo continued, "Green bamboo is not particularly outstanding. If we cultivate black bamboo, purple bamboo, red bamboo, and hemp bamboo in the future, they will definitely be sold well on the mainland, monopolizing the output and selling at high prices, which will also be a considerable income." Shijian County Lord did not think so far ahead, and said, "Bamboo, you can send a batch of green bamboo seeds. Shijian County is suitable for bamboo growth, and there should be many warriors willing to breed bamboo seeds." "No problem." Bamboo agreed readily, and then changed the subject and said, "There is not enough seeds this year, so let's do it next year." In fact, Bamboo's green bamboo seeds have long begun to spread to the Iron Blade Mountains, the Waterong Mountains, and the Yombi Mountains. The biggest flaw of bamboo is that it takes a long time to bloom and bear fruit. To overcome this fatal problem, bamboo is an excellent plant, an outstanding choice of plant. Your Luo tribe has finally produced another truly excellent warrior. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee's favorability towards bamboo increased dramatically, and she rarely praised him. Possessing the seeds given by God is considered to be the favor of the true God of nature, which is illusory and unpredictable. Managing and cultivating ordinary plants and achieving success is a display of talent and wisdom. Such warriors can often promote the prosperity of the entire race. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee turned around and waved her antennae at the hive, releasing pheromones. Soon, a professional bee with a body length of more than 2 meters came out of the cave with a small spider silk bag in its mouth and placed the spider silk bag in front of Bamboo. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee said, "This is the gift I prepared for the little red ring queen bee. 1,000 raw stones. Tell it what it likes to eat, and buy it from the caravan." Jian, please tell it for me that before becoming a high-level warrior, it must focus on strengthening its physique. Jian County Lord said, I have already told you. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee solemnly emphasized to Bamboo, this is a gift for the little red ring queen bee. Not for you. I understand. Bamboo answered with difficulty. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee is also a stingy guy. After all, she is a county-level queen bee with the seeds of God. It's just 1,000 raw stones. Jian County Lord called, Bamboo. The journey is long. Let's go. Okay. Bamboo replied, put away the raw stones, and flapped his wings to rise into the air. The journey is indeed long. Heading north, he flew for a whole day, all the way to the border of Jian County. It was also a low hill covered with blood thorns. After landing, Princess Jian explained, the bee colony controlled by the Fire Lotus Queen Bee will kill the newly born red ring queen bee out of instinct. In order to prevent accidents, they temporarily live in a remote location. I understand. Bamboo tapped his antennae. His mind scanned the entrance of the hive hidden in the blood-thorn bush at the foot of the mountain. Several small professional bees about 7 centimeters long were looking out. Then, a small queen bee less than 10 centimeters long came out of the hole and instinctively waved its antennae at Princess Jian. Realizing that the other party could not identify its pheromones, it struggled to use mental power to transmit information and shouted happily, Princess Jian. Then, it turned its head and looked at Bamboo curiously. Bamboo carefully sensed the fluctuations of the force and roughly confirmed that its strength was equivalent to that of a 5-year-old primary warrior. Its physique was weak, so it was particularly difficult for it to communicate with mental power. Princess Jian introduced, red ring bees are born weak. Their basic ability is speed, and their physique is weak. They are particularly prone to premature death during the process of molting and growing. Bamboo, you should pay attention and buy more force food to strengthen its physique to help it grow. I understand. Bamboo replied, secretly slandering in his heart. You and the Fire Lotus Queen Bee are reluctant to spend some raw stones to help it strengthen its physique. 2 old misers. Princess Jian introduced the little red ring queen bee. It is called Bamboo. From Jinping Mountain Range. It has 3 God-given seeds, and it will give you a cattail God-given seed. Red ring bees are a race protected by the gods and have inherited memories. Hearing the God-given seeds, the already happy little red ring queen bee became even happier, flapping her wings vigorously, making a buzzing sound, flying in front of Bamboo, and carefully touching Bamboo's antennae with her antennae. Bamboo! The little red ring queen bee called out happily. It was just 1 year old, so it was growing a little slowly. Besides, it was living alone in this remote place, lacking communication, so its mind was even more immature, and it was just a blank sheet of paper. Bamboo was even more satisfied with this, and said as gently as possible, I give you the seeds of the cattail god. From now on, you will be called Cattail. Okay? Okay. Cattail plucked up its courage, landed on Bamboo's head, waved its antennae, and hundreds of professional bees flew out of the hive, lingering around Bamboo and flying around, making a buzzing sound of flapping wings. Bamboo said, Xiangpu, follow me to Jinping Mountain Range. Xiangpu tried to mobilize her mental power and shouted, okay. Bamboo said, let's set off today. Xiangpu shouted, okay. Bamboo opened the spider silk bag and asked, Xiangpu, do you have anything to move? Xiangpu waved her antennae, and the worker bees went into the hive one after another. Soon, they flew out with the original force fruits condensed from ordinary red hard tree live seeds. There was also a worker bee, holding a package made of dry leaves. Bamboo scanned with his mental power and found that it contained 4 live seeds bred by Xiangpu. Xiangpu continued to wave her antennae and release pheromones. The bee colony put everything into Bamboo's spider silk bag. Princess Jian said, Bamboo, if you don't come, Xiangpu will be sent to the Yangtze Mountains in the spring of next year. One of the 2 banyan trees is a divine seed, which has the effect of prolonging life. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee and I both believe that the development potential of the Yangtze Mountains is second only to Jian County. Bamboo understood what Princess Jian meant and said, I will apologize to Princess Chuirong and the rhubarb fruit banyan. Princess Jian said, the development of the Yangtze Mountains does need a capable helper. Bamboo said, I will look carefully. If I find a suitable ant king or bee queen, I will definitely send them to the Yangtze Mountains. Princess Jian gently tapped her antennae and said, go back early. Okay. Bamboo said to Xiangpu. Xiangpu, stay on my carapace. Let the bees stay on the carapace. And I will take you on the road. Understood. Xiangpu climbed onto Bamboo's carapace, waved her antennae and gave orders. And the bees stopped and came up. Bamboo flapped his wings, took off, flew a distance, felt the heat behind him, looked back, and saw Princess Qijian flying low over the hill, flapping her wings, and the flames erupted, burning the ordinary blood thorns on the hill. Chapter 167 Purchasing Tieji Fruit. On the way back, Bamboo flew very slowly, not because the cattail and its less than 100 worker bees were heavy, but mainly because he was worried that if he flew too fast, the strong wind would blow them away. From time to time, he had to use his mental power to check if they were still there. Flying all the way was tiring. Passing by the Qingang Mountains, Bamboo deliberately took a detour to visit the master of Tieji Mountain. On the mountain, the master of Tieji Mountain was working with the ant colony cutting down trees and opening up open space, probably planning to plant more pear trees. The master of Tieji Mountain liked pear trees by nature, and planted many in his territory. His life species selection was mainly various pear trees. Master Tieji Mountain. I am Bamboo from Jinping Mountain. Can I come down to visit you? Bamboo hovered at low altitude. Yes. The master of Tieji Mountain replied. The little ant king named Qiangqiang was frightened and ran up the mountain in a panic under the protection of the ant colony. Bamboo. Xiangpu was also a little afraid of the breath of the master of Tieji Mountain. He waved his antennae nervously. The bees lingered around Bamboo and flew around randomly, making a chaotic buzzing sound of flapping wings. Red-ringed acid bee. This is a newly born queen bee. The lord of Tieji Mountain lives alone and doesn't like to communicate with his own people. He is isolated from the news and doesn't know that a queen bee was born in Qijing County. His tone seems a little surprised. He finds that Xiangpu is a little afraid of him and keeps backing away. He asks, "Why are you here again?" Bamboo raised the spider silk bag, opened it, and revealed the raw stone inside. He said, "Lord Tieji Mountain, your iron-tongued fruit is ripe." "Right. I want to buy a batch." The Lord of Tieji Mountain's spiritual power swept through Bamboo. He felt that Bamboo also had metal ability. Without asking more questions, he said directly, "It can be cheaper. 5 raw stones for 1 iron-tongued fruit." "How many do you need?" Bamboo said, "That's perfect. I want 200. The Lord of Tieji Mountain summoned his spiritual power and shouted to the little ant king who was running away in a panic, "Strong. Send down 200 Tieji fruits." The little ant king did not respond, but ran faster, ran up the mountain, got into the ant nest and hid. Xiangpu was much bolder. Feeling that the Lord of Tieji Mountain had no ill intentions, he gradually stopped being nervous, fluttered his wings, landed on the top of Bamboo's head, stared at the Lord of Tieji Mountain curiously, and was surprised by his unusually large body. Bamboo introduced, "It's called Xiangpu. A little queen bee that was born this year, and it will have a seed of Xiangpu God. Li Zhufeng cultivates bamboo, and it will help me manage the bamboo sea in the future." The Lord of Tieji Mountain asked, "It was born in the territory of the fire lotus queen bee?" Bamboo replied, "Yes." "Oh!" The Lord of Tieji Mountain suddenly fell silent. They looked at each other silently. The little ant king was very inefficient, and did not make any movement for a long time. Bamboo could not stand it anymore. So he broke the silence and said, "Master Tieji Mountain, I would like to ask you, what is the price of your Tieji fruit sold to the caravan?" Master Tieji Mountain did not shy away and said truthfully, 8 raw stones. They can be sold for at least 10 raw stones in other kingdoms." Bamboo calculated silently and was secretly happy in his heart. "I can make a fortune by buying from Master Tieji Mountain myself. However, when buying forced food from the same tribe at a low price, you should not be too much. You should only have enough for yourself. And you should not resell it to the caravan. This is the basic principle." Bamboo took the initiative to propose. The fruit produced by the seeds given by the god of cattail can enhance the ability of fire. Master Tieji Mountain, if you need it, you can also sell it at a low price in the future, but the quality may be lower. "Yes." The answer of the master of Tieji Mountain was concise and to the point. It is really impossible to communicate with such a temper. No wonder the warriors of Qingang Mountain don't like to find it. And even the princess of Huagang is unwilling to come. Bamboo really couldn't find a topic, so he just waited in silence. Finally, the ant colony carried the Tieji fruit down the mountain. The fruit is very small, slightly larger than soybeans, and the shell is smooth and shiny black with a metallic luster. After scanning with mental power, it was initially judged that the quality was lower than the upper grade, and the shell was thin, so it might not be stored for too long. The price of the force fruit that strengthens elemental abilities is relatively constant. 8 raw stones are sold to the caravan, and the caravan sells it at the price of 10 raw stones, which is considered the prevailing price. Bambu paid the raw stones neatly, packed up his things, and the transaction was completed. The master of Teju Mountain had no intention of staying and entertaining him, and even showed a hint of driving away the insects. Bambu didn't want to stay any longer, so he left directly. I turned around and went to visit Princess Huagang again, got some food and drinks, filled my stomach, and continued on the road. We walked slowly and stopped at random, and finally returned to Liju Peak after 7 days. The first thing was to choose a territory for Xiangpu, which took another half a day. Finally, it was decided on the south side of the mountain, near the foot of the mountain. In the future, when Xiangpu grows up, it will go back to the depths of the mountain to open a beehive, so enough space must be reserved in advance. Red-ringed acid bees are used to using thorns as a cover for their beehives. It happened that there were many bloodthorn seeds hidden in the big-headed ant nest, so they were all moved out to help sow around Xiangpu's territory. Food is another problem. Both Xiangpu and the bee colony feed on nectar, and at the very least, they need fresh fruits with high sweetness. There are definitely no fresh fruits in the middle of winter. Bambu arranged for Big Bear to go to the jungle to look for some wild beehives and bring back some honey. After 2 days of busy work, Xiangpu's housing and food problems were properly arranged. Bambu took Big Bear to continue digging ponds and opening up open space at the foot of the mountain. The 7 bamboo rat warriors set out again and searched for the nest of the Goju mountain python in the northwest direction along the mountain range. They were dispersed for investigation. If they could not find it, they were allowed to return to Liju Peak once every half a month to report the situation. The purple gold God-given seed produced 9,837 purple gold bamboo rice this year, 6,000 of which were pre-sold to the Chonlu caravan, and Bambu could keep 3,837. This part of the surplus was not eaten by Bambu alone. Big Bear has confirmed the ability to strengthen metal, and is currently a 17-level advanced warrior with a strong ability to swallow and spit out force food. Bambu gave it 1,500 at a time. The Rat King also decided to strengthen his metal ability. After careful consideration, Bambu gave him 300 purple bamboo rices as salary every month. The reason is simple. The Rat King is a little old, but his strength is only at the level of a L3 senior warrior. If he does not grow quickly and become the mountain master, he will probably end up with a tragic ending of aging and death. Bambu's own growth also requires a lot of force food, and he is in a hurry to evolve and grow. Purple bamboo rice is definitely not enough, so he purchased a batch of iron tongue fruits from the master of the Iron Tongue Mountain. The same elemental fruit that strengthens metal ability is produced by different plants, and the strengthening direction is different. Diversified eating is very necessary, which can complement the deficiencies and comprehensively promote the evolution of genes related to metal energy. The metal ability obtained will be more complete and powerful. The same is true for flame ability. Eating force food that strengthens flame ability condensed by various God-given seeds will fully evolve the genes related to flame. When awakened in the future, the flame power released will be more powerful. The traveling merchants of the colorful flame spider tribe are popular, and every lord hopes to attract more caravans to come to his territory to trade. The main reason is that different caravans have different routes and can bring more types of force food. Chapter 168 Jinping Mountains. Yunwu Peak. In the busy work, time flows quietly, and it is the cold season of midwinter before we know it. Big Head huddles in the ant nest and doesn't like to go out. Cattail simply seals the entrance of its hive, hides deep in the nest, and enters a semi-dormant state. Windbell lies under its live plant all day long, not very active. Red Rice is still jumping around, but Bambu is stubborn, so he allows it to go down the mountain, follow behind him every day, and watch him work. The life plants on the mountain have all quieted down, no longer growing, and even entered dormancy. The 3 God-given seeds, purple gold and green bamboo, stopped growing, and the tree spirits became quiet. Bloodthorn still grows in winter, and the bloodthorn tree spirit is as active as in spring and summer. Its main branch that climbs to Liju Peak has exceeded 30 meters in length. Bambu, Bamboo. Before the appointed time, the 7 bamboo rat warriors came back in advance, flustered and dusty. The straight line formation from big to small that they usually liked was completely messed up. Bamboo saw this and asked, "Did you find it?" The Rat King quickly ran to Bamboo and said in horror, "It's not the Goju mountain python. We met a beast warrior." Bamboo was slightly disappointed and asked, "What kind of beast warrior? Who have you found it?" The Rat King said, "It was Shueizhu. Shueizhu found it." Bamboo looked at Shueizhu. Shueizhu kept gesturing with his 2 front paws and said in panic, "It's very big. It has circles of black stripes on its body. Like a tiger." "Black stripes?" Bamboo asked. "How big is it?" Shueizhu stammered, saying, "Its aura was too scary. I only took a look at it. It was too dangerous. So I ran away." "No. It was a little far away. So I didn't notice it." "Probably. It should be bigger than the Rat King." "Isn't it a wild cat?" Bamboo asked. "Gray fur? Black head? Black rings on the body?" Shueizhu thought for a while and said, "That's it." Bamboo said unhappily, "That's a stone-patterned civet cat." Shueizhu said, "That's also a civet cat warrior. Much more powerful than our bamboo rat warriors. I have a strong sense of danger. Once it finds me, I will definitely not be able to escape." The martial arts taught by Bamboo can train and improve the speed of bamboo rat warriors. So far, the effect is ideal. However, it is still not good enough in front of cats, especially civet cat warriors. This is the difference in racial talent, which is difficult to make up for with acquired efforts. "Shueizhu, your feeling is right. If we are discovered by it, we can't run away or fight it, and we will die. Your choice is correct." Bamboo comforted him and asked, "Do you remember the direction?" Shueizhu said, "I remember." Bamboo asked, "Is it far?" Shueizhu thought for a while and said, "It will take a day and half a night to run." Bamboo said, "Then you go back and rest first, and set off at night. I want to go over and take a look." Bamboo estimated that the stone civet cat evolved into a force creature, which is at most equivalent to an L7 intermediate warrior. Without force food, its subsequent growth will be very difficult. It is indeed the natural enemy of bamboo rats. But it does not pose much threat to the warriors of the red cockroach tribe. Only the Rat King and Shueizhu were on the road. They set out in the evening of the same day and rushed to the place Shueizhu mentioned at noon the next day. They were almost out of the territory of Jinping Mountains. They continued to the northwest. After walking for about half a day, they crossed the rolling hills and came to the flat river beach and endless reed marshes. To the northwest of Jinping Mountains is a barren plain called Jinping Mountains. It is said that the force is particularly scarce and has been abandoned by the fire cockroach kingdom for more than 1,000 years. Jinping and Jinping are nominally 2 major mountain ranges, but in fact they are connected by a mountain range, and the reed marshes are the mark of the boundary. Bamboo took the Rat King and Shueizhu to search for a whole day, searching more than a dozen nearby hills, but did not find any trace of the stone-patterned civet cat warrior. They ran such a long distance, and finally simply entered the reed marsh to investigate, and then tried to enter the Jinping Mountains, flying fast, and wandering around to investigate. Generally speaking, the concentration of force is indeed thinner than that of Jinping Mountains. The landform structure is mainly plains, with rolling mountains and dense jungles. At night, the sounds of wolves and tigers howling can be heard one after another. Over the long years, Jinping Mountains have long been the world of beast warriors. Fortunately, there are steep peaks, rapid waterfalls, and reed marshes to prevent them from fleeing to the southeast Jinping Mountains. It's just a stone-patterned civet cat. It's not a big threat to the territory. If you can't find it, just give up. Bamboo took the Rat King and Shueizhu back to Liju Peak, gather the 7 bamboo rat warriors, and replan the investigation route. The southwest side of Jinping Mountains and the nearby mountains have basically been searched. Next, follow the northeast side of Jinping Mountains for investigation. The north side is the territory of Taidao Mountains. Bamboo has already greeted the master of Taidao Mountain and investigated it. The territory of the Taidao Mountains is relatively flat, with dense forests and few peaks. It is unlikely that the Goju mountain python will hide in the flat land. In addition, there are more than 20 senior warriors who often go out hunting. They are so intimidating that they can't hide in dangerous areas instead of going to the safer Jinping Mountains. Unexpectedly, this time, the bamboo rat warriors fled back in panic again 7 days after they set out. The Rat King ran in the front, running very fast. Several small bamboo rat warriors followed behind, running desperately, and were already exhausted. The smallest white bamboo was nowhere to be seen. Bamboo noticed it in advance, and before the Rat King ran close, he asked, "What's wrong? What did you encounter?" Bamboo. Python. Goju mountain python. The Rat King shouted while running, "There are so many Goju mountain python warriors. I was almost eaten by them." 6 small bamboo rat warriors ran back one after another. They were exhausted after running for a long time. They lay on the ground, stretched their legs straight, and gasped desperately. Especially Baizu, the weakest and the most miserable, with saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth, almost dying of exhaustion. You are not allowed to steal Baizu's food in the future. Otherwise it will not grow, become weaker and weaker, and sooner or later encounter danger and lose its life. Bamboo snorted coldly and warned. Then asked, "Rat King, where are the Goju mountain python warriors hiding? How many are there?" Rat King said, "It's the border mountain we went to last time. The one with the waterfall. They are hidden on the back of the mountain, on the side of the Iron Knife mountain range. There are many." Bamboo. I didn't see it clearly. I sensed the breath, mixed together. At least 10. There is also the breath of the God-given seed. A large-scale God-given seed. As expected, there was a God-given seed, and a large number of Goju mountain python warriors gathered. Unexpectedly, they were hiding on the peaks where the 3 mountain ranges of Taidao, Jinping, and Jinping meet. The peak has a name, called Yunmu Peak. The mountain is huge and steep, half of which is covered in clouds. The snow on the top of the mountain will not melt in summer. It is a famous tall mountain. Bamboo went to see it last time, mainly to see the snow peak on the mountain. After a circle, he found that the original force on the mountain was thin, so he didn't pay attention to observe. It turned out that the Goju mountain python warriors were hiding in this mountain. They didn't chase them? Bamboo asked. No. The Rat King said, they don't know our intentions. They probably just chased them as food and gave up after chasing for a distance. That's good. Bamboo said, you go back to the mountain to rest first. I will go to Taidao Peak, inform the master of Taidao Mountain, and invite warriors of the same tribe to go to encircle and suppress. Chapter 169 Tea Tree. The news of the discovery of a large number of Goju mountain python warriors spread quickly. Overnight, a total of 100 senior warriors over the age of 4 from the Taidao Mountain Range, the Shuirong Mountain Range, the Hongju Mountain Range, and the Yangdi Mountain Range gathered at Liju Peak. Princess Shuirong heard the news and came to participate in the battle in person. Fearing that something might happen, the 6 little bamboo rat warriors were too weak to participate in the battle, so they stayed at Liju Peak. The Rat King led the way alone. They set out late at night and ran on the ground. They arrived at their destination late at night the next day. At a distance, the Rat King pointed out the approximate direction and inconspicuous mountain stream between Yunwu Peak and the small peaks next to it. Princess Shuirong had similar combat experience and directed the action. Nearly 100 were red cockroach warriors, divided into groups of 5, separated, outflanked, and surrounded. The Rat King sensed correctly. No more, no less. Exactly 10 Goju mountain python warriors. The battle was about to start. With a 100 to 10 difference in numbers, and the support of the princess-level warriors, the battle ended quickly, and Bamboo didn't have time to make a move. Princess Shuirong suddenly fell from the sky, spewing flames, one by one, and burned 5 to death in just a few seconds. The remaining 5 were besieged by other red cockroach warriors, and were completely unable to resist. They lost their lives in just a few breaths. The last one was the God-given seed. Knowing it in advance, arrangements were made in advance. At the beginning of the battle, 10 red cockroach warriors protected it, and it was not affected by the battle. The rare God-given seed of the oil tea tree grows in the mountain stream. It is a medium-sized tree. It has grown to a height of more than 15 meters. The tree trunk was checked with mental power, and was about 240 years old. The branches and leaves are lush and full of vitality, without any signs of aging. Judging from the breath, its tea fruit should have the effect of strengthening the ability of soil and stone. The tea fruit condensed at present is only a little worse than the God-given seed nurtured by the life capsule. If it is transplanted to an environment with abundant original force and carefully cared for, It may be able to successfully complete a metamorphosis and evolution after 200 or 300 years. At that time, the quality of the condensed tea fruit can also be qualitatively improved. A wild God-given seed with very good growth potential. After cleaning up the battlefield, all the soldiers gathered around the oil tea tree. Princess Chuerong greeted Banbu and asked, Banbu, what do you think should be done with this oil tea God-given seed? The mountain stream is located in Jinping mountain range. According to the rules, the oil tea God-given seed belongs to the wealth of Jinping mountain range. However, this time, several major mountain ranges dispatched soldiers, especially the Yangtze mountain range. In addition to Princess Chuerong, nearly 60 soldiers were dispatched, contributing the most. Banbu said, there are 2 ways. First, I will take out some raw stones as compensation, and the oil tea seeds will stay in Jinping mountains. Second, we will manage it together. If it can successfully transform and grow once in 200 or 300 years, it will be a good income. After Banbu finished speaking, he added, such a big tree. It is a troublesome problem to move it. It is even more troublesome to keep it here. All the insects were silent for a while. The value of a wild God-given seed is far less than that of the God-given seed nurtured by the life capsule. At the current scale, the annual income is about 200 to 300 raw stones. If it is split and divided, it is only a small income. As for the transformation and growth in 200 or 300 years, it is even more uncertain. The average mountain owner only lives for 150 years, and he has to wait until the next generation. Banbu didn't say much, waiting for the arrangement of Princess Chuerong. The extermination of the Goju mountain python warriors, and the removal of the major worry in his heart have already completed the merits. A wild oil tea seed given by God is just a splendid addition to the Brocade Mountain, which is insignificant. After thinking for a while, Princess Chuerong said, Yunwu Peak is too remote. There may be beast warriors coming here. It is difficult to protect, so we must move. The season is just right now, so we will move this year. Banbu asked, how to move? Princess Chuerong replied, cut off some side branches. This, Thuja subconsciously felt something was wrong. After thinking carefully, he shook his tentacles and sighed, what a pity. The seeds given by God are different from ordinary plants. Every leaf and every branch are very precious, just like the 6 legs of insect warriors, and they are non-renewable. Cutting off a large number of branches is equivalent to cutting off half of the life, and it will also leave a disability that can never be recovered, which will seriously affect the future transformation and evolution. Isn't this too cruel? Banbu also felt a little bit reluctant. Princess Chuerong said, the plant is too large. It cannot be moved without cutting off some branches. A warrior from the Chuerong mountain said, if we cut off the branches, the God-given seeds will be severely damaged. Even if we move them back, the income will be greatly reduced. A warrior from the Hongju mountain said, how about leaving it here and not moving it? Princess Chuerong said, this place is too remote. Who can spare the strength to protect it? If animal warriors are attracted here, there is a risk of being killed. It's not worth taking risks for such a wild God-given seed. There was another silence. After considering it, Banbu said, Princess Chuerong, cutting off some branches and moving back will only increase the income of 100 raw stones per year. It is not easy for the God-given seed to be born. After growing for more than 200 years, it has almost bred a natural tree spirit. It is a life. There is no need to harm it for this little income. Princess Chuerong asked, Banbu, do you have a solution? No. Banbu said, I will take out 3,000 raw stones to compensate the fellow tribesmen who participated in the war, and take out another 1,000 raw stones to reward you. Princess Chuerong, thank you for your help. Banbu paused and continued, let this oil tea tree stay here. Do not move. And do not assign warriors to guard. I will come to see it when I have time. Stay here? Sooner or later, it will attract other beast warriors. Princess Chuerong was stunned after speaking, and nodded her tentacles, saying, okay. However, I will not compensate you with my 1,000 raw stones. Yabai said, Banbu, the master of Taidown Mountain was injured, and you have spent tens of thousands of raw stones. It is not easy for us, the warriors of Taidown Mountain Range, to collect your raw stones. A warrior from the Yodi Mountain Range said, it is natural for the same tribe to help each other. There is no need to pay for such a small matter. Other warriors from the Red Orange Mountain Range, the Water Banyan Mountain Range, and the Yodi Mountain Range echoed. Bamboo thought for a while and said, "Then how about this? Next autumn, when my bloodthorn seeds from God are ripe, come and eat them. I will only keep the seeds of the bloodthorn fruit, and give the pulp to all the people of the tribe for free." Princess Chuirong said, "This is the most reasonable arrangement. The pulp of the bloodthorn fruit is troublesome to store, and it is a pity to discard it. Giving it to the people of the tribe nearby is the best arrangement." The matter of the oil tea tree seeds from God was finalized. After a simple cleanup of the scene, they returned. Bamboo returned to Liju Peak and rearranged the tasks. The 7 bamboo rat warriors began to dig the soil. Bamboo was responsible for carrying and dumping. Daxiong was still responsible for slapping the trees with his iron sand palm and clearing the open space. He paid another sum of raw stones as a reward and asked Liju to help gradually transplant the bamboo species from Liju Peak to the foot of the mountain, to solve the potential threat of the python warriors on Goju Mountain. The Taidao mountain range was lifted from alert, and the Putao and Yintuan came to help from time to cut the stone strips from the mountain. Soon, the 4th and 5th ponds were built, and Bamboo numbered and named the ponds, simply and clearly numbered as number 1, number 2, number 3. Each pond has a corresponding bamboo forest, which is also numbered according to the rules of number 1 and number 2 for future management. Calculating the time, winter will be over in less than a month. Bamboo accelerated the speed of eating the original force food and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 170 Calendar 3rd Update. For advanced warriors, the evolution from L3 to L4 is a small bottleneck breakthrough, which is a little difficult. Bamboo can shed his shell and evolve every half a year. Unexpectedly, the sleeping time is still as long as 5 days. After waking up, he was weak and dizzy. Bamboo estimated that this was because he only ate the original force food that strengthened the elemental ability and ignored the strengthening of the basic physique. However, as long as there is the original stone, this is a small problem and can be made up later. This time, Hongdao was guarding outside, and Baiyu was responsible for vigilance. This guy's original force food was always snatched by other bamboo rat warriors. He came to Liju Peak and evolved only once. He couldn't stand the high-load physical labor. Before Bamboo fell asleep, he deliberately arranged it so that it could rest for a few days. Bamboo spit out the bread life seed, packed it up, and put another red hard tree seed into the life capsule for brooding. Seeing this, Hongdao's antennae immediately stood up and asked, "Bamboo, do you still have red tree seeds?" This guy. He wants good things when he sees them. "No, you can't breed this kind of large seeds now," Bamboo said unhappily. "Hongdao, you should use bamboo seeds as life seeds first. At present, the best bamboo species in Liju Peak is green bamboo. You should use green bamboo first. When you grow into a 4th age intermediate warrior, I will help you get some red tree seeds." "Oh," Hongdao responded and asked, "Bamboo, can you ask Baizu to help me dig a paddy field at the foot of the mountain?" Bamboo did not answer directly. He took a piece of dried meat and ate it while thinking. After a long time, he stood up and said, "Hongdao, you are about to be promoted to an intermediate warrior. You should learn to survive independently. You like rice? I have no objection. But you can't open up rice fields in my bamboo sea. How about this? I will dig a river and a pond for you in the north of Lizufeng Mountain, in the territory of Taidao Mountain Range, and open up a few rice fields. In the future, you can manage them yourself." "Really?" Hongdao shouted in surprise. "Great. Bamboo. Thank you." Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, "Hongdao, you have seen the annual dry season. There are very few places in the entire Wanzhou continent that are suitable for large-scale rice seeding. Your next choice of species is bamboo, red nut tree, iron knife tree, water banyan tree, rambutan tree, cypress tree, or other species. Except rice, unless you cultivate a particularly excellent rice variety. Understand?" "Understood." Red Rice's excitement quickly cooled down. The bamboo rat warriors are good at digging soil and rocks with their sharp claws, and they are born to do civil engineering. Bamboo went down the mountain to check and found that the number 6 pond had been dug. At this time, the stone strips were cut on the mountain, waiting for Bamboo to complete the molting evolution and come to guide how to dig. Dig a canal, then lay stone blocks for reinforcement. 3 days later, the 6th pond was built. Bamboo took them to the north of Liju Peak, in the territory of Taidao Mountain Range, to build a pond on the high ground, dig a water diversion canal, and open up paddy fields. The Taidao mountain range is mainly flat forests. There is a river that flows southeast along the Jinping mountain range and merges into the Jinjiang River at the southeast end of the mountain range. The distance is only about 3 kilometers. Bamboo also planned to dig a small ditch with a width of 1 meter and a depth of 0.5 meters to guide the water flow. The purpose is to drain the rice fields during the rainy season. In the summer, the rainstorm will naturally expand the ditch into a small river. At that time, the two sides can be planted with a flame cluster of spotted grass that the bamboo rat warriors like to eat. The rice fields on the north side of Liju Peak are used for breeding. On the south side of Liju Peak, 10 rice fields with a side length of about 5 meters are still opened up, scattered and distributed, for the purpose of sowing the existing 4 live seeds of red rice and the seeds of cattail gods. In addition, Bamboo is actually very interested in rice. He vacated 5 rice fields and planned to keep them for some particularly important rice hybrid experiments. All planned projects were completed in time for the rainy season in spring. It was not suitable to go out to work in rainy weather. The bamboo rat warriors huddled in the cave and continued to practice martial arts. Da Xiong stayed alone at the foot of the mountain to help red rice protect the live seeds. As the temperature warmed up, many plants began to bloom, and big heads and cattails became active. Dada commanded the worker ants to help Bamboo manage the territory. He was very busy. With Bamboo's promotion to L4 Senior Warrior, the purple gold God-given seeds produced 6,561 ramets in one go. 1 biogas tank was not enough. So Bamboo opened up the second and third biogas tanks in succession to supply the nutrients of the purple gold God-given seeds. Xiangpu commanded the bee colony to collect nectar at the foot of the mountain, which is the staple food of the acid bees. If the food is insufficient, some sweet fruits can be collected in summer to make honey. Of course, the nutrition will be slightly inferior. Bamboo rarely had free time. He huddled in his cave all day and continued to deduce and upgrade to practice. Various types of bamboo live seeds have begun to take shape and can provide a considerable amount of force every day. With the growth of bamboo live seeds year by year and the growth of other live plants, more ordinary force will be provided in the future, which is an income that cannot be ignored. Ordinary force, absorbed into the body, can only strengthen the basic physique. As the strength increases, the strengthening effect will become worse and worse. According to the experience of being a human, the ordinary force will lose its strengthening effect after being promoted to the monarch. Only by perfecting the practice method and then deducing the genetic martial arts can the magnificent force fed back by the bamboo seeds be effectively utilized. It's a headache. After being promoted to a senior warrior, the blood vessels and heart structure of the body become complicated, and the difficulty of upgrading the practice method increases several times. Bamboo feels that his brain is not enough. He uses the method of engraving the structure diagram to assist. The cave space begins to be insufficient, and the auxiliary effect becomes very unsatisfactory. Bamboo is now a L4 senior warrior, and he has not yet completed the upgrade of the practice method. I am very worried that in the future, when I am promoted to the mountain master, the blood vessels and heart distribution in my body will change significantly and become more complicated. At that time, the stone slab engraving the structure diagram as an auxiliary means may be completely ineffective. The practice method is still like this, and the more complicated genetic martial arts. It's a headache to think about it. Bamboo also plans to do another thing, which is to make a calendar. Without instruments, he can only use plants in nature to deduce. The God-given seeds have strong genes and a relatively stable flowering and fruiting cycle, making them a good measuring tool. Bamboo had thought about it a long time ago, and observed carefully, and initially confirmed that it was feasible. Assign the task to Datu in advance. It's very simple. When the 3 God-given seeds bloom, record them separately, use the character to count, and carve a stroke every day. 1 character represents 6 days. Keep recording until the flowers bloom next year. By calculating and comparing the 3 God-given seeds, we can roughly determine how many days it takes for the planet under our feet to orbit the star. That is, how many days a year is. After calculating how many days a year is, we can divide it into months in detail and make a calendar. With a calendar and a detailed division of years, months, and days, we can calculate accurate seasonal changes in the future and mark climate changes in each season. In this way, you will no longer be confused about the cycle of the 4 seasons and the changing weather, what to do, what to prevent, what preparations to make. You no longer have to act based on your feelings and experience. Chapter 171 10,000 Yuan Household, 4th Update. It is best to sow the seeds of Xiang Pu's God in spring. Time waits for no one. After Xiang Pu was promoted to the intermediate warrior of level 16, Bamboo asked it to take the seeds of God into its life capsule for breeding. The race of red-ringed acid bees is too fragile in itself. And Xiang Pu is now accumulating a batch of force food to strengthen its physique. Never before. Bamboo was looking forward to the caravan of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe arriving earlier all day. What you think will come true? And the Chonlu caravan really arrived earlier than in previous years. There is no need to ask, can we go up the mountain? Because the big bear guarding the paddy field at the foot of the mountain has already greeted them and led them directly to the mountain. Out of courtesy, Chonlu still shouted, Master Bamboo. I am Chonlu of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe. In the cave, Bamboo heard the shouting, flashed out of the cave, and flew up and down. Go down the mountain to greet them. Master Chonlu. Trachelospermum. Shu am I? Bamboo greeted them one by one with enthusiasm. As they interacted more and recognized each other, a friendship developed unconsciously. Chonlu also shouted happily, Master Bamboo. You have indeed been promoted to a 4th-year senior warrior. Bamboo said, I have eaten too much force food that strengthens fire and metal abilities, and my physique is a little behind. It is difficult to be promoted to a 4th-year senior warrior. This year I have to buy a batch of force food that strengthens the physique. No problem. Chonlu said, our caravan still has many channels to buy force food suitable for senior warriors and mountain masters to strengthen their physique. The quantity is sufficient, and the variety is guaranteed to satisfy you. After a round of greetings, Bamboo asked half-jokingly, Master Chonlu, your caravan is moving faster than the Yuzhu caravan this year. Chonlu said, I predict that you will be promoted to a senior warrior of the 4th age this year, and the purple gold God-given seeds will be derived from them. In order to prevent other caravans from getting there first, we will go faster. Shuemai shouted, purple gold bamboo rice is very popular in the Golden Mantis Kingdom. 6,000 bamboo rices are not enough. It would be great if we could have 60,000 purple gold bamboo rice. In terms of the number of grains, 6,000 grains are not much, and the weight is less than 1 kilogram. The price is not high. The price of bamboo is only 2,000 raw stones. The caravan resells it, and the price should not be high. With the name of the God-given seeds, the price is cheap. So naturally a large number of ordinary mountain owners are willing to buy some to try it out. So it is of course easy to sell. Bamboo said, there are no 60,000 bamboo rice this year, but there should be in a year or two. Chonlu asked, Bamboo, is the number of purple gold bamboo rice ramets still the same as before? Bamboo said, yes. 65-61 ramets were just arrived in the spring. Chonlu asked, how many ramets do you plan to sell this year? Bamboo said, 6,000 ramets. Chonlu asked, what about the quality of purple gold bamboo rice? Bamboo said, go up the mountain first and taste it, and you will know. Chonlu asked again, what about bamboo fruit? Bamboo said, the quality of bamboo fruit has also improved well. On average, 6 raw stones are needed for each bamboo fruit, which is 2 more than the previous year. Hee. The price has to go up. Chonlu said, I heard that the price sold to the owner of Huabai Mountain is 20 raw stones? Bamboo said, yes. Chonlu said, then follow the rules of last year. Our caravan offers 19 raw stones. How about it? Bamboo said, that's what I meant. The group went up the mountain. Data had already started working, directing the worker ants to carry the stored bamboo fruits down from the top of the mountain. Bamboo took out a small bag of purple bamboo rice. They checked the quality one by one. The bamboo fruits were fine. When it was the turn of the purple bamboo rice, Chonlu said straightforwardly, Bamboo, the quality of the purple bamboo rice is not ideal, and the price can only be increased appropriately. Bamboo had eaten hundreds of purple bamboo rice and more than 100 ironwood fruits, so he knew what was going on. Chonlu was telling the truth, so he did not refute it and simply asked directly, Master Chonlu, how much do you think the price should be increased? Master Chonlu said, I will give you 6,600 raw stones for the bamboo rice produced by 6,000 ramets. I can only increase the price by this much. How about it? Bamboo thought about it and said, okay. Until I am promoted to the master of the mountain, we will go with this price. The price was agreed in a few words, and the quantity was counted to complete the handover. Calculate the raw stones. For the purple bamboo rice, the caravan paid the balance of 1,200 raw stones, and a deposit of 3,300 raw stones. Green bamboo fruit. The caravan paid the balance of 6,716 raw stones, and the deposit of 5,548 raw stones. Bamboo. A total of 16,764 raw stones. What do you need to buy? Chonlu asked. This year, more goods can definitely be sold. Xuemai has already climbed onto Chonlu's back armor, eager to try. The arrival of the caravan can be said to be a rare joyous event in the quiet mountains. Fengling followed the caravan up the mountain. The seven-headed bamboo rat warriors also stood not far away and watched. At this time, Hongdao brought Xiangpu, surrounded by a swarm of bees, and came late, timidly, and quickly hid behind Bamboo. Bamboo shook his antennae, signaling Xiangpu to land on his head, and introduced Xiangpu. Don't be afraid. They are the caravan of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe. This is the leader of the caravan, the owner of Chonlu Mountain. This is Tracholospermum. And that is Xuemai. He introduced to the caravan again. It's called Xiangpu, a little queen bee from the Red Ring Acid Bee tribe that was born last year. Is it the territory where the Fire Lotus Queen Bee was born? I seem to have heard of it last year. Chonlu was puzzled and sighed. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee has a unique vision and chose the Jinping Mountains instead of the popular Yangdi Mountains. Bamboo smiled but said nothing. Chonlu asked casually, I have heard about it in Chiofeng County. I heard that the seeds of the big yellow fruit banyan tree in the Yangti mountain range indirectly extend lifespan. But unfortunately, the number of fruits is small every year. Bamboo said, they were helped by the black and white cockroach tribe to give birth. So they must have a weak period. And the number of fruits is small, which is normal. I think we should wait for 2 more years before making a conclusion. Bamboo said, bit his antennae, gently tapped the cattail, and said, Master Chonlu, you see, the red-ringed acid bee race is born with a physique. It is weak. What kind of affordable force food does your caravan have that can help it? Cattail. Cattail struggled to mobilize his spiritual power and shouted, Cattail God-given seed. Bamboo suddenly realized and added, Master Chonlu, Cattail is now pregnant with a cattail God-given seed. It is a little difficult to grow. I am a little worried about its molting and growth. Chonlu asked, Cattail God-given seed? Bamboo said yes. Judging from the smell of the seed particles, it should be a strengthening flame ability. Hearing that it was to enhance the fire ability, Chonlu was slightly disappointed and said, I have seen the seeds of Xiangpu God. They grow in clusters. The quality and yield should be similar to purple bamboo rice. Bamboo, you are not going to sell them, right? Bamboo said, before Xiangpu was promoted to the mountain master, there should be no extra to sell. The topic returned to Xiangpu. Chonlu said, the seeds of God are bred by primary warriors, and they are a fragile race like the red-ringed acid bee. Bamboo, you can't be stingy with the raw stones. Of course. Bamboo looked up and shouted, Xuemai, can you tell me which force foods are suitable for Xiangpu? After all, Bamboo is a millionaire, rich and generous, and plans to spend them happily. Chapter 172, Python Patterned Honeydew Melon. Xuemai quickly listed more than 10 kinds of force fruits, introduced their quality, specific strengthening effects, and retail unit prices, and finally said, Xiangpu is only a junior warrior now. You can buy 1 or 2 each and make a set. Bamboo, you can buy more sets. The price is discounted. Bamboo asked, for the ones I just mentioned, how many raw stones are per set? Xuemai calculated and said, 200 raw stones per set. Only 1 set is enough for it to shed its shell and grow once. And it can be eaten continuously and promoted to an intermediate warrior in the future. And the risk can be minimized. Bamboo pondered for a moment and said, then let's start with 5 sets. Okay. Xuemai quickly picked and packed. After completing a transaction, Xuemai continued to introduce, saying, Bamboo, our caravan also got 3 python-patterned honey melons this year. Huabai Mountain Lord bought 1. And now there are 2 left. Do you want them? Chonlu explained, when we were in Chiofeng County, we heard that during the bamboo fruit ripening season last year, Jinping Mountain Range suffered a serious attack by beast warriors, and Huabai Mountain Lord and Taidao Mountain Lord were both severely injured. I guessed that you would need it. So I specially traded 3 python-patterned honey melons from other caravans. Xuemai stood on Chonlu's back, opened the spider silk bag, and moved out a large oval melon with a long diameter of about 25 centimeters. Fresh fruit, with a thick layer of amber fruit branches and leaves solidified on the outside. Xuemai carried it, climbed down Chonglu's back, put it in front of Bamboo, and introduced, "It is produced in the wolf spider kingdom of the western continent. It is originally a honey melon, a vine plant that is relatively drought resistant. The melon skin has a pattern of python patterns, so it is named python patterned honey melon. The strengthening effect is similar to the basic ability of the cockroach tribe, which is to strengthen the vitality of life. But it is slightly different and can be superimposed, which is a perfect match. The melon flesh is of standard ordinary quality, and there are melon seeds inside, which is of medium to lower quality." Bamboo scanned it with his mental power, and couldn't help smacking his lips, and ran to the amber fruit shell. "The long diameter of this melon is still about 20 centimeters, and it should weigh about 2 kilograms? Strengthen the vitality of life, and the quality is not bad. This price." Xuemai took the initiative to introduce, "The melon is too big. Even if it is the mountain master, it is difficult to eat it all at once. If you don't finish it after cutting it open, the original force will be lost quickly, which will be wasted and not easy to sell. Therefore, the price is slightly cheaper." After Xuemai finished speaking, he added, "Bamboo, this is what you call cost performance. The python pattern melon has a very high cost performance, and only 2,000 raw stones are needed. The cost performance is indeed really tall. But, with such a big head, who the hell can eat it all at once?" Bamboo said, "This melon is very suitable for the master of Tidao Mountain. Forget the cattails. 10 cattails can't catch up with the weight of this melon. How can it be eaten?" The master of Chonglu Mountain reminded, "There are still a lot of melon seeds inside. The quality is good, and they can be stored for a long time after drying." "Then one, right?" Bamboo said, "I will pay for the master of Tidao Mountain. You can deliver it to the master of Tidao Mountain on the way." "Okay." Xuemai was happy and agreed readily, and then said, "Bamboo, Fengling is injured again. It needs a set of force food to increase the success rate of the next molting growth." Bamboo said, "The kind you introduced last year. The deluxe healing package worth 3,000 raw stones, including 3 green grapes. Give Fengling a set. By the way, prepare a set for the Lord of Tidao Mountain. I will provide the raw stones. You can help deliver them on your way." "Okay." Xuemai agreed, quickly climbed onto Chonglu's back, and began to search, pick, and match. Bamboo thought, the Lord of Tidao Mountain has accumulated for many years, plus the more than 20,000 raw stones funded by himself and Princess Qijian, which should be enough for a successful molting and promotion. After a careful calculation, there are still 7,764 raw stones left. "Xuemai, give me 2 sets of the set worth 1,000 raw stones, and another 100 snake blood apricot kernels." Bamboo shouted, shook his tentacles, and called out from a distance, "Baizhu, come here." Baizhu had been waiting for a long time. Hearing this, he immediately trotted forward, shaking his head. Excited, Bamboo said, "Baizhu, you have 900 raw stones at your disposal. What do you want?" Baizhu answered without hesitation, "Python pattern melon." Bamboo, "Let's buy a melon." Bamboo reminded, "Baizhu, you only have 900 raw stones at your disposal." Baizhu said, "Bamboo, I feel it. The python pattern melon is the most cost-effective." Bamboo said unhappily, "You are not as heavy as this melon. Can you finish it?" Baizhu looked around and said, "Bamboo, we can eat together. You and Daxiong are both big eaters. Just leave the melon seeds for me." "Oh." Bamboo looked around. Daxiong, the 7 bamboo rat warriors, as well as Datu and Hongdao, all looked at him eagerly. "Baizhu, you are very thoughtful." Bamboo agreed reluctantly. "Then let's have another python pattern melon. Everyone eat to your heart's content." "A wise choice. We merchants know best." Bamboo, according to what you said, the python pattern honey melon is very cost-effective," Shonglo boasted, and couldn't help asking curiously, "Bamboo, why does this little bamboo rat warrior have 900 raw stones at his disposal? You are the strangest Zerg warrior I have ever seen. It is really hard to understand. Most Zerg warriors hate beast warriors." Bamboo not only took them in, but also treated them equally, and gave them so many raw stones. 900 raw stones are definitely not a small number. Zerg senior warriors without the God-given seeds can only earn 100 to 300 raw stones a year by operating territories. The annual income of the richer ones will not exceed 500 raw stones. Bamboo tapped Baiju's head with his antennae and said, "The God-given seeds of Xiangpu were found by this little guy. I will reward him with 1,000 raw stones." "I see." Zhonglo suddenly understood after hearing this, and couldn't help but look at Xiangpu standing on Bamboo's head again. At first, it was strange. Why did the Fire Lotus Queen be bare to send it to the Jinping Mountains instead of the Yangdi Mountains? Haha. It turned out that she spent a lot of money. Bamboo asked Chonlu. "I still have 2,764 raw stones to use." "Right?" "Yes." Chonlu asked Bamboo. "Don't you keep some raw stones for backup?" "Not for the time being." Bamboo shouted, "Xuanmai." Another set of healing packages worth 500 raw stones. And another 400 5-leaf redwood pine nuts. Okay. Xuanmai was too busy. The other 3 flame spider warriors climbed onto Chonlu's back to help count the goods. Bamboo asked again, "Chonlu, do you have any more affordable force fruits that enhance fire ability?" Chonlu asked, "Do you and Fengling eat it?" Bamboo said, "It's mainly Fengling. It needs to shed its shell and grow up as soon as possible. I'll eat some of it." Chonlu asked, "Can fresh fruit from the south be used?" Bamboo said, "As long as the price is right." Chonlu shouted, "Xuanmai, take down 2 red leaf loquats and let Fengling and Bamboo taste them." Okay. Xuanmai put down the work at hand, turned out 2 fruits, and handed them to Bamboo and Fengling respectively. "Peel off the shell. Inside is orange-red loquat fresh fruit. Spherical, about 2 centimeters in diameter. Scanning with mental power. There is flesh on the outer layer. Upper to lower quality. And there are seeds inside. Standard upper quality. It should be a wild tree species. The loquat fruit is small. Only a little more than 1 centimeter in diameter. The outer flesh is thick. And the core seed particles are small." Chonlu said, "The price is 35 raw stones. Which is pretty good and worth buying." Bamboo only tasted the flesh. First of all, the taste was good, but the strengthening effect was far inferior to that of red nuts. After thinking for a while, he said, "Chonlu, I still have 1264 raw stones to use. Why don't you make it cheaper and make it an integer, giving me 40 red leaf loquats?" "No problem." Bamboo spent all 16,764 raw stones in one go. Between buying and selling, Chonlu's caravan made a lot of money, and was in a very good mood. So he agreed very readily. Chapter 173 The Crowd of Spectators. All goods have been handed over. Chonlu said, "Bamboo, your golden bamboo is well cultivated. Did you harvest a lot of bamboo seeds last year?" "I don't plan to sell the golden bamboo." Bamboo said, "The green bamboo seeds obtained by hybridizing the golden bamboo can be sold." Without waiting for Chonlu to answer, Bamboo immediately introduced, "When the green bamboo is sown, it will produce bamboo fruits. If the bamboo fruits are sown again, the plants they grow into are no longer green bamboo, which is very bad." Chonlu was stunned and said, "Is this similar to the hybrid rice in the Wangua continent?" Bamboo said, "They are all herbaceous plants. The same principle." Chonlu was so smart that he immediately understood Bamboo's intention: control the golden bamboo, only sell green bamboo, and monopolize the output of bamboo seeds. Monopoly is good. It must be a stable business with profits no less than a God-given seed. "What about the price?" Chonlu asked. Bamboo said, "I sell it to the caravan at the price of 0.5 raw stones. It all depends on your ability to sell it at what price, and how much you can earn." Zhonglo asked Bamboo, "Do you plan to sell bamboo seeds to other caravans?" Bamboo said, "Only sell it to you and use you. You have a way to sell it in large quantities." "Right?" Zhonglo said, "Yes. It's very simple. Bamboo, you know that most caravans like to use precious plant seeds as gifts. They are cheap and pleasing. The pyrophil pine seeds given to me by your caravan are really good." Bamboo agreed and asked, "I will provide 2,000 seeds for your caravan this year?" "Okay." Chonlu continued, 1,000 raw stones. "Do you need to buy anything else?" "No." Bamboo shook his antennae and said, "Master Chonlu, I have a new proposal for seed sales." Chonlu was puzzled and asked, "What proposal? Do you need a deposit for this?" "Not a deposit." Bamboo said, "I'll give you the seeds first, and you can sell them. After a year, you can pay the remaining raw stones according to how much you sell. For those that are not sold, return the seeds to me, and I will destroy them in batches. He actually did the opposite, and didn't take the raw stones first. Chonlu pondered for a while before he understood Bambu's intention. He explained, Bambu, you are the most smart I have ever seen. I will follow your model, and sell as many seeds as possible to other caravans. It is a sure win. Is my suggestion okay? Bambu chuckled. In the future, there will be more new bamboo species similar to the green bamboo. With this one deal alone, we can make a fortune. Chonlu explained again, excellent suggestion. You are a genius. Hee. Bambu smiled again and said, Big Head, take 1,000 green bamboo seeds and give them to the caravan. Okay. Big Head commanded the ant colony to act. Chonlu's caravan traveled at night to the Iron Blade Mountains. It would also speed up its journey and arrive at Chijing County as soon as possible, and then promote the green bamboo seeds and the new sales model proposed by Bambu to other caravans of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe. Those that were not sold could be refunded at the original price. It is hard to say whether it can make money, but it will definitely not lose money. No caravan can refuse such a deal. Each caravan has a different route, but they often gather in the prosperous territories of certain princesses and insect kings. During this period, the caravans that meet will conduct equal transactions, exchange goods, share what they have, and increase their own product varieties. The sales model proposed by Bambu is to spread it layer by layer in the caravan, and then let the sales of bamboo species cover all areas suitable for growing bamboo. Bambu began to distribute the various goods purchased this time. The set meal worth 3,000 raw stones was given to Fengling, and 200 5-leaf redwood pine nuts and 20 red-leaf loquats were taken out to help it grow quickly. 2 healing sets worth 1,000 raw stones. Bambu kept one for himself. The one for Daxiong was to strengthen his physique. It is now a L8 advanced warrior, and can lay the foundation for promotion to Mountain Master earlier. The healing set meal of 500 raw stones was given to Hong Dao to strengthen its physique, to avoid any accidents when it was promoted to an intermediate warrior. Snake blood apricot is a good thing. Bambu gave 20 to Datu, 10 each to Fengling and Hong Dao, and kept the rest for himself. After distributing the force food, the only thing left was a highly cost-effective python-patterned honeydew melon. It's really fucking big. Bambu looked a bit overwhelmed. He dared not cut it easily. It's worth 2,000 raw stones. Once cut, he must eat it as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be wasted. Eating this thing is a challenge, so he must be fully prepared. Let the big bear enter the jungle and hunt a Goju mountain python, and prepare the meat first. Cattail eats honey, so prepare the honey in advance. Bamboo rats eat bamboo, so he cut the bamboo in the mountains in advance and cut it into pieces. Bambu rushed to the Iron Knife Mountains overnight and called flame-clustered spotted grass and syzygium. It should be easier if 2 more senior warriors are added. Everything is ready. All forces gathered in front of the cave where Bambu lived, waiting eagerly. Bambu took the knife and peeled off the shell. The outer layer of the honeydew melon has a layer of melon skin, which is green and covered with cracked white stripes. The skin can also be eaten. Don't waste it, Bambu reminded first. They all nodded, or tapped their tentacles to show that they understood. As a direct elder, Yanchu Banmao was not so polite to Bambu. He was a little impatient and urged, don't talk nonsense. Cut it quickly. Hee hee. Bambu laughed sinisterly. The 2 front limbs waved into a black shadow. The sweet and fragrant smell filled the air, and the thick breath of the original force spread. The toes converged. The melon was cut, and the melon was divided into 24 petals. Hurry up and take it. Eat it. You must eat this thing immediately after you cut it. Remember to spit out the seeds, Bambu urged and called. First took a piece and cut it again, divided it into 2, and handed it to Xiangpu and Hong Dao respectively, saying, you 2 junior soldiers, just eat a small piece. Don't be greedy. Hong Dao buried his head and ate it frantically, imitating Bambu's tone, and exclaimed, it's so damn delicious. Thank you. Xiangpu was much more polite, like a lady from a noble family. First thanked, and then ate slowly. Yantuan Banma rushed to take a piece, ate it, and then exclaimed, it's fragrant, sweet, and crisp. This taste. It is said that only the Western continent can produce such delicious fresh fruits. Pearl, Big Bear, Rat King, etc. followed to eat. Bamboo finally picked up a piece to taste, not to mention the effect of the force. The taste was intoxicating. It was sweeter than any fresh fruit produced in the fire cockroach kingdom. It was crisp and sweet, and had a unique fruity aroma. "Help!" Hongdao shouted, looking sideways. This guy was staggering and unable to stand steadily, struggling to crawl towards the body of the Goju mountain python. Bamboo shook his antennae helplessly, flicked his toes lightly, and sent it flying in front of the Goju mountain python's corpse. Hongdao ate the fresh meat frantically, then fell down with his 6 legs spread out, and fell asleep. Bamboo used his mental power to check and confirm that it was just due to excessive physical and nutritional consumption that he fell asleep due to weakness, and there was no danger to his life. He felt relieved. "Xiangpu, eat slowly." Bamboo turned his head to remind. "I know," Xiangpu replied. It was smarter. After eating a few bites of honeydew melon, it immediately commanded the worker bees next to it to feed itself some honey to replenish consumption. "And you two little guys, Datu and Bayu, just throw away what you can't finish. Don't force it," Bamboo continued to remind. "I understand." Datu was no longer good enough. With his antennae drooping, he was commanding the worker ants to feed him. He watched the remaining half of the honeydew melon quickly lose its original force, and felt distressed. Baiju's front legs lost strength. His eyes rolled up, and he fell down. The big bear looked at it, picked up a piece of bamboo, threw it in front of Baiju, and continued to eat. The big bear was huge and had a strong digestion ability. He ate 3 pieces in a row before stopping. He lay on the ground silently, practicing his skills, slowly digesting the original force stored in his meridians, and occasionally taking a piece of fresh meat to eat. Flame-clustered spotted grass, rambutan, and wind bells were all very reluctant to eat 2 pieces. And then, they gnawed at the body of Goju mountain python and collapsed on the ground. The rat king and the 5 bamboo rat warriors fell to the ground one after another. Bamboo ate 2 pieces, but he couldn't bear it anymore. There were still 3 pieces left. He barely ate half a piece and gave up. The force transforming genes is no joke. If the cell gene transformation fails, the cell dies. If the cell gene transformation succeeds, the cell proliferates and divides. In addition to the intense consumption of energy and nutrients, this series of changes also requires a buffer period for the growth of new cells. Excessive intake of the force will lead to the death of a large number of new cells, which will slow down the growth rate at best and endanger life at worst. It is better to waste it than to force it to eat more. There are still 2 pieces left untouched, and I can't eat them. I can only watch the force pass away. The sweet melon flesh can't be eaten, so the melon skin is naturally scattered all over the ground, and the force quickly dissipates, spreading, and the sweet fragrance is bursting. The warm night breeze blows gently, and the mountains and fields are full of the sweet taste of honeydew melon. Chapter 174 Nursery. Nutrition Group. Eating a python-patterned honeydew melon once actually has limited effect on improving physical fitness, and it is also a waste of a lot of money, which is equivalent to spending 2,000 raw stones. A collective extravagance. 54 seeds smaller than pine nuts were left. Big Head commanded the worker ants to collect them and dry them in the sun. Bamboo made the decision and gave 10 seeds to Xiangpu, Big Head, and Red Rice respectively, and the remaining 24 belonged to Baiju. Only 300 raw stones were deducted from Baiju, and it still had 600 raw stones at its disposal. Bamboo's plan was to let it evolve twice as soon as possible to catch up with the growth rate of the other 5 bamboo rat warriors. After the rainy season, the territory has new farm work to do sowing bamboo seeds. Last year's dry season, many bamboo seeds were harvested through drought stimulation. In Bamboo's plan, it is necessary to sow 7-color bitter bamboo, 7-color red bamboo, cloud silk golden bamboo, golden line bamboo, spotted bamboo, and leaf bamboo on a large scale. These bamboo species are the key experimental research objects in the next few years. It is also necessary to sow hybrids of colorful bitter bamboo and colorful red bamboo, and hybrids of golden bamboo and cloud silk golden bamboo on a small scale. The purpose of sowing hybrids is to observe the hybrid effect. Bamboo accidentally searched for a local method of cultivating plant seedlings from the inherited memory of mankind. It is very local. Specially open up long strips of flat land as breeding nurseries. Mix sludge, sludge water, clay, and humus black soil to make nutrient soil. The front paws of bamboo rat warriors are slightly flexible, And they knead these mixed nutrient soils into mud balls with a diameter of about 5 centimeters, called nutrient balls. Put a bamboo seed in each nutrient ball, and then place them neatly on the breeding nursery. The number of bamboo seeds that need to be sown exceeds 10,000, and the workload is quite large, requiring collaborative work. Bamboo and Daxiong are responsible for opening up the nursery, digging soil, transporting, and mixing nutrient soil. The 7 bamboo rat warriors are led by the Rat King and are responsible for making nutrient balls. After they are made, they are neatly placed in the nursery. Data directs the worker ants to put seeds into the nutrient balls one by one. Finally, bamboo sprinkles a layer of floating soil to cover them. This breeding method has 3 advantages. It improves the germination rate of seeds and the survival rate of seedlings. After germination, after about half a month, the quality of the seedlings can be distinguished by the growth of the seedlings, and those seedlings with particularly poor growth can be eliminated. This is a more reliable way of seed selection. The young plants grow on the nutrient balls, which is very convenient to move, and will not harm the plants, making it convenient to control the row spacing of planting, compared with direct seed burial sowing. This is a more sophisticated cultivation technology. In the spring season, the common cockroaches in the territory gradually became active and began to reproduce in large numbers. Following the method of last year, bamboo protected the male cockroaches as much as possible and drove out a large number of female cockroaches, leaving only about 100,000 in the end, maintaining the ratio of male and female cockroaches in the territory. Due to the large number of Lizyufeng warriors, the breath they released scared away all kinds of birds, snakes and rats, and the common cockroaches were all over the mountains and reproduced wantonly. Bamboo even considered letting Data command the soldier ants to remove a group of female common cockroaches, but later thought it was too cruel. So he gave up and let them fend for themselves, focusing on taking care of the small cockroaches in his own territory. In the new year, the first batch of egg sheets hatched one after another. Bamboo took the time to observe carefully and compared them with the young cockroaches hatched in the Fengling territory at the foot of the mountain. The young cockroaches born in his own territory were slightly stronger, and the number of males accounted for a larger proportion. Knowledge is power. Bamboo was very confident and a little proud. However, within a few days, problems came one after another. The newly born male cockroaches tried every means to escape from the territory. Bamboo tried to separate them and feed them meat every day, but it still didn't work. They would flee if they were not careful. After repeated thinking, Bamboo roughly guessed that it was because the number of male cockroaches in his territory was saturated, and the newly born male cockroaches migrated to other places due to their nature. After several experiments, he could not change this situation, so he simply left it alone. Anyway, they could not escape from the range of Liju Peak, the height of the 2 fast-growing tree species, Bayou mulberry and Ingri fruit, exceeded 1 meter. Bayou mulberry has 3 flower spikes and small white flowers. This summer, Bamboo can harvest some delicious mulberry fruits. Ingri fruit tree also has 16 small bumps, which are its flowers. They are very hidden. This summer, 16 Ingri fruits should be harvested. The output of white jade mulberry and Ingri fruit, including the output of Sunko life seeds and various bamboo life seeds, is mainly supplied to the big-headed and 6-headed bamboo rat warriors. The various ordinary life plants grow year by year and slowly develop, which can offset part of the expenses. Nowadays, Bamboo, Big Bear, and the Rat King all use the fruits condensed by the God-given seeds as their main food in order to grow quickly. Feeding aliens can help do many things and help the territory develop and prosper. But in total, the monthly expenses are also a considerable amount. Late at night, a spiritual call came from the foot of the mountain. Master Bamboo, we are the Yuju caravan. Can we go up the mountain? At the end of spring, the Yuju caravan finally arrived. Yes, please. Following the Jinping Mountains, coming from the southeast, Bamboo guessed at a glance that this guy first went to the Yandi Mountains, then took a detour, passed through the Shuero Mountains, and entered the Jinping Mountains. It took a long detour, so it came late. Bamboo flapped his wings and went down the mountain to greet the caravan. Yuju was still a level 19 senior warrior, and still brought the 2 little followers named Fuling and Qingwang. The goods on his back were also very few. A typical poor caravan. The insects were poor, but the ambitions were not. On the contrary, Yuju was very ambitious. He took a long detour to the Yangdi Mountains, and he must want to get the right to buy a batch of rhubarb fruit figs. Bamboo. The yield of the bloodthorn God-given seeds must have been very good last year. Yuju was also proficient in the hypocrisy of doing business. And this was a question that he knew the answer to. As early as the Yodi Mountains, he had found out the specific production of bloodthorn fruit last year, and even the number of bloodthorns left by Bamboo, and the price he was going to sell them for. Not bad. There will definitely be more this year. Bamboo greeted him warmly. Yuju, let's go up the mountain first and taste the quality of bloodthorns. Yuju said. Bamboo, you asked me to bring a little red cockroach warrior here last year. I lived up to your expectations and carefully selected and spent a lot of effort to find a warrior that is particularly suitable for Liju Peak for you. If not for Yuju, Bamboo almost forgot about it. Yuju, you took the trouble. Bamboo asked, how do you say particularly suitable for Liju Peak? Yuju said, it's called belly bamboo. It likes bamboo, and all its life species are well preserved. The only flaw is a little naughty. You should educate it well. It's rare to like bamboo. Bamboo was delighted to hear this and said, it's better to be naughty and lively, so that you can get along well with other warriors on the mountain. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. The little flame spider warrior named Fulling said suddenly, quickly climbed onto the back of Yuju, took off a large bamboo tube, and pulled out the blocked hay. A little red cockroach warrior quickly climbed out, stood on the bamboo tube, turned his body, shook his antennae, looked around, and then locked onto Bamboo, and saw the towering mountain in front. Wow! So many bamboos! The little warrior named Duju exclaimed repeatedly. Fulling, is this the Liju Peak you mentioned? Without waiting for Fulling to answer, Duju asked Bamboo again. Wow! What a black cockroach warrior! You must be Bamboo. Bamboo twitched his antennae and replied, yes. My name is Bamboo. Welcome to Liju Peak. Duju turned his head and saw the purple bamboo planted at the foot of the mountain, and continued to exclaim, wow! That's purple bamboo. Bamboo felt better and replied happily, yes. Purple bamboo. A very rare and precious bamboo species. It's so beautiful. Duju flapped his wings and flew towards the purple bamboo. While flying, he asked, can I go over and take a look? Bamboo replied, go ahead. Chapter 175. The fight started. Fulling handed a small packet of seeds to Bamboo and said, last year, it happened to encounter a field of belly bamboo blooming and bearing seeds. It's a bit regrettable that it chose for belly bamboo seeds as its life seeds. After following the caravan forced it to choose a better snow pear tree as its life seed. It also collected a large number of belly bamboo seeds. All here. Yuju asked Bamboo, how is it? Is this little warrior okay? Bamboo took it, opened it to check, and said happily, really good. Very good. Not only does Liju Peak have one more little warrior, but also one more rare bamboo species produced in the Wangwa continent. Yuju shouted, Fulling, take out the gifts we prepared and give them to Bamboo Mountain Master. Another gift? Bamboo was curious. Fulling immediately took out a small bamboo tube from the spider silk bag, pulled out the blocked hay, and it was filled with bamboo rice. Yuju introduced, last summer, a cold wave suddenly swept across the Wangwa continent, causing considerable losses, and many bamboos were stimulated to bloom. Coincidentally, a caravan passed by and collected a precious bamboo species, Xiang bamboo. Xiang bamboo? Bamboo pondered and searched his memory. Yuju reminded, there are bamboo species that are extremely similar to banju in our Wanzu continent, but they are very rare and difficult to find. This reminder actually confused his thoughts. Bamboo thought for a while before remembering, and said excitedly, Golden Line Bamboo has another hybrid partner. Yuju said confidently, that's right. Bamboo, how about it? Are you satisfied with this gift? Satisfied? Absolutely satisfied. Bamboo said, Yuju, you have the priority to purchase bamboo seeds in the future. Priority purchase. Can you earn raw stones by selling bamboo seeds? Ordinary seeds are given as gifts by caravans and rarely sold formally. Yuju did not think that selling seeds would make a profit. Even if there was, it would be a small profit, which was not comparable to the seeds given by God. Bamboo did not mind. Young insects are all like this. They are ambitious. Yuju is very righteous, which is worth getting along with. Yuju, let me introduce you to the green bamboo species I cultivated, and the new sales model that I have discussed with the owner of Chonglu Mountain. Bamboo explained in detail. Yuju did not care much at first. But when he heard that it was a sales model reached with Chonglu, he listened patiently. She was quick-witted and understood what Banbu meant, and became excited before he finished speaking. Compared with Chonglu's maturity, the young Yuju was more straightforward. Banbu did not hide anything and told him in advance about his idea of three-line hybrid bamboo species. The three-line hybridization was successful, and the bamboo species cultivated must be much better than the green bamboo. It can be listed as a precious planting species, and its value has been qualitatively improved. It will definitely be popular. Walking and chatting, imagining the future. Yuju and Banbu both chatted speculatively. Fuling shouted out of place, "Oh no!" The belly bamboo flew to the mountain. Banbu spread his mental power and swept it over. He found that the belly bamboo flew to the nursery where bamboo species were cultivated on the mountain. He didn't care and said, "Let it go." Yuju reminded Banbu, "That little guy is very naughty. You should chase it back." "It's okay. The mountain is safe. There is no danger." Being interrupted by this, the topic of future ideals could not be discussed any further, and Banbu asked, "Yuju, how much is the ransom for the belly bamboo?" According to the rules, the ransom for belly bamboo of this quality should be fixed at 300 raw stones, and Banbu just wanted to confirm it. Unexpectedly, Yuju said straightforwardly, "Forget about the ransom if it is something that comes along. Banbu, if you need a large number of red cockroach fighters, I can help, and it will not be too late to discuss the ransom then." This is the difference between young insects and old insects. The Chonglu caravan has strong capital, but is very careful with its calculations, and it even cares about the ransom of 100 raw stones for Hongdao. Yuju, on the other hand, just forgot the ransom of 300 raw stones. Without much capital, he is determined to do big business and make a fortune. Banbu thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it in 2 years. However, if there are little warriors who like bamboo seeds, you can send them to me. I can't let you work in vain, and the ransom cannot be waived." After going up the mountain, Dada commanded the worker ants to move the stored blood thorn seeds out, tasting, confirming the quality and strengthening effect. A total of 2,500 seeds, priced at 6 raw stones each. This is the information Yuju learned in the Yodi Mountains, and there is no objection. The price is 15,000 raw stones, deducting last year's 10,000 deposit, and pay the balance of 5,000 raw stones. The inventory transaction is completed. Yuju asked Banbu, "Has the quality of the bloodthorn God-given seeds not stabilized yet?" "No," Banbu said, "however, its scale is gradually stabilizing. This spring, it is not growing as fast as last year." Yuju looked down the mountain and asked Banbu, "How many bloodthorn seeds do you think you can harvest this year?" Banbu understood and said, "It is estimated that there will be about 8,000 seeds. Half of them, that is, for 1,000 seeds, can be sold to your caravan." "Thank you." Yuju was delighted and asked, "What about the price?" Banbu, "Do you plan to invest a batch of raw stones to help the bloodthorn God-given seed grow?" "I haven't thought about it yet," Banbu said. "I feel that investing raw stones to promote its rapid growth is a bit disadvantageous. It is better to let it absorb natural force and slowly improve itself." Yuju has seen the horror of the bloodthorn God-given seed devouring force. Thousands of raw stones invested may be a waste of money. It is really not cost-effective. Without much persuasion, he simply said, "Then the reservation price will not change for the time being?" Banbu said, "Still follow the unit price of 6 raw stones." Yuju said, "That is a deposit of 12,000 raw stones." Fuling and Qingshuang took action immediately, took down the 2 spider silk bags, began to count the number of raw stones, and handed them to Banbu for review. After a rough inspection, Banbu asked Dada to command the worker ants to carry it down and store it. The deposit was handed over. Yuju asked Banbu, "Do you want to buy some forced food?" Banbu said, "Yuju, you walked too slowly this year. When the Chonglu caravan arrived, I had already bought all the food needed for a year's growth. However, if there is anything of good quality, or with good strengthening effect, and the price is particularly affordable, I can consider buying it." "It just so happens that there is," Yuju shouted, Fuling. "Hurry up. Move the python-patterned honey melon out for Banbu Mountain Master to see." "Melon?" Banbu shook his tentacles vigorously and said, "Forget it. Forget it. No need." Yuju asked Banbu, "Have you bought it from the Chonglu caravan?" I've eaten one. Bamboo said depressedly. It's really awesome. It seems that your Lizufeng's strength is still difficult to eat a whole melon at one time. But there are melon seeds inside. Yuju wanted to sell it. No. This thing is just for tasting. I can't eat it. Bamboo shook his tentacles and refused before he finished speaking. Asking, do you have anything else? Let's try it out. Yuju said, there's nothing else. Bamboo. We merchants know the details best. This melon is super cost-effective. Bamboo asked suspiciously, how many raw stones are there? Yuju said, cheap. 2,000 raw stones. Bamboo asked, when was this python-pattern honey melon God-given seed born? Last year? Is the yield particularly high? Yuju answered truthfully, to be precise. It was the year before last. I found that the vines grew wildly last year, and the yield was indeed very high. But these do not affect its value. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, the melon is good. But it's too big. When I become the owner of the mountain, I will order 3 python-patterned honey melons every year. Now forget it. As he was talking, Baiju ran up the mountain in a panic, shouting, no. Bamboo. They are fighting. Fighting? Bamboo was stunned when he heard this and asked, who is fighting with whom? Baiju said, Hong Dao and the new little soldier. Chapter 176. Who is lying? There is a small paddy field next to the bamboo nursery. Red Rice asked White Bamboo to help dig it out and make it into a nursery shape, in order to try to cultivate seedlings in the form of a nursery. This is what Bamboo taught it. After the seedlings are cultivated, they are pulled out and transplanted to other paddy fields according to reasonable row spacing to increase the yield. The battle took place in the paddy field. When Bamboo arrived, it was over. Duju's whole body was pressed into the mud by Red Rice and was struggling hard. It was quite intense, and a large area of seedlings in the field was destroyed. Duju was only a L6 junior soldier, and his combat effectiveness was much worse than that of Red Rice, a L9 junior soldier. Red Rice, what are you doing? Bamboo scolded. Stepped forward, pulled Red Rice away, and pulled Duju out of the mud, grabbed a small puddle at the corner of the paddy field, and shook it to wash off the silt. Red Rice, what's going on? Why are you bullying Duju? Is it called Duju? What an ugly name. Red Rice said calmly. It said that rice is ugly. Duju immediately retorted, shouting, Bamboo. It said bamboo is ugly. Damn. Fighting for this? It's a trivial matter. But how to deal with it? I have never encountered disputes between young soldiers, so I have no experience. Bamboo said, Red Rice, you are 1 year older than Duju. You should give in to it and never bully it in the future. Understand? Red Rice said, Bamboo. This little thing is very bad. It dared to cut my seedlings. No. Duju shouted, I didn't. Bamboo. It was it that bullied me. You should teach it a lesson. Bamboo hasn't figured out how to solve it yet. White Bamboo, who came down from the mountain, reminded timidly, Bamboo. I can testify that it was it that wanted to cut the seedlings of Red Rice first. And then we started fighting. Hong Dao made up for it at the right time and said coldly, Bamboo. Is the caravan still here? Have you paid? How old is this little thing? It's not honest. What will happen when it grows up? I think it's better to return it to the caravan and let them take it away. Bamboo looked at Duju. It's only been less than a year since it was born. Where did it learn to lie? It's really naughty. Duju said stubbornly and aggrievedly, Bamboo. I didn't cut its seedlings. Look carefully. There are no traces of cutting at all. Yes. If the toes of the forelimbs are cut, there will be neat wounds and cut seedlings. Bamboo swept his mind and turned to look at Baiju. This little thing is not honest. It has a good relationship with Hong Dao. Is it helping to lie and wrongly accuse Duju? Bamboo looked at Hong Dao again. This guy is not easy to deal with. Hong Dao emphasized, Bamboo. It was about to cut my seedlings, but I stopped it in time. Duju shouted, I didn't. Hong Dao said, yes. Baiju can testify. Who is lying? It's unclear who is right and who is wrong. There is no need to pursue right and wrong when children have conflicts. Stop arguing. Bamboo showed his elders authority and shouted, Hong Dao, clean up the paddy field and go back to the territory to rest. Baiju, you go back to rest too. Duju, follow me up the mountain. Back on the mountain, Bamboo called Datu and took Duju to the cave to eat something and replenish his energy. He planned to temporarily arrange for it to live in his cave, and then promote it to an intermediate warrior in the future and then assign it to another place. The fight between the two young warriors was just a minor episode. Bamboo and Yuju continued to discuss the transaction. The goods of Yuju Caravan are far less diverse than those of Chonlu Caravan. He will definitely not buy the python-patterned honey melons. And there is nothing else worth buying. In the end, Bamboo could only promise to purchase a batch from Yuju Caravan next year. Caravan trading is to make profits between buying and selling. If you only buy but don't sell the goods, the profit will be small. After getting Bamboo's promise, Yuju was willing to give up and stop selling, and turned his attention to the bloodthorn God-given seeds at the foot of the mountain. Yuju is currently a L9 senior warrior, and has not completely separated from the caravan of Princess Wang Jing to officially operate independently. But that day is not far away. The bloodthorn God-given seeds in Bamboo's territory are the first big deal it has negotiated. The first pot of gold in its life. So it is particularly concerned. Bamboo, can we go down the mountain to take a look? Of course. Bamboo agreed. Thought about it. Returned to the cave. Took out 10 pieces of raw stones and brought them with him. After all, it is the God-given seed with the highest income at present. And it cannot always be hungry. Bamboo. Bamboo. Feeling Bamboo's arrival, the bloodthorn tree spirit cheered and then asked a series of questions. Who are they? What are they going to do? The tree spirit had a poor memory and had long forgotten the terms Illusionary Flame Spider Tribe and Yuju Caravan. Illusionary Flame Spider Tribe Caravan. Its name is Yuju. It came to see you. Bamboo patiently explained it again. Standing up when he cut a piece of raw stone into powder bit by bit and scattered it into the thorn bush. Bamboo. What is this? The tree spirit asked. Raw stone. Bamboo was very annoyed that he couldn't even remember such an important term as raw stone. Raw stone. Raw stone. Raw stone. The tree spirit cheered. And for the first time, it was eager for raw stone. Bamboo paused, scanned with his mind, and carefully checked the development status of the bloodthorn God-given seed. After nearly a year and a half of uniform growth, the 13 main branches were more than 30 meters long, woody, and nearly 10 centimeters in diameter. They walked close to the ground and derived many branches to the side, forming a huge bush. At the location where the main branches branched, a few roots were derived to absorb nutrients from the ground. This spring, the growth rate of the bloodthorn bush was obviously not as large as last year. Under normal circumstances, except for a few species of precious trees, the growth scale of each plant has an upper limit. After reaching the upper limit, the growth rate slows down or simply stops growing. To break the limit, genetic evolution must be carried out, and it must be a qualitative change. This is why the bloodthorn tree spirit began to desire raw stone, because it instinctively realized that it needed raw stone to grow. What is abnormal is that the scale of the bloodthorn God-given seed after it grew up is not as large as Bamboo idealized. Bamboo, let me help you. Fulling saw that Bamboo's movements had stopped, so he stepped forward to help. Oh, Bamboo answered casually, still lost in thought. Fulling picked up a piece of raw stone with his two thick claws, exerted force suddenly, and crushed the whole piece into powder. And the powder was scattered into the thorn bush with the wind. Raw stone. Raw stone. Raw stone. The bloodthorn tree spirit cheered, and its branches and leaves swayed in the wind, absorbing all the original force in an instant. In succession, 10 pieces of raw stone were all crushed into powder and scattered into the thorn bush. The bloodthorn God-given seeds became more and more happy. Bamboo. Bloodthorn is the plant that absorbs the force the fastest that I have ever seen. Yuju sighed. This is 1,000 raw stones. The bloodthorn God-given seeds absorbed all of them in one breath, without any waste. Bamboo sighed. This thing consumes too many raw stones. If I had known this, I should have planted it in Liju Peak. Yuju said, it is a wise choice to plant it outside Liju Peak. After all, the destructive power of the bloodthorn plant is too strong. For other plants, it can be called a devastating disaster. After chatting for a while, the Yuju caravan directly crossed the mountains and continued to the north, rushing to Qijing County overnight. Should I invest a batch of raw stones to try? Bamboo was entangled in thinking. Flew back to the mountain, walked to the entrance of the cave, noticed something unusual, and swept his mental power over, and found that Datu was commanding the ant colony to surround the belly bamboo, and 4 of the soldier ants grabbed its vain wings and held it firmly. What the hell happened again? Fighting with Datu. Chapter 177 A Cold Welcome Ceremony. Big Head has always been honest and hardworking. How could the two of them fight? Bamboo rushed into the cave and asked, Big Head, what's wrong? Bamboo, help, Duju shouted, a little annoyed. Let me go! Let me go! Big Head said. Bamboo, it's bad. It ruined the pattern you carved. Bamboo polished the ground and stone walls in the cave and carved various body structure diagrams to facilitate the deduction of skills. Looking at it, the annotations on the sides of several patterns were erased and replaced with several small, ugly and distorted cockroach patterns, which should be Duju's masterpiece. Not only that, the various spider silk bags piled in the cave were turned over, and a piece of raw stone was taken out by it and broken into two halves. This little guy, his hands are so mean. Hong Dao is talkative and has a bad mouth. Occasionally, a poisonous snake's words can make insects angry to death. Now, here comes another restless guy. Bamboo had a headache, shook his antennae, and said, Big Head, let it go. Big Head shook his antennae and issued an order. The 4 soldier ants loosened their jaws, and the ant colony dispersed. Duju refused to obey and rushed to Big Head. Big Head waved his antennae, and immediately, the ant colony moved and pounced on Duju. The 4 soldier ants pressed it to the ground again. Bamboo, help! Duju screamed. Big Head is an intermediate warrior, commanding an ant colony of 5,000 worker ants and 300 soldier ants. You'd better not mess with it. Bamboo warned and said, Big Head, let it go. You go and notify the Rat King. Let it notify the other members of Liju Peak. All come up the mountain. Welcome, welcome Duju to join Liju Peak. Oh! Big Head shook his antennae, let go of Duju, and walked down the mountain surrounded by the ants. I forgot. I should fly up and attack. Duju still refused to accept the defeat. I have seen many ants, and this is the weakest ant I have ever seen. I will definitely win next time. No next time. Bamboo warned sternly, Duju, don't quarrel with other members on the mountain. Otherwise, you will be beaten. You deserve it. Oh! Duju lowered his antennae. Bamboo pointed at its carvings and asked, What did you draw? Duju pointed at the pattern carved by Bamboo and asked, Bamboo, is this you? He then pointed at the pattern carved by himself and said, This is me. Bamboo warned, Don't scribble everywhere in the future. Bamboo originally wanted to keep it in the cave and live with it, but now changed his mind and said, I will ask Datu to help you dig a small cave next to it. You will live next to me before you are promoted to a mid-level soldier. Jinping Mountain Range is very dangerous. You cannot leave the mountain without my permission. Do you understand? I understand, Duju replied. All members of Liju Peak are here. Bamboo didn't expect that Data also has a gossipy side. He smashed a piece of raw stone from Duju and told everyone about his various misdeeds of destroying the paintings in Bamboo's cave. The welcome ceremony was a bit awkward. Hongdao took a fighting stance, gently waved his tentacles, and looked at Duju, looking like he was going to have a fight. Maybe after Baizhu ran back, he said something to the Rat King and the others. The 7 bamboo rat warriors lay on the ground carelessly, not moving a single step. The big bear sat on the ground with a dull look in his eyes. He didn't know what he was thinking. Anyway, he didn't care much. Only Fengling brought a small gift. A few cypress seeds harvested from his territory last year. Bamboo. Does this little guy like bamboo very much? Yes. I plan to arrange for it to live on the mountain temporarily. When it grows up, it will live on the southeast side. It chose bamboo as its life seed. You can choose a good location and sow it first. It and Hongdao are a little unhappy. It's normal for a little soldier to have conflicts. It will be fine when it grows up. Bamboo. You can arrange for it to come and live next to me. Hongdao lives next to Fengling. If they continue to live here, won't they quarrel every day? Bamboo shook his antennae and said, It's better to live separately. Consider it in the future, so that it will be convenient for comprehensive defense and take into account all directions of the mountain. As he was speaking, Xiangpu came late under the protection of the bee colony. Realizing that he was not welcome, Duju, who had been somewhat bored, immediately came alive when he saw Xiangpu, and exclaimed, Wow! The little queen bee of the red-ringed acid bee tribe. Exclaiming, he flapped his wings and was about to fly towards Xiangpu. Data reacted quickly, waved his antennae, and immediately, several soldier ants rushed forward and pressed Duju down. Bamboo. Data bullied me. Let me go! Duju was so angry that he screamed. Xiangpu was confused and asked, Banbu, is this the new little soldier? What's its name? My name is Duju. Duju shouted. My name is Xiangpu. Xiangpu was happy, but a little confused. Datu, beat it up and tear off its wings. Hong Dao added to the chaos at the right time. Beat it. Bai Ju shouted excitedly. But the Rat King turned his head and glared at him. And he shut up again. Big head. You can't bully Duju. Feng Ling hurriedly dissuaded him. Banbu had a headache and asked, Big head, what are you doing? Let go of Duju. Oh. Big head said, I'm afraid it will hurt the cattail. Why would I hurt the cattail? Duju felt wronged. Big head. Let it go. Banbu flapped his wings and said, Forget it. That's it. Let's go. Let's go. The Rat King waved his claws and led 6 little bamboo rat warriors to form a straight line and ran away. Big Bear. Feng Ling. Let's go. Hong Dao flapped his wings and landed on Feng Ling's head, urging it to leave quickly. Xiangpu was a little confused. He had run up the mountain with great effort. Why did they disperse again just now? Xiangpu. Don't leave yet. Banbu asked, How much of the force food you bought last time have you eaten? Xiangpu replied, I have already eaten 1 portion. Banbu. I feel that I still have a long way to go before I can grow. What should I do? Banbu said, Then eat another portion. It will strengthen your physique and be good for your growth. Oh. Xiangpu replied. Banbu asked again, Xiangpu, how many worker bees are there? Xiangpu replied, Now I have 500 small worker bees. They are better at collecting honey. With honey food, the bee colony will soon exceed 1,000. Xiangpu is really amazing. Banbu praised. The bee colonies currently controlled by cattail can only be divided into 2 types of worker bees. One is a large worker bee of similar size to itself, which is mainly responsible for fighting and guarding the safety of the hive. It can collect honey, but its efficiency is very low. The other is a small worker bee that is specifically responsible for collecting honey. It is similar to the ordinary red-ringed acid bee in nature, with a body length of only 0.8 centimeters, a fast flying speed, and its full-time job is to collect honey. The number of young professional bees reached 1,000, and the bee colony controlled by Xiangpu was on the right track. Before summer, Xiangpu evolved once more and was promoted to L7 Junior Warrior, and the seeds of Xiangpu God could be sown. Banbu said, Xiangpu, don't rush back. Stay here with me and play with Duju. Okay. Xiangpu replied happily. It was in Liju Peak and had no friends. After being taught a lesson, Duju was more restrained. He realized that he was not very popular with other members. So he became close to Xiangpu. The 2 little guys shuttled through the jungle of Banbu's live seeds. Xiangpu commanded the bee colony to collect honey. Duju was stupid and wanted to learn. Xiangpu taught enthusiastically. Then, when Banbu came to his senses, the only 3 flower spikes of the Bayou mulberry live seeds were all broken. Chapter 178, Restoration of Species. 3-line hybridization. Can you play around with live planting plants? I won't be able to taste the taste of white jade mulberry fruit this year. Banbu was very angry. Xiangpu is like a delicate little girl. Of course she can't be punished. Duju is different. This little guy is very naughty. He got into so many troubles on the first day of arriving at Liju Peak. If he is not properly educated, what will happen in the future? However, he is still too young now, so beating him is not an option. Banbu will not be as soft-hearted as Tadeo Shanzu and Yabai treated Haizeng. And let him go. Let Data send a few soldier ants to escort it to the foot of the mountain to cut grass. There is a scale, and it is stipulated that 3 kilograms must be cut every day before eating and resting. This is called labor reform. When it is reformed, it will be restored to its own freedom. The little soldier is naughty. That's a small matter. Just restrain him a little. Banbu is really worried about whether to invest a batch of raw stones to help the bloodthorn God-given seeds grow. Nowadays, the number of members in Liju Peak is increasing, and various businesses have started. It can be regarded as a big family. Various expenses have increased accordingly, and it is necessary to save a sum of raw stones for emergencies. Currently there are 16,000 raw stones. This year, the bamboo fruit of the green bamboo God-given seed will mature, and it will take about 7,000 raw stones. Banbu's plan is to keep 9,000 raw stones in deposit. Save? Or use it? The abundance of the mountain force is insufficient, and it can't meet the growth needs of the bloodthorn God-given seeds. It's okay to be reluctant to give up the raw stones. There is another way. That is to use a force crystal. The force contained in the force crystal explodes and supplies the bloodthorn God-given seeds for growth, which is definitely more than enough. After thinking about it for 2 days, Bamboo was reluctant to use the force crystal. It would be a waste to use it now. There were only 7 of them, so it was not worth wasting. Then, he would use the original stone. Bamboo made up his mind, and evenly invested 9,000 original stones in the bloodthorn God-given seeds over 18 days. There were obvious results. Judging from the breath, it reached the upper middle quality, but it was stuck here, and it was difficult to continue to improve. According to the growth law of the God-given seeds of shrubs, when bamboo was promoted to the level of mountain master in the future, it would undergo a qualitative change and grow once to reach the upper quality. However, the highest quality of the bloodthorn God-given seed should be the upper quality, which was determined by the innate genes. This was its growth limit. The green bamboo God-given seeds were not much different. The highest quality could only reach the upper quality, which was lower than the bloodthorn God-given seeds. The purple gold God-given seeds might always be of lower quality, or it might undergo a qualitative change once when bamboo was promoted to the level of mountain master, and be upgraded to the middle quality. But the highest quality would only stop at the middle quality. Take advantage of the good time in spring to open up open space, transplant bamboos, and expand the bamboo forest. Time flows quietly. Cattail finally successfully promoted to L7 Junior Warrior. Cattail God-given seeds were sown in the paddy fields that had been prepared long ago at the foot of the mountain, and quickly took root, sprouted, and grew. Unfortunately, it was almost the same as the purple gold God-given seeds. In the first year of sowing, it was only of lower quality, extremely poor. The growth pattern is to divide and grow in clusters. The first time, only 2 clusters were divided, and the scale was not very large. The second time was divided into 4 clusters. The third time was divided into 8 clusters, and so on. The herbaceous plant grows very fast, corresponding to the strength of cattail. When it is a junior warrior, an intermediate warrior, and a senior warrior, it is divided 3 times respectively. In terms of production and income, it should be similar to the seeds given by the purple gold god. Expectations were not high, and bamboo was not particularly disappointed. The cultivated bamboo species gradually grew up, and during the observation process, bamboo made a new discovery: the hybrid of the 7-color bitter bamboo and the 7-color red bamboo. The seedlings grown are almost exactly the same as the 7-color red bamboo, and there is no difference. The hybrid of the golden bamboo and the golden silk cloud bamboo is also the same. The seedlings grown are no different from the golden silk cloud bamboo seedlings. After Bamboo noticed this phenomenon, he immediately made a guess and continued to pay attention until the early summer season, when the second bamboo pole of the bamboo seedling grew. The second bamboo pole is much thicker than the first one, and the shape is basically stable. Bamboo's guess was verified. The 7-color bitter bamboo is a variant of the 7-color red bamboo. Strictly speaking, it is an undesirable aberration, with genetic mutations, missing many gene fragments, and producing some new gene fragments. Overall, the seedlings of the 7-color bitter bamboo are weaker than the 7-color red bamboo and have difficulty adapting to climate change. This kind of variant is difficult to survive in nature. Although it blooms and bears seeds every year, it would have been eliminated in a few years if it had not been discovered by the bamboo rat warriors. The same is true for the golden bamboo, which is a variant of the golden cloud bamboo. The plant grows slowly, and the bamboo poles are thin and weak. At first, there was only one plant, and it was on the verge of death. If it had not been discovered by bamboo, it would have been eliminated by nature. This kind of bad Newton has produced very precious gene fragments, blooming and bearing seeds every year. Bamboo knows a lot of human genetic knowledge and knows the preciousness of deformed species. The hybridization of the original species and the deformed species is very likely to obtain the restored species. The missing genes of the mutation are supplemented, and the genes related to flowering and seeding are inherited. A perfect combination. If successful, the hybridization of colorful bitter bamboo and colorful red bamboo will still produce colorful red bamboo. But it is not an ordinary colorful red bamboo, but a genetically enhanced version, which can bloom and produce seeds every year. Similarly, If the hybridization of golden bamboo and golden silk cloud bamboo can be perfectly combined, the obtained bamboo species is the enhanced golden silk cloud bamboo. Continue to deduce. Hybridizing with enhanced golden silk cloud bamboo and spotted bamboo will still produce green bamboo, but because it carries the complete golden silk cloud bamboo gene, the obtained green bamboo species gene will also be stronger. And then, the enhanced green bamboo species will be obtained. The enhanced green bamboo should have stronger adaptability to the environment, thicker and taller bamboo poles, and denser branches and leaves. It will bloom and bear fruit every year. And the excellence lies in either an increase in the number of fruits, or a larger fruit size, or both. If all the ideas go well, golden bamboo and colorful bitter bamboo are the sterile lines in the 3-line hybridization, and cloud silk golden bamboo and colorful red bamboo are the reduction lines. And the 3-line hybrid bamboo species imagined by bamboo can be easily realized. Each bamboo species is cultivated and selected from generation to generation, and there is a lot of room for improvement in the future. The probability of rice mutation is about 1 in 100,000. Through large-scale breeding and seed selection, it is easy to obtain the required rice seeds. In terms of genetic level, bamboo is a higher plant than rice, and the probability of mutation is much smaller, about only 1 in 500,000. During the mutation process, there is only a small probability of obtaining the ideal bamboo species. The only solution is to sow on a larger scale and obtain the desired bamboo species through a large base. At present, bamboo has confirmed that the bamboo species to be cultivated include nearly 20 bamboo species such as golden bamboo, cloud silk golden bamboo, spotted bamboo, siang bamboo, 7-color bitter bamboo, 7-color red bamboo, purple bamboo, red bamboo, black bamboo, Li bamboo, Ma bamboo, water bamboo, etc. In urgent need of some capable helpers, he began to teach the cultivation of bamboo early on. This is a rare red cockroach warrior who likes bamboo species. When he grows into an intermediate warrior, he can help select species, and when he grows into a senior warrior, he can independently complete some important experimental work. Bamboo also urgently needs a rare bamboo species 7-color coal bamboo. 7-color coal bamboo is a small bamboo species similar to 7-color red bamboo, which can be used for hybrid breeding just after the beginning of summer, taking advantage of the midsummer season before the busy farming season. Bamboo set off with 7 bamboo rat warriors. They were sent into the bamboo sea of the Yodi Mountains to look for 7-color coal bamboo. They searched for a whole summer and brought them back before autumn. The Yodi Mountains planned to build the red Fermian Sea of Trees, which should have started last year. Bamboo planned to visit it. He also wanted to see the God-given seed of the big yellow fruit figure A tree that has been induced to grow for 2 consecutive years. How big can it reach? Will there be any hidden dangers left? Chapter 179 Longevity Peach. For safety reasons, Bamboo took the bamboo rat warriors with him and walked along the mountain range openly. Along the way, he visited the warriors of the Shuirong mountain range and the Yangdi mountain range to get familiar with them. When passing through the Shuirong mountain range, he got a rather unexpected news. 3 young warriors were born in Qijing County this year, all of whom were sent to the Shuirong mountain range, and 7 more will be sent in the next 4 years. The princess of Qijing County also made an appointment with a caravan for 10 young warriors, who will also arrive in succession. The Shuirong mountain range is even worse than the Taidao mountain range. There are only 26 warriors in total. The princess of Qijing said 20 young warriors at once, which is almost equivalent to doubling the number of insects in a short period of time. This is explained. Arrived at Shuirong Peak, Bamboo looked around. At the foot of the mountain, a small piece of jungle was cut down and transformed into a nursery about 500 meters long and wide. Rows and rows were planted with Qijin tree seedlings. The red thorn tree grows slowly. After 3 years of growth, the first batch of seedlings will be selected. After another 5 years of growth, when the height exceeds 1 meter, the second batch of seedlings will be selected, and the best growing seedlings will be transplanted to the planned location. The spiritual power swept through and quickly locked onto a banyan tree growing on the opposite bank of the lake at the foot of the mountain. On the other side of the weeping banyan tree, that should be the God-given seed of the big rhubarb fruit tree. This year, senior warriors from the black and white cockroach tribe were hired to come and give birth. It has grown to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Big rhubarb fruit banyan. Where is the weeping banyan princess? Is she at the foot of the mountain? The soul of Bamboo is strong. He has long felt the location of the weeping banyan princess. Out of politeness, he asked. Yes, Bamboo. What are you doing? Da Huang Guorong looked at the 7 bamboo rat warriors following Bamboo strangely and said, Wait a moment. I will go and inform Princess Chui Rong. Bamboo. Are you planning to let them go into the bamboo sea to look for bamboo seeds? Princess Chui Rong's spiritual power came from the bottom of the mountain. And then Princess Chui Rong flapped her wings and flew down to the mountain. Bamboo said, Princess Chui Rong knows me. And she is planning to let these 7 guys find a rare bamboo species that she needs urgently. So they need to stay in the bamboo sea for a long time. And come to say hello to you. Go ahead. Most of the warriors in the Yangdi mountain range know the 7 bamboo rats in your Liju Peak. And they will not hurt them if they encounter them. Princess Chui Rong asked curiously, Bamboo. What bamboo species are you looking for? Maybe some warriors in our mountain have seen it. Bamboo replied, 7-colored coal bamboo. Princess Chui Rong heard this. And her tentacles swung back and forth, saying, It's a very rare small bamboo species. After all, with a natural bamboo sea, Chui Rong County, the master still knows something about bamboo. And asked, Do you plan to use it to crossbreed with the 7-color bitter bamboo? Bamboo replied, I plan to try. Princess Chui Rong said, There is no record of 7-color coal bamboo found in the Yangdi Mountains. So this bamboo species may not exist. Bamboo. You'd better find a caravan. It only takes a few raw stones. And they will have a way to help you get it. Really? Bamboo said, Then I'll try. After chatting for a few words, Bamboo changed the subject and said, On the way here, I passed through the Shuirong Mountains and heard that Princess Qijin planned to send a group of young warriors. Bamboo. You are so smart. You should understand what it means. Right? Princess Chui Rong did not sell out the secret. And directly said frankly, The Yangdi Mountains are barren. And there are too few peaks suitable for warriors to settle. To upgrade to a county, the best way is to expand the area. It just so happens that the Yangdi Mountains and the Shuirong Mountains are of the same lineage. Princess Qijin means to merge the 2 mountains to form a county. And Princess Han Rong has agreed. The name is ready. It's called Shuirong County. Bamboo. What do you think? It's true. Bamboo nodded and said, The name Shuirong County is the most suitable. The 2 mountain ranges are merged. The Yangdi Mountain Range cultivates Qijin trees. And the Shuirong Mountain Range continues to cultivate banyan trees. In the future, it is expected to develop into another prosperous county that is no less prosperous than Qijin County. In the future, if Shuirong County can develop into Qijin County in my hands, I will be satisfied. Princess Chui Rong was full of confidence and said, Qijin County will become more prosperous. Princess Qijin has decided to visit Princess Chansheng this year. If she still can't get the longevity peach, then she will buy it with raw stones. The Chansheng Cockroach King can sell the longevity peach to the merchant team. Sell to foreign races. There is no reason to refuse to branch out from the same race. Buy longevity peaches? Bamboo said, It is said that eating one of that thing can extend your life by 100 years. It is very expensive. You will feel it is expensive only if you can't afford it. Those who have the financial resources only worry about not having a way to buy it. Princess Chui Rong said leisurely. The quality of longevity peaches is top-notch. Known as divine products. With a flowering period of 3 years, and a fruiting period of 3 years. After flowering and fruiting once, there are 3 more years of fruiting period. The interval between flowering and fruiting is as long as 9 years. Only 33 fruits are hung each time. A fixed number. No more. No less. The Cockroach King will keep 10 peaches for potential warriors in his territory, take out another 10, and sell them to his own tribe at a low price, and take out another 10 to sell to other tribes. There are 3 caravans that are friendly with the Cockroach King, all of which are at the Spider King level. They can each obtain the right to purchase 1 peach. It takes 9 years to mature a batch. And there are only 33 peaches. No wonder there are so few rumors about the longevity peaches. Most caravans are not qualified to contact them. Right? Bamboo sighed and asked, What is the specific price? Princess Chui Rong sighed. The price for selling to the same tribe is 1 million raw stones. And the price for selling to other tribes is 2 million raw stones. The price for selling to the caravan is 1.8 million raw stones. If the caravan resells it, the selling price cannot be lower than 2 million raw stones. 1,000,000 raw stones, by 100 years of life. For the warriors with God's seed, it is very cost-effective. 2,000,000 raw stones, by 100 years of life. No matter how you calculate it, you will not lose. A very affordable price. Because of the affordable price, there is no shortage of rich insects that can afford it. So there are more insects competing for the right to buy. And it is definitely not so easy to buy. Bamboo asked, is our red cockroach tribe considered a member of the same tribe or a different tribe in the eyes of the longevity cockroach king? A tricky question. Princess Chui-Rong shook her antennae and said, our red cockroach tribe is a branch tribe born in the territory of the longevity cockroach king. Princess Chi-Jian asked for it several times. But the longevity cockroach king refused to give her a longevity peach, which means that he no longer recognizes the red cockroach tribe as part of his territory. It has been too long, and the feelings have faded. I am also very curious about what its attitude is towards our tribe now. Bamboo said, the price is 1,000,000 raw stones. Princess Chi-Jian can probably afford it. Right? If the price is 2,000,000 raw stones, it will be very difficult. Princess Chui-Rong said, in fact, even if Princess Chi-Jian has 1,000,000 raw stones, she can't get them together. Now, Princess Chi-Jian means to call all the people of the same clan who have the God-given seeds to help share the burden and collect a batch of raw stones. Princess Chi-Jian is too old. She must have a longevity peach. Princess Chui-Rong said. Suppressing her telekinesis, I estimate that even with the longevity peach, the probability of successfully ascending to the cockroach king is difficult to exceed 50%. If it succeeds, the collected raw stones will be returned in full later. If it fails, there will be more troubles later. If Princess Chi-Jian dies, and the God-given seeds of the Chi-Jian tree wither and die, the current prosperity will quickly wither. If you are unlucky, there will be no successors. Within 200 or 300 years, the entire Chi-Jian county will be completely ruined. The Red Blatant tribe is a small tribe with a population of just over 5,000. Chi-Jian County is the richest county, and its rise and fall is directly related to the rise and fall of a tribe. Chapter 180, The Little Warrior Who May Be Born. In places with abundant force, the probability of the birth of God's seeds will increase. The flying fire cockroaches are the most powerful tribe in the fire cockroach kingdom, and they occupy almost all the rich lands. In general, their tribes are more likely to find God's seeds. Possessing God's seeds means sitting on wealth and prosperity. The rise and fall cycle is inevitable. The flying fire cockroach tribe will decline, but it will never perish. Those who go back and forth between derivation and destruction are always the vassal tribes living in the border mountains. Bamboo happily came to Yangdi Peak for a tour, but ended up talking about the heavy topic of racial development. He sent the 7 bamboo rat warriors to the bamboo sea with a listless mood and flew back to Liju Peak alone. During Bamboo's absence, he invited Yabai to come and help guard. Yabai also brought the little warrior born in Tidao Peak last year. This little warrior has reached the level of L8 primary warrior. He is very rare to like the iron knife tree. The master of the iron knife mountain named it Iron Flower. Taiwa and Duju get along well. The 2 little guys are playing in front of the cave. Duju can't stop for a moment. He caught a small snake from somewhere, and cut it bit by bit to feed it to the ordinary small cockroaches gathered around. The little red cockroach warrior born locally has a relatively quiet personality. Taiwa followed and watched silently, making a series of squeaky joyful sounds from time to time. Seeing Bamboo return, Duju threw the remaining half of the snake to Taiwa and shouted happily, Bamboo! Bamboo! Your territory may give birth to a little warrior. Bamboo wanted to find a reason to teach it a lesson, but he was stunned when he heard it and asked suspiciously, maybe? Who told you? Yabai said so. Duju answered affirmatively. Bamboo asked, where is Yabai? Duju replied, it went down the mountain to hunt. Bamboo! Hello! Taiwa threw away the little snake, greeted him, then stretched out his forelimbs, pointed in a direction, and said, Bamboo. Over there. It is sleeping in the bamboo forest. Yabai told us not to disturb it. It is a small bamboo forest formed after the growth of the Maju species. The bamboo poles of Maju are thick and tall, with lush branches and leaves. It is dim and lightless during the day. The bamboo leaves are delicious, and ordinary small cockroaches like to hide in them to live. Bamboo unfolded his mental power and swept through. He did not find the sleeping little cockroaches, but found a large number of soldier ants surrounding the bamboo forest. Hongdao was also there, looking alert. Bamboo walked forward and asked, Hongdao, why are you here? Where is the little cockroach? Hongdao waved his antennae, stretched out his forelimbs, pointed at Duju and Taiwa, and said angrily, these two little guys always want to run over to take a look. Yabai is worried that they will disturb the little warriors who are about to be born, causing them to fail to molt and grow. So he asked me to stay here. Hongdao added, I will beat whoever dares to get close to them. Yabai said so. Bamboo used his mental power to scan, and soon found a little cockroach that had been sleeping in a shallow little nest. A few eucalyptus leaves were deliberately covered above the nest, which should be for rain protection. The natural force was slowly infusing into the little cockroach's body. It was indeed molting and evolving. The breath was relatively stable, and it was likely to succeed. Duju and Taiwa seemed to have really been beaten by Hongdao. They stood in the distance and looked around, not daring to come forward. Hongdao was serious and somewhat complacent, and waved his tentacles at Duju provocatively. Bamboo. Hongdao bullied me. It also bullied Taiwa. Duju complained. Bamboo turned around, waved his tentacles, and scolded, okay. Duju. Taiwa. You two go play somewhere else. Taiwa turned around and rushed quickly to the half of the snake that had been discarded earlier. Duju saw this and accelerated his charge. Taiwa got the half of the snake first. Duju wanted to grab it by force. Then, the two little guys started arguing and quarreling. Boring. Hongdao snorted disdainfully. Bamboo was still thinking about how to resolve the dispute, and the dispute immediately turned into a fight. Taiwa, who seemed quite quiet just now, was not ambiguous at all when fighting. Duju had just been promoted to L7 Junior Warrior, and his overall physique was weaker than Taiwa. So he was soon pinned to the ground and beaten. Bamboo. Help! Taiwa is bullying me! Duju yelled. Bamboo flapped his wings and flew into the air, shouting, Taiwa, let go of Duju. Come! I'll give you something delicious. He flew down to the cave entrance, got into the cave, found a small spider silk bag containing the snake blood apricot kernels, took out 2, gave them to Hongdao, and said, Hongdao, you did a good job. You are sensible. This is a reward. Hongdao took the snake blood apricot kernels and said proudly, Bamboo, I will be promoted to an intermediate warrior and start to live independently. As he said that, he glanced at Duju and Taiwa, who were still fighting for the half-dead body of the little snake, and said disdainfully, I am not as naive as the two of them. Especially Duju. Bamboo. You see? Liju Peak can give birth to its own little warrior. You shouldn't have bought it back in the first place. Hee hee. Hongdao. You can't bully Duju. Understand? Bamboo felt that he had no dignity as an elder, and sternly reminded, Hongdao, it is very dangerous to be promoted to a mid-level warrior. Remember to inform Feng Ling in advance. It will protect your safety. I know. Hongdao agreed, happily peeled a snake blood apricot kernel, thought about it, and flapped his wings to Duju and Taiwa. What are you grabbing? Give it to me. Hongdao opened them one by one with his claws, took away half of the little snake, and left a sentence. I'm hungry. Duju and Taiwa were immediately fed up, looked at each other, and pounced on Hongdao at the same time. Bamboo was dumbfounded. Is this going to turn into a group fight? It's too troublesome. Isn't it? What are you doing? A stern shout came from afar, and Yabai landed at a high speed, shouting, Why are you fighting again? Who is the one who started the trouble? It. Duju and Taiwa stretched out their forelimbs at the same time, pointing at Hongdao. Hongdao said calmly, Yabai. These two childish guys are fighting over this little snake. I'm helping Bamboo solve the problem. Hongdao glanced at the two little Goju mountain pythons caught by Yabai's hind legs, and said seriously, Yabai, you caught 2 more little pythons. Sooner or later, they will be spoiled by you. Yabai was confused by what he said and looked at Bamboo. Bamboo said seriously, Yabai, I understand. Little warriors can't be raised together. It's especially easy for them to fight. Yabai's tentacles bent and moved skillfully, and touched Duju and Taiwa's heads. He said sternly, What did I tell you when I left? No fighting. Duju and Taiwa were so angry that they squeaked and glared at Hongdao. Hongdao didn't care, threw away half of the little snake, and said, Yabai, Bamboo just rewarded me with 2 snake blood apricot kernels. I need to replenish my physical strength before I can eat high-level force food. I need to fill my stomach first. Yeah. Yes, Hong Dao is the most sensible. Yabai grabbed a whole elk with his 2 forelimbs. This was dinner for many members on the mountain. He quickly cut off a piece of fresh meat and handed it to Hong Dao. He raised his antennae and used remote unlimited communication to notify Feng Ling, who lived at the foot of the mountain, to go up the mountain to eat. Feng Ling's injuries have not healed yet, and usually he needs Bamboo or Da Xiong to help hunt for food. Bamboo took out 2 snake blood apricot kernels and handed them to Taiwa and Duju respectively. Thank you, Bamboo. Taiwa was very happy. It's bitter. I won't eat it. Duju lived next to Bamboo's cave and tried all kinds of forced food. He preferred sweets and hated bitter food the most. If you don't eat it, you won't get it. Bamboo was very angry and handed it to Taiwa, saying, snake blood apricot kernels can strengthen blood, which is consistent with the innate ability of our cockroach tribe and the strengthening effect of bloodthorn fruit. Taiwa, you should eat more and be promoted to a mid-level warrior as soon as possible. Okay. Taiwa was not polite and quickly took the apricot kernels, holding one in each of her 2 forelimbs, and looked eagerly at the spider silk bag held by Bamboo. There are a lot of delicious things in it. Chapter 181 The First Little Warrior. Bamboo, Yabai, and Feng Ling gathered at the entrance of the cave to eat and chat. Mainly, Bamboo told the news he had just heard from the Yodi Mountains that Princess Qijin planned to raise funds to buy a longevity peach from the longevity cockroach king. When talking about the topic of the rise and fall of the race, the atmosphere became depressing and heavy. Then, they talked about the little warriors that were about to be born. In this regard, Yabai had the most experience and explained, Bamboo, the little guy has been sleeping for 2 days. If everything goes well, he should wake up within 3 days. Bamboo asked, what if it doesn't go well? Yabai replied, it's hard to succeed if it sleeps for more than 5 days. During this period, it's best not to be disturbed. Little warriors are usually born in spring, at the latest in early summer. In midsummer, there will basically be no little warriors born. So, Bamboo, Feng Ling, you should pay more attention every spring and check your territory carefully. I see that there are quite a few little cockroaches in Liju Peak, and you should also spend some energy to check the living conditions of the little cockroaches outside the territory from time to time. It was dusk. In the open space in front of the cave, more than 100,000 ordinary little cockroaches gathered. Duju and Taiwa each got a little python corpse, and had a lot of fun. Bamboo devoted his energy to observation. Taiwa was careless, cutting the body and throwing it to the common small cockroaches, and they were done in a few bites. Then looked at Duju eagerly. Duju was very good at playing, cutting only 1 piece of python meat each time, throwing it into the cockroach group, watching them scramble and eat the meat, and then cutting another small piece and throwing it in. Taiwa was very excited, shaking her wings violently from time to time, making a squeak sound. Cheers! Can they have fun with this? These 2 little guys are really bored. Bamboo thought silently, looking at Hong Dao again. He was obviously mature. He carefully ate the snake blood apricot kernel after filling his stomach, and only ate 1. He dug a small hole and buried the other kernel underground. It seemed that he planned to save it for tomorrow. Data finally finished a day's work and returned to the mountain surrounded by ants. Bamboo, you are back. Thuja Suchuanensis and wind chimes. Data asked, Bamboo, are the rat kings all right? Bamboo replied, they are fine and there is no danger. Bamboo responded and fell into thinking again, now. Except for the life seeds, bamboo and a small amount of wind chimes. Other plants on Liju Peak have been almost cleared. The grass for the biogas pool must be cut from the bottom of the mountain and then carried up, which undoubtedly increased Data's workload. The best way to solve the problem is to promote Data to a senior warrior. At that time, the number of ants should be able to exceed 10,000. The size of the worker ants will grow. Their wisdom will improve. The overall quality will improve. And the work efficiency will be higher. Data's natural physique is too poor, much worse than Xiangpu. And his utilization rate of the original force is low. And his growth is difficult. Next year, ask the Chonglu caravan to spend a sum of raw stones to help Data strengthen his physique. Bamboo thought silently, thinking carefully. He couldn't help but have a headache. In fact, the other members of Lizufeng also have places where they need to spend raw stones. When added together, it is not a small amount. And it is a heavy burden. Bamboo, since you are back, I should leave too. It's summer, and there are still many things to do in the territory. Yabai stood up and said goodbye, with you and Daxiong and Liz Yufeng. There should be no problem with safety. Right? Yes. Big Bear is about to be promoted to the level of Mountain Master. My fighting power is not weak either. It's safe. Bamboo stood up. Yabai said to Fengling again, Fengling, don't be too anxious to be promoted to the 6th stage warrior. It's better to postpone it until the end of summer. At that time, the temperature is more suitable for molting and sleeping. And the risk is much smaller. I understand. Thank you. Fengling stood up. Taiwa, don't play around. It's time to go. Yabai shouted. Ah? Taiwa was watching Duju cutting python meat to feed ordinary small cockroaches. She was watching with great interest, and was reluctant to leave. She asked Yabai, can we leave tomorrow? No. Yabai flatly refused. Spread her wings, fanned them, and shouted, come on. Come up. Oh. Taiwa was not as shameless as Haizeng. She was a little in awe of Yabai. After being scolded, she immediately got down obediently, flew onto Yabai's back reluctantly, and followed him away. Bamboo toured Leisure Peak. It has only been a few days since I left, and not much has changed, except for the possibility of a little red cockroach warrior being born. There are no other surprises. Then just stay at the entrance of the cave peacefully. It is of great significance. If everything goes well, Bamboo will become a direct descendant of a red cockroach warrior in the true sense. Moreover, this little warrior is the first red cockroach warrior born in Jinping Mountain since Bamboo settled in Leisure Peak. If Jinping Mountain is to develop and prosper, the number of insects must not be small. This is a good start. Duju is a typical ADHD patient. Except for a short time of sleep and rest every day, he is unwilling to be at peace for a moment, and always tries every means to be mean. Bamboo was bored waiting, so he simply restrained it by his side, taught it numbers and mathematical symbols, and taught it some simple math knowledge. In the inherited memory of insects, there are operations of counting and addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. But there are no corresponding words and symbols. Like a fixed software program, the brain is the hardware that supports the operation, which requires high mental power. Only when it comes to advanced warriors, the computing ability can be called practical. Duju has a poor talent in mathematics. Similar to the Big Bear, it is okay for addition and subtraction, but it immediately gets stuck when it comes to multiplication and division. This is exactly what Bamboo wants. He took out the majesty of an elder, carved it with the scales of a Xia Anaconda warrior, wrote down a lot of calculation questions, and assigned homework to Duju. He was not allowed to eat until he finished it. The effect was remarkable. After this tossing, Duju had no energy to be naughty. The next day of waiting. Early morning. Suddenly, Hongdao's voice came from the bamboo forest. Bamboo! Come on! The little soldier is awake! Wow! Duju reacted faster than Bamboo, shouting excitedly, throwing away his homework, flapping his wings and rushing towards the bamboo forest. Awake? Bamboo stood up and went into the cave, took out the fresh meat he had prepared, and ran towards the bamboo forest, scanning with mental power. A small cockroach less than 5 centimeters long, shaking its antennae, followed the smell, and walked out with a shaky step. The force awakened, and the inherited memory guided it. It knew that it should seek shelter from the elders of the tribe. Too small. Bamboo's toes were more than 5 centimeters long. After thinking for a while, he cut a small piece of the prepared python meat, handed it to Hongdao, and said, cut it up again and feed it to it. Okay. Hongdao was indeed sensible. He knew that the little soldier had just finished molting and was very weak. He needed to eat to supplement. Without saying much nonsense, he cut a small piece of meat and handed it to him. Unexpectedly, the little soldier kept retreating, a little afraid, waving his tentacles in a panic, and constantly releasing threatening and warning pheromones to Hongdao. Bamboo reminded Hongdao, the color and smell of your shell are not right. It is very scared. Put the food on the ground and step back a little. Oh! Hongdao threw the food on the ground and stepped back. Hongdao is a hybrid of the red cockroach and the black and white cockroach tribe. It has the smell of the two tribes at the same time. The mixed smell is different from the smell of any of the two tribes. The newborn little soldier couldn't tell the difference clearly, so he was alert and afraid. But he was very brave. After Hongdao retreated, he immediately ran forward and lay on the meat to eat. Wow! So small. Duju's exclamation came from above. Duju landed with a green grass worm in his hand and handed it to the new soldier, saying, "Eat this. It's delicious." Duju is a pure-blooded cockroach soldier. A junior soldier. Small in size. And the soldier showed obvious trust and kindness to it. He moved his antennae vigorously, released pheromones, and sent out a series of understanding signals, and changed to eating the green grass worm. Chapter 182 Little Smart. The stomach of the bamboo leaf greenworm is full of dirt. You can't feed it with insects. Hong Dao tried to snatch the bamboo leaf greenworm away. Hong Dao has a red head and a black shell with white stripes. The key is that the breath is not good. The new Xiaozhan showed obvious vigilance against Hong Dao, and was a little scared. He grabbed the green worm and hid behind Duju. Hong Dao's movements froze, and he understood what was going on. He was ashamed and angry, and said, "It's boring. I'm going back." After that, he flapped his wings and flew down the mountain. Bamboo. "Look! The new little warrior likes me," Duju shouted excitedly, very proud. Bamboo just looked at it without saying a word. The little warrior lay behind Duju, looking at Bamboo furtively. A little afraid, a little confused, judging from the breath. He is an elder of the red cockroach tribe. But why is the shell black? The body shape is also different from the red cockroach warrior described in the inherited memory. Duju said, "Bamboo, it seems a little afraid of you." Bamboo said calmly, "Duju, go catch 2 bamboo leaf green worms for it to eat." The new little soldier could not communicate using telepathy, but he could roughly understand. Hearing this, he held the remaining half of the bamboo leaf green worm and ate it frantically. "Wow! It also likes to eat small insects." Duju cheered, flapped his wings and flew into the air, ready to catch a few more. Seeing this, the little soldier quickly threw away the food, flapped his wings, and wanted to take off with Duju. Unfortunately, he was too weak, and had just completed his evolution, so his physique was weak. So he could only glide at a short distance at low altitude and could not fly. In the blink of an eye, Duju had left the bamboo forest. The little soldier was panicked and quickly hid behind a thick bamboo pole, carefully poking his head to look at Bamboo. Bamboo tried to soften his mental power as much as possible and said, "Don't be afraid. My name is Bamboo." The little soldier waved his antennae, turned around, frantically flapped his wings, fled to the depths of the bamboo forest, and hid in the shallow little nest where he first lived. Bamboo was speechless and had a headache. He and Hong Dao would probably never be recognized by the newly born little soldier. And it was not an isolated case. It would always be like this. "Bamboo, is the little soldier born?" Dada ran back surrounded by the ant colony. "Yes." Bamboo suddenly realized Dada sent a large number of soldier ants to guard around the bamboo forest. It should be the unique smell of those soldier ants that made the newly born little soldier feel uneasy. Bamboo shouted, "Datu, quickly withdraw your soldier ants and retreat to the ant nest." The newborn little soldier knows nothing and instinctively fears the smell of alien species. "Ah? Oh. Okay." Hearing this, Data hurriedly waved his antennae to withdraw the surrounding ant colonies. Duju caught 2 more green caterpillars and returned. "Huh? Bamboo, where's the little soldier?" Bamboo shook his antennae and nodded, saying unhappily, "He hid." "Bamboo, he's so timid." Duju was even happier, catching 2 green caterpillars and running deep into the bamboo forest. Feeling Duju's return, the little soldier poked his head out and looked around, then happily crawled out of his nest. Duju handed him a caterpillar. Then the 2 guys, one big and one small, ate happily. After eating, Duju felt unsatisfied and went into the nearby bamboo forest to search again. Affected by the warrior's breath, there were no birds flying on Leju Peak, but many ignorant green caterpillars lived and multiplied in the bamboo forest formed by ordinary bamboo. These insects can spin silk, roll up bamboo leaves, hide inside, and eat fresh leaves. It is easy to find. This time, Duju caught 2 with his front legs and dragged 2 with his hind legs, using both hands and feet to catch 4 green worms in one breath. After eating more than 10 green worms, the little soldier finally felt full and recovered his physical strength. In addition, there was no interference from the smell of ants around, so his courage gradually grew. "Duju, take it out," Bamboo said. Duju walked out of the bamboo forest. The little soldier followed him out without leaving. Duju stopped. The little soldier stopped and hid behind it. staring at Bamboo curiously. Bamboo. It likes me. Duju was happy and proud. Bamboo was depressed and said, Duju, then you will take care of it from now on. Wow. Great. Duju shouted in ecstasy. Bamboo reminded, the newborn little warrior is very fragile. You only need to give it a little bit of force food every day. Moreover, it must be force food condensed from ordinary live seeds. Too much will hurt it. Do you understand? I know. I know very well. Duju shook his tentacles and agreed, and asked, Bamboo, where are you going to arrange for it to live? Bamboo said, I will let Dada live next to your nest, and dig a smaller nest for it to live next to you temporarily. It is really troublesome to take care of a little pudding that is less than 5 centimeters long. Duju asked seriously, Bamboo, what do I need to teach it? Counting? Or the knowledge of cultivating bamboo? Or mowing the grass? Bamboo said, it is still small now. You don't need to teach it anything. Just take care of it, and feed it every day. But you must not take it around. The birds in the sky may hurt it. Understand? I understand. I understand. Duju said, it likes to eat caterpillars. I will catch insects for it every day. Before he finished speaking, the little warrior hiding behind it suddenly plucked up the courage, flapped its wings, flew up, approached Bamboo, looked at him curiously, and then landed on Bamboo's head, constantly waving its antennae and releasing pheromones to express cheering and joy. Duju was stunned. Bamboo was stunned for a moment, then reacted, inheriting memory guidance. New. The newborn warrior seeks shelter from the elders of the tribe. Duju is the most suitable for the same tribe. Requirement. But it is only a L7 junior warrior. Too weak. And obviously does not meet the elder. Requirement. In the inherited memory, high-level warriors like Bamboo, who are huge, are considered elders. The newborn warrior can understand the conversation between Bamboo and Duju, confirm that Bamboo is an elder of the same tribe, and make a choice immediately. It instinctively realizes that it is not safe to follow the weak Duju, and only the strong tribal elders can protect it to grow. Smart little guy. Bamboo praised. Come here. Come here. Duju was a little anxious, shaking its tentacles to call. The little warrior flapped his wings, glided to the side of Duju, and also shook his tentacles to send a message of intimacy. Bamboo. Look. It still likes me. Duju solemnly declared. It was obvious that the new little warrior liked to play with Duju, and was very smart. He knew how to show his goodwill to the powerful Bamboo and seek shelter. Bamboo thought for a moment and said, Duju, you will take care of it from now on. But it can only move around in the open space in front of the cave, and cannot run far away. Duju agreed without thinking. Okay. Bamboo asked, you won't bully it, right? No. Duju shouted, I'm not like that bastard Hongdao. I won't bully it. That's good, Bamboo said, and then shouted to Datu, Datu, you work harder. Clean up all the weeds on Liju Peak, and shovel all the wind chimes. Don't let the little guy see it. Ah? Data said, Bamboo. The wind chimes on the mountain are blooming. The wind chimes will be angry. Bamboo changed his words. Then shovel away the wind chimes near us. What kind of plants a newborn soldier likes is crucial. And this is something that cannot be controlled. Bamboo hopes that this little soldier likes bamboo, and is afraid that it will like useless weeds such as wind chimes. The more effective solution is to not let it see it frequently. Similarly, if the little soldier sees bamboo frequently, there is a greater probability that he will like bamboo. Of course, Bamboo can't completely leave the little soldier to Duju to take care of. Every day he no longer left the mountain easily, but just lay at the entrance of the cave, watching Duju and the little soldiers play. Chapter 183 Princess Day Visits. The first little warrior was born successfully at Liju Peak. Bamboo was so happy that he also observed carefully, thinking and summarizing the experience. Some guesses. The territory of Yabai gave birth to 2 little warriors, Haizang and Taiwa. Successively, Bamboo went to its territory to visit. Among the live seeds selected by Yabai, 6 were Yabai live seeds, sown on the side of the cliff of Taidao Peak that was sheltered from the sun. The territory of Yabai also retained many ordinary Yabai trees, and the overall environment seemed dark. In Bamboo's territory, the bamboo forest where the little cockroaches were born was also like this. The bamboo was tall and dense, and the environment was dark. Many ordinary little cockroaches also went out to move around and forage during the day. This time, Bamboo had a little clue. Most of the red cockroach warriors like to live in sunny places. and they will clean up the extra plants in the territory to ensure that their life plants enjoy sufficient sunlight and nutrients. Ordinary cockroaches are afraid of light. In this environment, they can only hide during the day and go out when night falls, which undoubtedly reduces their activity and food intake. In dense jungles and dark environments, they can also move during the day. More exercise and eating can increase the probability of ordinary cockroaches awakening their force. To verify the guess, the method is very simple. There are 2 large dense bamboo forests in Leju Peak. Now it is summer, the peak period for the reproduction of ordinary cockroaches. Get a batch of egg cases and put them in the bamboo forest. Work hard. Spend some time and energy. And put meat regularly. Time unknowingly passed the midsummer. In front of the cave, the newly born little warrior is struggling to chase a poor rice locust that has its hind legs cut off and can only crawl, and tries to kill it using the fighting method of the red cockroach tribe. Duju stood on a bamboo tube, waving his tentacles, constantly cheering for the warrior and guiding it to hunt. Whenever a rice locust was killed, Duju and the little warrior would cheer and eat the body, then open the bamboo tube, release another one, and continue to practice fighting skills. The 2 little warriors, one big and one small, had a lot of fun. The bamboo tube was sent to the mountain by Hongdao, and the rice locust was caught by it in the rice field it managed. Hongdao successfully promoted to an intermediate warrior, and his mind became much more mature. He was obsessed with rice, and was busy guarding the rice he planted all day long. He disdained to participate in this retarded game, but he thought that it was necessary for the little warrior to play this childish game. 2 red figures rushed from the north. Bamboo sensed it from a distance and flew into the air to greet them. They were Princess Day and Putao. Princess Day, how did you find time to come to Putao? A small place in the borderland? Long time no see. Princess Day explained, I don't know the exact location of Leju Peak. I met Putao on the way and asked it to guide the direction. Putao asked, Bamboo, is the little warrior growing well this year? Well, he is already a junior warrior at the age of 3. Bamboo replied, leading them to land in the open space in front of the cave. Wow! Princess! Duju exclaimed. The little warrior was a little afraid of Princess Day's huge body and strong momentum. He gave up chasing the rice locust and hid behind Duju. He looked around and kept waving his antennae, releasing pheromones, and asked Duju, Who is it? Who is it? Duju turned back to comfort him, saying, Don't be afraid. It is an elder of the cockroach tribe and will not hurt you. Putao asked curiously when he saw this, Bamboo. This is the little warrior sent by the caravan. Isn't he said to be very naughty? The little soldiers are very naughty. I guard them too every day, and the work on the mountain has been neglected. Bamboo said simply, went into the cave, took out some force food and put it on the table, saying, Princess Day. Putao, come, let's eat and chat. The little soldier realized that Princess Day was indeed not a threat, and immediately became lively again, continuing to chase the rice locust that was about to escape. Putao picked up a 5-leaf red pine nut, peeled it, swallowed it, and asked, Bamboo, you are about to be promoted to a 5th age senior soldier, right? Yes. I plan to slow down my growth and promote it in autumn. Bamboo turned his head and asked, Princess Day, you came here in person. It must be something important. Yes. It's very important. Princess Day was not in a good mood, serious and solemn, and said, half a month ago, Princess Qi Jian went to Changsheng County and attended the birthday banquet of the Changsheng Cockroach King. The so-called birthday banquet is actually a feast held in the season when the Changsheng peach is ripe. The wealthy princesses and insect kings gathered together to compete for the right to buy the 33 longevity peaches. Princess Day said in a more serious tone, the longevity cockroach king no longer regards our red cockroach tribe as a fellow tribe. Princess Qijian bought a longevity peach for 2 million raw stones. 2 million. This is the price sold to foreign tribes, which is more expensive than the caravan. Bamboo felt cold in his heart, and his mood became heavy. Putao asked carefully, Princess Qijian took out 2 million raw stones at once. Qijian County can't take out so many raw stones. Pay 500,000 raw stones, and owe the rest. You can owe it for 1 year, and you must pay it all off next year. Princess Day said, the Eternal Blatella King has proposed other conditions. Bamboo asked, what conditions? Princess Day said, in recent years, the Flying Fire Blatella tribe has also been increasingly prosperous, and the size of the tribe has increased. They also plan to expand the land in late autumn next year. Bamboo asked, "The condition is that our Red Bloodtella tribe will participate in the war?" Princess Day said, "Yes. Our Red Bloodtella tribe needs to send 1,000 high-level warriors, 10 mountain masters, and 3 princesses to help in the war," Princess Day said, and began to carve on the ground with the toes of her forelimbs, drawing a long arc line, and explained, "This is Jinjiang." Bamboo's heart jumped, and he had an ominous premonition. Princess Day outlined irregular plates beside the arc and explained them one by one. "This is the Taidao Mountains. This is the Dian Mountains. This is the Jinping Mountains. This is the Jinping Mountains." Following the direction of Jinjiang River, the Taidao Mountains to the northwest is the Dian Mountains, and the Dian Mountains to the north is the Honghe Mountains. Bamboo. Your Jinping Mountains to the northwest is the Jinping Mountains, and following the Jinping Mountains to the north is the vast plains, which used to be a rich land called Yuma County, but later it was abandoned. Now it should be called Yumati, which is on the same level as the mountain territory. There is a large area in Yumati, and the concentration of the original force is no less than that of Changsheng County occupied by the Changsheng Cockroach King. The Flying Fire Cockroach tribe plans to continuously develop the Honghe Mountains and Yumati in one go. Fuck. Bamboo couldn't help cursing and asked, "What should I do then?" The beast warriors flowed down, entered the Jinping Mountains, and then broke into my Jinping Mountains. Pu Tao also said worriedly, "We are the first to be hit by the Iron Blade mountain range and will be seriously affected." Princess Day drew a straight line and said, "Our Red Blighty tribe warriors will line up in a line, starting from the southwest of the Red River mountain range and Yao Ma Ti, and encircle to the north to participate in the encirclement and suppression." Bamboo asked, 1,000 warriors are responsible for such a long front line. Is this deliberately targeting me and the Iron Blade Mountain Lord? The immortal Blighty King can't deliberately target you and the Iron Blade Mountain Lord. Princess Day said, "There will be casualties in the battle. The immortal Blighty King is targeting our Red Blighty tribe and forcing us to send more warriors to participate." Pu Tao said, "There are only a total of 1,000 Red Blighty tribes. There are more than 5,000 warriors." Princess Day said, "Princess Qi Jin plans to try to be promoted to the Cockroach King after trading with the caravan next spring. Whether it succeeds or not will be known in the late summer of next year. If it succeeds, our Chikok tribe will do its best to participate in the land reclamation and expansion. If it fails, Princess Qi Jin dies, and everything is in vain. Then we will simply break our promise and not send a single warrior or participate." Bamboo asked, "Then what?" Princess Day said, "Concentrate the strength of the tribe to help guard the Taidao and Jinping mountain ranges. All the young warriors born in the tribe will migrate here to help the 2 mountain ranges rise rapidly and have the ability to protect themselves." Chapter 184. I guess it's Xiangju. Bamboo. Pu Tao. You don't have to worry. Princess Qi Jian has been preparing for the promotion to the Cockroach King for 30 years. She only needs a longevity peach, and the probability of success is more than half. Don't worry too much about the expansion of land. At present, the population of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe exceeds 150,000. Unlike the small branch tribes of the Black and White Cockroach tribe, they can send more warriors to expand the land, and there will be no huge mistakes like the Magnolia and Heather Mountains. Princess Day comforted her, but she was actually worried. The reproduction of races, rise and fall, and the cycle repeats itself. There are always rules to follow. Now is the period of recovery from decline to prosperity. The Flying Fire Cockroach tribe, at its peak, can achieve control over the entire Fire Cockroach Kingdom. The attitude of the Changsheng Cockroach King towards the Red Cockroach tribe actually reflects the attitude of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe towards all the branch tribes of the kingdom, suppressing the development of branch tribes and reserving territory for the rise of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe. Bamboo stared at the scribbled map on the ground in a trance. If nothing unexpected happens, in 2 years, the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe will definitely open up the wasteland south of the Yangtze Mountains, sandwiching the entire Red Cockroach tribe and limiting the development space of the Red Cockroach tribe. Then, the question is, Princess Day, now is a period of prosperity for all tribes. Do you know what specific factors cause our insect race to prosper and decline from time to time? Bamboo asked. This is like the alternation of cold and heat, and the cycle of day and night. Princess Day said, with the favor of the gods, the probability of each tribe giving birth to new warriors will increase significantly, With the favor of the natural true gods, the probability of finding the seeds given by the gods will increase. A large number of warriors and God-given seeds emerged, creating a peak of prosperity for a certain period of time. Bamboo subconsciously looked up at the sky. This is not a natural phenomenon. It must be controlled by those so-called gods. Controlling the probability of warrior birth is acceptable. And human technology has mastered many means to increase the probability of awakening the force. Is there any power that can control the birth of God-given seeds? This is incredible. How ordinary plants evolve into force plants is a problem that human technology has not yet solved. Not only humans, but other technological civilizations in the universe are also unable to solve it. It is a cosmic-level problem. Where did the space turbulence roll me? Bamboo's thoughts flew. Bamboo? The Yi County Lord noticed that Bamboo was distracted, called softly, and then said, 1.5 million raw stones have been owed and must be repaid. We have to prepare in advance. Qijin County Lord has already struggled to take out 500,000 raw stones. It means that she hopes that the warriors with God-given seeds in the tribe can help some. It is a temporary loan. If they are promoted successfully, they will be returned in full. There is a hidden meaning in the words. The promotion failed. The Qijin tree withered and died due to the death of Princess Qijin. The income was cut off, and the owed raw stones could not be exchanged. But this is a risk that must be taken. Okay. Bamboo simply agreed. Next year I will save all the raw stones. Not all. Princess Day asked Bamboo. Li Zhufeng currently has 4 God-given seeds. What is the specific annual net income? 1.5 million raw stones. A huge number. Bamboo was powerless and said embarrassedly, this year should be a little more than last year. About 50,000 raw stones. I can take out 30,000 raw stones. I'm only a high-level warrior, and I haven't had much time to save. So this is all I have. Princess Day calculated and said, okay. Our Red Blatten tribe has about 40 warriors with God-given seeds. Everyone can do their best and each contribute some. And we should be able to get the total. Pu Tao led the way and took Princess Day to the Yangtze Mountains to visit Princess Chuirong. The matter was of great importance. So Princess Day and Princess Shuya took action personally. They would walk through all the mountains of the Red Blatodia tribe, visit them one by one, issue a formal notice, and collect raw stones at the same time. The Red Blatodia tribe was located in a remote borderland and was in a very bad situation. Bamboo was very worried. Once Princess Qijin was gone, the Red Blatodia tribe would be leaderless, and his future survival would probably not be so comfortable. After 2 days of depression, he felt a little relieved. The annual dry season has arrived, and the bamboo hybridization experiment can begin. Golden silk bamboo and spotted bamboo have been planted on a large scale and started to mass-produce green bamboo species. So this year's hybridization pollination. The work is bigger than last year. Acid bees are the best at pollination. With the help of Xiang Pu commanding the bee colony, the work becomes easier. There are many other complex hybrid experiments that need Bamboo's personal guidance. Belly Bamboo and the little soldier were brought to his side, and Red Rice was also called over. Bamboo took this opportunity to teach them some genetic knowledge from human society. There are many observation objects and experimental objects. The hybrid of Jinsizu and Yunsijinzu. The enhanced Yunsijinzu bloomed as scheduled, and Bamboo renamed it Yunsijinzu 1 for easy distinction. There are 3 experiments on Yunsijinzu 1, self-pollination, hybridization and pollination with Banju and Xiangju respectively. Self-pollination is used to test whether the seeds will have shape separation. Cross-pollination can obtain an enhanced version of green bamboo, which Bamboo named Green Bamboo 1 in advance. In addition, Bamboo selected 4 Xiang bamboos in spring and sowed them in isolation for this year's hybridization experiment. Taking advantage of the special climate of Liju Peak during the dry season, Xiang bamboo was stimulated to bloom, and pollen from Jinsi bamboo and Yunsi Jinjuan was given respectively. The hybrid of Qicai Kuzu and Qicai Hongzu obtained an enhanced version of Qicai Hongzu, which also bloomed and spawned this year. Bamboo named them Qicai Hongzu 1. At present, there is no suitable hybrid object, so we can only self-pollinate to obtain a batch of seeds. After sowing them in the spring of next year, we will soon be able to observe whether this bamboo species will have shape separation. A large number of li bamboos are blooming on the mountain. Stimulate Jinju to bloom. Take li bamboo pollen and give Jinju. This year's dry season is relatively long, and Bamboo also successfully stimulated a bamboo forest to bloom and obtained a batch of bamboo seeds. Ma bamboo is the tallest bamboo species, and the bamboo pole can grow up to 30 meters, which is taller than most trees. It has great development potential, and is the focus of cultivation by bamboo. Water bamboo is also a tall bamboo species, and is also listed as a key cultivation target by bamboo. Rare bamboo species such as purple bamboo, black bamboo, and red bamboo are all at risk of failure and extinction in bamboo this year, using the dry season to stimulate them to bloom. Luckily, it was achieved smoothly. In the autumn season, a batch of bamboo fruits can be obtained. Bamboo fruits can be directly sown in the autumn rainy season and are easy to survive. The purpose of this practice is to quickly increase the number of bamboo species. Only when a bamboo species is planted on a large scale can it be used for the next breeding experiment. There are many excellent bamboo species. Too many. Bamboo wants to try to cultivate each bamboo species. For the first time, he feels that Liju Peak is too small and is not enough to be used as a breeding experimental base. Bamboo blooms during the 10 days of drought. After the busy work, Bamboo felt at ease after confirming that all the experiments were going smoothly. He felt drowsy and was about to shed his shell to evolve. After some hesitation, Bamboo decided to send the belly bamboo and the little warrior to the foot of the mountain to Fengling for safety, and then fell into a deep sleep. This time, due to the large amount of force food that strengthened the basic constitution, the evolution was relatively smooth. After waking up, he was just a little hungry and tired. Not as weak as last time. Bamboo, you're awake. It was late at night, and Datu was resting in the corner of the cave where Bamboo lived. He was awakened at the first moment and said quickly, Bamboo. Good news. Another God-given seed appeared in Liju Peak. Another one? Bamboo didn't know why, but a thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and asked, Datu, is it a bamboo species? Datu originally wanted Bamboo to guess what kind of plant it was, but he choked when he heard it, and then shouted happily, yes. Bamboo. You are too smart. It is a bamboo species. Then guess what kind of bamboo it is. Bamboo thought for a while and asked, Siang bamboo? Or Yunsi Jinju? Data said, guess. Bamboo said, then I will guess Siang bamboo. Chapter 185 The Morning Glory That Scares Insects to Death. The Yuju caravan presented an integer of 50 bamboo rices. After sowing, 44 of them successfully germinated and grew into seedlings. Bamboo divided them into 6 experimental groups and planned to conduct experiments in 6 times. The first group consisted of 4 trees. Since they were sown that year, they only grew into 2 pitiful bamboo poles. The short one was only about 1 meter, and the tall one was only about 1.5 meters. They provide nutrients for the underground stems to grow, and only next year will they pull out strong bamboo shoots and grow bamboo poles in normal state. Ordinary bamboo also takes time to develop. It takes 3 to 5 years to grow, and each tree develops more than 10 bamboo poles. Bamboo was a little too hasty, and used the first group of 4 bamboo seedlings for the experiment. He was lucky and stimulated flowering smoothly, and the pollination experiment was also quite successful. A mental scan can clearly show that the underground stems of these 4 young plants, which should have grown vigorously, have stopped growing, and the nutrients are concentrated on the flower spikes. They are giving birth to offspring at the cost of their lives. The pink and white flowers began to wither after successful pollination. If you observe carefully, you will find that one of the flower spikes is quite special. There should be 7 small flowers, 6 of which have all withered and died, leaving only one alive, full of vitality, slowly absorbing the natural force. If you get closer and feel it carefully, you can find that it is the snow-white meridians of the petals that are abnormally developed that are absorbing the force. They then transfer the absorbed force to the ovules that are in the development state. This process will last for about 5 days. When the ovules absorb enough force, the petals will fall off automatically. Therefore, the flowers that breed the seeds of God will wither 1 or 2 days later than other flowers, and the seeds will mature 4 or 5 days later. Big Head. I only slept for 2 days to shed my shell and grow this time? Yes. Big Head was surprised and asked, Bamboo, how do you know? Bamboo considered, shook his antennae, and said, it's a little complicated and difficult to explain. Looking around, Big Head sent about 500 soldier ants and 1,000 slightly stronger worker ants to guard. Big Head, have the flowers of the bamboo God-given seeds withered? Bamboo asked. They all withered yesterday. Big Head said, The bloodthorn God-given seeds at the foot of the mountain are blooming and have begun to pollinate. This year, with the help of the cattail bee colony, my work is much easier. Big Bear guarded the cattail God-given seeds at the foot of the mountain. The 7 bamboo rat warriors were sent to the bamboo sea of the Yangtze Mountains. Feng Ling was seriously injured and had not recovered. And all the farm work on Leju Peak was almost all on Big Head. Big Head worked hard and was busy from early morning until dark every day, without any complaints. Bamboo suddenly felt a little guilty and said, "Big Head, you can withdraw the ant colony, and I will guard this place." "Okay." Big Head agreed first, then asked, "Bamboo, don't you want to deduce the skills?" "The skills can't be rushed." Bamboo was also powerless. Every time he evolved, his heart and blood vessels changed. Now, the speed of deducing skills is far behind the speed of changes in his body structure. At present, the L5 Advanced Warriors still practice the skills in the Basic Practice Method L9 Intermediate chapter, which is getting worse and worse for growth. The wisdom of carbon-based life forms lies in association and innovation. Faced with complex deduction problems, the brain's computing power is completely insufficient. A year of busyness from beginning to end. Too little free time. Bamboo also can't spare enough time to calm down and deduce the skills. The dawn. The golden red sunlight shines on the mountain. Data leads the ant colony and starts another day of work. The red cockroach tribe awakens the ability of fire. And with repeated genetic evolution, the nature of liking darkness has transformed. Bamboo gradually began to like the heat of midsummer and enjoyed the scorching feeling of the sun shining on his shell. Lying quietly beside Xiangju, he separated a wisp of mental power and kept an eye on the changes of the small flower that was pregnant with the seeds of God. Not far away, Duju looked around. Bamboo glanced back. Duju simply walked out and shouted openly, "Bamboo, you're awake." The little warrior born this year became its little follower, with a dark purple trumpet-shaped flower on his head, looking furtively in the direction of Xiangju. It was full of curiosity about the God-given seed in the process of development. The reason why the Big Head sect heavily guarded was probably mainly to guard against these 2 naughty little guys. Bamboo left them in the Feng Ling territory because he was worried about their curiosity. If something went wrong and the God-given seed was destroyed, the loss would be huge. Bamboo asked, "Duju, aren't you allowed to stay in the Feng Ling territory? Why are you running here?" "I came to take a look." Duju said, "Bamboo, a God-given seed is being developed. Is this the favor of the true God of nature? It's amazing." The little soldier also shook his tentacles and released pheromones, echoing, "Yes. Yes. The favor of the true God of nature?" Bamboo couldn't help but look up at the sky. The sky was full of morning glow. At night, pay attention to the changes in the stars. Bamboo thought silently, waved his antennae, and expelled, "You 2 little guys go play with Feng Ling. Don't come near this side." "Oh!" Duju was dejected and took the little warrior to the territory of Feng Ling at the foot of the mountain. Bamboo's mental power swept over and found that the flowers on the little warrior's head were glued to the shell with resin. Cypress resin. When the bark is cut, the wound will secrete this resin to prevent fungi from invading through the wound. The ordinary cypress trees on the mountain have long been cut down, and only 3 cypress trees are planted in the territory of Feng Ling. I hope it's not the trunk that was cut. If you cut a little bark on the cypress tree, the wound will heal. Feng Ling has a good temper and shouldn't beat you to death. Bamboo thought silently, and suddenly his heart jumped, and he shouted, "Duju, where did the morning glory on its head come from?" The little soldier was so scared that he quickly shrank behind Duju, subconsciously waving his tentacles, constantly releasing danger, warning information. Duju was also startled, and answered in panic and innocently, "Inside the wind chime territory, there is a small piece growing next to its wind chime flower. It was said to be beautiful, so it was left there." Bamboo emphasized, "Why did you stick the morning glory on its head?" "Ah," Duju replied aggrievedly, "I saw it liked it, so I picked one." "Like? Morning glory?" Bamboo felt like he was struck by lightning, and his head was in a circle. He had only been asleep for 2 days, and the most worried thing had happened? It's hard to guard against. Bamboo was unwilling and asked, "Does it like morning glory?" "Yes," Duju replied. The little soldier didn't understand why, so he also shook his antennae and kept releasing pheromones. "Yes. Yes. Yes." The little thing was quite happy. Bamboo changed his angle and asked, "The wind chime flowers are in full bloom. Does it like wind chime flowers?" Duju replied, it likes them very much. But the wind chime is very stingy, and doesn't let us pick them. It's right not to let us pick them. All life has the nature of loving beauty. And it should just be simply beautiful. Scared me to death. Bamboo continued to ask, does it like bamboo? Many bamboos on the mountain are also blooming? Duju thought for a while, shook his antennae, and said, no. It's probably because the flowers of bamboo are too small. The shape is not good looking. And the color is not bright. Is that so? Bamboo pondered. Wind chimes are planted all around the territory of the wind chime. And there are also morning glories. The flowers are in full bloom at this time. Which is not a good place to go. If this little thing likes wind chimes or morning glories, it's over. Bamboo changed his mind temporarily and said, Duju, don't go to the wind chimes. Just stay here with me. Don't get close to Xiangju. Otherwise, you will be punished to follow the ant colony to the foot of the mountain to cut 100 kilograms of grass. Okay. Duju was happy. Squeak. The little soldier also flapped his wings vigorously, making a joyful sound. Pick the morning glory on its head for me. Don't pick flowers casually in the future. Understand? Bamboo shook his antennae and pointed to a bamboo forest next to him for experiments, saying, the bamboo forest is cool. Go play in it. Chapter 186 Royal Jelly. The morning sun had not yet dried the dew. Feng Ling followed the smell and rushed up the mountain. Bamboo. You're awake? Well, I just woke up in the early morning. Bamboo asked knowingly. Feng Ling. What's wrong with you? I came to see the God-given seeds that are about to be born. Naturally. The true gods have blessed us. Our Liju Peak will soon have the 6th God-given seed. And it is a high-quality bamboo seed that you personally cultivated. Feng Ling praised him and then asked, Bamboo, are you going to guard here yourself? Bamboo replied, yes. Feng Ling turned his head and asked, why did Duju and that little guy go to the bamboo forest to play? I took them down the mountain to prevent them from accidentally destroying the God-given seeds. Bamboo said, let them play in the bamboo forest on the mountain. I'll be watching over them, so they dare not make trouble. Feng Ling immediately complained, these two little guys are very naughty. I just found that my Platycladus orientalis live seed was cut by them. That is a live seed. Can you play with it casually? Bamboo said, then you have to teach them a lesson. Feng Ling said, I just want to catch them and teach them a lesson. Forget it. The wounds of the cypress trees will heal automatically. I will just talk to them. In the bamboo forest, Feng Ling caught Duju and the little soldier and taught them earnestly for a whole morning. The bloodthorn God-given seeds at the foot of the mountain are in ear and bloom. And the number is about the same as Bamboo estimated. A total of 9,000. Taifa is the happiest. The honey collected from the flowers of the God-given seeds can be brewed into a kind of royal jelly containing trace amounts of original force. It is different from the royal jelly brewed by ordinary bee colonies in nature. This kind of royal jelly containing the original force is used to feed young bees, which can activate certain gene fragments and develop into combat worker bees that are only slightly smaller than the queen bee. Combat worker bees have a long lifespan and high IQ. Their role is not only to fight and protect the queen bee, but also to command a small number of bee colonies and work in a planned manner. In the future, when the bee colony grows to a scale of 1 million, Xiang Pu will definitely not have the energy to manage the bamboo sea and command everything accurately. In the bureau, combat worker bees will be able to play a key role in the second-level command. In addition, the worker bees that Bamboo has seen, who know how to distinguish good and bad seeds and select seeds, also need to be fed a little royal jelly in the larval stage to activate certain genes. Other types of worker bees only need to be fed ordinary honey. Those worker bees that are particularly small and about the same size as ordinary acid bees are actually the result of being fed less in the larval stage and underdeveloped. In Bamboo's territory, there are enough God-given seeds to brew enough royal jelly. Xiang Pu settled in Liju Peak, which is actually another kind of luck. However, the bee colony is still dominated by ordinary worker bees, which require a large amount of nectar from ordinary plants. Nowadays, there are vast jungles, mountains and plains, messy plants, and various wild flowers. There is no worry about food, and the nectar of various flowers is highly nutritious. However, in the future, all of them will be developed into bamboo seeds, and bamboo will be planted. Bamboo flowers less, and the flowers are small and produce less nectar, so there may be a shortage of honey. Bamboo considered this problem in advance and plan to solve the hidden danger in advance. The solution is simple. Plan open space at both ends of Liju Peak, on the mountainside and foot of the mountain, and choose trees with many flowers and nectar to plant. The best choice is the pear tree. In spring, pear blossoms bloom on the tree, which can provide a lot of honey. In summer, pears are ripe. If the nectar is not enough, you can eat pears. The sugar in the pears can also be refined into honey. Pear trees are mainly planted, and the tree species are easy to find. The owners of Qingang Mountain and Tieju Mountain like pear trees, so they must have high-quality tree species. In addition, Bamboo also selected 4 types of trees: tung oil, citrus, locust and laurel. Tung oil and citrus trees like light and are drought-resistant, so they can be planted in the sunny part of the mountain. Locust and laurel like shade and can be planted in the deep valley. The most numerous tree species on the mountain, such as cypress, eucalyptus, coelreteria, and cycad, were all cleared. The idea is right, but the amount of work is a little large, and it is necessary to wait until the 7 bamboo rat warriors return before starting. The maximum number of bee colonies controlled by Xiang Pu is linked to its strength. The red-ringed acid bee species is naturally weak and grows slowly, so there is no need to rush. The plan can be implemented year by year. A heavy rain. A night of north wind. After the wind and rain, the weather suddenly became cool. Late summer. Early autumn. Li Ju and He Sang came to visit once, and told the master of Tai Dao Mountain that he had fallen into a deep sleep. Hearing the news, Feng Ling also accelerated the speed of eating force food, followed by falling asleep, molting and growing. 10 days later, Li Ju and He Sang came again and brought good news. The master of Tai Dao Mountain was promoted to the 5th age mountain master without any danger, and his injuries were healed. Afterwards, Feng Ling, who had been sleeping for 9 days, woke up smoothly and was promoted to the 6th age senior warrior without any danger. Early autumn is a good season. Du Zhu fell asleep and was promoted to L8 junior warrior. Xiang Pu was promoted to L9 junior warrior. De Xiong was promoted to L9 senior warrior. De Tu was promoted to L9 intermediate warrior. Just 1 step away from senior warrior. Bamboo slowed down its growth and planned to buy a set of force food for it to strengthen its physique next year. Hong Dao grew slightly faster and was promoted to L2 intermediate warrior. The little warrior who was born this year was ignorant and fell asleep late at night while playing in the Fengling territory. It is about to be promoted to L4 junior warrior, which is a crucial growth. After being promoted to L4 junior warrior, the little warrior of the Red Blatten tribe will identify a plant and like a type of plant, which is irreversible and unchangeable. What kind of plant you like is related to the future growth and development direction. What kind of plant will the first little warrior born in Li Zhu Feng like? Bamboo, Du Zhu, and Hong Dao all gathered in the Fengling territory waiting. Hearing the news, Xiang Pu also ran over to join in the fun. Li Zhu Feng has many seeds bestowed by God. The little soldier eats well, grows well, and is promoted smoothly. He didn't keep everyone waiting for long. He woke up after sleeping for a day and a half. Du Zhu was very quick and cut a piece of fresh meat quickly, rushed forward, and handed it to the little soldier. Are you hungry? Eat something quickly to restore your strength. The little soldier held the meat and ate it. He found that there were inquiring eyes all around. He was a little confused and a little timid. He held the meat and quickly hid behind Du Zhu and buried his head in eating. Fengling lowered his telekinesis and reminded Bamboo, "You are its direct elder. You ask questions. Wait until it is full." Bamboo was a little nervous. In fact, he didn't hold much hope in his heart. All the previous signs showed that this little guy was not very interested in bamboo. However, after the wind chime flowers withered, it was no longer interested in the wind chimes. Fengling noticed that the little guy was interested in morning glory and was frightened. He immediately cut off the morning glory on the mountain. Bamboo, wind chimes, morning glory. The possibility of these 3 plants is very small. Bamboo patiently waited for it to finish eating the meat slices, and then lay on the ground, gently stroking its head with its tentacles, and asked as gently as possible, "Little guy, tell me, what plants do you like?" The little soldier looked around blankly, and finally looked at Du Zhu nervously. Du Zhu asked, "What plants do you like? Tell everyone quickly." The little soldier waved his tentacles and released pheromones, but he couldn't express it clearly for a long time. Bamboo and Fengling were very anxious. After a while, Duju and Hongdao became anxious. After struggling for a long time, the little soldier was driven to panic. He suddenly sent out a weak mental power. Rice. Rice? Why rice? Banbu and Fengling were dumbfounded at the same time, and then glared at Hongdao angrily. What did you do to it? You bastard? Didn't all the rice on the mountain get shoveled away? Where did the rice come from? Duju was also puzzled and asked, why? The little soldier tried hard to use mental power to convey a simple message, rice locust. Then he shook his antennae vigorously to release pheromones. Delicious. Delicious. Rice locusts are delicious? This works. Banbu was powerless to complain. Red rice. Fengling roared. Uh-huh. Hongdao was confused at first, then reacted, jumped 3 feet high with joy, laughed wildly, and shouted proudly, look, I was the one who protected its birth, and it still liked me the most. Uh-huh. Banbu. Fengling. Duju. You 3 are all wasting your efforts. Chapter 187 Little Red Rice. Fengling always likes to call the bamboo and the little soldier to play in his territory, trying to make the little soldier like the wind bellflower. Banbu knew it well, and did not stop him. What kind of plants a new soldier likes is very random, and it is actually difficult to influence by external forces. However, fortunately, although it is not bamboo, it is not the worst wind bellflower. Rice is a barely acceptable plant. Red rice is a bargain. The consequence of Red Rice getting too proud of himself is that Banbu punished him to help Dad to cut 200 kilograms of fresh grass, which had to be dried in the sun, carried up the mountain, and stacked neatly. Confirmed what kind of plants the little soldier likes. The next step is to name it. Banbu. Give it a name. Fengling was depressed. Banbu thought. At present, there is no other high-quality rice variety in Lizufeng except red rice. Red Rice suggested, why not call it barnyard grass? It doesn't sound good. Pooh finally found an opportunity to participate in the discussion. It doesn't sound good. Duju denied it. The little soldier was still in the stage of learning to speak, and its imitating object was Duju. It waved its antennae happily and sent out a series of messages. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good. Banbu said, there is only one high-quality rice variety in Lizufeng at present, so let's call it Red Rice. Windbell said, this name is not bad. Pooh shouted, it sounds good. Duju followed, this name sounds good. The little soldier immediately shook his antennae and cheered, good, good, good. The name was finalized, and the first red cockroach soldier born in Lizufeng was called Red Rice. Banbu rushed to Taidown Mountain Range overnight. Tell the news to the Lord of Taidown Mountain. Visiting the Lord of Taidown Mountain to see how he recovered from his injuries after molting and evolving. The most important thing is that the fruits of the ordinary bamboo species on the mountain are beginning to mature, according to the rules of previous years. The bamboo fruits of Sueju will also enter the ripening period. Beware of accidents, and ask the Lord of Taidown Mountain to come and help guard. Banbu asked the Lord of Taidown Mountain to go to Liju Peak a few days in advance, and he went to Yongdi Mountain Range to visit Princess Chuerong again, and then went to the Bamboo Sea to find the 7-headed bamboo rat warrior, Bishling, the cave where the Rat King once hid. Banbu waited for 2 full days and 2 nights before the 7-headed bamboo rat warrior returned. The Rat King was not in a very good mood, and simply greeted Banbu. You are here? Banbu asked. Didn't you find the 7-colored coal bamboo? The Rat King used his claws to draw an irregular circle on the ground, and then drew 2 tangent lines to divide it into 4 areas of east, south, west and north, and said, we have searched the south and east of the Bamboo Sea, but didn't find it. If it is urgent, give us another autumn, and we can search the west and north to complete the search of the entire Bamboo Sea. The Rat King paused and said, we have searched very carefully. If we still can't find it, it means that there is no 7-colored coal bamboo in the Bamboo Sea. The Rat King is quite reliable in what he says and does. Banbu tapped his antennae, pondered for a while, and said, forget it if you don't find it. There are many things to do in autumn and winter. Come back next summer. The Rat King simply answered, okay. Banbu asked, have you found other bamboo species? Of course. The Rat King turned his head and looked at Baiju. Baiju shouted, Banbu. I found Baiju. Baiju? Banbu asked, are you sure? How can there be a species of Baiju in this Bamboo Sea? It got lost again. The Rat King said unhappily, it ate something randomly, and got lost in the swamp. We looked for it everywhere and found Baizhu. Bamboo asked, Baizhu, what did you eat again? Baizhu lowered his head and said, mushrooms. They looked beautiful and smelled good. Some kind of poisonous mushroom? If it were an ordinary bamboo rat, it would have been poisoned to death. Forest creatures have strong vitality. It is not fatal. It should be a physiological disorder that caused the magnetic pole navigation function in the brain to fail and get lost. Bamboo estimated that this guy was similar last time and ate some kind of highly poisonous wild fruit. What a lucky guy. Don't eat randomly next time, Bamboo warned. Baizhu asked expectantly, Bamboo, is there a reward this time? No, Bamboo said, because you got lost. It delayed everyone's search for the colorful bamboo. But you found the white bamboo. So your merits and demerits are offset. So there is no punishment or reward. Oh! Baizhu looked down in disappointment. Rat King said, we also found 3 new bamboo species that we have never seen before. And we don't know the specific species. Bamboo. The distance is a bit far. Let's set off now. I'll take you there to have a look. Bamboo flicked his tentacles and said, okay. 6 little bamboo rat warriors stayed in the cave to rest. Rat King led the way, running close to the ground. It took a whole day to confirm the location of all the bamboo species. It is early autumn, and the next season is the autumn rain season. So migration is also possible. Bamboo went to the Yodi Mountains again to ask for help from Princess Chuerong. Princess Chuerong said 20 senior warriors to help dig and transport at once. And the quantity was sufficient. In addition to white bamboo, there are 3 bamboo species that Rat King does not know. Namely red-shelled thunder bamboo, bud bamboo, and stone green bamboo. Bud bamboo and stone green bamboo are rare bamboo species, but not precious. Red-shelled thunder bamboo is more precious than purple bamboo and red bamboo, and is a rarer bamboo species. This bamboo species breeds live species, condenses bamboo rice, and has the effect of strengthening lightning ability. At present, the white bamboo that can be used immediately is a little similar to the colorful red bamboo. It can temporarily replace the colorful coal bamboo and try hybrid breeding. However, bamboo is not optimistic about their offspring. White bamboo is the smallest bamboo species, and the bamboo pole is about the same height as sun grass. The colorful red bamboo is also a small bamboo species. Weak species combined with weak species cannot produce strong offspring. When Bamboo returned to Liju Peak with 7 bamboo rat warriors, the God-given seed obtained by hybridizing Yunsi Jinju 1 and Xiangju had matured and was directly used as the live seed for the L5 senior warrior. The bamboo fruit of the green bamboo God-given seed had entered the maturity period 5 days ago. Dadu was very busy. In addition to watering and fertilizing every day, he had to command the ant colony to invest raw stones to replenish its original power. Before Bamboo was promoted to the master of the mountain, the quality and output of bamboo fruit were basically fixed. Like last year, 1,168 bamboo fruits, with a total investment of nearly 7,000 raw stones. Having experienced 3 consecutive years of attacks by beast warriors, the master of Taidao Mountain was much more vigilant this time. He pinpointed the time when the bamboo fruit matured and summoned all 4 senior warriors: Taidao Thuja, Yunao, Hutu, and Liju. The Rat King led 6 bamboo rat warriors to the foot of the mountain to be responsible for vigilance. It can be said that it was a smooth picking. The master of Huabai Mountain had a very accurate sense of time. He arrived on time late at night that day. This time the transaction became simple. 584 bamboo fruits, each priced at 20 raw stones. Half of the balance and half of the deposit. Bamboo received 11,680 raw stones. In less than half a month. The bloodthorn seeds given by the gods at the foot of the mountain and the purple gold seeds given by the gods on the mountain will enter the maturity period. The raw stones just received can be used to replenish their original power. Chapter 188: The Enthusiastic Kyeju Mountain Master. The bloodthorn fruit of the bloodthorn God-given seed is ripe, and there is no need to worry about being attacked by beast warriors. The warriors of the 4 mountain ranges, the nearest Taidao Mountain Range and Shuirong Mountain Range, and the slightly farther Yangdi Mountain Range and Hongju Mountain Range, received the notice and calculated the time. Every day, they would rush to Liju Peak one after another to help eat the flesh of the bloodthorn fruit. Every night, at least 20 warriors stayed, and with the Taidao Mountain Master in charge. Unless there was a large-scale beast group, It would not threaten the safety of Leju Peak. The big yellow fruit banyan also came once, delivering 200 banyan fruits and taking away 1,000 bloodthorn seeds. Bamboo will have to supply it with 1,000 next year. After the bloodthorn fruit, the purple gold bamboo rice will mature. Teams of big-headed worker ants carry the dried bloodthorn seeds and put them into spider silk bags to store in the cave. Teams of big-headed worker ants carried fresh purple bamboo rice and spread it outside the cave to dry. After drying, they were stored in bags. The golden autumn season of harvest is full of joy and happiness. Especially the two little guys, Duju and Hongmi, jumping up and down on the mountain. Added vitality. Bamboo needs to reserve 18,000 bamboo rice to sell to the caravan. And there are 11,520 left. 5,000 are given to the Big Bear for its growth and promotion to the Mountain Master. 3,000 are given to the Rat King. The Rat King is too old and needs to grow up and become the Mountain Master as soon as possible. The rest of the bamboo is kept for himself, and he eats enough every day to ensure his own growth rate. It would be best if he could be promoted to L6 Senior Warrior in the spring of next year. Breathe the seeds of God in the life capsule, and then sow them. In addition, the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe is clamoring to expand the land next year. Bamboo is 100% sure that a large number of beast warriors will flow into the Taidao Mountain Range and Jinping Mountain Range, and other surrounding mountains will be affected to varying degrees. At that time, the master of Taidao Mountain was too busy to take care of Bamboo. Da Xiong should be able to be promoted to the master of the mountain. But Da Xiong alone is definitely not enough. And Bamboo must also improve his own strength as soon as possible. The purple gold bamboo rice. The quantity looks large, but the actual weight is not much. Bamboo only left less than 4,000 for himself, which is not enough to eat. And the effect of promoting growth is a bit disappointing. In late spring and early winter, the grass seeds condensed by the seeds of the God-given cattail matured. The yield in the first year was very low, and it was still of low quality. Bamboo set off with a small amount of cattail seeds and 3,000 bloodthorn seeds, and went straight to Qijing County to visit Qijing County Lord. 3,000 bloodthorn seeds were ordered by Qijing County Lord last year. The deposit was paid, and the remaining amount was 1,000 raw stones. Bamboo bought 100 red nuts at a unit price of 40 raw stones, and got 2,000 raw stones. He politely visited the Fire Lotus Queen Bee and informed Xiang Pu of her recent situation. Without staying for long, he turned around and headed straight to the Qingang Mountains to visit the master of Tieju Mountain. Tieju fruit is of good quality, has a good strengthening effect, and is super affordable. The only drawback is that it is really difficult to communicate with the master of Tieju Mountain. Master Tieju Mountain, I am Bamboo from Leju Peak. May I visit you? Yes. This time, the master of Tieju Mountain did not work in the mountains and forests, but stood in front of a flat square, watching the ant colony drying Tieju fruit. This time, the little ant king named Strong did not flee in panic, but timidly hid at the entrance of the ant nest and watched. Master of Tieju Mountain. Bamboo landed and said straightforwardly, I need to buy some Tieju fruit. Master of Tieju Mountain was even more straightforward and asked, how many? Bamboo said, I brought 2,000 raw stones. Master of Tieju Mountain shouted, Xiangqiang. Command the ant colony. Count 400 Tieju fruits and give them to it. Xiangqiang commanded the ant colony to act. Bamboo took out the raw stone and gave it to Tieju Mountain Master for counting. Then he took out 10 cattail seeds and handed them to Tieju Mountain Master, saying, it was just produced this year. The cattail queen bee that gave birth to this God-given seed is only a primary warrior. The quality is low, but it will improve next year. You can try it. It's okay. Tieju Mountain Master briefly commented and asked, how much do you sell it for? Bamboo said, after the quality is improved. It is the standard inferior quality. 10 cattail seeds are sold for 1 raw stone. Cattails grow in clusters. Each cluster has 8 ears, and each ear can condense 64 cattail seeds. The seeds are spherical and very small, one size smaller than the grass seeds condensed by Bamboo's ordinary sun grass seeds, with a diameter of about 1 millimeter. The master of Tieju Mountain thought quickly, and after a little consideration, he had a rough idea in his mind and said, okay. Bamboo asked, how many do you want? The master of Tieju Mountain said, the little queen bee grows very slowly. I will buy as many as you are willing to sell. Bamboo couldn't help but glance at the huge Tieju tree God-given seeds that were more than 40 meters high in the distance. It is said that there are a lot of fruits. and tens of thousands of Teju fruits are produced every year, it can be felt that the Teju tree spirit is frantically conveying anger and urging thoughts to the master of Teju Mountain. It is like a regular tree spirit, extremely repelling all strange creatures. Master Teju, I need your help with something. Bamboo waved his antennae and said, Did you scare the spirit of the Teju tree? Let's go over there and talk. Okay. Master Teju flew up and landed in the pear forest in the distance. Bamboo followed him. Master Teju asked, What's the matter? Bamboo said, I plan to plant some pear trees near my territory, and I want to ask you for a batch of high-quality pear seeds. Bamboo added, The kind of pear trees that bloom a lot and bear a lot of fruits. If they are really precious, you can buy them with raw stones. Pear trees? Your territory gave birth to a little warrior who likes Liju? Master Tieju's emotions fluctuated for the first time, and they fluctuated violently. Ahem. That's not the case. Bamboo was a little embarrassed, and suddenly had an idea, saying, I think pear blossoms are very beautiful, and pears are also a very delicious fresh fruit. I want to plant some to enrich the tree species in the mountain range, so that in the future, the mountain warriors can have more choices when choosing plants to plant. Yes, pear trees are the best tree species. The master of Teju Mountain became excited and asked, Bamboo, do you plan to cultivate pear trees? Well, I have such a plan. Bamboo said, Plant in moderation. If a little warrior who likes pear trees is born in the mountain range in the future, I will cultivate them on a large scale. You have a lot of God-given seeds. Your mountain range will be very prosperous, and there will definitely be more than one little warrior who likes pear trees in the future. Speaking of pear trees, the master of Teju Mountain suddenly changed his nature and became a chatterbox, showing the face of a profiteer, and enthusiastically promoted, bewitchingly saying, Bamboo, you can plant them on a large scale in the mountains first. When the corresponding little warriors are born in the future, you can take over directly. Bamboo, do you know that pear trees are spectacular when they bloom? They are full of white pears like snow. Plant a pear forest, and the fragrance spreads to several hills. When the wind blows, the petals fall like snowflakes. Pear trees are plants with low soil fertility requirements and drought resistance. They are very easy to manage. Fertilize them once or twice in spring, summer, and autumn each year. They can survive without irrigation in the dry season. I have collected and planted a total of 39 pear tree varieties, including 8 rare pear varieties such as honey pear and 8-sided pear. There are seeds and many ready-made 2-year-old young plants. Come on. I'll take you to see them. Okay. Bamboo was a little confused by what he said and could only answer like this. Speaking of pear trees, the master of Teju Mountain became more and more excited. He visited the garden full of pear trees and explained to Bamboo the habits and characteristics of various types of pear trees, and explained his experience in obtaining high-quality pear seeds through hybridization and grafting techniques. Before leaving, he packed a copy of each of the 39 types of pear tree seeds and gave it to Bamboo. It was a large spider silk bag full of them. Chapter 189 Rain Bamboo. The enthusiasm of the master of Teju Mountain made Bamboo temporarily change the territory development plan for this autumn and winter. Once insect warriors like a certain plant, that love is engraved in their genes and will not change until the end of their lives. It is a major event that accompanies their lives. Bamboo announced that he would conduct a major cleanup of Liju Peak and the surrounding areas. First of all, those plants with poor development potential, especially herbaceous plants such as erigeron, Diphoptera, Sunko, sedge, and thatch, should be removed. To develop land, open up pear orchards and citrus orchards, and plant tongue trees, locust trees, laurel trees and other high-quality tree species in moderation. And considering the diversity of species and maintaining the natural ecology, Bamboo also plans to introduce iron knife trees, red hardwood trees, chestnut trees, apricot trees, walnut trees, and other tree species appropriately. In short, it is necessary to ensure that the young warriors born in Liju Peak in the future will come into contact with high-quality tree species with good development potential. Planting high-quality tree species can also meet the cattail's demand for nectar, which is a two-pronged approach. So the construction is started first, and the bamboo seed development project is postponed. With abundant supply of force food, 5 small bamboo rat warriors, including Maju and Shueju, have evolved into advanced warriors one after another, with only Baiju missing. The overall strength of the members of Leisure Peak has been greatly improved, and the efficiency of work has been improved accordingly. Busy until the end of winter and the beginning of spring. Leisure Peak and the surrounding territories have been completely cleared, taking advantage of the good season of spring. Data commanded the worker ants to plant various tree species. At this time, Bamboo turned around and started digging the number 7 pond to expand the bamboo forest. Last year, a lot of golden bamboo, golden silk cloud bamboo, spotted bamboo, 7-color bitter bamboo, and 7-color red bamboo species were harvested. Most of the hybridization experiments of these bamboo species have been completed, and it has been preliminarily confirmed that they are feasible. Bamboo plans to expand the scale of planting. While working, Bamboo maintains the maximum amount of force food he can bear every day. Frequent and large-scale consumption of force food will reduce the utilization efficiency. Bamboo still eats force food condensed from the God-given seeds. On average, more than 20 raw stones are wasted every day. Extravagant and wasteful in exchange for rapid growth. Normally, it is not worth it. It will be very cost-effective under special circumstances. In the early spring season, another molting evolution is ushered in. This time, due to the rapid growth and the breeding of a God-given seed, it slept for 8 days before waking up, which scared the other members on the mountain. The plum rain season has just passed, and the spring is bright. It is the second best season in the year for sowing. Bamboo sowed the newly bred God-given seeds on the northeast side of Leisure Peak. In the lower layer, far away from the 2 God-given seeds of purple gold and green bamboo, the seeds fell to the ground and took root and sprouted the next day. 1 raw stone was put in every day, and the buds grew rapidly and developed into a slender bamboo pole about 1.8 meters in height. The underground stems began to spread sideways, and the growth pattern was exactly the same as that of the green bamboo. 1 life for 8. 8 lives for 64. The bamboo seeds of God grow rapidly and have a very high demand for the original force. Bamboo did not have enough raw stone reserves. After deriving 64 underground stems, the growth rate suddenly slowed down. The first batch of 8 bamboo poles derived were about 3 meters high and 3 centimeters in diameter. The branches and leaves were green, and the bamboo poles were dark green with brown-red spots shaped like raindrops. Bamboo named it rain bamboo. The advantages of the 3-line hybrid are extremely obvious. The rain bamboo tree spirit is born with a strong soul, good memory, and a little thinking ability, just like a 2 or 3-year-old child, and can have some simple communication with bamboo. Bamboo. Has the Chamber of Commerce you mentioned not arrived yet? It should be here soon. I like to eat raw stones. I know. The God-given rain bamboo species urgently needs raw stones to grow. Unlike other tree spirits, the rain bamboo tree spirit will not mutter, make a fuss, and frantically convey the idea of asking for it to bamboo. It will use a more subtle and tactful way to repeatedly remind bamboo, I need the raw stone. Bamboo. Those 2 little cockroach warriors are always wandering around my territory, and I feel they want to hurt me. No. They are my descendants of the same race, and will not hurt you. They always sneak into my territory. Well, I will restrain them, and not let them get close to you. Bamboo. Those big-headed ants are too stupid. I think they may hurt me. They are as smart as you, and they will water and fertilize you, and will not hurt you. No. They are very stupid. Bamboo. I think you should water and fertilize me yourself. The sludge is delicious. Like all the God-given species, the rain bamboo tree spirit is extremely repulsive to any creature other than bamboo. In more serious cases, it can be said to be a persecution mania. Patient. But it will not burst out with fear and anger, but protest to bamboo again and again in a tactful way. The protest is ineffective. Bamboo doesn't have the time or energy to draft and take care of the God-given seeds in the dark every day. This kind of heavy farm work is most suitable to be left to Datu. Datu has experience in commanding the ant colony to take care of the 4 God-given seeds of purple gold, green bamboo, bloodthorn, and cattail, so there is no possibility of mistakes. However, the 2 little guys, Duju and Hongmi, have grown up a little. Their destructive power has increased. They are in pairs, emboldening each other, and becoming more and more naughty. Bamboo thinks that they should be properly restrained. It is meaningless to punish them blindly, so he simply assigns them some unimportant bamboo seed nurseries and rice nurseries, and lets them be responsible for the management of plant seedlings alone. If they manage well, there will be rewards. And the rewards are delicious force food. If they play to death, they will be punished and follow Dadu's ant colony down the mountain to cut grass. Late at night, a strong spiritual power call came from the foot of the mountain. Master Bamboo, I am the Chonlu caravan. Can I go up the mountain to visit you? The Chonlu caravan arrived as scheduled. Yes. Bamboo went down the mountain to greet them. The Chonlu caravan became richer and richer. And the senior warrior Tracholospermum also carried a lot of goods on his back. Master Chonlu, how are the bamboo species selling? Bamboo asked the most relevant question. All of them were sold. After Chonlu finished speaking, he added, the main reason is that 2,000 bamboo species are too few. The number of species distributed to each caravan is even smaller. Most caravans consume them as gifts. With just a few raw stones, you can gain favor and trust. This is also a cost-effective deal. Chonlu continued Bamboo. There is no doubt that the sales model you proposed is very effective. This year, you can try more bamboo species. Without waiting for Bamboo to answer, Chonlu continued, there is another news, or rather, entrusted by the Chiwugos King. I hope to complete a large transaction. Chiwugos King? Large transaction? Bamboo was completely confused. Chonlu carefully considered his words and asked, Bamboo, have you heard of the Ghost Locust Kingdom in the southwest of the Wangwa continent? The Ghost Locust Kingdom should have been established by the Ghost-Faced Locust. Then, Chiwugos King is the pinnacle of the Insect King level. I have heard of it a little bit. Bamboo was vague. Chonlu continued to introduce. Chiwu Mountain is the most famous mountain in the southwest of the Wangwa continent. Chiwugos King is the master of a mountain, and is named after the mountain. Chiwu Mountain? Is it very famous? Bamboo really has never heard of it. And there is no record of it in the inherited memory. Chonlu said solemnly, Chiwu Mountain has 9 associated mountain ranges, producing black ore. The Guiji Kingdom is the richest kingdom in the southwest. Chiwugos King is the lord of Chiwu Mountain. And he is also the richest insect king in the Guiji Kingdom. It turns out there is a mine. And 9 veins. Bamboo was even more surprised and asked again, what transaction? Chonlu said, Chiwugos King likes bamboo very much. Do you remember our first transaction? I bought the bamboo species of Ma bamboo and Li bamboo from you, which is actually collected for Chiwugos King. According to the inherited memory, there are about 500 bamboo species in the world, of which less than 40 are common or relatively common, and the other bamboo species are rare. Chiwugos King has collected about 150 bamboo species. It is interested in your golden bamboo and hybrid breeding technology. Chapter 190 Chiwugos King. Trading golden bamboo and hybrid breeding technology? Bamboo is still counting on these 2 things to make a steady income. Bamboo did not answer. Chonlu noticed that Bamboo had no interest and said with emotion, Bamboo, the prosperity and wealth of Chiwu Mountain is something that ordinary tribes can never achieve. Even if you don't see it with your own eyes, it is hard to imagine how grand it is. Our caravan needs to follow Princess Huangjing every time to be allowed to enter, and be qualified to meet the Chiwugos King. This is a rare opportunity. You and the Chiwugos King both like bamboo. If you make friends with the Chiwugos King, you can get endless benefits in the future. Chonlu said a little excitedly. Bamboo knew very well that Chonlu wanted to take this opportunity to get in touch with the Chiwugos King, which would be of great benefit to its caravan trade. Bamboo asked, the southwest region of the 10,000 kingdoms? That belongs to the south. Right? Chonlu said, yes. Bamboo didn't want to pour cold water, but couldn't help reminding, saying, there is no technology to hybrid breeding. The biggest trouble is how to make bamboo species bloom and bear seeds. In fact, I use the dry season in the north to make them bloom. There is no dry season in the south. Chonlu was silent. Bamboo said, I am curious. How does the Chiwugos King plan to trade? Chonlu said, it is willing to take out 200,000 raw stones to buy. Bamboo. Bamboo species trade. You need at least 20 years to earn so many raw stones? Almost. Bamboo said, but I can do this business for a lifetime. After I die, the next mountain master of Liju Peak can continue to do it, as long as the golden bamboo is well controlled and not spread to the outside. This will be a long-term business that will last for thousands of years. Chonlu said, the Chiwugos King promised not to spread the golden bamboo seeds to the outside, and will not participate in the seed trade. Bamboo said, I can trust the Chiwugos King, but the Chiwugos King will also grow old and die one day. What will happen after it? Chonlu understood that Bamboo was unwilling to agree to this trade. When he arrived at the foot of Liju Peak, he found that a large number of nurseries had been opened on both sides of the road, cultivating tens of thousands of bamboo seedlings. Vaguely, he felt a strange force fluctuation on the mountain. It was the force fluctuation of the God-given seed. The mental power scanned and found the God-given seed of rain bamboo. Bamboo. Chonlu was a little unbelievable and stuttered, Another God-given seed? Yes. And it's a new bamboo seed. Bamboo answered calmly and continued, Master Chonlu, I was just about to tell you about the new bamboo seed. Chonlu's spiritual power had already checked it clearly, and found brown-red spots like raindrops on the bamboo poles of the rain bamboo. He searched his memory, and quickly determined that there was no record in the inherited memory. This was a brand new bamboo species. Master Bamboo. A new bamboo species cultivated? Is it obtained by hybridization? Yes. Using golden bamboo. If nothing unexpected happens, the rain bamboo can bloom and bear fruit every year, and the quality and size are higher than the high-quality bamboo fruit of the green bamboo. Bamboo answered, and he became alert in his heart, and did not explain the hybridization process in detail to Chonlu. After making a secret decision, as soon as the caravan left, he immediately started to transplant the golden bamboo, colorful bitter bamboo, cloud silk golden bamboo 1, and colorful red bamboo 1 planted at the foot of the mountain to the mountain. Chonlu's frustration was immediately diluted by the new bamboo species, and the rain bamboo species given by the gods, and he could not help but quicken his pace up the mountain. Shuemai, who was standing on Chonlu's back, finally had a chance to speak. She praised excitedly, Master Bamboo, you are amazing. You have cultivated a new bamboo species so quickly. There is also a God-given species. Wushan, Changsheng County, and other prosperous and fertile areas have not obtained God-given species faster than you. Naturally, the true God favors me. Good luck. Bamboo said modestly and meaningfully, thanks to the Yuju caravan. They gave me a batch of precious bamboo species last year. Yuju. Chonlu paused, alert, and said, Bamboo. Judging from the breath revealed by Yuju, the condensed bamboo fruit should have some effect of strengthening the basic physique. Bamboo replied, yes. Chonlu asked, how do you plan to sell it? Bamboo said, at present, the number of bamboo fruits has not been determined. The plan is to sell half to the same tribe, or the neighboring black and white cockroach tribe, and the other half to the caravan. With Yuju caravan first. Chonlu was silent. The atmosphere became a little depressing. Bamboo said, Master Chonlu, you don't need to be disappointed. You didn't notice that I'm already a 6th level senior warrior. When I came last year, you had just been promoted to a 4th level senior warrior. Bamboo, you are too anxious. Growing too fast is harmful and useless. It is likely to leave hidden dangers and affect your chances of success in being promoted to Mountain Master and County Lord in the future. Chonlu was first anxious about the deal with the Red Crow Ghost King, and then was shocked by the new bamboo seeds and the rain bamboo seeds given by the gods. He really didn't notice the growth of bamboo strength. He was shocked when he saw it. The growth of high-level warriors is relatively easy from 1 to 3 years old, but it gradually becomes difficult from 4 years old. The best state is to shed the shell once a year from 4 to 6 years old, and shed the shell once every 2 years from 7 to 9 years old. It is safe and can save resources. Eating a large amount of high-quality force food can achieve rapid growth, but it will seriously waste resources and leave hidden dangers. Chonlu thought about it and realized, bamboo is so anxious to grow. It should be to breed and sow the seeds of God in the spring. Bamboo said, Master Chonlu, you don't have to worry. I know my own growth status best. My physique is naturally stronger than other cockroaches, and I can bear it. Chonlu said, Master Bamboo, you'd better purchase a batch of high-quality force food to strengthen the physique. That's what I mean. Bamboo brought the topic back on track and said, Master Chonlu, you see, I am already a 6-year-old senior warrior, and I am not far from becoming the master of the mountain. It will take no more than 5 years. Chonlu asked, after 5 years, will the sales share of various God-given seeds be redistributed? Bamboo said, yes. 5 years is not a short time, but it is not a long time either. The illusion flame spider is a famous long-lived race. It is said that the lifespan of the Mountain Master level exceeds 200 years. Chonlu Mountain Master, I believe you have the ability to be promoted to princess. Our cooperation has just begun. The future is still long. Right? Bamboo. Then I look forward to your promotion to Mountain Master as soon as possible. Chonlu was in a better mood and added, the road ahead is still long. Don't be anxious. From the perspective of interests, Bamboo's sudden death and the loss of an important trading partner are a huge loss for the Chonlu caravan. Chonlu stood in the distance, watching the seeds of the rain bamboo god for a while, and then went up the mountain to trade. This year, Bamboo increased the quantity and gave Chonlu 10,000 bamboo seeds. Last year, the sale of green bamboo seeds brought in 1,000 raw stones. Purple gold bamboo rice, 18,000 seeds. The balance is 3,300 raw stones. And the deposit is 3,300 raw stones. Green bamboo fruit, 584 seeds. The balance is 5,548 raw stones. And the deposit is 5,548 raw stones. Bamboo, a total of 17,696 raw stones. What do you need to buy? Chonlu asked. Bamboo said, I want 3 of the physical strengthening packages worth 1,000 raw stones. And 1 package worth 3,000 raw stones. Okay. Xuemai cheered and started to get busy. It was another big business with considerable income. Bamboo then shouted, Xuemai, exchange all the remaining stones for raw stones. I need a batch of raw stones urgently this year. Chonlu was not very surprised and asked, Bamboo, are you planning to reserve raw stones for the promotion to Mountain Master now? Bamboo said, no. It's Princess Qijian who needs it. The news must be hidden and will be made public sooner or later. So it's better to say it out loud. Chonlu was stunned for a moment, then reacted and asked, the longevity peach? Princess Qijian bought it? How many raw stones did she buy it with? Bamboo sighed, 2 million raw stones. Chapter 191 Ambition. The merchants traveled far and wide, and the survival situation of the Red Cockroach tribe and other small tribes was located in a barren borderland. If they were lucky, 1 or 2 cockroach kings would be born, which could protect the tribe and prosper for 1,000 years. If they were unlucky, the race might be extinct. Chonlu knew how important it was for Princess Qijian to be promoted to the Cockroach King this time. So he did not persuade Bamboo to purchase other force foods, and asked Xuemai to make it an integer, giving 2 more, and paying 11,700 raw stones. The transaction was completed. Chonlu asked again, Master Bamboo, when do you plan to start selling rain bamboo species? Bamboo said, whether rain bamboo can bloom and bear fruit every year remains to be confirmed. In addition, it will take 2 or 3 years to cultivate related bamboo species on a large scale. I don't plan to sell it to the public for the time being. Bamboo said, however, if it is confirmed this year, I can consider selling a small amount next year, and your caravan can use it for publicity first. Chonlu asked, the specific price cannot be determined for the time being? Bamboo said, a little warrior on Liju Peak bred an ordinary rain bamboo. If you plant them in spring and they grow well, you can harvest a few bamboo fruits this year to judge the quality of the bamboo species. Chonlu said, price according to the quality of the bamboo species? No problem. Chonlu turned his eyes to the bloodthorn seeds given by God at the foot of the mountain. He was a little greedy and exclaimed, last year, the bloodthorn yield was not low. Right? Bamboo said, the yield has increased slightly, and it has reached the limit. Only when I break through and become the Mountain Master will there be an increase. Chonlu said sincerely, Bamboo, the Mountain Master is not in a hurry. I hope you can be promoted to the princess smoothly in the future, or even become the Cockroach King. Yes. Bamboo changed the subject and said, Master Chonlu, can you tell me about the Chiwu Ghost King? Does his territory have the 7-color coal bamboo? Golden bamboo cannot be sold, but I hope to have some exchanges with him about other bamboo species. 7-color coal bamboo? Can it be used to hybridize with the 7-color bitter bamboo? Chonlu said, among the bamboo species that the Chiwu Ghost King entrusted our caravan to find, there is 7-color coal bamboo. It can be confirmed that he does not have this bamboo species. Chonlu said, Bamboo, the Chiwu Ghost King should also be interested in 7-color bitter bamboo. Do you intend to sell it? No. Bamboo's tone was slightly relaxed, and he said, it can be exchanged. If it can take out similar ones, I can consider exchanging bamboo species that can bloom and produce seeds every year. Chonlu said, then I will ask again. Bamboo asked, does the Chiwu Ghost King have this kind of bamboo? I am not sure. Chonlu explained, there are more than 8,000 insects in Chiwu Mountain alone, and there are layers upon layers of tight defense. The caravan cannot easily enter the territory of the Chiwagos king. Even if they are allowed to enter, they must follow the prescribed route and cannot break in casually. Understood, Bamboo said, Master Chonlu. Then you can also help me find out about the 7-color cold bamboo and other precious bamboo species. Chonlu agreed, of course. The Chonlu caravan left. Bamboo mobilized all members of Liju Peak to take action overnight and began to transfer the golden bamboo. 7-color bitter bamboo, cloud silk golden bamboo 1 and 7-color red bamboo 1 planted at the foot of the mountain to the mountain. At the same time, rules were also set that if there were any excess bamboo species produced in the future, these bamboo species must not be privately collected or spread outside, and must be concentrated and destroyed, following the example of Chijing County. Both the Chiwagos king and the Chonlu caravan seriously underestimated the value of the golden bamboo. 200,000 raw stones? If only bamboo species, like the green bamboo, can be cultivated, 200,000 raw stones are a fair price. However, since the 3-line hybrid rain bamboo can be easily cultivated, the value is inestimable. Firmly control the golden bamboo species and breeding technology. Creating a fortune of 200,000 raw stones is easy. Not only that, in the future, Jinping Mountain Range will develop and prosper under the leadership of bamboo, and bamboo species will be the iconic plant. Other insect races, when hearing bamboo, will immediately think of the names of Liz Yufeng and bamboo, and think of the red cockroach tribe. Just like, when mentioning the tung oil tree, you will immediately think of the flying cockroach tribe. When mentioning the pine oil tree, you will immediately think of the cockroach tribe. Bamboo also has a little ambition. He wants to spread the 3 terms of Liz Yufeng, bamboo, and chi cockroach tribe through bamboo seeds throughout the continent, so that all insects know about it. 3 sets of meals worth 1,000 raw stones. Bamboo gave to Big Head, Big Bear, and Rat King respectively. They are the members who play the greatest role at present, and they are in urgent need of strengthening their physique to grow and evolve better. 1 set of meals worth 3,000 raw stones. Bamboo kept for himself. The 3 green grapes contained in it were picked out separately, and 1 was given to Pu Tao, because it planned to be promoted to a 7th age advanced warrior this year. 2 were used on Rat King. Rat King was older, and Bamboo hoped that it could grow and evolve quickly. But he was worried that it would die suddenly in the middle of the process if it grew too fast. The 6 little bamboo rat warriors, except Baiju and Maju, began to evolve into advanced warriors one after another. They were all still young. Beast warriors have meridians, and can be trained. Evolution is easier than insects, so there is no need to worry too much. White bamboo is often bullied, and the force food distributed is always snatched. It grows slowly. Bamboo has no other good way, so he can only pick it out and distribute force food separately, giving it as much as it eats. There are 4 of them: cattail, red rice, belly bamboo, and red rice. Bamboo is not anxious about their growth. Safety is the first priority. They just need to strengthen their physique and grow steadily and at a steady speed. Next year, when there is extra money on hand, he will buy high-quality force food for them to strengthen their physique. Half a month later, the Yuju caravan hurried over from the direction of the Yangdi Mountains. Bamboo went down the mountain to greet them, and called Feng Ling over along the way. Yuju, how are the sales of green bamboo seeds? The supply is in short supply. Bamboo, you can give me more this year. You know, Princess Huangjing is on good terms with many caravans, and 20,000 seeds are not enough. The result is expected. Chonlu has a way to sell out the bamboo seeds, and Yuju, who is backed by Princess Huangjing, will definitely be able to do it. Bamboo said, I can't take out 20,000. 10,000. Yuju said, okay. Bamboo, if you want to make a fortune, you should quickly expand the scale of bamboo planting. Bamboo complained, hybrid breeding is not only about expanding the scale to produce on a large scale, but also requires precise control of bee colonies to collect pollen and pollinate. Even so, the condensed bamboo may not be all green bamboo, and there is also a process of selecting seeds. Seed selection requires mental inspection, which is a very tedious task. I understand. Bamboo. Then you should consider redeeming a few more young soldiers to help with the work. Yuju has a straightforward side to her character and continued. I heard in the Yodi Mountains that Princess Chijin bought a longevity peach and spent 2 million raw stones. You Chiluo tribe must devote all your strength to repay the debt. Banbu. I'm afraid you won't buy goods from me this year? Banbu glanced at Yuju's back and thought to himself, you don't have much to sell. Yes. I need to save a lot of raw stones to support Princess Qi Jian. Banbu replied. I understand. Yuju followed the mountain trade road and climbed up the mountain quickly. His steps suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at the rain bamboo God-given seed. He asked with difficulty. Another God-given seed? Banbu replied, yes. It's a brand new bamboo species that was cultivated last year. I named it rain bamboo. If nothing goes wrong, it can bloom and bear seeds every year. Has the Chonglu caravan been here a long time ago? Yuju suddenly jumped up and cried out, when I was in Chilfen County, I thought about going straight to Liju Peak. What a pity! I missed a big deal. Chapter 192 Bamboo's Principles. Bamboo understands the principle of the lips and teeth are cold. Bamboo must support Zhejiang County Lord's promotion to Cockroach King. Money is tight, so he is very frugal, only providing 100 raw stones to the rain bamboo God-given seed every day. Insufficient original force. Slow development. So far, 64 bamboo poles of rain bamboo have just grown, and are still struggling to accumulate strength. The 512 underground stems derived from the third batch are still in the growth stage. Yuju first glanced at it, and felt that the scale of the rain bamboo God-given seed was too small. After a mental scan, he found the underground stems. After a closer look, he realized that the bamboo poles of rain bamboo were taller and more luxuriant than the green bamboo, and it was a better quality bamboo species. The caravan rules are first come first served. The Chonglu caravan came first, so it must have the priority to obtain the purchase rights of the bamboo fruit produced by the rain bamboo God-given seed. God of nature, I can obviously go faster than the Chonglu caravan. I missed a big deal. Yuju's wailing became more and more tragic. Bamboo shook his head and asked, Yuju, don't you ask how the rain bamboo is cultivated? Strange question. Yuju was stunned for 2 seconds, then reacted and asked, is it Xiangyu? Bamboo simply said, yes. The Xiangyu you gave played a major role. In accordance with the promise, I left the purchase rights of the rain bamboo to your caravan. Master Bamboo. Happiness came too suddenly. Yuju was so excited that he was a little incoherent. After holding it in for a while, he said solemnly, I'll remember it. We will become the best partners. We are the best partners. Bamboo said with a smile, Yuju, remember to pay more attention in the future and collect rare bamboo species. This will also be good for you. I understand. Yuju sighed, Bamboo. Xiangju was successfully cultivated in the first year of sowing, and a new bamboo species was harvested, and a God-given seed was harvested. It's incredible. Yuju's little follower Fuling couldn't help but interrupt and sighed. Those powerful tribes occupying territories with abundant force have not obtained God-given seeds as frequently as this. Bamboo laughed, naturally. The true God favors. Yuju said, but then again, the abundance of force in Liju Peak. It can be regarded as a top treasure land. Yes, it is blessed by nature. Bamboo waved his tentacles and called, Yuju, let's go up the mountain first. Complete the transaction, and then chat slowly. Okay. Yuju agreed readily. Yuju had inquired clearly in Yangti County, and knew in advance the production of the bloodthorn God-given seeds last year, and the raw stones were prepared in advance. The transaction was very simple. Data commanded the ant colony to move 4,000 bloodthorn seeds out of the cave. Yuju scanned with his mental power and counted the quantity and quality. Last year, the improvement of the bloodthorn God-given seeds was mainly due to the improvement of the pulp quality and overall yield. The improvement of the bloodthorn seeds was very small and did not reach the level of price increase. The unit price was still 6 raw stones. Fuling and Qingshuang took down 2 spider silk bags, counted out 240 raw stones, and handed them to Bamboo to check the weight. Completed a transaction. Data then directed the worker ants to move out a bag of green bamboo seeds. The unit price of bamboo seeds was low, so Yuju stopped counting and said directly, Bamboo, I have to pay you 1,000 raw stones for last year's bamboo seeds. Fuling moved quickly and immediately took out 10 raw stones from the spider silk bag and handed them forward. Bamboo waved his antennae, pointed at Fengling, and said, half of the bamboo seed income belongs to Fengling, and the raw stones are given to it. Bamboo asked again, Fengling, What kind of force food do you need for growth? You can buy it from Yuju. Ah! Feng Ling shook his antennae and said, Bamboo. You are responsible for cultivating bamboo species. I did nothing. I can't take this income. I can earn 1,000 raw stones every year from the God-given seeds of the southern snake tendon vine. It's enough. Absolutely enough. After all, he has been with me for 3 or 4 years. But he is still so useless. He thinks that 1,000 raw stones are enough. And more is too much to spend. Bamboo sighed helplessly and said, Feng Ling. The golden bamboo was first discovered in your territory. And you have been responsible for its management and care. According to the agreement, you must get half. This is a matter of principle. Bamboo said again, you should look at the long term. You must be promoted to the mountain master. And you must plan to be promoted to the county master. High-level warriors can earn 1,000 raw stones every year. With reasonable distribution, they can be promoted to the mountain master. A warrior at the level of a mountain master can have a stable extra income of 2,000 raw stones every year. It is not impossible to look forward to being promoted to a princess. If you spend reasonably and work hard, you may become a princess. Okay. Okay then. Feng Ling answered with a lack of confidence. Feeling ashamed, Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, Fooling. Feng Ling has 2,000 raw stones. He is currently a senior warrior in the 6th age. Please introduce him to suitable goods. Okay. Fooling placed the raw stones neatly on the ground. Quickly climbed onto Yuju's back. Picked and selected. And selected the original force food. Bamboo and Yuju continued to discuss. Yuju asked, Bamboo. The seeds given by the god of rain bamboo should have some kind of effect of strengthening the physique? The yield is difficult to determine. But the quality is mostly above average. Bamboo said, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be like this. Yuju asked, how much deposit do I need to pay? Bamboo said, this is a brand new bamboo species. I am not sure whether it will bloom and bear fruit this year, and how many fruits it will bear. But I need raw stones urgently this year, and I must collect a deposit. Bamboo looked at Yuju's back and asked, Yuju, how much raw stone deposit can you pay? Yuju asked tentatively, 10,000 raw stones? In the case that various information about the rain bamboo God-given seeds is unclear, paying 10,000 raw stones as a deposit is actually a lot. Bamboo asked tentatively, can you have more? I'm in short supply of raw stones. Yuju said, I only have 13,000 raw stones left to use. And another 10,000 spare raw stones, which were lent to me by Princess Huangjing for emergency use. The road of traveling merchants is still long, and I have to keep enough for backup. Then 20,000. Bamboo said, I'm short of money this year, but I'll have more money next year. Yuju, when you come, remember to get some good things from Princess Huangjing. Then, Bamboo, I'll help you once. Yuju was actually in a dilemma, but she still agreed and continued. Princess Huangjing has been a merchant for a long time and has a wide range of business. What she lacks the most is high-quality goods. Bamboo said, continue to help me find and collect rare bamboo species. As usual, you provide bamboo species, and I will cultivate new high-quality bamboo species and give priority to your caravan. No need to remind me. I will also do everything possible to help you collect bamboo species. After Yuju finished speaking, he sighed. I didn't expect the cultivation potential of bamboo to be so huge. After chatting until dawn, the Yuju caravan rested for another day at Liju Peak before saying goodbye and leaving, heading straight for Qijing County. Half a month later, Princess Day arrived at Liju Peak with more than 30 senior warriors from Qijing County. These warriors were all here to carry the raw stones. Bamboo took out 30,000 stones as agreed, and briefly asked Princess Qijing about her recent situation, expressing his concern for the promotion to the Cockroach King. After a few simple chats, Princess Day told Bamboo that Princess Qijing would fall into a deep sleep within half a month. If all goes well, she would wake up within 3 months, and she would report it at that time. They were in a hurry, and then they said goodbye and left. After trading with 2 caravans, Bamboo earned more than 55,000 raw stones, took out 30,000, and had 25,000 left, which seemed a lot, but in fact it was barely enough. The seeds given by the god of rain bamboo gave rise to 512 bamboo poles, and if he tried his best, he would have to invest at least 5,000 raw stones. During the bamboo fruit ripening season, 7,000 raw stones must be invested in the green bamboo god-given seeds to ensure the quality of the fruit. The rain bamboo God-given seeds are initially judged to be of upper to lower quality. The number of bamboo fruits and the size of each fruit are still uncertain. The reserve of 13,000 raw stones is not too much. And it may not be enough if things go wrong. Chapter 193 Bad News. It is the beginning of summer again. Bamboo led the 7 bamboo rat warriors led by the Rat King to the Yangtze Mountains, ready to send them into the bamboo sea to continue looking for bamboo species. He visited Princess Chui Rong on the way to keep in touch. First of all, Princess Chui Rong is an elder worthy of respect. Secondly, if Princess Qi Jian is unlucky and fails to be promoted to the Cockroach King, the strongest pillar of the Qi Cockroach tribe will be gone. In addition to the troubles caused by the Fakian Fire Cockroach tribe's land reclamation and expansion, Liju Peak can only rely on Princess Chui Rong to take care of it for a long time in the future. Princess Chui Rong. Rhubarb Fruit Banyan. When he arrived at the Chui Rong Mountains, Bamboo greeted him and made a new discovery with a glance. Hey, another little soldier. And a little ant king. The big yellow fruit banyan, with the seeds given by God settled in the Chui Rong Peak, next to the Chui Rong Princess. In front of the living cave, the flat square for drying dried fruit seeds was expanded a little, and a layer of gray-black stone slabs was paved. On the flat ground, a little soldier with a body length of only about 6 centimeters and a little ant king with a body length of only about 5 centimeters were having fun. The little soldier was chasing a cricket, and the little ant king commanded his ant colony to block it. Bamboo! The big yellow fruit banyan greeted. Bamboo. Here you go again! The Chui Rong princess asked, looking for bamboo seeds? Where are those bamboo rat soldiers? They have come so many times that they know the way and go to the bamboo sea by themselves. I came to visit you before the busy season. After saying this, Bamboo stared at the little ant king and its ant colony carefully. In terms of body shape, it is similar to the strong harvester ants but slightly different. It should be the harvester ants from the northern wilderness. Bamboo can't tell which ant tribe it belongs to. Princess Chui Rong noticed Bamboo's doubts and asked, Bamboo, which ant species do you think it belongs to? Bamboo carefully searched the inherited memory of the Red Blatella tribe and found 13 similar harvester ant species. The information was disordered, and he couldn't tell them apart for a while. De Huangguo Rong saw Bamboo's embarrassment and immediately reminded him. Bamboo is a mobile harvester ant, and a weak ant tribe that is not favored by the gods. It was brought here by Princess Huang Jing's caravan. I named it Mobile. In the future, Mobile will be responsible for some trivial work in Chui Rong Peak like Datu. The strong insect tribe has a natural sense of superiority and looks down on those weak insect tribes that are not favored by the gods. Princess Chui Rong must have seen the great role played by Datu in the operation and development of Liju Peak. So she followed suit and commissioned the caravan to get one. Bamboo couldn't help but secretly slander. These guys are not good at association and innovation, but they are first class at imitating and following the trend. Good. A wise choice, Bamboo said, and continued to praise. Is that the little guy who was born this year? So cute. The little warrior was very timid. He had long been frightened by Bamboo's black shell and unique body shape. He hid in a small cave, with only half of his head exposed to look out. It is a little warrior born this year in Chui Rong Peak. Chui Rong Princess was very proud. She pointed at the distant valley with her tentacles and introduced, it was born there. De Huangguo Rong, and I didn't notice it. The little guy was smart and climbed up the mountain to find us. The west side of Chui Rong Peak is steep, forming a deep valley between the mountain range. Bamboo's mind turned quickly and analyzed. The distance is a little far. It should be that after Chui Rong Princess was promoted, the princess's strong aura spread, driving away the birds, snakes, rats and other natural enemies in the valley. And ordinary cockroaches multiplied and spread into the valley. Bamboo confirmed his previous guess. The dark environment is more suitable for ordinary small cockroaches to survive, which can increase the probability of awakening the force. It seems that Liju Peak should plant more tall bamboo species such as Maju. Smart little guy. Bamboo was thinking about the development of his territory. Absent-minded, and agreed casually. Princess Chui Rong asked, Bamboo. The 3 little warriors of Liju Peak should be promoted to intermediate warriors. Right? Bamboo replied, Little Red Rice is almost there. Duju and Hongdao are already intermediate warriors, and they will become advanced warriors at the latest next year. Princess Chui Rong asked, Don't you plan to expand the number of warriors in Liju Peak? Bamboo asked back, Princess Chui Rong. Are you going to send this little warrior to Liju Peak? Haha. Bamboo. You think wrong. Princess Chuerong laughed and said, I mean to redeem some little warriors from the caravan. Starting next year. Your Jinping Mountain. The pulse may not be stable. Taking care of the little warriors is a troublesome matter. I have to wait until the current little warriors in Liju Peak grow up before considering it. After saying this, Bamboo continued, the Jinping Mountains have never been stable. Princess Chuerong shook her tentacles and pointed to the south, across the Jinjiang River, and said, I received news that the black and white cockroach and the fantasy cockroach tribes are planning to jointly open up 2 mountain ranges corresponding to Yaomati. It's very hasty. I'm afraid it will be launched together with the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe. That is, this autumn. Bamboo heard that his 6 legs were weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Is the news reliable? 2 days ago, Princess Chiofeng issued the development order. Princess Chuerong said, sighing, it's a troubled time. Troublesome times? Are they trying to kill me? Bamboo lamented. The Flying Fire Cockroach tribe is not targeting Bamboo and Jinping Mountains, but the entire Red Cockroach tribe. They are eager to seize the abundant force in Yaomati. The Black and White Flower Cockroach and Fantasy Flower Cockroach tribes are even less likely to target Bamboo or Jinping Mountains. They are targeting the entire Fire Cockroach Kingdom. It may also be said that they are worried that the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe will save trouble when expanding the land and drive the Beast Warriors to the other side of the Jinjiang River. In short, the Jinping Mountains and Taidao Mountains, which are the closest, will suffer in the end. Similarly, the Yabai Mountains on the other side of the river are bound to be seriously affected. Bamboo hurriedly returned to Liju Peak, and then hurried to the Yabai Mountains to visit the Lord of Huabai Mountain. Lord of Huabai Mountain. Bamboo! I was thinking about whether to visit you. When the 2 brothers met, a different atmosphere of grief and indignation quickly fermented and spread. I heard that your Flower Cockroach Kingdom is going to expand the territory again. Yes. I just received the news 2 days ago. The Lord of Huabai Mountain asked, I heard that it was your Fire Cockroach Kingdom that took the lead in launching the expansion order? Yes. There were signs last year. Bamboo said, there is also a reason why your Black and White Flower Cockroach tribe expanded the Magnolia and Heather Mountain ranges. You stimulated the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe. The Lord of Huabai Mountain said, it is our remote mountain ranges that are unlucky. Bamboo agreed, the most unlucky are you and me. Silence at the same time. Bamboo turned his head slightly and looked down the mountain. The scale-leaved Araucaria tree is really tall. The fir forest is obviously 1 level higher than the nearby jungle. Bamboo said, Master Huabai, your fir tree has fruit again. Remember to give me 2 seeds this year. I will plant them for fun in Liju Peak. I'll give you 3. Master Huabai readily agreed, and then advised, it's best not to breed live seeds. The area north of the Yabai Mountains is not suitable for the growth of such large trees. I understand. Plant them for fun. Bamboo just wanted to ease the atmosphere. It can be seen that Master Huabai was extremely depressed. In the Yabai Mountains, most warriors are scattered on the hills of the mountains to survive alone. This distribution pattern is easy to be successfully attacked by beast warriors. Chapter 194 Sympathy for Each Other. After hesitating for a long time, Huabai Mountain Lord asked, Bamboo, I also heard that your Qijing County Lord is being promoted to the Cockroach King. Bamboo flicked his antennae and replied, yes. Huabai Mountain Lord asked, is the probability of success high? Bamboo said, half probability. Very good. Huabai Mountain Lord said with some envy, the situation of County Lord Chiofeng is similar to that of County Lord Qi Jian. She is a little older. If she can buy a longevity peach, the probability of successfully being promoted to the Cockroach King will be more than half. The longevity peach blooms and bears fruit once every 9 years, and only 33 peaches are produced each time. For the alien races outside the Fire Crab Kingdom, it is a luxury to be able to buy one. Bamboo asked, hasn't Princess Chiofeng been planning to be promoted to the Cockroach King? The Lord of Huabai Mountain said, Chiofeng County has not yet produced an outstanding warrior who can take over Princess Chiofeng's position. And Princess Chiofeng dare not take the risk. It goes to Changsheng County every year to visit the Changsheng Cockroach King. But the Changsheng Cockroach King has always refused to sell a longevity peach. We are all cockroaches, and we live next to each other. You, the Changsheng Cockroach King, are too disrespectful of friendship. Perhaps the Changsheng longevity peach is sold at 2 million raw stones, which is a bit too cheap. Bamboo choked for a long time and asked, "Does Princess Jiufeng have any plans for land reclamation and expansion? I mean your Yabai Mountains." The Lord of Yabai Mountain said, "It will send 300 of its own tribe to garrison in the Yabai Mountains for a year. In addition, it will gather a large number of tribesmen every late autumn and winter to clean up the beast warriors roaming in my territory." This approach is not very meaningful. Bamboo's Jinping Mountains are almost in a state of abandonment. Jinping Mountains are completely abandoned. And the mountains to the northwest of the Yabai Mountains are also completely abandoned. The beast warriors who were expelled due to land reclamation and expansion will wander around. They hate the Cockroach tribe and wait for an opportunity to launch a revenge attack. There is no reason to be a thief for 1,000 days, but not to be on guard against thieves all day. The garrisoned warriors of the same tribe will leave sooner or later, and they will stay for 2 or 3 years at most. Hatred is lifelong, but the troubles of beast warriors cannot be eliminated in 2 or 3 years. The Lord of Yabai Mountain asked, "Bamboo, what are you going to do? Your Chiluo tribe has so few people. How do you plan to deal with it?" Bamboo said, "We should send a few mountain master level warriors to stay in Liju Peak to help guard it. The terrain of Jinping Mountain is complex, and it is too troublesome to clear it. I am afraid that there will not be enough warriors. I am worse off than you." The Lord of Yabai Mountain sighed, "I am suffering with you." Bamboo said, "The geographical environment is given by the true God of nature, and I am helpless too. Forget it. Let's not talk about this bad thing." The Lord of Yabai Mountain asked, "Bamboo, what is the longevity peach of Qijing County Lord? You spent 2 million raw stones to buy it? Your Red Blatten tribe is very poor now, right?" Bamboo said truthfully, "The raw stones were collected by everyone, almost emptying the savings of the entire tribe. Then the bloodthorn seeds you produced this year must be difficult to sell within the tribe, right?" Bamboo replied, "Yes. The Yabai Mountain Lord really knows how to find opportunities," and immediately said, "I can help you deal with a batch. The price is not high, just the same as the caravan." Bamboo, "You calculate. Sell it to me. You can also get a batch of raw stones." "It makes sense." Bamboo pondered. "The unit price of bloodthorn seeds is low, not to mention the warriors with the seeds of God. Even some wealthy mountain owners have the financial resources to buy them. The bloodthorn seeds will definitely not be difficult to sell, even if they cannot be sold out. They can be well preserved until the beginning of next spring and sold to the caravan. The rain bamboo fruit may be a bit troublesome. The high quality and large size of each fruit will inevitably lead to a high price per piece, and ordinary soldiers do not have the financial resources to buy it. The preservation is also a problem." Bamboo glanced at the Lord of Yabai Mountain. The black and white Cockroach tribe owns the mineral veins and always looks rich and powerful. Why not sell it to them at a high price? Lord Yabai Mountain, your Princess Jiufeng needs a batch of force food to strengthen her physique? No. Bamboo, the most precious thing about the bloodthorn seed is its enhanced effect of increasing the efficiency of force utilization. This effect, the younger you get it, the greater the benefit. We have thousands of young warriors in the black and white Cockroach tribe, and Princess Jiufeng is happy to spend raw stones to buy it." When Lord Huabai saw that Bamboo was showing signs of loosening, he said, "Bamboo, your red Cockroach tribe may be poor for several years, right? First of all, it makes sense. Secondly, if you sell it to me, you can get 2 more raw stones for each bloodthorn seed. So why not?" Bamboo said, "Lord Huabai Mountain, I should be at Liju Peak, waiting for you to visit me." "Huh?" Lord Huabai Mountain was a little confused. Bamboo said, "Master Huabai, we are neighbors across the river. We should visit each other more often and get to know each other better. We are all cockroaches, so we should help each other, right?" "Yes." Master Huabai was even more confused. Bamboo said, "Let's go. Master Huabai, go to Liju Peak. There are surprises." Bamboo has successively obtained various God-given seeds. Not only has he become indifferent, but his fellow warriors are no longer as shocked and curious as before, and are no longer so keen to publicize it. The news of the God-given seeds of Yuju was only spread in the Taidao Mountains. Many warriors in the nearby Shuirong Mountains and Hongju Mountains are still unaware of it. The social form of raw stones is closed to information and not deliberately publicized. So the black and white Cockroach tribe is even less aware of it. Huabai Mountain Lord was very puzzled by Bamboo's words and asked, "What surprise? Could it be that the production of green bamboo has increased? Or are there too many bloodthorns to sell?" Bamboo flapped his wings and took off, saying, "The distance is not far. You will understand when you go there." "Okay." Huabai Mountain Lord shook his tentacles and used wireless communication to notify nearby warriors to help look after the territory. Then flapped his wings and took off, following Bamboo. Bamboo led Huabai Mountain Lord and landed directly next to the rain bamboo, so that it could observe closely. It was not Bamboo showing off. After all, it was a large-scale transaction involving more than 10,000 raw stones, and it was most appropriate to see it with his own eyes and experience it personally. Bamboo. Is this another God-given seed? Bamboo. Who is it? I think it will hurt me. Get rid of it quickly. Huabai Mountain Lord and the rain bamboo tree spirit conveyed information to Bamboo at the same time. It is the Lord of Huabai Mountain. It is my friend and will not hurt you. Bamboo conveyed a soothing thought to Yuju and introduced to the Lord of Huabai Mountain. This is the God-given seed of Yuju. If nothing goes wrong, it will bloom and bear fruit this year. It is of lower quality, and the number of bamboo fruits cannot be determined, judging from the smell. It should have some kind of effect of strengthening the physique. The Lord of Huabai Mountain vaguely sensed that the Yuju tree spirit was conveying information to Bamboo, and he knew in his heart that it was his rash entry into the territory that caused the tree spirit to panic. He locked onto a bamboo pole, scanned it with his mental power, confirmed that Bamboo's description was correct, and then quickly retreated and left the territory of the God-given seed. Another God-given seed. The Lord of Huabai Mountain still couldn't get rid of the shock. The original force of Liju Peak is abundant, and the probability of the birth of the seeds bestowed by God is relatively high. Bamboo himself didn't quite believe this excuse, and said, "The true God of nature favors us. The true God of nature favors us especially." The Lord of Huabai Mountain said aggrievedly, "You and I are only separated by a river. Why doesn't the true God of nature favor the Yabai Mountain range?" Bamboo changed the subject and asked, "Lord of Huabai Mountain, are you interested in buying a batch of bamboo fruits?" "Of course." After saying this, the Lord of Huabai Mountain added, "It depends on the specific strengthening effect to decide how much to buy. The effect of strengthening the basic physical type is easy to produce precious and rare high-priced varieties, and it is also easy to produce useless varieties that are not very helpful for growth." Bamboo touched the antenna to show his understanding. Master Huabai asked, "Bamboo, what kind of bamboo is this?" The bamboo poles look really beautiful. It is a high-quality bamboo species obtained by hybridization, named rain bamboo. Bamboo said, "Master Huabai, I may not have enough raw stones in reserve. Can you pay the deposit first?" Chapter 195. I'm not full. Pay the deposit at this time? Bamboo, are you in need of raw stones? The Lord of Huabai Mountain was not as straightforward as Yuju. In fact, only young insects like Yuju, who were only interested in making a fortune and had little experience in dealing with the world, would not hesitate to take out 20,000 raw stones to support Bamboo. In need, Bamboo would not let the old sly Lord of Huabai Mountain catch his tail, and then emphasized, "There are only a little more than 20,000 raw stones in reserve, which may not be enough." More than 20,000. The Lord of Huabai Mountain calculated in his mind, looked at the seeds bestowed by the God of Rain Bamboo again, moved his antennae, and said word by word, "Indeed, it may not be enough." As an experienced and smart insect, the Lord of Huabai Mountain would not do things like sending carbon in the snow, but was more keen on adding icing on the cake. "Bamboo, I'll give you another 5,000 raw stones as a deposit. How about that?" 5,000. Bamboo said truthfully, "When the bamboo fruit given by the green bamboo god matures, it is fixed to invest 7,000 raw stones, and the remaining 18,000 raw stones should be enough." After saying that, Bamboo added, "Master Huabai, the rain bamboo fruit is ripe, tasted, and priced. I have to decide the sales quantity based on the unit price and the deposit." Master Huabai hesitated, tangled for a long time, and said, "It's a bit risky. Just 5,000 raw stones. I think it's about right." Bamboo asked, "Don't you regret it?" Master Huabai said angrily, "What should I regret? More than 10 caravans pass through Chiofeng County every year. Is there any goods that can't be bought with raw stones? At most, it will be more expensive." Bamboo said, "Okay. 5,000. Master Huabai said, "I'm too lazy to run away. Bamboo, you come with me again, and get the raw stones yourself." After receiving the 5,000 raw stone deposit from the Master of Huabai Mountain, Bamboo felt a little relieved. At least he didn't need to worry about the raw stone reserves this year. Solve the small troubles that may arise. There are also big troubles. This autumn, the expansion of the land by the flying fire cockroach and the fantasy flower cockroach tribe is a big trouble. It's a headache to think about it. There is only one effective way to deal with it. That is to improve the combat power of Liju Peak. At present, the Big Bear is the strongest combat power in Liju Peak. Bamboo invited Yabai to come to Liju Peak to help guard it for a few days. And he took the Big Bear to the swamp. The Black Bear is also a large-sized high-level beast with meridians and high efficiency in using the original force. Compared with insect warriors, it is easier to grow. After eating a large amount of high-quality original force food, the Big Bear began to show the breadth of metal elements. And it became more and more obvious. This is a precursor to awakening elemental abilities, and a precursor to breaking through and being promoted to the level of Mountain Master. In the resonance force field, the edge of the lake smashed by the metal core. Bamboo asked, Big Bear, do you remember the soul capture secret art I taught you last time? I remember, a lot. Big Bear scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Bamboo, the secret art you taught me was too complicated. And it has been too long since then. So I forgot some things. Bamboo guessed it. And directly stretched out his forelimbs. Carved a body structure diagram on the smooth floor. And taught it again. Big Bear lay quietly by the lake, absorbing the free and ownerless mental power in the force field. The dominant mental power will stimulate the mutation of the soul. And the mutation of the soul will induce the mutation of the body cells. The metal life form, the purest metal element attribute, can make it easier for Big Bear to awaken the metal ability and gain stronger metal ability. However, the soul of the Big Bear has a certain repulsion to the ownerless spiritual power emanating from the metal core, which is inefficient and slow. The Big Bear cannot go into the water either. It will probably take 10 days or half a month to absorb it by lying on the lakeside. It is too time-consuming, which is why Bamboo doesn't like to bring the Big Bear here to absorb. Bamboo has been here before. His soul is saturated. He silently lies 30 meters away, alert and on guard. He is not idle. He keeps carving and drawing on the ground, and sometimes does some intense exercises, experiments and attempts, and deduces the exercises. Staying in Liju Peak, either there is farm work to do, or it is tossed by the two little guys Duju and Hungmi, and it is always uneasy. In the resonance force field, you can calm down. It is a rare tranquility. When you focus on something, time always passes quickly. 10 days have passed before you know it. As usual, Bamboo walked out of the resonance force field at dusk, searched in the nearby hills, and hunted a wild goat. Eat first, and leave the rest outside the force field. Then walk into the force field. Mobilize mental power. And shout, Big Bear, it's time to eat. No response. Big Bear? Bamboo called. Still no response. Suddenly alert. Through the rolling black metal mist, it is difficult to see the situation in the distance. The mental power is expanded, scanned, and immediately found Big Bear, similar to the sleeping state. Breathing is steady and slow. The breath of the original force is naturally restrained. The power of the resonant force field attempts to erode the body, but is blocked by the hair on the surface. This is evolution? Oops. Stupid. Bamboo's mind raced, and he instantly thought of various disadvantages. The most fatal drawback of evolving in a resonant force field is that it is impossible to absorb the natural force. The second is that the body will instinctively consume physical energy to resist the erosion of the force field. Originally, the Big Bear was 100% able to successfully upgrade to the Mountain Master. The only difference was the strength of the awakened metal ability. Now, with this, the probability of success. During the evolution process, it is impossible to absorb the natural force, and the probability of success is reduced by 50%. The resonant force field consumes physical energy, and the probability of success is reduced by 20%. There is no food before evolution, and the probability of success is reduced by 5%. There is insufficient oxygen in the resonant force field. After a rough calculation, Bamboo concluded, it is certain to die. Evolution has signs. Why didn't it notice it? Bamboo was angry and regretful. Once it falls into a dormant evolutionary state, it is best not to disturb it. And it is even more impossible to wake it up, which will cause the vitality of the body cells in the evolutionary state to be disordered and die quickly. The biggest problem is that there is no way to replenish the force. There must be rescue measures. The resonant force field radiates outward from the center. If it blocks the big bear, the force field will be blocked. Bamboo thought of a possibility. And without hesitation, he flapped his wings and took off, rushing towards the Yandi Mountains at the maximum speed. Bamboo C. Bishling. Fortunately, it happened to be the time when the 7 bamboo rat warriors led by the Rat King returned to the Changsheng cave to rest and recuperate. They were gathering in the cave to eat bamboo. Bamboo, why are you here? The Rat King was keenly aware of Bamboo's anxiety and impatience, and asked, is there something wrong with Li Zhufeng? Not Li Zhufeng. It's the big bear that's in trouble. Bamboo asked, are you all full? It turned out that something happened to the big bear. The Rat King was relieved, dropped the bamboo, and asked, what happened to the big bear? Bamboo didn't explain, and simply said, if you are full, follow me, follow me. I am full. The Rat King turned his head and asked, Maju, are you full? I am full. Maju turned his head and asked, Shuizhu, are you full? Stop talking nonsense. Bamboo was angry and shouted, follow me if you are full. Run back to Jinping Mountains. Don't stop. I am not full. Baiyu raised his paw and said weakly, Bamboo. They asked me to cut bamboo. I haven't had time to eat. I have been hungry for several days. This idiot. Bamboo flapped his wings and said, get on my back armor. I will carry you and run. Chapter 196 Guarding the Barrier. Maju and the other 5 bamboo rat warriors were promoted to senior warriors, thanks to their martial arts training. Their speed and endurance were barely acceptable. Bamboo was flying at low altitude. They were running wildly on the ground. After a day and a night, they arrived at the swamp. The Rat King was fine. He was currently a L5 senior warrior, and could barely endure such a long journey. Maju and the other 5 bamboo rat warriors were exhausted. Bamboo shook Baizu off and said, Baizu, find something to eat. Ah? Baizu looked around blankly and asked, Bamboo, is there any bamboo nearby? No. Bamboo said, find some grass roots or thatch, and fill your stomach quickly. Oh. Baizu lay on Bamboo's back armor, and had a good sleep. He was still dazed, and walked towards the resonance field. The Rat King couldn't stand it anymore, so he jumped up, slapped Baizu down with a slap, and shouted, where are you going? Baizu felt the pain and became more sober. He shook his head, stretched out his front paw, pointed at the black fog in front, and shouted, look. What is that? No wonder this guy is always beaten. And there is a reason. Bamboo said, Baizu, the hills next to it are full of weeds and sedges. And there are also flame clusters of sedges in the nearby swamps. Go and get some food. 400 or 500 meters away is a small hill with weeds and a few clusters of sedges, which are ready-made food. Baiju's eyes rolled, and he ran forward. The Rat King stretched out his front paw, pointed at the resonant force field, and asked solemnly, Bamboo, what is that? What happened to the big bear? That is an energy field. Bamboo swung his tentacles vigorously, and said seriously, it can't be explained in a short time. And there is no need to explain more. The place where he stopped was the edge of the resonant force field. After several years, as the energy dissipated, the scope of the force field shrank, and what was left after retreating was a smooth and flat stone floor. Bamboo circled around, locked Jinju with his mental power, and shouted, don't resist. Let me take a closer look at the meridian structure of your bamboo rats. Okay. Okay. Jinju had just been promoted to a senior warrior not long ago, and he was the most tired and depressed, and he had no energy to resist Bamboo's mental power. Bamboo scanned and carved on the ground at the same time. He was distracted and thought about how to modify the soul-catching secret art with reference to the body structure of the bamboo rat warrior. Soon, 4 structural drawings were carved. The body structure and meridian distribution of bamboo rats are extremely similar to those of humans, and the secret art needs to be modified very little. At this time, Baizu collected a large amount of Phalaenopsis stalks, and was hauling them back one by one. The 6 bamboo rat warriors recovered and began to eat to regain their strength. Rat King, Maju, come closer. I will teach you a secret skill now. Secret skill? The Rat King asked. You can think of it as a special martial art, Bamboo said, shaking his tentacles, pointing to the resonant force field, and said quickly, using this secret skill, you can absorb the ownerless spiritual power inside and strengthen your own soul. The ears of the 6 bamboo rat warriors all stood up. The Rat King asked, Bamboo. Where is the big bear? Where is it? What danger is it in? Bamboo simply waved his tentacles and said, Then you should enter the force field first and feel its characteristics. Led by the Rat King, 6 bamboo rat warriors lined up in a long line and carefully stepped into the range of the resonant force field. After sensing it for a while, they came out. The Rat King said, A very unique corrosive force. I feel very strong but very thin spiritual power. They are not controlled by the soul consciousness. Are they scattered after the fall of a powerful existence? Indeed. Bamboo said, That is the strong man you can't imagine being killed. The soul is broken, and the spiritual power naturally scattered. The Rat King was shocked and asked, Insect King? Could it be Beast King? Neither. Don't ask too much. Bamboo explained, Big Bear is about to be promoted to Cockroach King. I brought it here to absorb the ownerless spiritual power and increase the strength of awakening metal power. I never expected that it fell into a dormant state in the resonant force field. The Rat King's mind turned the fastest. After thinking for a while, he said in horror, Big Bear is in danger. Will it fail? I have an idea. Bamboo said, Stop talking nonsense. Now, you immediately follow my instructions and start practicing the soul capture secret art. Okay. The Rat King simply agreed. The 5 bamboo rat warriors nodded one after another. Baiju brought back the food and watched curiously. He quietly lay aside and followed to learn. After the teaching, the Rat King asked tentatively, Bamboo, what is your secret technique for? It's incomplete. Right? Among the 7 bamboo rat warriors and the big bear, the 8 beast warriors of Liju Peak have the highest cultivation talent. According to human standards, it is a top S-level talent. The Rat King was smart and was particularly sensitive to practice thanks to his talent. He immediately noticed that something was wrong with the secret technique sold by Bamboo. Bamboo said truthfully, The soul-capturing secret technique is too high-level and beyond your understanding. I am teaching you the introductory chapter. Want to learn the fighting moves later? You need to be at least a Beast King. The Rat King couldn't help but ask, Bamboo, aren't the Insect King and the Beast King the most powerful beings? Yes. And no. Bamboo was vague, waving his tentacles impatiently, and urged, Are you all full? The Rat King shook his head. The 5 bamboo rat warriors followed suit. Baiju helped answer, No. Bamboo said, Rat King, you should eat and rest first. But don't enter the force field to try to activate the secret technique for the time being. I'll return to Liju Peak and get a batch of raw stones. Bamboo flapped his wings and flew into the air, rushing back to Liju Peak. Bamboo, you're back. Why are you flying so fast? Yabai was startled by Bamboo's action. Yabai, Bamboo called out, went into the cave, picked up a bag of raw stones, and hurriedly flapped his wings to set off again. Bamboo? Yabai shouted, not knowing why. Bamboo's mental power surged, and he said, Yabai, Daxiong has been promoted to the Mountain Master, and something unexpected has happened. Please help me guard for a while. In the blink of an eye, his figure turned into a black dot and disappeared into the distant sky. When they returned, the 7 bamboo rat warriors had all eaten and were waiting outside the resonance field. Bamboo threw the spider silk bag containing the raw stones on the ground and said, Come on, follow me in. After saying that, he took the lead in entering the force field. The 7 bamboo rat warriors lined up in a long and neat line and followed him in. After walking a distance, Baiju couldn't hold on and naturally fell behind. More than 4 days had been wasted. As Bamboo guessed, the big bear was in a very bad state, and his breath was obviously weaker. If there was no effective rescue measure, he would definitely die. Bamboo drew circles on the ground with his toes. 5 circles, distributed in a fan shape, surrounded the big bear. Bamboo pointed to the center and said, Rat King, you lie down here, operate the secret technique, and absorb the ownerless spiritual power. Maju, Shuizhu, Hongzhu, Zizhu, the 4 of you, separate, each occupy a circle, operate the secret technique, and absorb the ownerless spiritual power. Okay. The Rat King tried the secret technique and confirmed that it could strengthen the soul. He couldn't hold back and returned to his position first. Needless to say, Maju and the other 4 bamboo rat warriors followed him back. Ginger raised his paw and asked, Bamboo, what should I do? Bamboo said, Don't make a fuss. I'll check the effect. The resonance field is based on the metal core source in the lake, radiating in all directions. The 5 bamboo rat warriors, led by the Rat King, surrounded in a fan shape, using their bodies as a barrier to block most of the erosion force. In addition, they used the soul-stealing secret technique to absorb the ownerless mental power, which could weaken it a bit. The 5 bamboo rats worked together to build a small shelter for the sleeping bear. Yes, Bamboo scanned with his mind and confirmed that it was feasible. Chapter 197 Big Bear Wakes Up. After confirming that his arrangement was correct, Bamboo continued to instruct Jinju, saying, "Jinju, go get a piece of raw stone. Remember, keep it close to your heart. Never let the erosion field touch the raw stone. Do you understand?" "I understand," Jinju replied, turning his head and running out of the resonance field. The bamboo rat warriors have sharp perceptions and flexible thinking. Jinju had long discovered that the shrouded black smoke was formed by the combination of the force and the force field. And it seemed that it also had a force field that could resist that kind of erosion. Bamboo. Baizhu has fallen behind again. Jinju ran a distance and turned back to remind him. Bamboo had long discovered that he said, "Don't worry about it. Let it absorb some mental power. It will be good for future growth." Okay. Jinju ran out of the resonance field and soon ran back with a piece of raw stone. Bamboo. How do you do it? Cut it into powder and replenish the force for the big bear. Remember? Move quickly, Bamboo said, and reminded, be careful. Don't disturb the big bear. Understood. Jinju guessed what Bamboo meant, got an accurate answer, and immediately did it. Under the protection of the Rat King and other 5 bamboo rat warriors, the resonance force field around the big bear was weakened by 90%. In the raw stone powder, the force overflowed. Part of it turned into black mist under the effect of the force field, and part of it was retained. After a long drought, the body instinctively absorbed these forces quickly by the big bear. One piece of raw stone was used up. The trend of weakening breath was stopped by obtaining the force replenishment. Bamboo's mental power swept across the big bear and ordered, Jinju, bring another piece in. Okay. Jinju quickly ran out of the force field. One piece of raw stone is 100. With one claw from Jinju, several raw stones were gone. He watched helplessly, watching the raw stones being consumed rapidly, and his heart was bleeding. Bamboo. I feel enough, Jinju reminded. Bamboo also felt that the big bear's breath had stabilized, and he tapped his tentacles and said, Jinju, you prepare a piece of raw stone and be ready to replenish the original force for the big bear at any time. Understood, Jinju replied. Bamboo had been busy for several days in a row, and had not eaten during this period. He was already tired and weak. Only then did he feel relieved. Left the resonant force field, hunted, recovered his physical strength, and took a short rest. He entered the force field again, lay behind the Rat King, spread his pulse wings, and blocked some of the radiation power. 2 days later, the big bear's body was filled with original force fluctuations corresponding to the metal ability, which was the key node of the evolutionary transformation reaching awakening. This stage consumes the most energy. Fortunately, it is a bear beast, with thick skin and flesh. It exercises regularly, eats and grows, and has a thick layer of fat under its fur as energy reserve. Its fat body helped it to survive this disaster. From the outside, its body is getting thinner and thinner, and its fur is loose. Its breath remains stable, and its vitality is only reduced at a slow rate. 3 days later, the 5 bamboo rat warriors led by the Rat King could not bear it anymore, and Bamboo allowed them to leave the resonance force field in turn and eat to replenish their energy. 5 days later, the fur on the big bear's body began to fall off, revealing the wrinkled bear skin. This is an abnormal phenomenon. The evolution of bear warriors should not have leg hair. After losing its fur, the bear looked half as thin as before. If it wasn't still full of vitality, Bamboo would have thought it had failed in evolution. The next change was even more abnormal. The wrinkled epidermis began to wither and die, cracked and peeled, revealing a brand new dark skin. The stored body fat was completely exhausted. The muscles atrophied, and the bear was so thin that only a skeleton remained. On the cheeks, the 2 originally large eyeballs almost protruded, which looked very scary. However, the beast warrior's internal organs still stored sufficient nutrients and physical energy. The evolution continued steadily, and was finally coming to an end. Are you, Jinju? With his back to the lake, the bear woke up and opened his eyes. He happened to see Jinju, who was holding a piece of raw stone and sitting not far in front. Jinju was startled and shouted in surprise, "Bamboo! The big bear is awake!" "I know." Bamboo noticed it immediately and asked, "Big bear, can you walk by yourself?" The big bear felt dizzy and tired. He was confused at first, and then found that he had no strength to lift his body. He looked down and found that his hair had fallen off, and he was so thin that he was just a skeleton. "Bamboo! Bamboo!" The big bear shouted in panic, feeling that Bamboo's mental power came from behind. But he had no strength to turn around. Bamboo said, "Rat King, you guys, quickly drag the big bear out of the resonance force field. I'm going to hunt for food." After saying that, he flapped his wings and took off, flew low over the swamp, killed an anaconda and returned. At this time, the Rat King and 7 bamboo rat warriors half pushed and half pulled the big bear out of the force field. Bamboo called the Rat King to come forward, cut the python's body, and feed the big bear. After eating and regaining some strength, the big bear asked in disbelief, "Bamboo, have I been promoted to the mountain master?" "Yes." Bamboo tapped his tentacles. A bear without fur looks extremely ugly. It is impossible to completely shield the erosion of the resonance force field. At the keynote of the big bear's evolution, there is still force erosion, first destroying the fur on the surface of the body, then invading the epidermis, causing the skin to fall off, and a small amount of invading the body, killing a large number of weak somatic cells and inducing somatic cell mutation. Bamboo has never heard of such an accident and cannot predict the consequences of the mutation. Can the fallen bear hair grow back? If not, then the big bear's appearance is a deadly combat power. Seeing that Big Bear was still confused, the Rat King helped explain, "Big Bear, you fell into a deep sleep and grew in that resonant force field. And you almost died." Bamboo also asked solemnly, "Big Bear, what's wrong with you?" Big Bear scratched his head hard, thought for a long time, and said stupidly, "Bamboo, I seem to feel a little sleepy, so I fell asleep." Bamboo said helplessly, "It's good to survive." Baiju raised his claws, pointed at the spider silk bag, and said carefully, "Big Bear, you spent 39 pieces of raw stones at once. That's 3,900 pieces. Ah." Big Bear looked at the deflated spider silk bag, a little confused and a little distressed. Bamboo was also in pain. This planet has abundant force. Under normal circumstances, it doesn't need raw stones to replenish the force to be promoted to the mountain master. Bamboo thought about it and asked, "Big Bear, what type of metal ability have you awakened?" Big Bear's eyes widened. Bewildered, Rat King reminded Big Bear, "You have eaten so many force foods that strengthen metal elements. You must be able to awaken some metal ability." Big Bear scratched his head, thinking and thinking, but couldn't figure out what ability he had gained. Bamboo pointed to the ground and asked, "Big Bear, can you sense the metal in the soil?" Big Bear was stunned again and said, "It seems that I can sense a little." Bamboo asked, "Can you control them?" "Use your mind." Big Bear tried, shook his head and said, "No." Bamboo was disappointed. He could confirm that Big Bear did not awaken the metal control ability with the strongest combat power and the greatest effect. It's most likely the metal strengthening ability. After Bamboo finished speaking, seeing that Big Bear still didn't understand, he simply explained, "It means that in the future, when you eat, you will take in extra metal elements, bones, muscles, fur and even claws, and get metal elements to strengthen and be more durable." Oh, Big Bear didn't quite understand what this meant. Bamboo was in no mood to explain further and said, "Big Bear, you are not fit to return to Liju Peak in your current state. Stay in the swamp first. You are currently in an important stage of body transformation. Pay attention to the combination of meat and vegetables when eating every day. Eat a variety of foods to shorten the transformation process." Bamboo said to the Rat King, "Rat King, you also go to find food and rest. Leave after dark and I will take you back to the bamboo sea." "Understood," the Rat King replied. Bamboo looked at Baiju and said, "Baiju is too weak now. Entering the bamboo sea will affect the speed. It just so happens that Big Bear is weak now. Baiju will stay and be responsible for reconnaissance and warning." Chapter 198 Blood Peach. The journey to the bamboo sea of the Yodai Mountains is long. So this time we are not in a hurry. We walked and stopped, and it took 4 days to go back and forth. When I saw the Big Bear again, It had more flesh on its body, and its sunken chest and cheeks were propped up, which made it look a little better. The black skin on its body began to peel off, and the new skin was pink, with sparse black fluff. It was slightly thick, tough, black and shiny, like a steel wire, coated with a layer of metallic color. Fortunately, the shed hair can grow out. Otherwise, a bear would look really ugly. The force field radiation of the metal core caused the big bear's body to change significantly. The black bear is a small bear species. The ordinary black bear is only about 1.3 meters long when it grows up, and the strong one does not exceed 1.4 meters. After evolving into a force creature, the body length is only about 1.5 meters. The evolution of beast warriors is very different from that of insects. Every time an insect warrior sheds his shell and grows, his body size grows significantly. For example, in the cockroach tribe, the newborn warrior is less than 5 centimeters long. After gradually growing up and being promoted to a mountain master, his body length can reach about 4.5 meters. During the process of sleeping and evolving, the beast warrior will not have any changes in body size. After the successful evolution, the body size will slowly grow slightly through eating for a period of time. When Da Xiong was a L9 advanced warrior, his body length was only more than 1.8 meters, less than 1.9 meters. Now that he has been promoted to the level of a mountain master, it has grown rapidly to more than 2 meters in just 4 days. In the next month or so, it will definitely continue to grow. The sudden increase in body size caused by genetic mutations is difficult for Bamboo to estimate for the time being. However, the awakened metal ability of the big bear has destined it to be only able to fight in close combat. The sudden increase in size is a good thing. A tall and majestic body can always gain an advantage in hand-to-hand combat. Bamboo has been away from Liju Peak for too long and must return as soon as possible. The secret of the metal core should not be made public. The big bear is not convenient to show its head in its current appearance. Bamboo simply arranged for it to go with Baidu and walk slowly towards Liju Peak. It happened that it was midsummer now, and all kinds of wild fruits were ripe. They could collect wild fruits and eat them on the way to supplement the nutrients needed for the rapid growth of the body. Baiju was bullied by the other 6 bamboo rat warriors every day. He was very smart and vigilant. The big bear was a beast warrior at the level of the mountain master. Few beasts in the jungle could withstand its palm. The two of them traveled together, so there was no need to worry about safety issues. Bamboo. Where is the black bear warrior? Yabai saw Bamboo returning alone and asked in confusion, noticing that the spider silk bag of raw stones carried by Bamboo was missing a small half bag. He was even more puzzled and asked, I remember you said it was promoted to the mountain master? What trouble did it encounter? Bamboo said, the big bear's brain is not working well. It is confused, and it fell into a deep sleep and grew in a place where the original force is scarce. Naturally, the original force is insufficient, and we can only consume the raw stones to replenish it. Yabai breathed a sigh of relief and said, it is easier for beast warriors to be promoted than our insect warriors. Naturally, the lack of original force is a small problem. It should succeed. Right? It succeeded. Bamboo said, I let it collect fresh wild fruits in the jungle to eat, replenish the nutrients needed for growth, and come back in a few days. From then on, Liju Peak also has warriors at the level of mountain masters guarding it. Yabai couldn't help but look at the spider silk bag containing the raw stone again, secretly feeling sorry for Bamboo, but still agreed and said, that's right. From now on, Liju Peak will be guarded by a mountain master level warrior, and I believe that ordinary beast warriors dare not rush to attack. Iron Knife Mountain Master and Flame Cluster Banmao are always worried about your safety. Now they should be relieved. Prejudice is wavering. The trust built by fighting side by side is the most solid. Big Bear participated in the battle to protect Liju Peak twice, and played a great role both times. The warriors of the Iron Knife Mountain Range have special trust in it. Moreover, it is obvious that Big Bear, Big Head, and the 7-headed bamboo rat warriors all played a very important role in the construction of Liju Peak. Yabai was always in a good mood when he heard that Big Bear was fine, and said, Bamboo, I have been away from the territory for too long, and I should go back to take a look. Yabai, I really trouble you this time. Bamboo's mental power unfolded and scanned, but there was no trace of Duju, Taiwa, and Hongmi. Where are the 3 little guys? The blood peaches in Fingling's territory are almost ripe, and they are eagerly waiting for them. Oh! Bamboo was speechless. Yabai said. Let's go down the mountain and take a look. The fire-tongue trees cultivated by the Fakin fire cockroach tribe are famous on the continent. Of course, such a large tribe must have more than one excellent tree species. The Changsheng cockroach king focuses on cultivating peach trees. Among the insects and descendants that walked out of its territory, there are many warriors who like peach trees. North of Qijing County is called Blood Peach County. The blood peach tree is the famous tree species of the Blood Peach County Lord. And it is also a precious tree species that is forbidden to spread outside. The most proud and valued thing of Fengling is its blood peach tree. The origin of the blood peach seeds is quite legendary. It is said that when Princess Blood Peach went to the Blatella Kingdom for a trade, she passed by the Yabai Mountains and rested on the way. She happened to land in Fengling's territory. At that time, Fengling was only a mid-level warrior and lived alone on the mountain. Princess Blood Peach felt sorry for her and gave her a blood peach seed. Blood peach, as its name suggests, is blood red before it matures, bright and juicy, and exudes a strong fruity fragrance. It looks good. It tastes sweet. In addition to the basic effect of strengthening the vitality of the Blatella tribe, the life seed fruit also has a slightly enhanced effect of increasing endurance. A very practical additional effect. Fengling stayed under the blood peach tree. The three greedy little guys lay next to Fengling, staring at the peach tree, looking forward to the blood peaches ripening. Bamboo, you're finally back. Where's Big Bear? It'll be fine, right? And Liz Yufeng. Besides Big Head, Fengling has the best relationship with Big Bear. Whenever there are fruits ripening in the territory, they will send some to Big Bear. Fortunately, he was successfully promoted to the Mountain Master. Bamboo gave a definite answer first, and then brought out that set of rhetoric, explaining. Big Bear suddenly fell into a deep sleep to grow up. It was too unlucky. It happened to choose a place with a lack of original force. I had no choice but to use the original stone to help it replenish its original force. That's good. It's okay. You can still earn more if you lose the original stone. It's good that Big Bear can be promoted smoothly. Fengling was delighted and said, Bamboo, our Liz Yufeng also has the combat power of the Mountain Master. While he was distracted talking, the three little guys suddenly started and rushed towards the blood peach tree. It was obviously not the first time. Fengling moved skillfully, and with a wave of his pulse wings, he pressed them all down, and said kindly, the fruit is not ripe yet. Don't mess around. Taiwa, you are naughty again. Yabai scolded harshly. Bamboo's mind became much softer, and he asked, Duju, Hongmi, do you two want to go down the mountain to cut grass? Duju shouted, Bamboo. Fengling, look, the fruit is ripe. 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 Hongmi struggled under Fengling's wings and shouted. Fengling said patiently, it's almost done. Wait a little longer. Okay. Taiwa rushed to agree and shouted, Fengling, let us go. Duju also shouted, Fengling, let us go. Hongmi was just a follower, shouting, let go, let go, let go. Fengling retracted her wings. The leader of Yabai Mountain shouted, Taiwa, we should go. Ah? Taiwa stretched out his front paw, pointed at the blood peach tree, and said, Yabai, look, it will be ripe soon. Let's wait. Let's go! The leader of Yabai Mountain shouted, a little annoyed, waving his tentacles, and was about to hit the head. The way it trains young warriors is a typical stick education. Beating if there is a disagreement. Taiwa has been beaten many times, and has gained experience, and is skilled in protecting his head with his front paws. Fengling quickly advised, Yabai, there are several blood peaches ripe tonight. You and Bamboo should stay and taste them. The taste of blood peaches is really good, second only to python pattern melon. Chapter 199 Rain Bamboo Rice. The taste of fully ripe blood peach is no worse than that of python pattern melon. The flesh is soft. The juice is as red as blood, fragrant and sweet. The key is that ordinary life seeds are condensed, and the force contained is less. The force strengthening effect is not as strong as that of python pattern melon, so you can eat it boldly. 5 ripe peaches. 3 little warriors each eat 1, and Yabai and Bamboo also eat 1. After eating, there are still dozens of unripe fruits on the blood peach tree. Taiwa refused to leave. After a long struggle, he was beaten up before he was willing to leave with Yabai. Duju and Hongmi still stayed in Fengling territory. Bamboo simply ignored them. The deduction of the skills has come to an end, and it would be best to have a few days of peace. 5 days later, Basic Training Method L1 Advanced Chapter was completed. The next work is very simple. With some regular additions, it can be improved to Basic Training Method L6 Intermediate Chapter. With the help of practicing the exercises, Bamboo can consider speeding up his growth a little. After eating the blood peach, Duju and Hongdao refused to stay in Fingling's territory. They returned to the mountain and pestered Bamboo to play every day, which made Fengling very angry. Baizu returned late with Daxiong. Good and bad things are interdependent, and Daxiong was almost dead. Daxiong himself was confused and didn't feel anything, but Bamboo was full of emotion. Only half a month after being promoted to the master of the mountain, Daxiong's body size suddenly increased to about 25 meters. Before the original force creatures become cosmic creatures, it is difficult to break the genetic constraints of their own race. The weak race is weak, and the strong race is definitely strong and difficult to surpass. The genetic mutation of the big bear this time is a miracle, which has broken its shackles. According to the current growth trend, its body size may reach meters, which is close to the size of the jungle overlord level beast race. The new hair is thick and dense, with the hardness of metal and the toughness of spider silk, covering the body surface and forming a perfect defense. The power of the iron sand palm has also increased dramatically. No tree in the jungle can withstand its slap. Bamboo estimates that after the big bear is fully formed, it will be enough to fight head-on with the Goju mountain python and Xia anaconda warriors at the level of the mountain master. And it may be even stronger. The mountains on both sides of Liju Peak, led by Bamboo and Fengling, and the three little guys Hongdao, Duju, and Hongmi also participated, busy weeding together. After a whole day of scorching sun, at dusk, the wind was still hot, very irritable. I don't know how the seeds spread, but weeds such as Erigeron, Imperata, Cyperus, and Echinops are growing like crazy all over the mountain. The fruit tree seedlings sown in spring are all submerged by weeds. Data often sends worker ants to harvest grass, but cutting the grass without removing the roots is a temporary solution. After a few days of cutting, the grass will grow again. Inadvertently, many young fruit trees are robbed of sunlight and nutrients by weeds, and they develop slowly and deformed, or even die. At present, the ant colony commanded by Datu is too busy, so Bamboo can only go to the field himself and temporarily remove the weeds around the fruit tree seedlings one by one. As for the weeds covering the mountains, we can only wait for the 7 bamboo rat warriors to come back, as they are best at digging grass roots. Wow! Hare! Duju exclaimed. Quick! Chase! Hongmi shouted happily. When Bamboo turned his head to check, the 2 little guys had already run away. When the sun was about to set, they went out to work. As soon as they started, the 2 little guys couldn't stand it and wanted to run away to play. Bamboo shouted, Hongdao! I'll catch them back. Hongdao immediately put down his work, spread his wings and flew into the air, chasing Duju and Hongmi. Fengling saw this and advised Bamboo. They are still young and can't help. Let them play. Bamboo said, there are adult Goju mountain pythons in the mountains. They are very dangerous. We can't let them run away. Fengling thought it was right and stopped advising, looking at the weeds all over the mountains. He sighed. The correct way to sow fruit trees is to open a nursery. Concentrate on cultivating the seedlings to about 1 meter high, and then open up the land for transplanting. Bamboo wanted to save trouble, so he cleared the wasteland in one go and sowed the seeds directly. Originally, it was thought that ordinary fruit trees could be planted casually without breeding, and there was no need to spend too much effort. Now, it has become more troublesome. Bamboo certainly could not admit his mistake, and vented his anger on the 2 little guys, forcing them to work every day. Seeing them depressed, he felt better. Bamboo stipulated that weeding work would start from sunset and last until dawn, and the work and rest time would be changed to daytime rest. There is always endless work in midsummer, for belly bamboo and red rice. This was the most miserable summer in their insect life. The weeding work was not completed yet, and the dry season came again. Most bamboo forests can draw water from the dark reservoir on the top of the peak through underground channels. But in order to prevent drought, after the water level of the reservoir drops to a certain level, it is necessary to use bamboo tubes made of hemp bamboo to draw water for irrigation. The reason is simple. Water diversion through ditches will lead to a lot of infiltration waste. Fetching water for irrigation is very tiring. In order to save water, Every bamboo pole must be irrigated in place. And it is also busy from dusk to dawn. Bamboo sent Duju and Hongmi out to work with the ant colony commanded by Datu. After nearly a month of training, the two little guys have become much stronger. But they are no longer as naughty as before, and no longer pester Bamboo. Whenever they get a chance, they hide in Fingling's territory. Hongmi has also grown into an intermediate warrior, and officially announced that he will settle down at the foot of the mountain and live next to Fengling. No matter how Duju persuades, it is useless. This is exactly what Bamboo meant. Hongmi and Hongdao are next to each other, which is convenient for them to manage the rice fields at the foot of the mountain in the future. And it is also convenient for them to travel together to work in the rice fields in the north of the mountain. Duju likes Bamboo, and Bamboo arranges it next to his territory to live with him. Bamboo is planning for the future development of Liju Peak and even the entire Jinping mountain range. Li Zhufeng currently has 5 cockroach warriors and a small queen bee, Xiangpu, to breed life seeds. They all need to occupy land. In addition, since a God-given life seed and a wild Thuja God-given seed have been sown, considering the possibility of obtaining more God-given seeds, and the need for a large area of land for bamboo seed cultivation and experiments, Bamboo decided to accommodate at most 2 more cockroach warriors. These 2 places are quite precious, and it would be best if Li Zhufeng was born. The location should also be arranged with some care. Living together, in case of being attacked by beast warriors, it is convenient to watch each other. Bamboo's plan is to arrange the other 2 warriors to live on both sides of Xiangpu's territory, one on the left and one on the right, to protect Xiangpu's safety. During the dry season this year, since there are 2 bamboo species, green bamboo and rain bamboo, that need to be cultivated in large quantities, pollination work is arduous. Bamboo only conducted a new bamboo species hybridization experiment, colorful red bamboo 1 pollinated white bamboo. Unfortunately, the pollination failed. Green bamboo uses Yunsi Jinju 1 to pollinate spotted bamboo. Planting observations have proved that the quality is better, and the name remains unchanged. However, from now on, Jinxian bamboo will no longer be used to pollinate spotted bamboo to cultivate inferior green bamboo. The rain bamboo species harvested last year, after sowing, have bloomed this year, but they are a bit strange, with a lot of spikes, each with 4 to 6 flowers, which are actually bamboo rice. The same is true for the divine gift of Polygonatum. Each stem has 2 flower spikes, each with 4 flowers, which are also bamboo rice, not the expected bamboo fruit. Each bamboo pole condenses 8 bamboo rice. During this period, the Iron Blade Mountain Master, Li Zhu, Hei Sang, Flame-Clustered Spotted Grass, Syzygium and other warriors of the Yabai mountain range came to see it one after another. The Flowery by Mountain Master also came here with great enthusiasm, but returned disappointed. Under normal circumstances, the flowering and fruiting of the God-given seeds have a certain pattern: low quality, high yield, high quality, low yield. The reason is easy to understand. The fundamental reason is that they have a limited rate of absorbing the original force. Those God-given seeds with high fruit quality and a large number of fruits are special cases. This special case has a prerequisite, which must be high-quality trees. They also have a common feature. That is, the underground root system is extremely developed. Yuzhu also derived 584 bamboo poles, which means that only 4,672 bamboo rice can be harvested in total. The yield is low. Bamboo himself was a little disappointed, and it is likely that his dream of getting rich was shattered. Chapter 200 Princess Blood Peach. The ordinary rain bamboo life seeds bred by the 2 little guys, Duju and Hongmi, also bloomed this year. Fortunately, there are many ears, proving that the rain bamboo species is still a good choice for breeding life seeds. Bamboo rice has the advantage of being easy to store. Bamboo plans to choose as many rain bamboos as life seeds as possible before breeding a new high-quality bamboo species. The low yield of the God-given rain bamboo seeds is a foregone conclusion, but it still has a chance to turn around. The specific strengthening effect is also a key factor in determining the value of the original force food. We can also look forward to the specific strengthening effect of the rain bamboo rice. What if it is like the longevity peach, which has the effect of extending life? Isn't it still a fortune? The time of anticipation and waiting is the most difficult to kill. In addition to looking forward to the early maturity of the rain bamboo rice, Bamboo also looks forward to the news of Princess Qi Jian. Calculating the time, Nearly 3 months have passed, and there has been no news from Chijin County. The princess was promoted to Cockroach King. If everything went well, she would sleep for 2 to 3 months. If it was more than 3 months, it would become dangerous day by day. If it failed, she would die within 3 to 4 months, and it would be impossible to exceed 4 months. Unconsciously, it was the end of summer. The sun in this season is particularly yellow, especially at dusk, for red figures rushed towards Leju Peak. Banba was supervising the 2 little guys, Duju and Hongmi, to weed in the mountains. When he sensed the breath, he was happy at first, turned his head to look. The direction was wrong, and carefully sensed that the breath was wrong. It was the princess of Chui Rong. She also brought 3 senior warriors. They had been to Leju Peak, and Banba knew them all. Princess Chui Rong. Bamboo summoned his spiritual power to greet her. Upon hearing the news, Princess Chui Rong changed direction slightly, dived, and landed. Bamboo. What are you doing? Princess Chui Rong looked at her strangely, and with a sweep of her spiritual power, she found the pear tree seedlings hidden in the weeds. She immediately understood what was going on. Looking at Duju and Hongmi, who were forced to work, Princess Chui Rong shook her tentacles and said, Bamboo. The jungle was created by the true God of nature. You must obey the laws of nature. Before you are sure to build a new and more prosperous jungle. You cannot destroy it wantonly. Otherwise you will be punished by the true body of nature. I understand, Bamboo said. These 2 little guys jump up and down all day long. It's good to punish them. Princess Chui Rong glanced at Feng Ling and Hong Dao, who were also busy on the mountain, smiled, and didn't point it out. After a round of greetings, Bamboo asked, Princess Chui Rong, do you have any good news? No. Princess Chui Rong's mental power became solemn, and she said, the 3-month deadline has passed, and we should go to Chijin County. It was about to fall, and after sleeping for more than 3 months, there was still no news from Princess Chijin. Princess Chui Rong couldn't sit still. Bamboo asked, you and me? Or should we call the Lord of Hongrong Mountain and the Lord of Taidao Mountain together? Princess Chui Rong said, you and I will go, and we may have to wait for a while. I brought Juniper and the others here because I plan to let them help you protect the safety of Leju Peak. Duju and Hongmi heard the words, and their tentacles were so happy that they shook. They knew that this matter was serious, but they didn't dare to cheer and express it. Bamba thought about it, touched his tentacles, and said, it's only right for us to go there. Princess Chui Rong looked towards the south of Leju Peak and asked, Bamboo, do you need anything to prepare? On the south of Leju Peak, the big bear guarded the rice seeds of red rice and the God-given seeds of cattail. Bamboo also changed the direction of the mountain entrance to face south, so that the big bear could guard the mountain gate. Now, the big bear is more than 3 meters long and has a strong physique, and has grown into a dominant beast warrior. Bamboo replied, nothing needs to be prepared. Then let's set off now. Princess Chui Rong flapped her wings and flew into the air, and at the same time pointed her antennae in the direction of the big bear, and asked in confusion, has the black bear warrior changed so much after being promoted to the mountain master? Maybe he ate too much of the original force food condensed by the God-given seeds. Bamboo couldn't explain, so he changed the subject and asked, Princess Chui Rong, may I ask, how many raw stones did you lend to Princess Chi Jian? 80,000. That's all my savings. Princess Chui Rong asked, how much did you borrow? 30,000. Also all my savings. Bamboo also answered truthfully. If Princess Chi Jian fails to be promoted to the Cockroach King and dies, the pattern of the Red Cockroach tribe will change, and the situation in the Fire Cockroach Kingdom will become difficult. Even without the suppression of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe, it will be unable to open up Wasteland and expand the territory in a short period of time. If you miss the best time for the vigorous development of the race, you will never have a chance. This is a worry from the perspective of race development. In addition, with the death of Princess Chi Jian, Bamboo and Princess Chui Rong could not get back the raw stones they had lent out, which was also a pain in the ass. Bamboo was fine, as he had a large number of God-given seeds, a small number of mountain warriors, and low daily expenses, so 30,000 raw stones would not have much impact. After all, Princess Chui Rong only has one God-given seed. There are more than 100 warriors in the Yandi Mountains, and the various expenses are high. It is a bit unbearable for it to lose 80,000 raw stones. Princess Chui Rong's flying speed is unquestionable, Bamboo's speed is far superior to that of its peers. It arrived in less than 3 days of flight. Qijin County was on alert at this time, and hundreds of senior warriors were dispatched to guard around the Qijin forest. Unlucky. It was caught in a rainstorm. Princess Day came out to greet them, led Bamboo and Princess Chuirong to land in the forest, and took shelter under a forest. Princess Chuirong. Bamboo. Princess Qijin is currently in a critical period of molting. It is not appropriate to approach and disturb her. Please wait here. The spiritual power secretly scanned, and 24 of the same clan gathered in the forest. They also came to wait for news. It is estimated that they all have God-given seeds, and have lent a large amount of raw stones to Princess Qijin. So they are the most anxious. Okay. Princess Chuirong replied. Princess Day. What is the current status of Princess Qijin? Bamboo asked. Princess Day replied. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee is leading the bee colony to guard Qijin Mountain. It has a bad temper, and Princess Xuya and I are not allowed to get close. Bamboo asked, has the God-given seed of the Qijin tree changed? We can see it from a distance. Princess Day said, 5 days ago. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee ordered us to go to Shuadao County and borrow 100,000 raw stones for emergency use. Bamboo and Princess Chuirong looked at each other and moved their antennae in tacit understanding. They have the God-given seed, and they know what this phenomenon means. So they are relieved. There is a direct soul connection between the God-given seed and the warriors they breed, and they prosper together. The God-given seed of the Qijin tree requires raw stones, which means that it has begun to break through the shackles and grow and advance. Indirectly, it means that the growth and evolution of Princess Qijin has passed the most critical and dangerous stage, and it is probably entering the final stage of molting. It seems that it will succeed in 9 out of 10 cases. Princess Day asked, Princess Chuirong. Bamboo. You are all hungry after a long journey. Right? I will go hunt some food for you. Princess Day. Then I'll trouble you. Thank you. Bamboo and Princess Chuirong were indeed a little hungry, and they responded by tapping their tentacles. Princess Day also tapped her tentacles and flapped her wings to leave. No one can say for sure before success. And coupled with the heavy rain, the atmosphere in the forest is relatively depressing, and everyone is suppressing their mental power to communicate simply. Princess Chuirong has a wide range of contacts and knows many mountain masters and princesses. She introduces them to Bamboo one by one, and also introduces Bamboo to these fellow tribesmen who also have the God-given seeds. Introduce your God-given seeds to each other and promote them. Bamboo has 4 God-given seeds at a young age, which is a symbol of future development potential. He soon won the attention of many mountain masters and princesses, and gathered together to communicate. Princess Day, who went hunting, returned, but did not bring any food. Another princess from Qijin County, Princess Xuya, also returned with her. Princess Day and Princess Xuya, one on the left and one on the right, led a warrior with a bright red shell, also at the princess level, to land. The princess of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe. Bamboo was just wondering when he heard Princess Xuya deliberately summon her spiritual power and said, Princess Xuetao, I'm really sorry. Please rest here first. Princess Day asked. Princess Xuetao, you've come a long way. You must be hungry. Right? What kind of food do you like? I'll go hunt for you. Whatever. Princess Xuetao swept her spiritual power and said, I've lent you all the raw stones I've saved for decades, but I guess it's still not enough. So I advise you to find a solution quickly. Chapter 201 I want them all. This was the first time Bamboo saw a warrior from the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe, and she was a famous princess. The body shape was the same as that of the Red Cockroach tribe. The difference was the color of the shell. The Flying Fire Cockroach tribe was a bright red. The Red Cockroach tribe was red, with a slightly darker color. Princess Day and Princess Xuya were very polite to Princess Xuetao, as if something big had happened. After apologizing and making amends, they hurried away. Bamboo suppressed his telekinesis and asked an old princess next to him, Princess Avocado. What happened? Princess Avocado had a God-given seed of the best quality avocado tree in the Red Cockroach tribe. Her qualifications and prestige were second only to Princess Qijin. This year, it took out 150,000 raw stones in one go, and in previous years, it had lent out many more, and a total of 500,000 raw stones were lent to Princess Qijin to help her become the Cockroach King. Princess Yoli is the biggest creditor among all the mountain masters and princesses present, so she is naturally the most anxious one. I don't know either. From the tone, it seems that there are not enough raw stones? Princess Chui Rong also asked puzzledly, why is there a shortage of raw stones? Because Princess Qi Jian is sleeping under the Qi Jian tree to be promoted. Princess Xuedao is cheerful and easygoing. She is very familiar with people. She stepped towards the group of bamboo and squeezed in the middle, while stirring her mind and explaining. The princess needs to absorb a lot of natural force to be promoted to the Cockroach King, especially when the promotion is about to be completed. The demand is the greatest. Moreover, during this period, the corresponding God-given seeds break through the shackles and begin to transform and grow. And they also need to absorb a lot of natural force. The God-given seed of the red blade tree is a large, high-quality tree of top quality. How can its ability to absorb and release the force be underestimated? Princess Qi Jian is really stupid. She advanced by lying under the red blade tree. How can the natural force on the mountain be supplied when two guys get together? Insufficient force. This is dangerous. The word sounded unpleasant, but the truth was right. This was the first time that the Red Blade tribe gave birth to a Blade King. There was no experience, and the previous considerations were not thorough. So a major mistake occurred. There is also the saying, Princess Yoli suddenly became depressed and anxious. It can't be blamed entirely on Princess Qi Jian. Who could have expected that the God-given seed of the Red Blade tree would grow qualitatively? That guy is transforming into a standard top quality, and the force required is particularly large, accompanied by a clanging sound of shells touching. Princess Xuedao finally squeezed into the center and saw bamboo. Hey, how did a black little guy sneak in? As she said, she waved her pulse wings and pushed bamboo away without any hesitation. Bamboo, as a young rookie of the Qijin tribe with many God-given seeds, was originally guarded in the middle position, but was pushed aside and replaced by Princess Xuedao. If Princess Qijin dies, I will be miserable. Princess Xuedao complained. I lent all my savings to it. 210,000 raw stones. Not a single one left. What about you? Is there anyone worse off than me? Who else present is different? No one answered. There is indeed someone worse off than Princess Xuedao. Princess Yoli waved her tentacles, pointed to the center of the sea of trees, and asked, Princess Xuedao, do you know what the current situation is? Is Princess Qi Jian in danger? Didn't I say it? The natural force is insufficient. The reserve of raw stones is not enough, and it is stuck in the final stage of molting and growth. If it is delayed for 1 day, the danger will increase by 1 point. After saying this, Princess Xuedao twisted her body, turned around in place, squeezed out all the red cockroach warriors who gathered together, squeezed out a comfortable space for herself, and lazily laid down in the mud, and asked, What are you doing together? Why are you all standing there? If there are raw stones in the territory, run back and get them. Yes. If there are raw stones in reserve, send them over quickly for emergency. Several warriors immediately flapped their wings and flew into the air, disappearing in the wind and rain. Most of the warriors stayed, and the raw stones they reserved had long been lent to Princess Qi Jian. Bamboo asked, Princess Xuedao, what are Princess Day and Princess Xie going to do? Of course, we are going to borrow raw stones. Princess Xuedao stared at Bamboo for a while, suddenly realized, and asked, Your name is Bamboo? Yes. Bamboo replied. I was a little surprised that Princess Xuedao actually knew me, and my only knowledge of Princess Xuedao was that she had given Feng Ling a blood peach seed. However, through this behavior, it can be judged that Princess Xuedao does not reject the Red Cockroach tribe, and further infer that there should be some warriors in the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe who recognize the Red Cockroach tribe. I heard Princess Huangjing talk about you. A very smart little guy. After Princess Xuedao finished speaking, she added, It's really dark. But fortunately the smell is not wrong. Smell is the fundamental standard for insects to distinguish whether they are of the same tribe or not. The smell can be communicated and transmitted by using pheromones and radio waves. The smell is not connected. The chemical composition of pheromones is different, and they cannot communicate. The electromagnetic wave bands are different, and they cannot use the remote communication function. The Red Blatog tribe and the Flying Fire Blatog tribe have the same smell, and the difference is only in the color of the shell. Only a few genes related to color have mutated. In essence, they belong to the same race. The smell of the Flying Fire Lotus tribe and the Fantasy Flower Blatog tribe is not connected. They are both cockroaches. but they belong to two different races. So they form two different kingdoms. Princess Qi Jian is in danger now. But as long as the original stone can be borrowed back, it can survive. Princess Xuedao shook her tentacles vigorously and shouted, "Why are you surrounding me? Don't get so close. It's thunderstorm weather. If a lightning strikes, everyone will die." As a well-known old-fashioned princess, she not only has no majesty, but also talks a lot and is black-bellied. It's obviously you who keeps squeezing in the middle, right? Bamboo was speechless, and his tentacles gently touched Princess Chuerong, indicating to leave. The gathered mountain lords and princesses dispersed one after another. Those who were familiar with each other gathered in groups of 3 or 2, lowering their mental power and chatting. Princess Yoli followed Bamboo and Princess Chuerong to a red tree to take shelter from the rain. Princess Chuerong asked Princess Yoli, Princess Day and Princess Xuye should go to the nearby Fakian Fire Cockroach tribe to borrow raw stones. Right? In recent years, the Fakian Fire Cockroach tribe has become more and more repulsive to our Red Cockroach tribe. Can it work? Princess Yoli said, "We all come from the territory of the Chanshum Cockroach King. After all, we have the same bloodline. We should not refuse such a big thing as being promoted to the Cockroach King. Right?" Bamboo analyzed, "It depends on who it is. It should be said that some warriors of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe are particularly hostile to us, while some are not so hostile. Walk around more, and you should be able to borrow some." Princess Chuerong and Princess Yuli thought about it, and felt that it made sense. They both nodded their tentacles to express their agreement, and they felt a little relieved. Princess Yuli asked, "Bamboo, can you leave me some of the blood thorns produced this year? When the caravan arrives next year, I will sell a batch of avocado fruits, and I will have more money on hand." Earlier, so many mountain masters and princesses surrounded Bamboo, mainly because they were attracted by the blood thorns. There were also young warriors who intended to ask Princess Chuerong about the news of the rhubarb fruit banyan. No insect would want to miss the force food that can prolong life. The blood thorns have a good strengthening effect and are cheap. For 1,000 pieces are sold within the Red Blatella tribe every year, which is far from meeting the demand. At this time, the seniority and reputation in the tribe are reflected. Other warriors consciously give up and default to Princess Yoli to buy first. Bamboo certainly couldn't refuse, so he simply asked, "Princess Yoli, there are 3,000 shares left this year. How many do you want?" "I want all." The answer was Princess Xuedao. Princess Yoli didn't have time to answer. With a clang, she was squeezed away by Princess Xuedao, who suddenly appeared. "Little guy, you should have heard of the blood peaches produced in my territory? Strengthen your physique and improve your endurance. I see that your figure is particularly suitable for close combat. Blood peaches are the most suitable for you. Let's exchange on an equal basis. I'll exchange peach pits." Blood Peach Princess. Oil Pear Princess was angry. Blood Peach Princess spread her wings, gently patted the back of Oil Pear Princess, and said, "I lent 210,000 raw stones to Qi Jian Princess and saved her life. Oil Pear Princess, you should be grateful to me. In return, let me go first." Oil Pear Princess lost her temper. Chapter 202 Small Exchange Meeting. Princess Avocado has lived to a very old age and is not a pushover. She thought for a moment and said, "Princess Blood Peach, you can buy the blood thorn first, but you have to sell me some of the blood peach cores." "No problem." Princess Blood Peach readily agreed and continued, "I don't want the avocado fruit. Let's buy and sell now. Do you have the raw stone?" "I owe you," Princess Avocado said. "Next year when the caravan comes, I will get the raw stone and return it to you immediately. No debt." Princess Blood Peach decisively refused. Princess Avocado said, "Then I have no reason to give you priority." Seeing the two of them arguing, Bamboo said, "Princess Avocado, how about this? I will trade with Princess Blood Peach first. I will sell you the blood peach pits in exchange for 3,000 blood thorn seeds at the original price. You can keep the raw stones and return them next year. In addition, all the blood thorn seeds produced in my territory next year will be left to you." "Smart little guy," Princess Blood Peach praised. Princess Avocado thought about it, and it seemed like a win-win situation for both of them. But Bamboo would suffer a loss. She shook her tentacles and insisted, "No. Princess Blood Peach, you have to sell more blood peach pits." Bamboo hurriedly said, "I'm not in a hurry to grow up now. I can exchange blood thorn seeds with Princess Blood Peach next year." Princess Blood Peach agreed, "Yes. It's a reasonable arrangement. Bamboo asked, Princess Blood Peach. What is the price of your peach pits? Princess Blood Peach has a blood peach seed given by God, which is of standard superior quality. The blood peach fruit is divided into flesh and pit. The fresh fruit is picked. The flesh is sold to the same clan at a low price. And the pit is recycled and kept for sale to the caravan. The blood peach princess said, the core of the blood peach has a thick shell and small seeds. I have been selling it to caravans at the price of 25 raw stones. And I don't sell it to my fellow tribesmen. How do you sell your bloodthorn seeds? Bamboo said, I sell it to my fellow tribesmen at 4 raw stones. And to caravans at 6 raw stones. The blood peach princess calculated and said, it's a very affordable price. Then I will take a loss first. For the first transaction, I will sell it to you at the price of 16 raw stones. For the second transaction, I will sell it to you at the price of 17 raw stones. Bamboo said, okay. The concentration of the original force in the Blood Peach County is higher than that in the Chijing County. The land area is larger, and the number of insects exceeds thousands. It is a much richer county than the Chijing County. Princess Xuetao was not particularly concerned about this small deal, and asked Princess Chuirong, what's your name? Does your territory produce any good God-given seeds? We can exchange them at equal value. Princess Chuirong said, my name is Chuirong. And there is only one God-given seed of Chuirong in my territory. It strengthens the water element ability, and does not match the innate abilities of the tribes in our fire cockroach kingdom. Oh! Princess Xuetao waved her tentacles. Lost interest in Princess Chuirong. Turned her head, and walked towards the other 3 red cockroach warriors not far away. It was obvious that this guy took advantage of the gathering of the God-given warriors of the red cockroach tribe to seek a deal. After all, they are all members of the fire cockroach kingdom. And strictly speaking, they are of the same tribe. The price of force food is much cheaper than buying it from the caravan. Princess Yoli was enthusiastic, leading Princess Chuirong and Bamboo, and began to introduce them to the mountain lords and princesses who had God-given seeds that she knew. In a primitive social form, transportation and communication are extremely backward, and the insect warriors all have territories to manage, so they rarely visit each other. The oppressive atmosphere eased, and the grove became a trading market, where people introduced themselves to each other, got acquainted, exchanged ideas, and reached various trading intentions. The lively atmosphere lasted until dawn, when the rainstorm stopped and the golden morning sun shone through the forest. Most of the insect warriors were a bit introverted, and they dispersed one by one, each finding a dry and sunny place, lying quietly on the ground, enjoying the sunshine. Bamboo also found a comfortable place to lie down. It was not until noon that the warriors of Chijing County remembered that the distinguished guest had not eaten anything. So they hunted and sent food. This wait lasted for 5 days, and Princess Day appeared again. Princess Xuetao and Princess Yoli, the 2 major creditors, were the most anxious and came forward to ask questions immediately. Princess Day, how is it? Have you borrowed the raw stones? Princess Day tapped her antennae and said, I borrowed 150,000 raw stones from your Blood Peach County, and just gave them to the Fire Cockroach Queen Bee. Princess Xiaoya went to the Peach County, and will probably be back tomorrow. I borrowed another 150,000 raw stones. Princess Yoli asked with some difficulty. Isn't it enough? Princess Day replied. I don't know. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee said that Princess Chijian's condition is not very good and her vitality is seriously weak. The best 3-month deadline for promotion to the Cockroach King has passed. If you fail to succeed in more than 3 months, it will become more and more dangerous. Princess Xuetao was relieved when she heard that Princess Day had borrowed the emergency raw stones. She turned around and left without a care, just passing by Bamboo. Bamboo had been paying attention to the conversation between Princess Day and Princess Yoli. He flapped his wings and asked curiously, Princess Xuetao, did you borrow the raw stone from other warriors in your Xuetao County who have the God-given seeds? Of course. Xuetao County lady replied. Bamboo was even more surprised and asked, then, if you personally go out, wouldn't things be much simpler? It's useless for me to come out. Xuetao County lady said, my position in Xuetao County, other warriors in Xuetao County directly obey the orders of the Longevity Cockroach King. The Longevity Cockroach King particularly dislikes me. Don't you know? I don't know. Bamboo said, now I know. The Longevity Cockroach King has existed for too long, to the point where he can't remember how many years he has lived. not counting the red cockroach tribe. The number of insects and descendants of the flying fire cockroach tribe that have bred from its territory exceeds 50,000. Intelligent life. When it gets older, likes and dislikes become clear. It would be strange if the character of the Shuadao County lady is pleasing. It can be seen that after a few days of contact, most of these red cockroach tribe warriors don't like to interact with the Shuadao County lady. Her rare and strange character naturally attracts insects. Princess Shuadao asked, "Little guy, do you live in Jinping Mountains? The mountains near Jinjiang River?" Bamboo replied, "Yes." Princess Shuadao said, "Then you are in trouble. The Cockroach King said that he will open up wasteland and expand the land this autumn. It is a wasteland not far from Jinping Mountains." Bamboo said, "I know." Princess Shuadao said, "The Cockroach Kingdom will also open up wasteland. Just on the other side." Bamboo said, "Yes." Princess Shuadao stared at Bamboo and asked with interest, "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid?" Bamboo asked back, "How many warriors do you flying fire cockroach tribe plan to send out?" Shuadao Princess said, "Probably 10,000. Bamboo asked, "Only 10,000? It would be good if we could have 10,000 old, weak, sick and disabled people." Shuadao Princess said, "Most warriors are not very enthusiastic about this. In the borderland, the force is poor and beasts are rampant. No one wants the young warriors born in their territory to be sent to such a harsh place to survive." "What the hell?" Bamboo's good mood was destroyed in an instant. The fewer the number of warriors participating in the land reclamation and expansion, the weaker the encirclement and suppression of the beast warriors, and the greater the probability of them fleeing into the Jinping Mountains, and then the Jinping Mountains. Chapter 203 Red Blatten King. Seeing Bamboo's depressed look, Princess Shuadao was in a good mood and enthusiastically explained the process of recruiting warriors for their flying fire Blatten tribe. The mountain lord of the mountain and the county lord of the county can command the warriors of the same tribe. In theory, as the Cockroach King, he is strong and senior, and has the ability to command many mountain lords and county lords, as well as all the warriors of the same tribe. But that kind of command is not absolutely effective, or the concept of ruler among the insect race is relatively weak. There is no discipline, and sometimes they will not obey the order if they feel it is not good. The Changsheng Blatten King called for the expansion of the wasteland. Most warriors thought it was meaningless, and then they found various reasons to shirk it, including Princess Shuadao. But it was not completely shirked, and they could not directly disobey the will of the Cockroach King. Princess Shuadao proudly introduced that she was going to pick dozens of older senior warriors to go and show her respect. As for the migration and occupation after successfully conquering the Red River Mountains and Yaomati, Princess Shuadao would never select young warriors and send them to such a bad place to suffer. The solution is also very simple. All the newly born young warriors are hidden and reported to the Changsheng Cockroach King, and excused that there are no new young warriors born in her territory. Princess Shuadao talks a lot and has no taboos. Bamboo also learned a very important information. The insect population in Changsheng County is about to reach saturation, and there is a preliminary shortage of food. It is indeed necessary to open up wasteland and expand the land, and separate some young warriors. The Changsheng Cockroach King is very selfish. Those who stay in Changsheng County are his most beloved descendants, and he does not want to send his beloved descendants to the border to suffer. So they made a stupid move, planning to let other counties and mountains send the young warriors to the borderland, and then send the young warriors of Changsheng County to these relatively rich and stable mountains and counties. The birth of a young warrior in the territory is like a biological child. Bamboo has experienced it and knows how hard it is to give up that feeling. The actions of the Changsheng Cockroach King may be understandable, but as the supreme leader of a major branch of the tribe, it is obviously unwise to do so. The seriously unfair decision-making led to a great internal conflict in the Feiqian Fire Crab tribe led by the Changsheng Cockroach King. The result is that most of the warriors are not keen on the expansion of wasteland and are unwilling to participate. The final result is that Jinping Mountain Range and Taidao Mountain Range will be unlucky, very depressed. Now, Bamboo has become the one who is most worried about the safety of Zhejiang County Lord. According to the plan, if Zhejiang County Lord fails to be promoted, the Chi Crab tribe will not participate in the expansion of wasteland of the Feiqian Fire Crab tribe, and then Bamboo will be in even greater trouble. If Princess Chi Jian is promoted successfully, the Chi Cockroach tribe will do their best to participate in the land reclamation and expansion. After all, with more than 5,000 insects, It is a force that cannot be ignored. And it can kill more beast warriors. The next day, Princess Shuya returned. Brought two news. It borrowed back 120,000 raw stones. But it was still not enough. Princess Qijian's vitality has stabilized, and she will wake up in the next 2 days. Wait one more day. Princess Day came and delivered the best news. Princess Qijian was successfully promoted to the Cockroach King, and was eating to recover. There was a bad news. Due to the insufficient raw stone reserves, and the inability to borrow raw stones in a short time, the transformation and growth of the Qijian tree was damaged. When Bamboo and his party rushed to the peak in the center of the forest, Princess Qijian had recovered some strength. She slipped her head down the mountain, expressed her gratitude, allowed everyone to see what the Cockroach King looked like, and then hurried up the mountain to continue recovering. After a simple cheer and congratulations, the warriors gathered in the forest also dispersed one after another. They had been away from the territory for too long and were in a hurry to return. Bamboo followed Princess Chuerong directly to the Yangti Mountains. It was early autumn, and it was time to pick up the Rat King and his companions back to the mountain. Flying out of Qijing County, Bamboo suddenly asked Princess Chuerong, "Have you noticed? Many branches of the God-given seeds of the Qijian tree are showing signs of withering." "I noticed it," Princess Chuerong said. "That's because the God-given seeds were short of original force during their evolution. So they abandoned this year's fruits." Bamboo said, "The fruits produced by the God-given seeds of the Qijian tree this year are all ruined." Princess Chuerong said, "It's just 1 year's harvest. So if it's ruined, it's ruined. The plant itself is fine. And Princess Qijian is safe and sound. This loss is acceptable." "Yes, that makes sense." Bamboo agreed verbally. But he didn't think so in his heart. In order to be promoted to the Cockroach King, the Qijian monarch owed more than 2 million raw stones. In the future, the God-given seeds of the Qijian tree will continue to consume raw stones for growth. And they will definitely have to borrow from everywhere. Bamboo estimated that after all this trouble, the Qijian Cockroach King, Princess Qijian, will owe a debt of about 3 million raw stones. Calculate the income for the Red Blatant King. Bamboo's mental power is sensitive, and he detects that the force aura of the Red Blatant Tree God-given seed is at a lower quality than the best quality, and is continuing to improve. It is estimated that it will eventually stabilize at the standard best quality. After the quality of the red nuts is improved, the input of raw stones will increase by about 5 before each one matures. And the estimated input cost is as high as 25 raw stones. The selling price should be increased by 10 raw stones. That is, from the original 40 to 50 raw stones to 50 to 60 raw stones. The compromise is 55 raw stones. After deducting the cost from the selling price, the profit of each red nut is 30 raw stones. Bamboo has inquired that the number of red nuts per year is fixed at about 12,000. And it is estimated that it can reach about 15,000 with growth and increase in production. At most, after being promoted to the Cockroach King, the annual income of the Red Cockroach King is only 450,000 raw stones. As the Cockroach King, his own food expenses are a huge amount every year, adding the various unavoidable small expenses of the thousands of members of the tribe. It can't be less than 150,000 raw stones. Right? This debt will take about 10 years to pay off. Fortunately, he borrowed from his fellow tribesmen without charging interest. If he followed the caravan rules, he couldn't even pay off the 20% interest. The advice given by Princess Chuerong earlier made sense. If you want to be promoted to the Cockroach King, you must do it early. Otherwise, after you are young and energetic, if you want to be promoted again, let alone whether you can buy the longevity peach. Even if you can buy it, the price of 2 million per peach will first take away half of your life. Qijian was a little reluctant to be promoted to the Cockroach King. If he succeeded by chance, he would be the most unlucky Cockroach King. Right? No wonder he is stingy. Poor. The insect is poor and short of breath. The Cockroach King is at least the highest level existence in this world. But the Red Cockroach King has no dignity at all. He treats those mountain masters and princesses politely. There is no way. They are all creditors, and they can't pay back the debts in a short time. Make money. Save money. Grow up as fast as possible. Bamboo warned himself silently. One insect gets rich first, and then turns back to make all the insects in the village rich. Bamboo C. Bishling. The 6 bamboo rat warriors led by the Rat King had already returned to the abandoned mine to wait. It was a pity that they could not find the urgently needed colorful cold bamboo. But it was not in vain. For a whole summer, they searched the remaining half of the bamboo sea and found 4 new bamboo species, one of which was called red bamboo, a close relative of red bamboo, and also a rare bamboo species. As usual, Bamboo asked for help from Princess Chuerong. Princess Chuerong sent 30 senior warriors to help dig bamboo baskets, move Liju Peak, and plant them in the autumn rain season. Chapter 204 Strengthening Strength. Bamboo returns. Duju and Hongmi, who were playing happily, suddenly lost their joy. 6 more bamboo rat warriors followed them back, and the 2 little guys were as if they had been pardoned. They pulled them and hurried to the mountains to weed. The trees on both sides of the mountains of Liju Peak were cut down in large numbers, destroying the ecology. The natural rebound really gave the insects a headache. The wildly growing weeds must be removed. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the sown fruit tree seedlings to grow. Bamboo realized that plant diversity was also important to maintain the natural ecology. So he decided to add citrus trees, chestnut trees, red-hard trees, mulberry trees, and other tree species to the fruit tree pits that were killed by weeds. The bamboo rat warriors had flexible and sharp claws, and they directly dug out the weeds with their roots, beat them, and cleaned up the soil. Bamboo was responsible for putting them into snake-skin bags and transporting them to the mountains 1 bag at a time. Foamling brought 3 little guys, red rice, belly bamboo, and red rice, to cut the weeds, spread them out, dry them, and then stack them neatly in piles. These weeds can be used as fillers for biogas. There is a lot of labor, and the progress is fast. When the weeds on the mountains on both sides of Liju Peak were dealt with, the bamboo rice of ordinary bamboo began to mature one after another. Xiangpu was responsible for directing the bee colony to pick. The 7 bamboo rat warriors were responsible for seed selection. Since bamboo is self-pollinating, the seed selection process is relatively complicated. For example, rain bamboo seeds. They are Yunsi Jinju 1 pollinating Xiangju, and they grow on Xiangju bamboo poles. There are 2 major types of Xiangju condensed seeds, rain bamboo seeds and Xiangju seeds. First, the 2 types of seeds must be distinguished. Secondly, the seeds of rain bamboo are selected to select full and high-quality particles for preservation, and the inferior seeds are destroyed, the seeds of Xiangju. The high-quality particles and the relatively poor particles must be distinguished, all preserved, and sown separately next year. Full grains can breed better quality Xiang bamboo, while shriveled grains may produce more useful mutants. At present, the bee colonies commanded by Xiang Pu and the ant colonies commanded by Datu are not smart enough to distinguish them in detail. So the bamboo rat warriors can only be responsible for the selection work. After the ordinary bamboo, the bamboo fruits condensed by the bamboo live seeds have matured one after another. The work is relatively simple and easy. Datu is responsible for picking them without storage and processing. There are many members on the mountain, especially Da Xiong and Bamboo, who are particularly good at eating. They eat all of them on the same day. At the same time, the fruits condensed by the green bamboo and rain bamboo God-given seeds have also entered the maturity period one after another. This period is very critical. Datu is responsible for investing raw stones into them every day to replenish the original force and ensure the quality. For the green bamboo God-given seeds, half a raw stone is invested per bamboo pole every day. The rain bamboo God-given seeds condense bamboo rice. The quantity is still very small, but the quality is upper-lower. Instead, more raw stones are needed for each bamboo pole every day than green bamboo, requiring 3 raw stones. Bamboo calculated that until the rain bamboo rice matures, the average cost of operating each bamboo rice is more than 1 raw stone. Bamboo rice is thin and long, with pointed ends, about 1.5 centimeters long, about 1.5 millimeters in diameter in the middle, and a hard shell. After removing the shell, the weight of the grain is similar to that of purple gold bamboo rice. The Lord of Taidao Mountain knew that 2 bamboo species of God-given species matured in bamboo's territory this year, so he came early to help guard it. The Lord of Huabai Mountain paid Bamboo a deposit of more than 10,000 raw stones. If Bamboo had an accident, his deposit would be wasted. He was worried, so he came 2 days in advance to help guard it. The Lord of Taidao Mountain and the Lord of Huabai Mountain did not see eye to eye, so Bamboo arranged for them to live separately, guarding the God-given seeds of Sueju in the south of the mountain and the God-given seeds of Yuzhu in the north of the mountain. one in the south and one in the north. The fruits of the two God-given seeds entered the maturity period at the same time, and the smell they exuded was particularly thick, which was an irresistible temptation for any forest creature. 7 bamboo rat warriors hid at the foot of the mountain, scattered in all directions, responsible for vigilance. There was really a Sidic cat warrior who was attracted and circled around Leju Peak, fearing the breath of the mountain master, but not daring to get too close. This guy was as sharp and vigilant as the bamboo rat warrior, and he was petite, running in the jungle, super fast, and was best at drilling into those dense woods. Bamboo and Big Bear attacked and killed them several times, but failed. The Rat Kings were small in size, fast, and all high-level warriors, which were originally very suitable for hunting. What annoyed Bamboo was that these guys were so scared when they smelled the scent of cats that they refused to fight. Fortunately, after several desperate chases, the Sidic warrior was also afraid and dared not come again. However, the 3 little warriors, Hongdao, Duju, and Hongmi, never dared to leave Leju Peak to play easily. Late at night, the bamboo rice of the rain bamboo god matured ahead of time. On the first night, 2 grains matured on each bamboo pole. Data commanded the ant colony to pick them and gave them to Bamboo. The owner of Wabai Mountain was more anxious than Bamboo. He couldn't bear it any longer. He picked up 3 grains in a row. He was too lazy to peel them. He chewed them and swallowed them directly. He lay on the ground, silently feeling the effect of the force, and then shouted in surprise, "Bamboo, you are rich. It's power." The shell of the fully mature rain bamboo rice is dark green. After peeling it, the rice grains are black all over, with brown-red spots the size of a needle tip. The texture is crystal clear like jade. The color is deep, and the breath is restrained. Bamboo also ate one, and was silently experiencing it. Hearing this, he waved his tentacles and said, "That's right. Strengthen your strength." Strengthening strength can be divided into many types. The specific effect of Yuju bamboo rice is to strengthen the rate at which muscle cells convert energy into kinetic energy. Strictly speaking, it should be called explosive power. A very practical and rare basic physical strengthening effect. "Wow, I'm rich," Duju cheered, and took advantage of Bamboo's daze to pick up a bamboo rice. Put it in his mouth. "Wow! Wow! Wow!" Hongmi cheered and wanted to imitate Duju to steal food, but was held down by the quick-eyed and quick-clawed Hongdao. Bamboo sternly warned, "The strengthening effect of this thing has certain drawbacks. You 2 little guys don't eat it randomly." Hongdao let go of Hongmi and warned, "Don't be naughty with Duju." Hongmi quickly shrank behind Duju and waved its tentacles at Hongdao provocatively. Now, it and Duju can beat Hongdao together. Seeing this, Bamboo shook his antennae and called out, "Red rice, wind bell, and red rice. Take one to try. Big head. Send 20 to Iron Blade Mountain Master and Big Bear each. Rain bamboo rice is good for their growth." Duju, quickly absorb the force, and then send 2 to Rat King and the others, so that they can all have a taste. Bamboo, your bamboo rice will be very popular. The flower by Mountain Master is experienced, and has carefully experienced it. He also found that the effect of Sueju bamboo rice in strengthening strength is fundamentally different from the basic innate ability of the ant race. The ant race sows the seeds of life, which has the effect of strengthening strength, which strengthens the efficiency of muscle cells in utilizing energy, regardless of the type. If you want to significantly enhance your strength, it is best to combine it with some force foods that enhance muscle strength and muscle cell activity for comprehensive improvement. Mature caravans have relatively complete matching plans in this regard. The strengthening characteristics of Yuju bamboo rice are very rare and practical. When handed over to the caravan, they know how to use them in combination to maximize their effectiveness and value. When paired with other force foods, it means selling them in small quantities at high prices. So Master Wabaishan first said getting rich and then selling well. It is certain that it will be selling well, but since the output is too low, it will not make a fortune. The profit per grain is very high, so making a small fortune is inevitable. Bamboo. Why do I feel that there is some kind of additional strengthening effect? But it is too weak, and I can't feel it clearly. Master Wabaishan smacked his lips, picked up 3 grains, and stuffed them directly into his mouth. It seems so. Bamboo also picked up one, peeled off the shell, swallowed it, calmed his mind, and felt it carefully. Feng Ling lowered his telekinesis and asked tentatively, Does it strengthen the soul? Really? I feel it a little bit. The Lord of Wabai Mountain was uncertain and asked, is there any force food that can strengthen the soul? Yes. Bamboo's wings shook, and he said with certainty, it strengthens the soul. Bamboo absorbed the spiritual telekinesis of the metal core, and his soul's strength was higher than that of the sixth-stage mountain master. After all, it was a side effect. And the strengthening of the soul by a single grain of polygonatum bamboo rice was very weak. So there was no feeling. The black and white cockroach tribe was born with a strong soul. So the Lord of Wabai Mountain didn't feel anything. Fong Ling was different. It could detect it more clearly. Chapter 205 Traps and Baits. Rain bamboo rice has two rare strengthening effects. The main effect is strength, which is rare, but not unique. It also has the effect of strengthening the soul. This seems to be the first time I have heard of it. Anyway, bamboo, Wabai Shantu, and Tideo Shantu have never heard of other force plants that can strengthen the soul. What is the use of strengthening the soul? Stronger mental power, improved detection range and sensitivity. It has practical uses in combat and life. Unfortunately, it is only incidental. The strengthening of the soul by a single rain bamboo rice is very weak, and the price should not be too high. The black and white cockroach tribe is born with a strong soul. If it falls on them, the value will be greatly reduced, or even useless. Wabai Mountain Lord was a little depressed and asked, Bamboo, what price are you going to sell it for? Bamboo asked back, Wabai Mountain Lord, it mainly strengthens strength, and the effect on strengthening the soul is very weak. This is a high-priced luxury. Are you sure you want to buy it? Wabai Mountain Lord said, the deposit has been paid, so you have to buy some back. Right? However, just a proper amount is fine. Don't buy more. Bamboo was in a good mood and said cheerfully, the effect of strengthening strength alone should be worth 6 raw stones, plus the weak effect of strengthening the soul. The price will increase by 4 raw stones, and I plan to sell the caravan at a unit price of 10 raw stones. Wabai Mountain Lord, what do you think? Luxury goods, very reasonable. Wabai Mountain Lord nodded and emphasized, the effect of strengthening the soul is not very useful for our black and white cockroach tribe. The price should be cheaper, and the quantity does not need to be too much. I will send it to Princess Geofeng to taste it. Bamboo said, then the price is 8 raw stones per unit. How many do you want? 500 pieces. The Lord of Wabai Mountain asked, Bamboo, we are so close. Can the deposit be refunded? You refund me the deposit of 1,000 raw stones. Okay. Bamboo agreed readily. The black and white cockroach tribe is a special race. If it were any other race, the rain bamboo fruit would definitely be a hot commodity, and would not be difficult to sell. The raccoon warrior sensed that the God-given seeds on the mountain were ripe, and ran back again. The big bear chased it, and drove it away. There were no other surprises. In a total of 5 days, the bamboo fruit and bamboo rice matured one after another, and the harvest was relatively smooth. The Lord of Wabai Mountain got the things and left in a hurry. Li Zhufeng has the mountain master level combat power of the big bear, and the Lord of Tidao Mountain also returned for the time being. Dadu has been responsible for counting the day and night time. The green bamboo fruit is ripe and harvested, and the purple gold bamboo rice and the bloodthorn God-given seeds are about to mature, and the statistical data is initially formed. On the planet under our feet, a season cycle takes 365 days and nights. That is, a year. What a coincidence. The human heritage memory of Bamboo just happened to have a calendar that could be directly used. A year is divided into 12 months. Define January to March as spring, April to June as summer, July to September as autumn, October to December as winter. Define the time when the bamboo God-given seeds sprout flower spikes as May 15th, and the time when bamboo fruits mature as July 19th to 21st. Based on this, Arabic numerals are used as symbols, and bamboo tubes are used as carriers to carve and make a calendar. Every day that passes, a corresponding number of the day is crossed out within times. In this way, you can clearly know which specific day of the year you are in. And you can see at a glance how many days are left before winter, and how many days are left before the beginning of spring. The biggest convenience of accurately predicting seasonal climate changes to the day is that it can prepare for the next farm work in advance. For example, the thorn fruits of the bloodthorn seeds given by the gods at the foot of the mountain will begin to mature around August 10th and last until around August 20th. The grass seeds of the purple gold seeds given by the gods will mature in mid-September. The cattail seeds given by the gods will not mature until the end of October. The vitality of the original force creatures is strong, and the temperature changes have little effect on the growth law of the original force plants. The flowering and fruiting time of those ordinary life plants is relatively stable. Compiling a calendar is also very helpful for better management of ordinary life seeds. Bamboo is also very shameless. He named this year Bamboo 1 with his own name. And every year thereafter will be Bamboo 2, Bamboo 3 and so on. Due to the threat of the civet cat warriors, Bamboo now dares not let Hongdao go down the mountain alone to manage the rice fields. The two little guys, Duju and Hongmi, were also restricted and could not leave Liju Peak to play. Bamboo racked his brains, thinking about how to kill the super-fast civet cat warrior. Cats are small and light, and they are agile. The 7 bamboo rat warriors are also small and fast, so there is still hope if they go out together to capture them. But these 7 guys are not worth the effort, and are scared to death. But after thinking carefully, it is a bit unreasonable to force rats to catch civet cats. If they can't catch up, then use traps? Bamboo asked the bamboo rat warriors to dig a pit at the foot of the mountain. It was a deep pit in the shape of an altar, and the bottom of the pit was filled with water. The entrance of the hole was covered with dead branches and large leaves, and then covered with a layer of loose soil. Finally, sprinkle 2 more arborvitae seeds as bait. Dig a total of 8 traps in all directions. After setting up, the next morning, Bamboo took 7 bamboo rat warriors down the mountain to check. Trap on the south side. The arborvitae seeds were gone, but the trap was still intact. What happened? Bamboo asked. I don't know. The Rat King was puzzled. Bamboo picked up a stone, approached the trap, and gently put it down. Immediately, the dead branches covered with loose soil could not bear the weight and were crushed by the stone. The trap was fine. Bamboo asked, Did the civet cat come here last night? Rat King said, It wanders around our Liju Peak every night. Bamboo asked, Then how did it take the arborvitae seeds away? This. Rat King turned his head and asked, Baizu, aren't you responsible for squatting in this position? How did the civet cat warrior take the arborvitae seeds away? Baiju lowered his head and said, I was scared and hid. I didn't dare to look. I don't know. Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, Let's go to the next trap to check. The result was the same. The bait was gone, and the trap was intact. Without waiting for Bamboo to question him, the Rat King took the initiative to analyze and said, Bamboo. The raccoon warrior was alert. It should be that his spiritual power detected the hollow below and realized that if he stepped on it, he would fall into a trap. Are animal warriors so smart? Bamboo didn't believe it and moved his tentacles, saying, Let's go to the next trap. All the traps were checked, and they were all the same. The bait was gone, but the trap was still intact. Cunning raccoon cat. 2 days of work in vain, and 16 cypress seeds were lost. Bamboo was even more unwilling to give up. He traveled a long way to the Qingang Mountains and got 2 leaves of the poisonous guava. The poisonous guava is a highly poisonous plant specially introduced by the Qingang Mountains for combat. It is cultivated as a life seed. Its whole body, except for the flesh and seeds, contains deadly toxins. Soak the leaves in water to soak out the poison. Then put the pomegranate seeds in. Spread them out, and dry them at room temperature. The deadly poison is wrapped on the pomegranate seeds. There is a small odor, but the pomegranate leaves and seeds are originally one and the same. Normal creatures can hardly distinguish them. 100 years ago, the Qingang Mountains were as desolate as the Jinping Mountains today. At that time, the Qingang County Lord used this method to poison many beast warriors. Bamboo was more cunning and put the poisonous seeds on the trap. The civet cat warrior had tasted the sweetness once. When he saw the poisonous food on the trap, he would probably think that Bamboo was being stupid and let down his guard. Chapter 206 Princess Qiufeng comes to visit. The next morning, Bamboo went to the Rat King. Rat King, did the civet warrior come last night? Yes. Let's go down the mountain and take a look. Check the trap. All the baits were intact and placed there. This is abnormal. Beast warriors do not have inherited memories, even if they are born with wisdom. It is the lowest primitive wisdom. Most of the time, they still follow their natural instincts. Is this civet warrior so sensitive to danger? Or is he particularly smart? Bamboo's mood suddenly became extremely bad. Rat King asked carefully, Bamboo, do you have any other ideas? No. Bamboo asked. Do you have any ideas? Rat King suggested. Bamboo. You can invite Princess Chuerong to Liju Peak. The princess's breath may scare it away. Bamboo did not answer. He suddenly turned around, raised his head, looked to the south, flapped his wings, and flew into the air. In the distance, 2 black spots were galloping, judging from the breadth of the force. One of them was the Lord of Huabai Mountain. The other one was terrifying. As the distance got closer and closer, Bamboo could not feel any fluctuations of the force from it. It was definitely a princess of the 9th age, only 1 step away from the Cockroach King. Bamboo, what are you doing at the foot of the mountain? The Lord of Huabai Mountain asked curiously. It's because of that civet cat warrior last time. It has been hanging around Liju Peak and refused to leave. I can't catch it. And I can't kill it. My carefully designed trap didn't work. And it didn't fall for the poison. It's really annoying. Bamboo answered, while leading the visitor to land at Liju Peak. The Lord of Huabai Mountain took the initiative to introduce Bamboo. This is the Princess Chiofeng of our black and white cockroach tribe. It was indeed the famous Princess Chiofeng. Hello, Princess Chiofeng. Bamboo greeted her politely. This man is a wealthy man, who owns a God-given seed that is no less valuable than the red hard tree. He also gets a large share of the raw stone from the tribe's raw stone mines every year. He is very rich. As a senior elder of a prosperous tribe, Princess Chiofeng commands 3,000 tribesmen. Naturally, she has a sense of majesty, a restrained aura, and the kindness of an elder. Her mind is gentle, and she first exclaimed sincerely, noble shell color. No wonder she is favored by the true god of nature. This aesthetic is very positive. Bamboo secretly complained. Princess Chiofeng continued, Bamboo, I am far away in Chiofeng County, and I hear your name several times every year. After the Red Blatten King, you have the best chance of growing into the 2nd Blatten King of the Red Blatten tribe. Princess Chiofeng, you are too kind. Bamboo was polite, and his mind was clear, guessing what was going on. Princess Chiofeng was carrying a spider silk bag, which was filled with a bag of raw stones. She should be going to Qijing County to congratulate the Red Blatten King. In addition, she also needed to discuss the upcoming land reclamation and expansion. It landed on its own territory and visited. Looking at the Lord of Huabai Mountain, Bamboo realized that there was more to it. The Lord of Huabai Mountain was carrying half a bag of raw stones. How can gifts be given in large and small bags? Moreover, they belong to 2 different tribes. And giving a bag of 10,000 raw stones as a gift is already very generous. The Lord of Huabai Mountain noticed Bamboo's gaze and opened the spider silk bag directly. Princess Chiofeng said, Bamboo, your rain bamboo rice has a rare and valuable strengthening effect. It is priced at 10 raw stones, which is very affordable. I came here specifically to visit you this time, hoping to reach a long-term trade agreement. The Lord of Huabai Mountain immediately counted out 10 pieces of raw stones and said, Bamboo. Princess Chiofeng said that the price you gave me last time was too low. Take it, and I will make up for the difference of 1,000 raw stones. Is it reasonable to spit out the goods that have been eaten? Bamboo was suspicious and evaded. Lord Huabai Mountain, I can't take this raw stone. I will buy and sell it now. The transaction is completed, and I will not regret it whether I make a profit or a loss. Bamboo said to Princess Chiofeng again, Princess Chiofeng, the black and white cockroach tribe is born with a strong soul. So there is no need to strengthen it. And there is no need to spend such a high price to buy rain bamboo rice? Princess Chiofeng asked, you haven't realized the value of rain bamboo rice yet? Value? The rain bamboo rice is slender and small in weight. For the black and white cockroach tribe, the unit price of 8 raw stones is already very expensive, and 10 raw stones are a luxury. Bamboo shook his antennae and waited for the next words. Princess Chiofeng, the master asked, I heard that Liju Peak is cultivating bamboo species on a large scale and plans to open up a bamboo sea. In addition, there are 5 God-given species, and 1 wild cliff cypress God-given species with good potential? Bamboo touched his tentacles. The breath of Princess Chiofeng burst out, and the majestic spiritual power spread out, instantly covering the entire Liju Peak, sweeping past, and then restrained in an instant, and then said, you are ambitious. You found a big-headed harvest ant king and a red-ringed queen bee. With this posture, the scale of the planned bamboo sea is not small. Yes. Bamboo suddenly realized and roughly understood what was going on. Princess Chiofeng said, the ant king controls the ant colony. and the queen bee controls the bee colony. These are very mentally exhausting things. As the number of the colony increases, it is difficult to achieve precise control. A strong soul and abundant energy will help them better control the colony to carry out various tedious tasks. Rain bamboo rice will be very popular among ants and bees. The Lord of Huabai Mountain helped to explain in detail. Bamboo. Chiofeng County cultivates 3 high-quality tree species: autumn maple, ginkgo, and scaly-leaved Norfolk Island pine, which are much larger than the red-hard tree C. It is managed by a queen bee from the yellow-striped acid bee tribe, and the rain bamboo rice is for the queen bee. There are combat worker bees in the bee colony, and they can also eat a small amount of force food to get a little strengthening. Strengthening the soul will significantly improve the wisdom of combat worker bees, and they can do more complex work and command more ordinary worker bees. Oh, so that's it. Bamboo tapped his antennae to show that he understood. The Lord of Huabai Mountain said, Lord Chiofeng hopes to buy a batch of rain bamboo rice from you every year. In terms of price, Bamboo asked, how much do you need? The Lord of Huabai Mountain said, 500 will be enough. Bamboo said, the price should be equal to that of the caravan. Tentatively set at 10 raw stones. The specific price will be discussed with them in detail when the caravan arrives in the spring of next year. Princess Chiofeng reminded, rain bamboo rice is mainly used to strengthen strength. The effect of strengthening the soul is only incidental and very weak after all. You sell 10 raw stones to the caravan, and the caravan sells them at 12 to 15 raw stones, which is already a sky-high price. If it is more expensive, it may not be easy to sell. Bamboo said, I understand. Princess Chiofeng turned her body slightly, looked at the bloodthorn God-given seeds at the foot of the mountain, and said, compared to rain bamboo rice, bloodthorn seeds are more practical and in great demand. Bamboo, you can consider selling a batch to our black and white cockroach tribe at a slightly higher price than the caravan. Princess Chiofeng, I'm really sorry. Bamboo said with embarrassment, I promised to give away all the bloodthorn seeds produced in the next 5 years, and I really can't give away any extra. 5 years? Princess Chiofeng said, you will definitely be promoted to the mountain master in 5 years. Right? At that time, the production and quality of bloodthorn seeds will be greatly improved. Bamboo took the initiative to say, I will sell a batch to the black and white cockroach tribe in 5 years. That's good. You are very good. If you encounter any trouble with raw stones, you can come to Chiofeng County for help. Princess Chiofeng nodded with satisfaction, flapped her wings, and said, then I will go to Qijing County first. After that, she took off directly. The owner of Huabai Mountain breathed a sigh of relief, took out pieces of raw stones from the spider silk bag, handed them to Bamboo, and said, Bamboo, you take the difference of 1,000 raw stones. This is the deposit for next year. Master Wabaishan, you are too polite. Bamboo accepted it happily. There was no reason to be polite when the raw stone was delivered to his door for free. Chapter 207, An Untimely Call. A civet warrior was circling around Liz Yufeng. The 3 little warriors of Liz Yufeng did not dare to go down the mountain easily, and the 7 bamboo rat warriors were in a state of panic all day long. Traps and poisoning did not work, and the method of inviting Princess Chuerong to come and release her breath to scare her away was pure nonsense. Bamboo and the big bear had chased and killed her so many times, but it didn't work. Could she be scared away? Bamboo began to think of other ways. His thoughts changed. If he could not be caught or killed, why not use a conciliatory policy to recruit him? The Mid-Autumn Festival is here, and we are about to open up Wasteland and expand the land. At that time, a large number of beast warriors will flee to the south, and the safety of Liz Yufeng will be a problem. The big bear is only suitable for frontal combat. The 7 bamboo rat warriors are okay at work, but they are too timid and cannot be used in combat. A civet warrior with a bold heart and a fast escape speed can be used as a scout and responsible for reconnaissance. So far, this civet warrior has not shown any hatred or hostility towards destroying the life-giving plants. It should be born in the Jinping Mountains and is simply attracted by the smell of the force food on Liju Peak. Bamboo removed all the traps. Every evening, a few cypress seeds or hickory nuts are placed in the territory of the bloodthorn God-given seeds, and occasionally a bloodthorn seed. Every morning, I went to check, and the force food disappeared. The bloodthorn God-given seeds are covered with deadly thorns. The bloodthorn tree spirit is very courageous and doesn't mind other creatures breaking into its territory, so it just monitors silently. It can do better than the bamboo rat warrior. seeing the civet warrior's behavior clearly, and then reporting to Bamboo. This little guy is very vigilant. Every time he comes late at night, sneaks up, and cleverly lies in the thorn bushes to observe for a long time, and only goes forward to take food when he is sure there is no danger. Feed for a few days. Bamboo tried to approach in the middle of the night to seek communication. But as soon as he showed his head, the civet warriors ran into the jungle and disappeared. Probably because of the previous fierce pursuit, the civet warriors were particularly wary of Bamboo. Continued to steal food for it. A few days later, Bamboo tried again, but it still didn't work. No matter how he tried, the opponent turned around and fled as soon as he approached. Bamboo thought about it and began to force the Rat King to communicate with it. Cats are born to catch mice. If it were a bamboo rat warrior, he would not be afraid anymore. Right? But the Rat King was scared to death. No matter how he threatened or lured, he just refused to go. The Rat King was forced into a panic by Bamboo, and thought about it, and began to force the other 6 small bamboo rat warriors, pushing down layer by layer. In the end, without suspense, this life-threatening task fell on Baiju. The civet cat was probably an L8 intermediate warrior. Baiju is currently an L1 advanced warrior. It shouldn't be killed in one move. Right? Bamboo agreed. 2 more days of easing. The plan began to be implemented. Bamboo stayed on the mountainside. Big Bear, Rat King and other 6 bamboo rat warriors stayed at the foot of the mountain to provide support. If Baiju encountered danger, he would immediately flee to Leju Peak. Bamboo immediately rushed down the mountain to provide air support. Late at night, Baiju set out with a small snakeskin bag filled with arborvitae seeds and walnuts, and approached the location where the civet cat warriors often hid. The distance was only 3 to 5 kilometers. Bamboo stood on the mountainside and could vaguely see the situation. Baiju was scared to death, and tremblingly put the snakeskin bag on the ground, slowly retreated backwards, and retreated a distance. After a long time, the civet cat warrior came out from his hiding place, walked towards the snakeskin bag, and then raised his head and looked at Baiju. Bamboo was secretly delighted. The 2 of them must have started a conversation. Suddenly, a strong spiritual power came from the distant jungle. Excuse me, is the Bamboo Mountain Master here? I am from the Chomlu caravan. The raccoon warrior jumped 3 feet high in fear and turned around and ran away. Baiju was also frightened. He turned around and ran wildly. After running a distance, he looked back and saw that there was no trace of the raccoon warrior. He ran back quickly, dragging the snakeskin bag towards the direction of Leju Peak. Fuck. What's going on? If he hadn't seen the reactions of the raccoon warrior and Baiju with his own eyes, Bamboo would definitely have thought that he had hallucinations. What season is this? Shouldn't the Chomlu caravan be traveling to the western regions of the 10,000 races continent for business? Why are they going to the Fire Roach Kingdom again? Excuse me, is the Bamboo Mountain Master here? I am from the Chomlu caravan. Chomlu's strength has improved. I'm afraid he has reached the level of a 7th Age Mountain Master. He can transmit spiritual power to Leju Peak at a distance of 5 or 6 kilometers. Bamboo's soul strength was still a little short of that, so he didn't have the ability to answer and waited silently. Excuse me, is the Bamboo Mountain Master here? I am from the Chomlu caravan. Chomlu's call was actually a polite reminder of a rash visit. Some powerful and prosperous tribes have strict territorial supervision. If a caravan enters rashly, it will be expelled at the least, or even attacked by the guarding warriors at the worst. Bamboo waited until the caravan approached before rushing down the mountain to greet it. From a distance, he could sense that there were several very different auras in the caravan. When he got closer, he found that there were 10 alien warriors following the caravan, 4 of whom were at the level of princesses. The appearance is a bit similar to that of a rice locust, with a dark yellow shell covered with gray-brown wavy patterns. 3 rows of fine thorns on the forehead, well-developed hind legs, flexible forelimbs, and 6 legs and shins full of fine and dense thorns. A race of insects covered with thorns. Undoubtedly, they come from the Ghost Locust Kingdom in the southwest region and belong to the Ghost-Faced Locust tribe. Master Chomlu. You are? Master Bamboo. Come! Let me introduce you. This is Princess Leiju of the Ghost-Faced Locust tribe, one of the most respected princesses in Chiwu Mountain by the Chiwu Ghost King. Princess Leiju. This is Master Bamboo of the Chiwu tribe. After introducing each other and greeting each other, Princess Leiju directly stated her purpose and said, Master Bamboo, The Chiwu Ghost King likes bamboo just like you. He used to be obsessed with collecting rare bamboo species and spent countless money. Now, because of the green bamboo and rain bamboo you cultivated, he has become obsessed with cultivating new bamboo species. This time, I was sent out in the hope of trading with you on bamboo species, and also in the hope of learning some bamboo cultivation techniques. Golden line bamboo and colorful bitter bamboo. Mainly these two bamboo species. The Chiwu Ghost King talks about them every day, and he almost came here in person. Master Chonglu added at the right time, when Chiwu Mountain needed a longevity peach. The Chiwu Ghost King did not come to the Fire Bletella Kingdom in person to pay homage to the longevity Bletella King. Most insects, when they like a plant, will gradually become obsessed as they grow older. Bamboo has seen this phenomenon many times, and does not find it strange. What is strange is the generosity of the Chiwu Ghost King. Caravans have fixed routes and trading partners. Changing the road will not only result in the loss of the year's trade profits, but also the loss of social relations. The insect lord has prepared the goods and is waiting for you to purchase them. But you did not arrive on time. How do you calculate the loss? The Jinping Mountains are located in the eastern region of the Wanzhou continent, and cross from the southwest region. This is across the Wanhua continent. How much of the journey has been delayed? The Chonglu caravan is not a small caravan. How many raw stones will it cost to compensate for the loss? There are also the warriors of the Ghost-Faced Locust tribe who visited. Lei Zhu is the princess. There are also 3 princesses, 5 mountain masters, and only one is a senior warrior. Mobilizing so many people of the same tribe to travel such a long distance through mountains and rivers. The running fee must be considerable. Right? Willful local tyrant. Bamboo silently tagged the Chiwu Ghost King, and with a slanted glance, he found that each mountain master level warrior had 5 bulging spider silk bags on his back armor. According to the standard of the mainland, one bag should be 100 raw stones. That is, 10,000. The raw stones are ready. 400,000 raw stones in a neat row. I must get it. How can I shirk it? Bamboo had a headache and asked, Princess Lei Zhu, how do you plan to buy it? Chapter 208A Deal You Can't Refuse. Princess Lei Zhu, how do you plan to buy it? Faced with Bamboo's question, Princess Lei Zhu did not answer directly, but introduced herself, Princess Bamboo. I also have 3 God-given seeds, one of which is the Huangtian fruit tree, which is the iconic tree species cultivated by our ghost-faced Katita tribe, and a high-quality variant of the Xiangtian tree. The God-given seeds of the Huangtian tree strengthen the earth element ability, which is in line with the innate ability of our ghost-faced Katita tribe. The lower quality of the best quality is expected to be upgraded to the standard best quality, or even the upper quality of the best quality. I just turned 100 this year. The 4-year-old princess, and the young warrior with the most hope of being promoted to the Ghost King in Chiwu Mountain. After the Chiwu Ghost King, I will also take over the position of the Mountain Master of Chiwu Mountain. Princess Lei Zhu shook her tentacles again, pointed to the senior warrior at the end of the team, and introduced, it's called Salik. It's the little warrior, who was born 4 years ago in Chiwu Mountain, was blessed by the true god of nature, and obtained a seed of the god of Shirak. The strengthening effect is a very valuable speed strengthening. It is currently of superior quality. According to the law, there is a certain hope that it will be upgraded to the best quality in the future. If I fail to be promoted to the King of Cockroaches, then Shirak will inherit the position of the Lord of Chiwu Mountain after me. Lei Zhu said, Lord Bamboo. Not only Lord Chiwu, but also me and Shirak. We can guarantee you that the golden bamboo and 7-color bitter bamboo we traded will never be spread outside. And we will not compete with you for bamboo seed trade. The Lord of Chonglu Mountain said, Lord Bamboo. Our fantasy flame spider tribe can guarantee this. Lei Zhu said, our ghost-faced locust tribe is a first-class powerful tribe in the southwest region, and has never had any stains on its reputation. The Chiwu Ghost King was indeed crazy. He sent the 2 most promising warriors in the tribe to such a place, and he was not afraid of any accidents in the middle of the journey. He was sincere. If he refused directly, he would probably have a falling out with Chonglu first. Bamboo asked again, Princess Lei Zhu, how do you plan to buy it? Lei Zhu said, 400,000 raw stones, plus a bamboo species that can bloom and bear seeds every year, in exchange for your golden bamboo and 7-colored bitter bamboo. You really have collected bamboo species that can bloom and bear seeds every year. Bamboo's tentacles twitched and asked, which bamboo species is it? This, I'm ashamed to say that we in Chiwu Mountain don't know enough about bamboo species and haven't distinguished them yet. Leiju was a little embarrassed and said, it is a medium-sized bamboo species, similar to black bamboo and purple bamboo. The bamboo pole is slightly shorter, dark green, and the mature pole has gray-black linear vertical stripes. The Chiwu Ghost King named it Ghost-Line Bamboo. Leiju. After that, he added, the ghost bamboo was bought by the caravan of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe from the Wangua continent more than 200 years ago. In addition to our Chiwu Mountain, many seeds were sold to the territories of other insect warriors. It has been too long, and it is impossible to verify whether the ghost bamboo is unique to Chiwu Mountain. We have never thought of monopolizing this bamboo species in Chiwu Mountain, so we will give it to the Bamboo Mountain Master as a gift. Leiju continued, we have collected more than 150 bamboo species in Chiwu Mountain. If you need it, Bamboo Mountain Master, we can entrust the caravan to send you one copy each if you cultivate seeds in the future, including the green bamboo and rain bamboo. There are only 64 bamboo species in Leiju Peak at present. The bamboo species of Chiwu Mountain are the lifetime collection of the Chiwu Ghost King. Most of them are not available in bamboo. This is the most tempting condition. Bamboo asked tentatively, you don't have a dry season in the south? Excuse me. Except for natural drought. I don't think there is any other way you can stimulate bamboo seeds to bloom and bear seeds. Leiju said, there is no fixed dry season in the south. But there are droughts. Bamboo Mountain Master, your method reminds us that the bamboos at the foot of the mountain are not afraid of droughts. But the bamboos on the mountain cannot withstand droughts. The mountains in our southwest region are much higher and more majestic than those in your east region. The top of Chiwu Mountain is covered with snow all year round, and the mountainside is shrouded in clouds and mist, which is a wonder. Oh, Chiwu Mountain is indeed very high. Bamboo asked, Princess Leiju. Then you. How many years does it take for a drought to occur in the southwest region? Leiju said, it's not very stable. Judging from experience, the general rule is that there will be a small drought every 3 to 5 years, and a large drought every 20 to 30 years. That's not bad. Bamboo gently tapped his tentacles, carefully considered his words, and said, 400,000 raw stones, ghostline bamboo seeds, and various rare bamboo seeds. The most difficult thing to refuse is your sincerity. Leiju Princess said happily, has Bamboo Mountain Master agreed? Bamboo said, I can't refuse. Zhonlo and Leiju's group had too many warriors, and they were all large in size. Leiju Peak would definitely not be able to squeeze in. So the transaction was carried out at the foot of the mountain. Leiju brought 300 ghost-line bamboo rice. Bamboo also took 300 golden-line bamboo and 7-color bitter bamboo seeds and gave them to them. Zhonlo's caravan will return directly to the tribe and will come again next year. The purple gold bamboo rice is not yet mature, and the sale will be scheduled for the spring of next year. Having obtained 400,000 raw stones at once, Bamboo naturally spent money generously on the caravan and purchased a batch of high-quality forest food for all members on the mountain. Rapid growth and evolution will leave hidden dangers, but it is not absolute. For the particularly wealthy insect warriors, the caravan has prepared a special growth package. As long as you are willing to spend a lot of money, you can be promoted quickly and worry-free. Another reason why Bamboo is willing to exchange golden bamboo and colorful bitter bamboo is that the overall strength of Lijiufeng needs to be improved, and it really needs a sum of raw stones. After a happy shopping, 10 spider silk bags of raw stones were squandered. Bamboo plans to promote himself and Fengling to L7 Advanced Warriors in the spring of next year. And then, he will be promoted to L8 Advanced Warrior within the next year. It is planned to be promoted to Mountain Master within 3 years, which is 2 years faster than the normal growth rate, at the cost of spending about 150,000 more raw stones. Big Bear is currently the main combat force of Lijiufeng. The growth of the Mountain Master level is difficult and slow. Bamboo specially spent a lot of money to buy it a strengthening strength and a strengthening speed force food package for it to improve its close combat power in a short period of time. Bighead is currently a L1 senior warrior and has too many responsibilities. Bamboo hopes that he can be promoted to an L4 senior warrior as soon as possible. Red Rice has good talent and grows fast. He is currently an L5 intermediate warrior and is expected to be promoted to a senior warrior in the autumn of next year. Cattail, Bamboo, and Red Rice are a little bit worse. No matter what, they cannot be promoted to senior warriors in a short period of time and cannot have the ability to participate in the war. Seven-headed bamboo rat warrior is timid and cowardly, and may not be able to participate in the war in this life. Bamboo bought a little less force food for them. The Iron Blade Mountains will also face a crisis in the land reclamation and expansion in late autumn and early winter this year. Flame-clustered spotted grass lives alone at the end of the mountain range, and safety is a problem. Bamboo was generous with his raw stones and bought 5 luxury packages for it at once, which comprehensively strengthened it, helped it grow quickly, and improved its combat ability. Even if it was a direct elder, the gift for no reason had a great impact, and the things were sent secretly in the middle of the night. The melons produced in the western regions are super delicious and affordable. Bamboo also bought 20 small melons at once. Oval, about 13 centimeters long diameter, about 6 centimeters diameter, weighing more than 0.5 kilograms. Strengthened shell, bone, standard inferior quality, super affordable. A single melon sold for only 300 raw stones. After eating the melon pulp, there are still many melon seeds inside. Cut one every night, and the members of Liz Yufeng can just finish it. In addition, a piece can be sent down the mountain for the civic cat warrior to taste. Probably because the last time the Chong Lu and Leiju teams arrived, there were too many princesses and senior warriors who appeared at once, which really scared it and made it even more courageous. Now, even if Baiju, the most cowardly of Li Yufeng, approaches, it will turn around and flee. Civic cats are small and medium-sized beasts. In the middle of the jungle food chain, civic cat warriors are only fast at escaping, and are vulnerable in frontal combat. Chapter 209 The Season of Camellia Blooming. The third day after Chong Lu and Leiju left. In the evening, Bamboo brought his tribesmen from the mountain to eat melons. Princess Day descended on Leiju Peak. Not only Princess Day, but also 20 senior warriors followed. There was no room on the flat ground in front of the cave, so they all stayed on the top of the mountain. It will take a long time before we can open up the land and expand the territory. Right? Why are you here? Princess Day was enthusiastic and said softly. Bamboo. Eat melons? These are small melons cultivated by the wolf spider tribe in the western region. They are very famous. Yes, small melons. Bamboo's heart trembled when he heard this, and he called out, Princess Day, let's eat together. There was no way. His heart was in pain, and he ordered, Big Head, quickly send 4 small melons to the warriors of the same tribe on the mountain. 4. Oh, okay. Big Head was also responsible for managing Bamboo's finances, and he became more stingy and felt even more distressed. It's a good day. Why did such a large group of fellow tribesmen suddenly come to eat and drink for free? And they came at the right time. Princess Day. What's the matter? Bamboo asked. Princess Day said, the time for land reclamation and expansion has been set. In late autumn, when the oil tea flowers bloom. Oil tea flowers bloom from mid-September to early October. It's only August 5th now, and there are still 40 to 50 days. Many warriors' live plants in their territories are in the peak harvest season. Are they preparing for war so early? Princess Day picked up a piece of cantaloupe and introduced it while chewing it. The Red Blatten King personally participated in the battle. Our Red Blatten tribe has assembled 3,000 warriors, and will fight with all our strength. But we will not take the initiative to participate in the encirclement and suppression. Intercept the border, and try to prevent the beast warriors from fleeing southward, and try to reduce combat damage. It is definitely impossible to completely intercept them. Taidao Mountain Range and Jinping Mountain Range will be severely affected. Shuerong Mountain Range and Hongju Mountain Range will also be affected. Even further away, Yongdi Mountain Range may be affected. Therefore, your 5 mountain ranges do not need to participate in the war. Qijing County will also send 3 mountain masters to stay in Leiju Peak to help defend. In addition, 10 senior warriors will be sent to assist in the defense on a monthly basis. Bamboo. You should arrange a place for them first. Understood? Thank you. Bamboo was secretly happy. The 3 mountain master level warriors who are stationed there should be the forces mobilized from the Qijin forest. Only with the existence of the Qijin Cockroach King can such a strong force be separated to help. Princess Day continued, in addition, in the next 2 years, the Red Blatten King will enter the Iron Blade Mountains in the first winter, and spend a winter searching for and hunting beast warriors. In the second year, it will enter your Jinping Mountains, and help hunt a group of rampant beast warriors as much as possible. Bamboo suddenly realized a problem and asked, Princess Day, The 3 mountain masters are stationed in Leju Peak. Do I have to take care of their food? I mean the force food. No need. Princess Day said, their territory is managed by other warriors. And the output of the territory will be delivered in time. Of course. You have 4 God-given seeds. And you can harvest them every year. So you can also show your appreciation appropriately. Free is fine. No problem. Bamboo agreed readily and felt relieved. He calculated in his mind, and planned to pay them 1,000 raw stones every year. As for the senior warriors, who took turns to assist in defense, each of them would be given 10 raw stones, which should be about the same and considerate. Bamboo then asked Princess Day, how many warriors did the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe send out? Princess Day said, don't worry. The Red Blattle King just negotiated with the Longevity Blattle King a few days ago. And the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe will gather 10,000 high-level warriors to participate in the war. Bamboo asked again, how many years has Yao Ma Ti been abandoned? Princess Day understood what Bamboo wanted to ask, shook her antennae, and said solemnly, it's longer than the existence of the Longevity Blattle King. It was the last cycle of rise and fall. The Flying Fire Cockroach tribe went from strong to weak, and the tribe shrank, and had to give up. The Flying Fire Cockroach tribe was almost wiped out back then. The Immortal Cockroach King rose later. Under its management, the tribe grew stronger again, and our Red Cockroach tribe was born. Bamboo said, Yao Ma Ti has abundant original force, which makes it easier to give birth to God-given seeds and powerful beast warriors, and even form tribes. Right? Princess Day moved her tentacles and said, many beast tribes have been formed. The locations of the strongest tribes have been confirmed, and there will be targeted raids and encirclements. Princess Day is not optimistic. Bamboo is worried. It is difficult to eradicate the roots in the jungle, and those that are missed are all hidden dangers. On second thought, Leju Peak will have 3 mountain masters stationed there for defense, 10 senior warriors to assist, and Da Xiong and himself are 2 major combat forces. How much of a threat can those fish that slip through the net pose? Princess Day continued to introduce. The only good news is that the Black and White Cockroach tribe and the Red Cockroach King on the other side have reached an agreement that neither side will cheat the other, and will not drive the beast warriors to the other side of Jinjiang River. Bamboo said, it is good news. We talked about land reclamation and expansion for a while. Princess Day suddenly changed the subject and asked, Bamboo, I heard that the Chiwu Ghost King specially sent a team of Ghost Locust warriors to Leju Peak to exchange bamboo seeds with you. Here they come. Bamboo guessed that it was still early for the oil tea flowers to bloom, and Princess Day didn't need to notify her dozens of days in advance. She really had other requests. The 20 senior warriors, who were traveling with her, were all carrying raw stones. Yes, they exchanged for 2 special bamboo species, the golden bamboo and the 7-colored bitter bamboo. You cultivate green bamboo and rain bamboo, and you can earn tens of thousands of raw stones from selling bamboo species every year. And it is a long-term business. The exchange price can't be low. Right? Yes, for 100,000 raw stones. And there is also a bamboo species that blooms and bears seeds every year. They also promise to give a large number of rare bamboo seeds in the future, for 100,000 raw stones. Chiwu Mountain is worthy of being the richest ancient county in the southwest. Princess Day sighed, a little embarrassed. Bamboo. That? You should know that the purpose of the seeds given by the Red Tree God is to. The current situation in Qijing County is very complicated, and the natural force is difficult to meet the demand. We must continue to invest in raw stones. You know the current situation in Qijing County better. The reserve raw stones have been exhausted. We have borrowed all that can be borrowed. Bamboo. Can you take some more to support the Red Blatton King? After borrowing too much, Princess Day has gained experience and promised, Bamboo, don't worry. Starting next year, the Red Blatton Tree God-given seeds will produce standard top-quality red nuts, and the output will increase significantly. The annual income of the Red Blatton King will increase significantly, and the raw stones owed will be repaid soon. Bamboo had already helped them settle the accounts. The Red Blatches King was now the first debtor of the Blatches clan. He could not pay off the raw stones he owed in 10 years. However, the princess had a lifespan of 500 years, and the Blatches King had a lifespan of 1,000 years. The raw stones owed by the Red Blatches King were mainly used to buy longevity peaches, which could extend lifespan by 100 years. Although he owed a lot of debt, he had an extra lifespan of nearly 600 years, which was a huge profit no matter how he calculated it. If he calculated it again, he might be promoted to the Blatch's king in the future. And he would also be in debt everywhere. There is a long way to go. So borrow it. Bamboo asked Princess Day. How many raw stones are still missing? Princess Day said, it would be best if all 400,000 can be borrowed. This, Bamboo almost choked to death with a sentence. And explained, the Chonlu caravan came with a team of the Ghost Locust tribe. I got the raw stones and spent a lot of them. Princess Day asked, how much is left now? Bamboo said truthfully, 300,000. I plan to accelerate growth and reserve at least 200,000 raw stones for backup. Princess Day flapped her wings and said, borrow all 300,000 raw stones. I will ask the Red Blatten King to return the raw stones owed to you first. Return first? The raw stones borrowed from the Flying Fire Blatten tribe must be returned first. Right. Bamboo thought for a while and said, that's fine. If it's not enough, use red nuts to pay off the debt. Chapter 210 Blood Peach County. It was a troubled time. The Day Princess suddenly came with 20 high-level warriors. And once again, frightened the little civet warrior. He dared not approach Liju Peak for several nights in a row. When it recovered from the shock, it was the season for the harvest of blood thorns. The master of Taidao Mountain settled in Liju Peak to help guard it. The warriors of the same tribe from the 4 mountain ranges of Taidao, Hongju, Shuero, and Yonggi came one after another to participate in the annual feast. The news spread, and warriors from Chigang Mountain also came uninvited to eat and drink. For 10 consecutive days, no less than 20 high-level warriors gathered in the mountains every night. And they came in turns. The smells were mixed and felt particularly terrifying. After this scare, the civet warrior disappeared completely. It was okay to run away, or not to harass Liju Peak. The blood thorns were slightly dried, and Bamboo immediately set off for Blood Peach County. This trip brought the flame-clustered spotted grass with him. Now looking back, Ma Yu encouraged Bamboo to settle in Liju Peak. That was so wise. Bamboo dared not forget Ma Yu's last words before his death. Not to mention that flame-clustered spotted grass was his direct elder. The Cockroach tribe was united and valued independence. According to the inherited memory, after the young warrior was promoted to the intermediate level, he should start to learn to survive independently, hunt independently, and manage the territory independently. Accepting gifts for no reason would be despised by the same tribe. Bamboo couldn't give flame-clustered spotted grass raw stones and force food frequently. So he came up with a way to expand its financial resources. In the future, when selling his own bloodthorn seeds within the same tribe, he would ask flame-clustered spotted grass to help transport them, and then give a certain amount of compensation as labor fee. It is natural to obtain it through labor. Bamboo visited the Red Blatten King on the way, mainly to take a look at the state of the Red Blatten tree God-given seed. At present, the aura has stabilized at the lower end of the best quality, and is growing towards the standard best quality. The natural force is indeed insufficient. If you are stingy, you can also invest less raw stones and grow slowly. Slowly, it will definitely grow up. The Red Blatten King obviously does not want to treat his lifeblood badly, and chooses to help it grow quickly at all costs. Of course, this choice also has its advantages. If it can complete the growth in the spring of next year, the first batch of red nuts of standard best quality can be harvested in the autumn of next year. The output and quality are improved. The income is increased, and the raw stones invested can get a certain return. Calculated, it is not particularly bad. Xiutao County is just north of Qijing County. A little more than a day's journey. In the plain area, Shaodu Mountain. It is easy to identify if you find the general direction. The neatly planned peach orchards form a sea of peach trees that stretch as far as the eye can see. All of them are peach trees. There are all kinds of peach trees planted in different shapes and sizes. In late autumn, the leaves fall, and the vast peach forest is silent. Bamboo summoned his spiritual power and called out, "Excuse me. Is the Blood Peach Princess here? I am Li Zhufeng Bamboo." After waiting for a long time, there was no response. Bamboo called again. After calling for the third time, a senior warrior from the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe came flying from the distant peach forest. The warrior stared at Bamboo and the flame-clustered cockroach and asked, "Are you from the Red Cockroach tribe?" "Yes." "What are you doing here?" "Trading the 3,000 blood thorns ordered by the Blood Peach Princess." Bamboo shook the spider silk bag. The warrior waved his antennae, pointed in a direction, and said, "Over there, in the small mountain range, The blood peach God-given seeds are planted on the middle mountainside. The trees are tall and evergreen all year round, and they are easy to identify, typically rejecting the red Blatten tribe. After saying that, he turned around and went into the peach forest. Bamboo was not surprised by this, and continued to fly with the flame-clustered spotted grass, a U-shaped small mountain range without obvious peaks, only about 100 meters high, and from a distance, the total length is no more than 3 kilometers. The mountain is full of peach trees. In the season of falling leaves, only the blood peach God-given seeds are full of vitality and easy to identify. Out of politeness, Bamboo once again summoned his spiritual power and shouted, "Blood peach princess. I know. Come over." The shouting was rudely interrupted. The divine thought came from the middle of the U-shaped mountain range is a terrace field. In the center is a neat 18-long strip of peach forest. At the foot of the mountain, on both sides of the shade, there are ponds along the terraces. There are small plots of land next to the ponds, and many grass plants are planted. It is the fruit season. Careful identification. It turns out to be snakeberry. There are 3 colors of red, blue and purple fruits, belonging to 3 different varieties. There are also strong force fluctuations, which is the smell of the ripening of the God-given seeds. Princess Xuetao is guarding a large area of snakeberry with bright red fruits. The growth pattern of the ramets roughly estimates that the number is over 30,000. Snakeberry is a herbaceous plant, and the fruit quality is very low, which is better than the lower grade. It turns out that it also has a snakeberry God-given seed, which strengthens the flame ability, opening up a large amount of heaven and earth to plant ordinary snakeberry. Most of them like snakeberry as a herbaceous plant. You have a strong spiritual power, just like the black and white cockroach tribe. Your soul is naturally strong. Right? Yes. Then you have sensed my location a long time ago. Why are you shouting? Isn't this just politeness? Greeting in advance? Bamboo changed the subject and introduced Princess Xuetao. This is Yenshu Bamao from the Iron Blade Mountain Range. Hello, Princess Xuetao. Yenshu Bamao hurriedly greeted. Princess Xuetao glanced at Bamboo and asked, "Why did you bring it here?" Bamboo explained, "Liju Peak is remote. I may not have time to travel so far for future transactions. I plan to ask Yenshu Bamao to help me run." Princess Xuetao understood and said, "I see. With 4 God-given seeds, the income is high. I am too lazy to endure hardships, so I will find a younger generation of the same clan to run away." Yenshu Bamao was embarrassed and explained, "Not a younger generation. It's an elder. A direct elder." Yenshu Bamao is still a L4 advanced warrior. Much worse than Bamboo. Princess Blood Peach looked at flame-clustered spotted grass, then at Spotted Boo, and finally asked flame-clustered spotted grass, "Direct elder? Was it born in your territory?" Flame-clustered spotted grass was proud and flicked its antennae and said, "Yes." Princess Blood Peach shook its antennae and said, "You are even more unsuccessful as an elder than I am." Flame-clustered spotted grass was speechless. All along, the proudest thing for her was to brag to other insects that Spotted Boo was born in her territory. Failed? Princess Blood Peach. Why is her word so unpleasant? Just as she was thinking about how to respond, a little red cockroach warrior suddenly jumped out and rushed to the snakeberry field, looking like she was going to steal the snakeberry fruit. Princess Blood Peach flapped her wings, soared into the air, and dived at an extremely fast speed. With a flash of red light, the stealing little warrior was caught on the tip of her forelimbs. "Little guy, you are too slow." Princess Blood Peach was very proud. Squeak! The little warrior struggled hard. Another little soldier suddenly appeared and rushed to the snakeberry field. The red light flashed again, and the next moment, he was caught by the Blood Peach Princess. "Ha-ha. You 2 little guys are still too naive." The Blood Peach Princess laughed triumphantly, swung her front legs, threw the 2 little soldiers away, waved her wings, and drove them away. "Go away. Go play somewhere else." The 2 little soldiers were not convinced, separated, and rushed to the snake blood field at the same time. As expected, they were caught by the Blood Peach Princess again and thrown away. Chapter 211 Wild Little Warrior. "It seems that we have finally found a topic to talk about," Bamboo asked Princess Xuetao. "Is this a little warrior born in the territory?" "No," Princess Xuetao said. "A wild little warrior came to me to steal snake berries." Xuetao County is a rich county, with peach trees as the center. and thousands of flying fire cockroach tribe warriors living in scattered communities. Due to the frequent activities of a large number of high-level warriors, the number of small animals such as snakes, rats, birds and birds that threaten ordinary cockroaches has decreased. Outside the warrior territory, there are also a large number of ordinary little cockroaches living in the natural environment. With a huge base, there is a certain probability that little warriors will be born. These little warriors, who were born in the wild, and are not the direct descendants of any warrior, are called wild little warriors. Wild little warriors have no direct elders, and are not protected by any warrior. They grow up by eating 100 meals since childhood. Today they eat and drink in this warrior's territory. And tomorrow they go to that warrior's territory to eat a meal. He kept rubbing until his life plant began to produce force food. Those two little guys are quite lively, Bamboo praised. Yinshu Banmao found that Princess Blood Peach did not have the dignity that a princess should have. So he plucked up the courage to say, Princess Blood Peach, you should teach them that force fruits can only be picked after they are ripe. I know. Princess Blood Peach didn't care at all, flapped her wings, and asked, Bamboo, did you bring the bloodthorn seeds? There must be a lot of them. Right? Bamboo opened the spider silk bag and said, time is in a hurry, and it hasn't been completely dried. You can dry it before storing it. Princess Xuedao swept away her mental power and said, what are you drying? Just eat it directly. Princess Xuedao summoned her mental power again and shouted, Crimson Snakeberry, help me get 450 blood peach pits. No response. Across the terrace field, a senior warrior flapped his wings and flew to the location of the blood peach tree on the mountain. He soon returned with a spider silk bag and landed next to Princess Xuedao. Princess Xuedao said, there are 500 in a bag. I will round it up to 450 for you. 11 less. You rarely come here. Stay. The snakeberry fruits are ripe in the evening. There will be a feast. Eat as much as you can. No problem? According to the agreed price, 3,000 bloodthorn seeds should be traded for 461 blood peach pits. 11 less. And the difference is only 281 raw stones. The two senior warriors, Bamboo and Yintu Banmao, can eat them all in one night. No problem. Bamboo said, thank you. Princess Blood Peach. Crimson Purple Snakeberry said nothing. Opened the spider silk bag directly, counted out 50 blood peach pits, and put them into the spider silk bag containing blood thorns. The two little warriors came back and hid in the bushes not far away. Looking around, Crimson Purple Snakeberry shook its tentacles and called, little guy, come here. As it said, it took out 2 blood thorns from the spider silk bag. Don't. Princess Blood Peach waved her tentacles and hit the front limbs of Crimson Purple Snakeberry hard, stopping her. These two guys are very thieves. Don't give them food. Crimson Purple Snakeberry said helplessly, Princess Blood Peach, the two little guys have no elders to take care of them. They are very pitiful. Don't tease them. How can I tease them? I am training them. Princess Xuedao shook her body, pushed away the Crimson Snakeberry, snatched the spider silk bag, waved her tentacles, and drove her away. Go! 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 Do your own thing. Don't make trouble. Crimson Snakeberry gently tapped its tentacles to Bamboo and Yintu Banmao, and flapped its wings to leave. Princess Xuedao held the spider silk bag, picked up a bloodthorn, waved her tentacles, and called to the two little soldiers, come here. It's delicious. The two little soldiers couldn't resist the temptation and approached. Princess Xuedao put the blood thorns into the spider silk bag again, stretched out her forelimbs, pointed to the field not far away where common snakeberries were planted, and said, go and help me pick the fruits and pile them together, and I will reward you with a blood thorn. A little soldier said, we will not trust you anymore. Another little soldier said angrily, you are a liar. Princess Xuedao said seriously, I will use the reputation of the princess as a guarantee, and I will never lie to you this time. The two little soldiers shook their tentacles to express their distrust. Bamboo swept his spiritual power and found that all the common snake berries in a field in the distance had been harvested and neatly piled. Suddenly, he realized what was going on. Princess Xuedao was full and had nothing better to do, so she teased the two little guys to play. Or she was the kind who tricked the little soldiers into working for her. Give us the blood thorns first, a little soldier said. We will help you work after we finish eating. Another little soldier echoed. Princess Blood Peach said, work first, then eat. The two little soldiers shook their tentacles, refusing to agree and being deceived again. After a stalemate, Princess Blood Peach finally compromised, took out 2 bloodthorn seeds, and gave them to the 2 little soldiers. The 2 little guys peeled the bloodthorn seeds, ate them hurriedly, and turned around and ran away. Princess Blood Peach was really bored, so she caught them and threw them into the field. The 2 little warriors ran away again. Then they were caught again. For a whole afternoon, Bamboo and Yanchu Banmao watched Princess Blood Peach catch 2 little warriors of the same tribe and bully them. After obtaining consent, Bamboo took Yanchu Banmao into the peach forest to observe and learn. Starting from Qijing County, gradually heading north, the land began to tend to be sandy and difficult to store water. The main purpose was to see how the Fakian Fire Cockroach tribe built ponds and how to design ditches, how to divert water for irrigation in the dry season, and how to drain and discharge floods in the rainy season. The Fakian Fire Cockroach tribe of Chongsheng Cockroach King has been developing for about 1,000 years. The accumulation of various farming and breeding experiences has tended to be pure. And there must be something that Bamboo could not think of, which is helpful for the expansion of the Bamboo Sea. In addition, Bamboo carefully observed the concentration of the original force in different places, and his heart was envious and helpless. Jinping Mountain Range and Taidao Mountain Range are indeed barren. If the general force concentration is defined as 1, then the force concentration of Liju Peak should be around 2.5. Taidao Peak and Taidao Mountain Range has a force concentration of only about 2. Qijing County is not rich. The force concentration in most areas is still 1. Only the area centered on the Qijing Sea of Trees is slightly higher, at around 1.2. Xiuedao County can be considered rich. The general force concentration in the Sea of Peach Trees exceeds 1.5, and the force concentration in many areas can reach about 2. The small mountain where the Lord of Xiuetao lives has a force concentration of more than 3. And the key is that the range is particularly large. There are too many benefits to settling in a territory with a high force concentration. In general, there are 2 points. The probability of giving birth to a God-given seed is increased. Operating a territory saves money. For example, the snakeberry seeds given by the Blood Peach Princess do not need to be invested in raw stones during the fruit ripening season, and the natural force is enough to supply the demand. Bamboo and Yanchu Banmao wandered until dusk and returned to the Blood Peach Princess's territory. Seeing that it was almost dark, the Blood Peach Princess allowed the 2 poor little warriors to leave, and gave each of them a bloodthorn seed as a labor reward. Before leaving, she also reminded them to continue to come and play tomorrow. The 2 little warriors took the things and ran away without looking back. To train little warriors, you need to hone them more. The Blood Peach Princess sighed. It's so tiring. Bamboo and Yanchu Banmao were speechless. The Blood Peach Princess opened the spider silk bag, took out the bloodthorn seed, and asked while eating, Bamboo, I heard that you have cultivated high-quality bamboo species that can bloom and bear seeds every year. It can be considered normal now, and everyone can sit down and talk about business. Bamboo replied, yes. We currently have 2 bamboo species, green bamboo and rain bamboo, which are handed over to the caravan for sale. Xiuetao Princess asked, similar to hybrid rice. It can only be used as a live seed for breeding, not for cultivation? Bamboo said, yes. We have tried it, and the bamboo species are very good. Xiuetao Princess said, the caravan always gives 2 seeds as a gift when trading, but the quantity is too small. Next year, you can bring me more. No problem. I will give it away for free. Bamboo thought about it and said, Xiuetao Princess. Princess Tao, Blood Peach is a rare high-quality tree species, and the fresh fruit tastes especially good. Can you give me a few seeds? Princess Tao asked, for live seeds? Bamboo said, yes. I can give you a few. Princess Tao agreed, and warned, it can only be used as live seeds, not allowed to be cultivated and propagated, and not allowed to spread to other races. Bamboo agreed, I understand. This time, Princess Tao personally went up the mountain to get 5 blood peach seeds, and after a solemn instruction, she was willing to give them to Bamboo.